Patience, its tone growing colder and more threatening. Human, my patience has its limits. Make your decision quickly before you feel the true weight of my wrath. Looking at the green paper figure still blocking the mountain entrance where his aunt might be held captive, he can't help but hesitate. But his aunt is still trapped inside. If he simply walks away now, she will definitely die a tragic, unjust death. Finally, a cold, unshakable determination flashes in Lu Fan's eyes. He quickly makes his move, calling out Xiao Fei, activate eternal protection on everyone. Only one thought remains in Lu Fan's head: he has to gamble. To save his aunt, he must risk everything right now. Xiao Fei instantly transforms into a massive emerald dragon as the game system alert rings out. Emerald Dragon Xiao Fei transforms into Eternal One, activating eternal protection to generate an indestructible defensive shield. All friendly targets are now safely secured under the protective barrier. The total damage this shield can absorb is based on the Eternal One's maximum health and the super-enhanced self-healing power of the Emerald Dragon bloodline. With the Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are completely doubled for all dragonkin and allies of shared bloodlines. They gain total immunity to all harmful debuffs, and their self-regeneration capabilities skyrocket by 5,000%. Seeing everyone safe and sound beneath the massive shield, Lu Fan confidently takes a step forward. His voice is steady as he warns them, stay inside this barrier and do not step out, no matter what happens. Xiao Fei anxiously grabs onto his clothes, asking Brother Fan, what are you doing? It is far too dangerous. He only gives a brief, quiet reply, his eyes flashing with absolute resolve. He raises his hand, summoning a teleportation array to awaken a massive ancient power from its slumber. A pitch-black dragon, radiating the chilling breath of the void, slowly emerges from a swirling dimensional rift. Star Void Dragon Xingqian transforms into galaxy form. At the exact same moment, that ancient voice booms out once again, with absolute unbridled fury. Human, is this truly your final answer? In that case, you have chosen nothing but absolute death. Without waiting for a reply, the endless piles of ancient skeletons that seem to sleep forever suddenly begin to stir and rise. They gather in a single direction, forming a massive, terrifying sea of bones. Every single movement makes the earth rumble violently, striking pure, absolute terror into the hearts of everyone watching. Xiao Fei screams in panic. Is this an earthquake? What is going on? Jian Ying reaches out, trying to stay calm. Sister Han, grab my hand quickly. The ancient god's booming voice echoes one last time, sealing his final vicious curse. Since you are all so eager to find death, you might as well become my eternal bone puppets and serve under my command forever. Immediately, system notifications flood the screen in blood-red text, signaling that an unavoidable life or death battle is about to begin. It is a level 90 divine bone clone and a nightmare leader with 49,957 strength, 40,592, spirit 48,334, agility, and 46,658 durability. Activating the Corridor of Eternity skill, the bone clone spreads its skeletal arms, summoning 6 massive tornadoes, 30 meters wide. These terrifying storms sweep randomly across the entire target area, leaving behind tracks of wind erosion that persist for 10 seconds. Anyone caught standing on these trails gets hit with a stacking debuff every 2 seconds, reducing their defense by 5% up to 5 times maximum. Inside the howling winds, countless curved bone blades spin with lethal precision. Stepping into the danger zone inflicts direct damage equal to 15% of the target's total health. With the bone reconstruction skill, every single time the clone loses 10% of its health, it automatically triggers a massive healing phase. Nearby bones instantly pull together, completely putting the boss's shattered body back together. Each recovery successfully restores 10% of its maximum health. Even worse, every successful recovery permanently boosts its maximum health by 5% and attack power by 3%. If its health recovers past 50%, its massive physical size grows by an additional 10%. Then comes the Return of Souls skill. Every single ancient undead rune on the clone's body ignites, summoning a massive onslaught of Dark Soul tornadoes. These ghostly storms actively hunt down targets, dealing massive dark attribute elemental damage the second they make contact, while also triggering a severe soul corrosion effect that slashes the target's healing power by 20% for 15 long seconds. On top of that, deadly bone spikes keep bursting out from the ground below. Anyone unfortunate enough to get hit loses half of their remaining health instantly. Staring up at the colossal mountain of bones towering over them, Tao Zi can only stammer in shock. It is absolutely massive, looking even bigger than Xiao Ye's giant dragon form. Yet Lu Fan somehow manages to remain incredibly and eerily calm. Analyzing the monster, he realizes this giant beast is merely a clone of the ancient god, not the actual boss. An ancient voice booms out, dripping with absolute contempt for the foolish mortals trying to oppose it. Turn to dust inside this corridor, you insects, at which point the system skill warning suddenly blares once again. The corridor of eternity is unleashed as the giant clone sweeps its skeletal arms to summon 6 massive tornadoes. They spin randomly across the battlefield, leaving highly destructive trails of erosion in their wake that last for 10 seconds. Anyone caught standing on these trails gets hit with a stacking debuff every 2 seconds, reducing their defense by 5% up to 5 times maximum. Inside the howling winds, countless curved bone blades spin with lethal precision. Entering the storm's reach deals immediate damage equal to 15% of the target's total health. Violent tornadoes tear through the entire battlefield, like ancient beasts unleashing a wave of absolute chaos. Swallowing up the entire zone, they turn the area into a literal hell on earth. Suddenly, a jagged bone shard flies by like lightning, tearing deep into Lu Fan's shoulder and making fresh blood spray out immediately. Seeing this, his dragon Xing Chen expands to act as a meat shield, blocking the oncoming lethal blows. The dragon lets out a pained roar before a brilliant silver light wraps around its entire body. It quickly transforms into a stunningly beautiful young girl, though her eyes retain the cold, proud gaze of a dragon. Lu Fan stares in absolute disbelief, shocked that Xing Chen has unlocked a brand new form at such a critical moment. Watching her human form, Lu Fan feels slightly embarrassed, thinking to himself that it actually is not that big of a deal. He honestly thought she would never have a human form, while Qin Chu gasps in pure awe, covering her mouth. Wow, she is gorgeous. This is my first time seeing Xing Chen like this. She is an absolute beauty. Tao Zi cheers excitedly with stars in her eyes, shouting that she looks just as awesome as she had imagined. The ancient god's clone flashes a cold, murderous glare, growling in pure disgust, as he tells them to prepare for their tragic and painful end. With that, the beast charges straight toward Lu Fan, unleashing a massive wave of pure destruction. Providing support from the back, Bao wastes no time, going all out, triggering yet another system alert. The Heavenly Thunder Judgment skill, while in its world-ending state, can convert into the Jade of Thunder effect. The active Jade of Thunder is currently the Crimson Jade, boosting all blue dragon skills by 50%. Every time lightning magic is cast, a thunder barrier forms around the target, forcing any enemy moving inside to take continuous damage. With Star Shatter, Xing Chen conjures a brilliant star and immediately detonates it, dealing massive area of effect damage with power scaling directly off his strength stat. Xiao Ye does not back down either, teaming up with Xing Chen to form a deadly pincer movement, unleashing ferocious crossfire attacks from both sides. The skill Thunderous Roar erupts over the targeted area, bringing down a devastating shockwave of lightning that instantly whips up a raging tempest. This attack not only inflicts massive lightning damage, but it also paralyzes every single enemy caught inside the raging storm. Blazing lava continuously spews torrents of molten magma directly forward, dealing massive area damage, while simultaneously recovering a portion of the user's own health. Yet every single one of their attacks is effortlessly brushed aside by the ancient god's clone with a single simple sweep. Emerging slowly from the thick black smoke, the clone speaks in a low, mocking voice, ridiculing Lu Fan's dragons. Is this really all the power you pests can muster? How disappointing. Keep struggling, you insects, though your efforts are completely meaningless in the end. Without wasting a single second, Lu Fan barks out a sharp command: Xiao Fei, activate Jade Mirror Image. Unexpectedly, a flashing red warning from the system pops up, stating that the Jade Mirror Image skill has absolutely no effect on this specific target. The dragons are completely stunned, unable to comprehend what just happened, but Lu Fan remains calm, his eyes narrowing in calculation, as he silently notes that the skill failed. This powerful skill was completely nullified. The ancient god's clone laughs, mockingly, utterly full of himself. No petty illusions or tricks can ever deceive the eyes of an ancient god. He calls him a foolish, short-sighted human, but then the brilliant golden light surrounding Lu Fan's body suddenly flares up, burning brighter than ever before. Lu Fan smirks, asking with pure defiance, is that so? The fact that you had to piece together a dragon body out of mindless white bones proves that you, the so-called ancient god. A system notification chimes, displaying the set effect of Fierce Dragon Warrior's Will, with 2 out of 5 pieces active. Lu Fan mocks him, suggesting he does not even have a real body left, just a pathetic soul fragment clinging desperately to existence. With 1 out of 5 active, he unlocks his latent bloodline power, transforming into the legendary Golden Dragon King. This form massively boosts strength, agility, increasing spirit by 50 times and endurance by 200 times. While in this golden form, dragon riding is disabled for the level 43 dragon rider. Strength climbs to between 2,265 and 4,415. Agility hits 1841 to 3991. Spirit reaches 2151 to 4301, and endurance skyrockets from 2287 up to 10,887. Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar as dark energy explodes from her body, triggering a monstrous transformation into an even more terrifying form. System alert: Black Dragon Xiao Ye shifts into her Destruction Dragon form, currently at level 39, under Black Dragon Contract level 2. Strength sits at 2,001 to 10,000. Agility at 18,607. Spirit ranges from 19,915 to 39,830. And endurance reaches 20% by 1,924. Without a moment of hesitation, Xing Chen also evolves, joining her allies in this sudden explosion of overwhelming power. Notification: Starry Sky Dragon Xing Chen undergoes a form change, entering her breathtaking galaxy form. Now, looking incredibly majestic as the Golden Dragon King Lu Fan lets out an earth-shaking roar of pure defiance. Since you crave a dragon body so desperately, I will happily open your pathetic eyes today and let you witness the true absolute might of the dragon race. The red eyes of the ancient god's clone narrow, his killing intent flaring as he spits out a cold threat. You arrogant, foolish brats, prepare yourselves to face divine punishment. I will paint this ground with your fresh blood, as a fitting tribute to your sheer ignorance and arrogance, just as a system alert warns of a devastating skill incoming. Activating Corridor of Eternity, the bone clone spreads massive skeletal wings, spawning 6 tornadoes of 30 meters in diameter that tear through the battlefield, leaving behind destructive wind erosion trails that persist on the ground for 10 seconds. Anyone caught in these paths suffers a debuff every 2 seconds, slashing their defense by 5% per stack, which can accumulate up to 5 times. At the same time, inside each of those raging tornadoes are countless razor-sharp curved bone blades. Getting caught in their path deals devastating damage equal to 15% of the victim's maximum health. Brimming with violent molten magma energy and absolute pressure, Xiao Ye roars and charges straight into the fray. Xing Chen manipulates her fluid water magic with absolute precision, conjuring massive churning whirlpools to clash with the storm. Meanwhile, Abao quickly unleashes his ancient thunder dragon breath, targeting this incredibly powerful and highly dangerous enemy with relentless force. An earth-shattering melee erupts high in the sky as these colossal mighty dragons clash in a brutal dogfight. Countless devastating attacks are unleashed, lighting up the entire horizon with brilliant magic, while terrifying roars echo deeply through the mountains and forests. System notifications flash constantly. Shattered Star and Stardust create a brilliant star and smash it apart, unleashing massive area of effect damage with power directly scaling off the strength stat. Giant Dragon All Things Incinerate. Destruction. Midnight violently flaps his wings, unleashing 4 massive lava-filled tornadoes that tear through every target in their path. Heavenly Tribulation suppresses and locks onto a single target, relentlessly pursuing them. It unleashes countless bolts of divine lightning at terrifying speeds, dealing massive, unavoidable lightning damage that cannot be dodged. Suddenly, Lu Fan flashes in like golden lightning, in his magnificent Golden Dragon King form, appearing right in front of the ancient god's clone to mock him. What a shame. You might have a dragon's body, but you do not possess a single ounce of real dragon power. He snaps his massive jaws shut, sinking his razor-sharp teeth deep into the waist of the ancient god's clone. Unable to bear the agonizing pain, the ancient god lets out a blood-curdling shriek. This is unacceptable and unforgivable. How dare you lay a hand on a supreme deity? Suddenly, sharp bone shards from nearby skeletal remains fly toward Lu Fan all at once as if they have a mind of their own. They pierce straight through his tough dragon scales and sink into his flesh, making fresh blood spill once again. The ancient god's clone wears a sickening grin, spitting with pure contempt. A fool like you belongs in the bottomless abyss, never to find peace. The system notification chimes again. Skeletal reconstruction activates the moment the bone god clone's body is shattered, and its health drops below 10%. All nearby skeletal remains will automatically gather to repair and rebuild the bone god clone's broken body. For every 10% of health restored, the clone permanently gains a 5% increase to maximum health and a 3% boost to attack power. Once its health goes over 50%, its physical size will also expand by 10%. Lu Fan watches the monster closely, his eyes flashing with calculation as he realizes it can use nearby bones to reconstruct its body. That is an incredibly annoying healing ability to deal with. Without wasting another second, he makes his decision. Fei, activate Dragon Domain. Instantly, a massive dragon eye, radiating ancient pressure, appears beneath Fei's feet, glowing with an otherworldly jade light. A system notification pops up. Dragon Domain deploys a special territory spanning 100 meters in diameter. While inside this territory, all attribute stats for Dragon Clan members and anyone with a bloodline connection are boosted by 50%. As for non-dragon entities without any bloodline connection, every single one of their stats is instantly slashed by 50%. On top of that, they cannot use any movement, teleportation, or summoning skills to enter or leave the domain. The ancient god's clone stands there, dazed, a terrible feeling creeping up inside him. He realizes all escape routes are completely blocked. For the first time, it is Lu Fan who makes this ancient deity feel true terror. He lets out an earth-shattering roar, his voice carrying supreme authority. Inside my domain, your weird skills and cheap tricks mean absolutely nothing. The surrounding space seems to burn under Lu Fan's overwhelming power, leaving nothing but a brilliant, blinding golden light. He rapidly unleashes countless ancient mystical techniques, causing system notifications to pop up non-stop across the screen. Dragon Tongue Copy is activated, allowing him to replicate and cast any witnessed dragon spell, with its power scaling directly with his own attributes. Lava Burst. This skill triggers a massive volcanic explosion, forming a boiling lake of molten lava on the battlefield. Targets caught in the lake will slowly sink to their doom, while taking continuous massive damage. Dragon Tongue Resonance activates. When a dragon rider and their dragon cast the same spell, the magical power is boosted by 100%. The bone dragon body of the ancient god's clone is rapidly incinerated, turned to absolute ash by the destructive golden flames. Yet the monster still laughs maniacally, his voice dripping with pure mockery as he looks at Lu Fan. Haha. Burning my body won't do you any good, you foolish insects. As long as bones still exist in this world, I can rebuild my physical form whenever and wherever I want. Tell me, do you worms have anything like that up your sleeves? Now rot in the ground alongside my broken body. With that, the ancient god immediately strikes back, unleashing a desperate final move. A ghoulish purple flame carrying the chill of death surges forward, swallowing Lu Fan's brilliant golden light. The system notification pops up. Soul Return to the Grave is activated. All ancient undead runes are summoned to form a massive swarm of howling wraiths. These restless spirits will automatically track and pursue their target. Upon making contact, they deal devastating darkness-type damage and trigger a soul erosion effect, cutting the target's healing efficiency by 20% for 15 seconds. At the same time, sharp bone spikes will continuously erupt from the ground, dealing massive damage equal to 50% of the target's maximum health upon impact. Those purple flames look like skeletal claws reaching out from the deepest depths of hell, rushing straight toward Lu Fan in a desperate attempt to drag him into the abyss. Even so, Lu Fan did not flinch at all, because he knew that Xiao Fei had granted him absolute protection. A system notification appeared, stating that Eternal Protection had deployed a massive shield keeping every single target underneath it safe. The total amount of damage this shield can absorb directly depends on the maximum health and the incredible self-healing ability of the Eternal One. Carrying the devastating force of thunder, a blood-red streak of lightning suddenly curved around to strike the backside of the ancient god avatar. In that instant, Xiaoye opened his sharp-toothed dragon mouth wide, preparing to deliver the final blow. System notification 3.3 million world-destroying heavenly thunders. This dragon-language forbidden spell summons a devastating storm, unleashing 3.3 million apocalyptic lightning strikes right upon the designated target area. This skill can be directly boosted by holy lightning power, but it remains completely unaffected by the basic lightning element. The bone dragon body of the ancient god was instantly shredded by the destructive lightning, shattering into countless tiny fragments. His bloodshot eyes still flickered with a final sliver of consciousness, burning with absolute deep-seated hatred. The ancient god snarled, leaving them with one final unforgettable threat. Oh, I will definitely remember your face and those damn dragons of yours. One day I will recreate my physical body, hunt you down, and destroy every single one of you. At long last, that earth-shattering battle finally came to an end. Everyone received a massive level up their powers, skyrocketing as system notifications flooded the screen. The level 2 Starry Void Dragon reached level 30, level 1 Blue Dragon. A Bao hit level 11, and level 2 Emerald Dragon. Xiao Fei surged to level 38. Level 2 Black Dragon Jiao Ye jumped to level 40, and Lu Fan reached level 44. Watching the level up alerts flash endlessly, Lu Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. A Bao's new skill was truly terrifying, boasting an incredibly overpowered strength. Thick white mist piled up like small hills covering a vast area inside the gloomy Divine Bone forest. Suddenly, a clear and crisp female voice echoed right through the eerie bone-chilling silence. "Everyone come over here, I found her." The green paper doll now lay completely motionless, resting atop a pile of stark white bones. Nearby, amidst the cold pile of bones, Guhan lay unconscious, her pale face completely drained of color. Seeing this, Chin Chu cried out in sheer relief, her voice filled with excitement. "Look, it is Miss Gu. She is right here." When they found her, she was knocked out cold amidst a dense cluster of sharp sealing thorns. Lu Fan called out, his voice slightly raspy with worry. "Miss Gu." Everyone rushed over immediately, their expressions tense and filled with deep anxiety that they could not hide. "Miss Gu, are you okay?" He quickly and gently helped her up. Fortunately, she was out of mortal danger, even though she remained in a deep coma. Xiao Fei spoke up, "Big brother Fan, let me take care of her." Lu Fan nodded and stepped back with the others. Xiao Fei tried using her unique powers, but there was simply no way to wake Miss Gu from her deep sleep. Feeling guilty, the young girl muttered, "I cannot wake her up at all. I will have to leave her in your care then." Chin Chu spoke in a tone heavy, with regret and self-blame. "It is such a shame. I class changed into a holy light arbiter, so I have no healing skills to help her out." Han Ke said gently, "Xiao Chu, do not blame yourself. Come help me give her some water that might make things better." Meanwhile, in another corner, the mischievous baby dragon A Bao was sniffing around with his sharp nose, actively digging for something hidden beneath the jagged rocks. Lu Fan frowned, asking curiously, "A Bao, what are you searching for down there? Did you actually find some sort of treasure?" Incredibly, after a bit of frantic digging, A Bao managed to unearth a sparkling crystal that radiated a deeply mysterious and ancient energy. He immediately recognized it as a divine bone crystal, an extremely rare item. It carried an aura similar to the ancient god essence, yet contained subtle differences. A majestic system notification rang out at that moment, confirming his theory. It was a divine bone crystal, legendary quality, but its effects remained unidentified. Quick as lightning, Lu Fan snatched the crystal from A Bao's claws despite the little guy's loud protests, examining it closely as he began calculating the possibilities in his mind. If this is truly the ancient god essence, it would be absolutely perfect. It could be used to help the corpse holy dragon break through once more, evolving to an entirely new level. Is it possible that the ancient god's bones could not fully reconstruct his body, meaning he failed to condense a complete essence? Just then, a sudden realization flashed in his mind, making him freeze as a vital detail clicked. Wait, is this divine bone crystal actually a special type of ancient god crystal itself? Ignoring A Bao, as he growled and threw a tantrum behind him to get his loot back, Lu Fan quickly searched his memories for the materials needed for the Shadow Dragon King contract. And there it was. This divine bone crystal was indeed one of the critical, indispensable materials required to sign the Shadow Dragon King contract. Smiling, he turned to Tao Zi and spoke in an incredibly excited voice. "Tao Zi, quick cast one of your water-type skills over here, so I can give this thing a good rinse." Utterly baffled, she knitted her brows and shot back. "Wait, what are you, completely out of your mind?" Tao Xiaoman was a Tier 2 Water Lotus Swordsman, a rare stealth combat class, and yet Lu Fan shamelessly exploited her unique elemental abilities just to hoard clean drinking water. Tao Zi's face flushed bright red as she gnashed her teeth. "Lu Fan, do you seriously think I am just a walking water faucet? I am a top-tier hidden class user, not your personal helper for chores." He only offered a faint, slightly apologetic smile, though his eyes remained fixed on his goal. "What else can we do? In this middle-of-nowhere wasteland, clean water is non-existent. Guess you will just have to bear with me for a bit." Out of nowhere, the divine bone essence resting right in his palm suddenly shattered into a handful of tiny fragments. The system popped up a fresh notification, and this time it was quite different. Divine bone essence is not fully charged. Consumable item effects currently unidentified. Lu Fan frowned in silence, wondering what on earth was going on here. How did this happen? The divine bone crystal had broken, spilling out incomplete shards of divine essence from the inside. Watching him suddenly slump onto the ground with a deeply puzzled look, Tao Zi withdrew her moisture-laden sword and asked with a hint of uncertainty, "So we are done. I will turn it off, then this really drains my mana." Sitting there, Lu Fan let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, the effects of these shattered crystal shards remained intact and completely unaffected. That gave me quite a scare, but at least they can still be used as materials. With that in mind, he gestured for Xiaofei to come over. Even though the essence was not fully charged and only semi-finished, could it still trigger the sacred corpse dragon's evolution? Turning to Xiaofei, he commanded her, "Xiaofei, summon the sacred corpse dragon right now." Xiaofei immediately obeyed his order. Her eyes flashed with a vibrant green light as she instantly channeled her summoning magic. Nature assimilation. Dragon bone liquefaction. This summoned the twin sacred corpse dragons, with the flying dragon king's level matching its master's current tier. Without a single second of hesitation, Lu Fan threw a shard of the divine bone essence directly at the newly summoned dragon. "Here, this is your reward. Take the third piece of ancient divine essence." In the blink of an eye, the sacred corpse dragon absorbed the fragment and unleashed an absolutely terrifying burst of raw power. Enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, the beast reared its head and let out a savage roar that shook the very space around them. Watching the spectacle unfold, he felt immensely satisfied, a faint smirk playing on the corner of his lips. It is working. It looks like the evolution process has finally begun. Just seconds later, the sacred corpse dragon broke out of the evolutionary space and landed heavily on the ground, leaving him utterly bewildered about what had just happened. "Wait, is it over already? That was fast." He quickly pulled up the system panel to investigate. Fallen Sacred Corpse Dragon Level 38. New skills acquired: Demonic Dragon Breath, Demonic Dragon Strike, and a special ability. The fallen Sacred Corpse Dragon could dismantle summons into pure bone marrow to absorb them, permanently converting 1% of the target's total attributes into its own stats. Deep down, he could not help but wonder with a tinge of regret. It seemed the uncharged ancient divine essence was indeed not enough to trigger a complete evolution. Although it failed to transition into a completely new rank, it fortunately gained some highly practical new skills. Meanwhile, Abao was still fuming over having his loot stolen. He kept growling, calling the dragon a useless parasite while muttering, "I found it first, so it should have been mine, you thief." Just as disappointment was setting in, Lu Fan suddenly realized the astronomical potential hidden within this brand new ability. Even though the divine bone fusion only absorbs 1% of the target's stats, but what if he paired it with corpse control to endlessly turn powerful enemies into loyal puppets? Wouldn't that allow the sacred corpse dragon to grow infinitely, without any limits? A knowing smirk spread across his face as a daring plan began to take shape in his mind. Out of all his current summons, the most ideal food source for the sacred corpse dragon was the massive horde of heavenly demon soldiers. It was finally time to summon them back. As for the 9 realm demons and those 5 traitorous national guardian heroes, he would hold them back for now. Let them keep spreading chaos and systematically destroy the corrupt Taiki nation. Right then, Han Kei called out to them, his voice filled with sudden joy. "Everyone get over here quick. Gugu is finally waking up." Everyone except for him immediately swarmed around Gugu as she lay on a stone slab. Gugu, are you all right? How do you feel?" Drifting in and out of consciousness, she barely managed to mumble out a few incoherent and broken words. "Enemy. An enemy ambush." Suddenly, Gugu bolted upright, her eyes flying wide open as she shrieked in absolute panic, giving Han Ke quite a fright. "Hurry, we must go back to the Dragon Nation immediately. Our base camp has been ambushed by the Taiki military. Everyone, they will all." Lu Fan stepped forward slowly, placing a steadying hand on her shoulder to calm her with his deep voice. "Please calm down, Miss Gu. You are safe now." Everyone around let out a sigh of relief with gentle smiles. "Brother Lu Fan has already wiped out those monsters completely. We searched for you everywhere, and we are so glad you are not hurt, Miss Gu." Hearing those words, she slowly breathed a sigh of relief as the tension on her face finally melted away. That is such a relief. Qin Qiu and Jian Ying both looked incredibly anxious, turning to Lu Fan to ask if their next destination was indeed the border. But can they actually make it back to the Dragon Kingdom smoothly? It seems things might get a bit complicated. The Tai Chi Kingdom surely has a massive army waiting in ambush, just waiting for them to walk right into a trap. Lu Fan calmly reassured the group, his voice quiet but absolute, radiating pure confidence. "Do not worry. Just follow me, and by tomorrow at the very latest we will easily leave this entire Tai Chi Kingdom behind us, without a single care in the world." 6 hours later, deep inside Tianfu City of the Tai Chi Kingdom, across every single street, police sirens wailed relentlessly, while flashing emergency lights turned the entire night sky into a chaotic zone of extreme tension. To hide his identity from the authorities, Lu Fan used a dark cloth to cover most of his face. Slipping quietly into a dark, narrow alleyway, to easily avoid the relentless patrols of the police force roaming the streets. Once the last police car sped away with its sirens screaming, he whispered, in a hushed tone, that it was safe for everyone to come out. Next, the group quietly made their way to a lodging with a rather awkward and scandalous name, a local love hotel. Chin-Chu blushed a deep crimson, quickly scanning her surroundings before stammering out in pure embarrassment, asking why they had to stay in a place like this. The other girls huddled close together, trying their absolute best to stay calm as they timidly followed behind him. She apologized to Lu Fan for dragging everyone into this dangerous mess. To avoid drawing any unnecessary attention, Lu Fan kept walking in silence, stating in a flat tone that they would stay here temporarily for now. The entire city was on high alert, with curfews strictly enforced everywhere, meaning only sketchy red light districts like this one would continue operating their businesses without asking questions. Chin-Chu grew even more flustered, her face burning up, when she caught sight of an incredibly suggestive poster featuring a scantily clad woman hanging right there on the hallway wall. While hiding out in a place like this made it easy to conceal their identities, she still could not help but feel incredibly awkward. They had actually sneaked straight into the heart of the Tai Chi Kingdom's capital. In stark contrast to Chin-Chu's bashfulness, Tao Zi was absolutely thrilled, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She cheered, loving how they had flown straight here at breakneck speeds, calling the entire experience incredibly awesome. The more she thought about it, the more hyped Tao Zi became, rambling on about how the dragon's skeletal frame of that divine bone clone felt like a luxury private jet. She claimed they could easily ride it all the way back to the Dragon Kingdom without facing any issues whatsoever. Chin-Chu spoke up softly, finally voicing the deep worries that were still weighing heavily on her mind. Even though they switched to traveling by foot for the final stretch to evade detection, she still could not shake off her nagging anxiety. Truth be told, Lu Fan shared those concerns and was not letting his guard down, knowing that the divine bone clone was far from ordinary. To forge it into a loyal puppet, Shi Shenglong had relied on a bone fusion skill to absorb all the power within the heavenly demon jar. Now this ancient god's massive body was entirely under his control, perfectly retaining every single one of its original devastating combat abilities, while also being incredibly spacious enough to comfortably carry a team of 20 people. As he was lost in these thoughts, Han Kei's gentle voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. Blushing slightly, she timidly called out to him, asking how they were going to divide up the hotel rooms. The owner, a middle-aged man sporting a distinct mustache, took one look at Lu Fan's bizarre group of travelers. Seeing a young man accompanied by so many beautiful women during a high-stakes curfew, he threw them a sly, knowing smirk. Well, in the middle of a massive city lockdown, you still managed to bring a flock of beauties here to play. This is truly impressive. You have certainly opened this old man's eyes tonight, young man. Stepping up to the counter, Lu Fan cleared his throat to disguise his voice, taking no chances of being recognized. With the owner staring him down suspiciously, Lu Fan coldly requested 3 rooms, stating they would check out by tomorrow evening. Suddenly, the owner voiced his suspicions, muttering that the youth looked highly familiar. He was instantly reminded of the wild news reports currently taking over all of social media. Jin Fu had officially signed a national warrant, putting a massive bounty on the head of Lu Fan, the representative of the Dragon Kingdom. Since Lu Fan had captured the first flag, Jin Fu officially declared that the Dragon Kingdom would have to take full responsibility for the devastating attack. Staring intensely at Lu Fan, the old man muttered to himself, "I feel like I've met you somewhere before. You look incredibly familiar." Just then, the dusty old TV in the corner behind him suddenly switched channels. The news anchor's loud voice snapped the shopkeeper right out of his thoughts. And in our latest update, Tianfu City remains under an extremely strict military curfew. Scratching his head in confusion, the shopkeeper handed over 3 room keys with a sheepish grin. "Ah, I must have gotten you confused with someone else. Here are your keys, enjoy your stay." But after taking a few steps, Lu Fan suddenly paused. He handed the keys over to Jian Ying, giving her a quiet, careful instruction. "Jian Ying, take the others and get some rest in the room first." Worry instantly clouded her face. "Wait, are you going out? It's way too dangerous." But he shut down her concerns with a firm, resolute answer. "Yeah, I need to check on the Kim mansion and see what kind of shady moves they're making right now." Han Kei offered a gentle smile, turning to check on Miss Gu. "Hey Miss Gu, how are you holding up?" "Don't worry, I'll be fine," Miss Gu whispered back, her voice still sounding incredibly weak. Meanwhile, playful little Tao Zi remained as hyperactive as ever, constantly pointing at the posters of gorgeous, scantily clad models plastered all over the walls, gasping in absolute awe. Whoa, look at that. She's so hot and her body is perfect. Before heading out, Lu Fan put a heavy hand on Jian Ying's shoulder, whispering seriously. I might be a bit late tonight, but I promise I will be back by tomorrow morning at the absolute latest. While I'm gone, I need you to step up and keep a close eye on everyone here. Though anxious, she gave him a resolute nod. Understood. Just stay safe out there. With that, she quickly ushered the rest of the group down the hall. Don't worry. Tonight this entire mess finally comes to an end, he promised with a cold, mysterious smirk. Seeing how deeply worried the girls were, Jian Ying tried to calm them down. Relax, Lu Fan is tough. He'll be back before we know it. After witnessing that short exchange, the shop owner couldn't help but feel that this young man was remarkably reliable. There was just something about him that commanded absolute respect. That very night, right outside the majestic gates of the Kim mansion in the Taiki Kingdom, the guards on duty huddled together, whispering in panicked tones. They were in utter disbelief. How could their highly respected national heroes have been so brutally and utterly crushed like that? Another guard let out a heavy sigh. Every elite squad we had in the city was sent to Shenggu Forest as backup. There's nobody left. Yeah, and staying behind here isn't gonna do us any good either, a third guard grumbled bitterly. Hey, stop whining. At least guarding the Kim mansion is better than heading to the front lines and throwing our lives away for nothing. Suddenly, boom. The office building right next to them erupted in a massive explosion, sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky and leaving them completely paralyzed with fear. Wait, what the hell just happened? A terrified guard ran up completely pale, stammering the news. This is bad. The Nine Realms demons have breached Tianfu City. We need reinforcement immediately. The other guards stood frozen, unable to believe what they were hearing. Staring in disbelief, they shouted in unison. What are you talking about? The Nine Realms demons. There's no way they could make it this far inside. That's insane. An absolutely massive hideous beast, straight from the depths of the demon realm, charged forward, snapping its razor-sharp jaws and tearing the area apart. It smashed through massive concrete buildings, reducing them to rubble in a matter of seconds and unleashing absolute chaos. Down on the streets, the police officers watching this nightmare unfold were completely paralyzed with fear, their knees shaking as they stared up. We are doomed. Is our tiny police force seriously the only defense left in Tianfu City? There is no fighting this. Suddenly, a pale, slender hand tapped the trembling officer on the shoulder, and a calm, reassuring voice cut through the panic. Officer, you need to head inside and take cover immediately. This was Kim Soo-hyun, the drop-dead gorgeous, but incredibly lethal captain of the Kim Mansion's Royal Guard. Her eyes remained calm and steady. The elders inside the mansion are still discussing critical top-secret matters right now, so let me handle things out here. Breathing a massive sigh of relief, the trembling officer nodded in deep gratitude. Thank goodness. I am leaving this all to you then. We haven't even dealt with the first one yet, and now there is another giant monster, another officer screamed in absolute despair. Hurry up and alert the returning military squads. Tell them to turn right around and defend the city immediately. Kim Soo-hyun looked up with cold, sharp eyes as the two colossal beasts tore through the city skyline. Even for someone as strong as her, this sheer scale of destruction left her completely at a loss. Once the police cleared out, Lu Fan casually stepped off the roof, dropping down into the Kim Mansion courtyard with absolute grace. Kim Soo-hyun spun around, locking her razor-sharp gaze onto Lu Fan. Her tone was disturbingly calm, yet dripping with lethal intent. So it is just the two of us left here now, right, you little rat who dared to sneak in? Lu Fan was a bit surprised by her calmness, but he simply chuckled, completely unfazed by her threat. Ah, so you spotted me. Without a single second of hesitation, he quickly summoned his azure flame blade, its burning edge radiating an incredibly intense heat. The only thing is, if it is just you alone, I am afraid you won't have what it takes to stop me. Meanwhile, outside on the wide streets of Tianfu City, everything still seemed relatively peaceful. The citizens had no idea about the massive catastrophe about to strike. Inside the luxurious and lavish office of the Jin Mansion, Jin Qingxing, a handsome man whose eyes hid a cunning scheme, raised his voice to question Mr. Jin in a highly arrogant and condescending tone. What is wrong? Do you also feel like I don't have enough power to handle this matter? Mr. Jin frowned, trying his best to keep his cool, while voicing his opinion with extreme caution. Even though you and the lord of the country share the same noble family bloodline, your sudden proposal to assassinate Lu Fan and hand over this entire Jin mansion for you to manage is simply far too hasty and extremely reckless. Not to mention you don't understand Lu Fan at all. Even the mighty Lord Jin himself ended up Jin Qingxing casually cut him off, pressing further with an increasingly impatient and annoyed tone. After all that talk, doesn't it just come down to you thinking I am totally useless? You are just like the Lord himself. Just because I refuse to awaken the Abyss class that you all desperately wanted, you assume it is going to block my path to the absolute peak of glory, right? Hearing those words, Mr. Jin grew even more anxious as a bad feeling began to loom over him. He remembered how in the past, this useless trash, Jin Qingxing, was kicked out of the Imperial Guard by Jin Kaiyan, the commander at the time, for being incredibly weak and cowardly. Back then, Mr. Jin hadn't even spared him a single glance. Who could have guessed that now, during this critical crisis, when they desperately needed a new champion to deal with Lu Fan, this very coward would show up making such outrageous demands? There is no way he can be allowed to disturb Lu Fan, and certainly not let him ruin the grand plan that he had been carefully preparing. The ultimate plan to take complete control of the Jin Mansion Mr. Jin secretly plotted. Jin Qingxing suddenly stood up, his posture oozing sheer arrogance as he sneered that the highly praised Abyss class was nothing but a paper tiger, completely overhyped and useless. Whether this Lu Fan guy is actually strong is something I need to test with my own hands before drawing any kind of final conclusion. Mr. Jin was still struggling internally, his voice carrying a sense of desperate urgency. You have absolutely no idea how terrifyingly powerful Lu Fan really is. He is not an opponent you can handle on your own. You are just asking for trouble. Now get the hell out of here. Jin Qingxing scoffed in pure disdain. Who on earth told you that I am fighting this battle all by myself? This time I have brought a peerless powerhouse, an incredibly gorgeous and breathtaking beauty who is going to catch you completely off guard. Before he could even finish bragging, the entire building suddenly shook with a violent tremor. Tyan ran to the window in sheer panic. Seeing the absolute chaos outside, he couldn't help but scream. We are doomed. We are finished. Lu Fan actually showed up this fast. Qingxing asked in confusion. Did the 9 realm demons break into the city? Tyan hurriedly turned around and pointed at him, shouting, There is no time. I accept his terms. Just send his master out right now. Qingxing shrugged, replying with awkward hesitation. Well, I meant dealing with Lu Fan, but those are 9 realm demons out there. Suddenly, a massive force threw Shoyun backward, shattering the glass window into tiny shards as her painful scream echoed through the room. Shoyun collapsed onto the floor, spitting out black blood, her eyes shut tight with no response. Qingxing was frozen in panic. What just happened? Outside, Lu Fan had already arrived on massive wings, speaking with icy coldness. Fight against me. Sure, I will satisfy your wish. I will only use a single sword strike. How about that? Tyan slumped onto the floor in sheer terror, stammering Lu Fan, how on earth did you get here? He turned to Qingxing and urged Jin. Qingxing, hurry up. Where did all that confidence you had go? Little did he know Qingxing was still standing there, paralyzed with fear, muttering. Even Xu Yan, the strongest in the guard, was defeated instantly. Lu Fan raised his hand, power surging wildly from his palm as he spoke coldly. Another member of the Jin family. Perfect. Let this single strike open your eyes to the power of the ancient god. The summoned ancient god body appeared, flapping its wings as rocks and dust blasted in all directions. Roar. Divine Bone Clone. A level 90 decayed corpse releases its skill Eternal Corridor, sending 6 random tornadoes straight toward the target zone. This terrifying tornado deals threshold damage equal to 15% of the target's max health, shattering their defense and forcing a painful bone reconstruction. And get this, every time the Divine Bone Clone's health drops by 10%, it triggers another bone reconstruction. The clone then vacuums up all nearby debris, instantly piecing itself back together to restore its health. With the Ghost Return skill, taking damage grants him undead rune fragments. Once he stacks 10 of these bad boys, it triggers a devastating undead storm. This undead storm relentlessly pursues the target, dealing continuous shadow damage they cannot escape. Even worse, anyone caught in the storm cannot be healed. In just a blink, that magnificent building is completely leveled by the massive divine bone. Trapped under the heavy rubble, Tai-On groans in sheer pain, desperately looking around. He sees Qingxing lying motionless, drenched in blood, with his eyes rolled back, making him shriek in absolute terror. What kind of monster is this? Coughing violently from just trying to move, Tai and desperately reaches into his robes and pulls out a teleportation scroll. Refusing to accept this, he thinks, no, I cannot die here. His grand plan is still unfinished, and Jin Fu is so close. Desperately calculating his escape, he rolls open the scroll. This is a consumable epic tier teleportation scroll designed to instantly warp the user to any designated location. Too bad for him, before he can even activate it, a sword slash tears the scroll in half. Lu Fan drives his sword straight through Taiyan's chest, snarling that this strike was reserved just for him, even as Taiyan desperately gasps for his very last breath. With the trash cleared, Lu Fan calmly turns around and coldly asks, Tai Shi, did you see that clearly? Your precious Jin Fu was destroyed right here. Tai Shi has already become a puppet completely under his control. With a stiff face and a lifeless robotic voice, he bows respectfully and replies, I saw it clearly, master. Suddenly, Lu Fan locks eyes with him and speaks slowly, noting that there is still one last person missing. Recalling a face that looks 70% like Tai Shi's, Lu Fan leans in close and whispers that it is his youngest daughter Jin Zhou. The moment he finds her hiding spot, she is dead. With that, Lu Fan spreads his wings and takes off, leaving Tai Shi standing alone amidst the ruined battlefield. He leaves behind a chilling, sarcastic command for Tai Shi to stay put so the rescue force can admire their hero. Speeding away into the sky, Lu Fan barks out a cold order for his divine bone clone to flatten the entire city. Right then, a massive wave of energy surges forward, accompanied by a booming voice echoing from far away. Lu Fan pauses and looks up instantly, wondering if that familiar voice could actually belong to. Sure enough, as a familiar figure emerges, he excitedly calls out to Principal Wu Xian. Clad in her cloak, she lets out a heavy sigh. She mutters that she made it just in time, seeing what a wild mess he is making. Staring at the once magnificent Jin Fu now reduced to a smoking pile of rubble, she is completely left at a loss for words. She sighs, realizing she should have worried about Tai Chi country instead. If she had been any later, the entire Qianshou city would be wiped off the map. Lu Fan flies over and casually shrugs, replying that Jin Fu got exactly what they deserved. Honestly, he was fully prepared to level this entire city. Wu Xian falls silent. Lu Fan briefly explains the situation and expresses his gratitude, thanking her for traveling 10,000 miles just to bring them back. Assuring her that Miss Gu and the others are completely safe, he raises his hand to channel some summon energy. He offers to have Xiao Fei use paper dolls to locate the group and guide her to them first. But before he can even finish his sentence, Wu Xian reaches out and firmly grabs his wrist to stop him. She sharply calls him out, asking if he wants her gone, just so he can keep destroying Tai Chi country. She orders him to recall his summons and come with her. Brushing her hand away, Lu Fan looks at her in confusion, asking why she is trying to stop him. He cannot forget emerging from the Death Sand Sea dungeon, only to find the bodies of Long Country soldiers scattered across the teleportation gate with not a single survivor. The entire Jin Fu faction and their supporters in Tai Chi country have relentlessly targeted him from day one. They went after his loved ones, even going as far as massacring innocent people from the Long Country. As the rage boils over, Lu Fan grits his teeth and asks her if she would still stand there, stopping him if Miss Gu had failed to escape. Those monsters deserve to die. Wu Xian gently places a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. She reassures him that she completely understands his anger and that she feels just as furious as he does. But her tone suddenly hardens as she explains she is not stopping him out of coldness, but to protect him. This unexpected answer catches Lu Fan completely off guard, making him ask in disbelief if she really means it. Turning away quietly, her voice softens as she reminds him of what the Extreme North commander once said: this world is vast, and those who reach the very top are few and far between. Landing softly on the ground, she gently adds that this is simply how the world works. Lu Fan flaps his wings to catch up, only to hear her explain a shocking truth. To ordinary people, a Tier 4 expert past level 90 represents the absolute peak, the ultimate end of the class transition. Her hood completely hides her face, masking her expression, but her eyes shine as bright as a constellation in the dark sky. After the 4th transition, leveling up even once is harder than climbing to heaven, making level 100 users incredibly rare. Wu Xian stops here suddenly, turning around to look at Lu Fan with a fiercely serious tone in her voice. But let me tell you, there are level 120 Tier 5 powerhouses out there, and some actually belong to Tai Chi State. Lu Fan gasps in absolute shock. What, there are actual Tier 5 experts hiding in Tai Chi State? Frowning, he figures that dealing with Tier 4 opponents is still an easy walk in the park. But if these Tier 5 titans are backing Jin Fu, he needs to take them out. Otherwise, this whole Tai Chi nightmare will drag on forever. Wu Xian cuts off his train of thought, bluntly stating, I know what you are scheming, but you do not need to worry about them. These mysterious hidden Tier 5 figures do not actually pledge allegiance to any specific country. Instead, they pull the strings from the shadows, manipulating nations to get whatever they want. Walking up to the completely frozen Tai Chi, she continues pointing out that Tai Chi state is the easiest one to manipulate. This is exactly why those true rulers chose this place. Lu Fan immediately connects the dots. The entire Jinfu group are nothing but puppets for those Tier 5 monsters. Curious, he asks, so if I keep tearing Tai Chi state apart, I will be picking a fight with them, right? Seeing him put it together, Wu Xian nods in approval. Exactly. You came here to put an end to Jinfu constantly bothering you. Now that you have succeeded, continuing will only invite massive trouble. Saying this, she shoots Lu Fan a sharp warning glare to make sure he listens. At that point, only the 3 elders of the Dragon Kingdom can clean up the mess. You are not a troublemaker, right? Letting out a heavy sigh, Lu Fan closes his eyes and reluctantly agrees, I understand. With those words, he raises his hand to recall his entire army, commanding them to return at once. His fallen corpse control skill lets him command every single zombie puppet transformed by the fallen corpse sacred dragon, allowing him to summon or recall them instantly. When a zombie puppet dies, its energy returns straight to the dragon. Meanwhile, a terrified guard playing hide-and-seek with the 9 Worlds demon in the ruins screams in sheer panic. Ah! Lu Fan clenches his fist as the 9 Worlds demon's energy flows back into his palm. He laughs heartily. Well, since Jinfu is completely finished, and Senior Sister says so, I will let Tai Chi state slide this time. Seeing everything resolved, Wu Xian turns to leave, asking him to guide her to another nearby teleportation circle. I will have the Griffin Regiment move in. But before she can take more than a few steps, Lu Fan calls out, telling her to wait up. Pulling out a necklace, he grins. This is the present I promised you. I can finally hand it over to you in person. It is the epic tier unmelting ice necklace, an exquisite accessory. Wu Xian turns back and coldly demands to know what he is planning. Lu Fan bursts into laughter, telling his senior sister to finally stop putting on a fake act. I know you can barely hold it in anymore. You might fool me for a minute, but you cannot keep this facade up forever. Seeing her stay completely silent, he pretends to walk away. I guess you do not want it. Maybe I will just save it for my aunt instead. Finally dropping her pride, Wu Xian lunges forward, grabbing his hand and snapping. You little brat, how dare you threaten to give away my present? Lowering her hood, she explains that if it were not for some urgent family matters, she would have accepted the necklace long ago. Looking a bit embarrassed, Wu Xian curiously asks how on earth he managed to figure everything out. Pointing at his own nose, Lu Fan simply says, "You're sent." Stunned, Wu Xian raises her sleeve to take a sniff. Wait, really, there is no way I have a body odor. Stop making things up. Suddenly, Lu Fan leans in extremely close and says, do not worry, it is a very sweet fragrance. With that, he bolts, leaving Wu Xian stomping her feet in absolute fury. You little brat, since when did you learn to play so dirty? Just wait until we get back. I am definitely teaching you a lesson. As she chases him, Lu Fan suddenly chuckles. We actually need to head that way. There is a love hotel over there. Wu Xian stays silent, her face blushing red. Lu Fan immediately realizes how suggestive his words actually sounded. Oh wait, no, I just meant everyone is resting inside that hotel. I did not mean anything weird by it. Blushing and annoyed, Wu Xian snaps, let us just fetch everyone and go home first. The principal will know exactly how to handle bad students. Meanwhile, at the western border of the Dragon Kingdom, the Long family listens to a report from the Griffin Regiment, confirming the border conflict has finally been resolved. The principal of Longdu Academy personally traveled to the Divine Bone Forest to rescue the trapped students and teachers. A loud laugh echoes through the room, haha. And here I thought Yi Wu Xian was frantically running around trying to find reinforcements. Sitting behind the screen, Longxing calls out, commenting that she apparently still had plenty of time to worry about Longdu Academy. As incense smoke drifts up, he notes that the Huang family is simply far too law-abiding. Smirking, he decides that their Long family absolutely cannot let a perfect opportunity like this slip away. Longxing ordered in a loud voice, calling for 10 teleportation scrolls to be prepared so he could personally visit Longdu. The servant outside immediately answered. The scene then shifts to villain number 2 at the Longdu Academy. Xiaomon collapsed onto the cozy sofa, stretching her limbs in relief as she cheered that they were finally back. Qin Qiu sat down beside her with a playful grin, teasing that, since teaming up with Lu Fan, she had gotten lazy. Xiaoman recalled that moment at the teleportation portal, when Lu Fan, standing at the very back, waved them all goodbye. Take care, everyone. Xiaoman raised a finger in protest, arguing that she also worked hard when the Lion Corps restored the portal. Jian Ying, who was busy brewing tea, chimed in saying she was just impatient to return, making Qin Chu blush with laughter. Look at that, Jian Ying totally sees through you now. This made Xiaoman puff up with absolute rage. Hey, you guys totally corrupted Jian Ying. She would never try to tease me like this before. Han Ke giggled, covering her mouth as she gently remarked that it was crazy how Lu Fan Sr. turned out to be their principal. She confessed she was still shocked. But with her secret identity finally out, Wushan spoke much more freely with them. She quickly reminded them to keep this a tight secret, noting that even Miss Gu had only recently found out. Qin Chu replied softly, assuring the principal that their lips were sealed and they would definitely keep it secret. She was young, stunningly beautiful, and incredibly powerful, so no wonder Lu Fan always missed her. The outspoken Xiaoman clenched her fist, determinedly giving her word. Do not worry, principal, my lips are zipped. Wuxian patted her chest, winking as she told them to relax in private. My name is Ye Wuxian, so feel free to call me Senior Wuxian, though during official duties you must call me principal. But the moment she finished speaking, both Qin Chu and Xiaoman replied in perfect unison. We got it, principal. Wuxian sighed, putting her hands on her hips, realizing they would not be changing how they addressed her anytime soon. Suddenly, she realized someone was missing from the group. Wait, where did Lu Fan go? Jian Ying, holding a tray of drinks, replied that he was upstairs in his bedroom, wanting to make a phone call. As the lively chat continued, footsteps echoed from the stairs. Lu Fan thanked them for handling the tough tombstone work. He walked down carrying his laptop, asking them to convey their deepest condolences to the victims. Turning the screen around for everyone to see, Lu Fan introduced them as his family and closest friends. If they had entered the portal a bit later, they would have met. Lu Fei greeted them warmly, saying hello to everyone. Lu Fan asked us to erect a monument for the victims who lost their lives at the Shenggu forest camp. The cheerful mood instantly turned heavy as Han Ke spoke sadly. On the other end, Lu Fei continued introducing himself. I am Captain Lu Fei, of the Lion Corps Squad 78, currently working with Lu Fan to investigate these brutal border raids under official orders. Cheng Kong stood nearby, expressing regret that by the time they breached the border, Lu Fan had already handled everything. Shen Tai shot him a look telling him to stop bragging, as the border breakthrough was clearly done by the Longdu Academy principal. On this end, Xiaoman and Qin Chu tried hard to contain themselves, while Wuxian gestured for silence, telling them to shush. Cheng Kong looked at Lu Fan, happily noting how much time had passed, and how his friend could now easily defeat even fourth-tier pros. Feeling a bit nostalgic, Lu Fan replied softly, admitting it had indeed been over half a year since they last met. Lu Fei tilted his head to look at the towering monument behind him, looking deeply moved by the sight. This monument honors the victims, and once they found every single name, they would make sure to engrave them all onto it. Lu Fan closed his eyes tightly, holding back his emotions before speaking, explaining they only stayed there to help with his teleportation. He hoped the destruction of Jinfu would allow them to rest in peace. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke up, saying that once tensions with the Taichi kingdom cooled down, he could personally pay his respects. Lu Fan opened his eyes in shock, seeing Lu Fei step aside on the screen and stand at attention with a solemn military salute. Zhuo Yu continued, explaining that he was acting on the commander's orders to edit and publish the final investigation results. He would then announce to both countries that the heretics raided the Dragon Kingdom's camp before turning their attack on the Taichi kingdom. With Jinfu failing and wiped out, the Lion Corps and Longdu Academy stepped up to rescue the surviving citizens. Lu Fan was stunned, arguing that this was not the truth, and completely shifted Jinfu's failures onto the heretics. As he spoke, someone stepped forward and patted his shoulder hard, revealing it was Wuxian. She calmly explained that this was the best solution, allowing them to kill two birds with one stone. Qin Chu repeated in confusion, 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhuo Yu, hearing Wuxian on the other end, praised her while keeping his expression icy. His friend is seriously clever. Reporting things this way keeps him from leaving any vulnerabilities for the ruler of the Taiki kingdom, while simultaneously baiting the heretics to make their next move. Lu Fan reluctantly mutters under his breath, I understand. With their serious business wrapped up, Zhuo Yu offers a quick salute, saying, thanks for understanding. This is going to make investigating those heretics a whole lot easier for us. Wu Xian catches this exchange and stares at Lu Fan's back with a thoughtful look. That gold badge officer just bowed to Lu Fan right before leaving, which means Lu Fan has definitely reached that same level, meaning our boy must be at least a gold badge himself by now. Hanging up the call, Han Ke snaps out of her thoughts and smiles warmly at everyone. I'm just glad Xiao Fan is safe from this. Is anyone hungry? I'll go make dinner. Qin Qiu immediately volunteers to help out while Xiao Man excitedly raises her hand, chanting, "Yes, food, count me in." Wu Xian folds her arms and stares intently at Lu Fan, making him sweat. Why are you looking at me like that?" he asks. She just grins mischievously, teasing, "Hee hee, nothing, just realizing you've really grown." Her gaze is giving Lu Fan straight-up goosebumps, but luckily, a sudden knock on the front door saves him just in time. Knock knock. He seizes the escape route, turning and dashing off while shouting, "Don't worry, Jianying, I'll get the door." Seriously, getting that creepy smiling look from his senior sister was starting to freak him out. Jianying has no idea what's going on, but casually nods, "Sure." Meanwhile, Wu Xian watches him run off, whispering proudly, "That's my boy." Before even opening the door, Lu Fan calls out, "Coming, who are you looking for?" It's Andre, a level 64 blazing tyrant warrior. He beams with a massive grin, replying, "Looking for you, of course." Lu Fan is completely blindsided. "Andre, no way, when did you get to the Dragon Kingdom?" He quickly steps aside, inviting him inside. "Come on in." Bumping into you here at Longdu Academy is an awesome surprise. Andre booms, his massive frame matching his booming, energetic voice. He chuckles, "Haha, I actually came all this way just to find you. Man, something smells absolutely incredible." Hearing the commotion, Hanka turns from the kitchen and smiles. "Is that Andre? Xiao Fan talks about you all the time?" By now, a massive feast of delicious dishes is finally ready. Carrying over a hot steaming basket of fresh buns, she calls out, "All right, everyone, come grab a seat and eat." Andre's eyes light up like literal high beams. Throwing all manners out the window, he laughs. "Oh, thank you, talk about perfect timing." He pulls up a chair and digs right in the rich aroma, driving his taste buds wild. "Ever since I parted ways with Lu Fan, I've been dreaming about this food day and night." Xiao Man crosses her arms and mutters under her breath, "Wow, this guy really doesn't believe in being polite, does he?" Qin Qiu gets startled and quickly nudges her arm, whispering a warning to shut up. "Taozi, stop being so rude already." But Han Ke is just thrilled to see him, enjoy it, smiling brightly. "I'm glad you like it. If we run out, I'll just whip up some more." Wu Xian rests her chin in her hand, playfully teasing, "Sister Han's cooking is legendary. It's got international fans falling in love instantly." Andre snatches up a massive drumstick, tearing off a huge bite as he mumbles, "Actually, I'm not here to study. I came all this way to invite Lu Fan to the Snow Kingdom." Lu Fan blinks in surprise, asking, "Invite me to the Snow Kingdom? For what?" With his mouth stuffed, Andre continues chewing loudly while reaching into his pocket to pull out a glowing gemstone to show him. This is the epic tier Shadow Isle Aura. The game system description reveals it's a blessed light stone that's been deeply corrupted by dark energy over centuries, slowly condensing the pure dark essence of Shadow Island itself. Lu Fan freezes in utter shock, thinking to himself, "The Shadow Isle Aura." He immediately remembers grinding mobs in the Death Sand Sea. After grabbing the ancient god crystal, he only needed 3 more items for his Shadow Dragon King contract. And this aura is exactly one of them. After all, that Shadow Dragon King contract is an incredibly rare legendary tier item. The required materials are 0 out of 3. Obsidian 1 out of 1. Ancient God Crystal 0 out of 300 Shadow Isle Auras, and 0 out of 50 Shadow Springs. Andre keeps chewing as he explains, "My family accepted a massive, highly paid quest to sail out to Shadow Island and completely destroy the central Shadow Spring source. But that place is covered in dense black fog, crawling with terrifying monsters that strike out of nowhere. We barely grabbed these drops before I had to order a full retreat." Gulping down his food, he reaches out to grab another fresh bun, only to find someone else has already snatched it. "But my family has to finish what we started. That's when I thought of you. If anyone can clear that island, it's definitely you." Lu Fan casually takes a huge bite of the snatched bun and grins, "Count me in." Just then, heavy echoing footsteps approach the front door. Andre had actually prepared a whole speech to convince him, so this instant agreement leaves him completely staring in disbelief. "Wait," he agreed just like that. Outside, a mysterious handsome figure glides past, catching the attention of several girls on the street. "Whoa, he is gorgeous. Did you see him? Did you see him?" one of them squeals while her friend tries to guess. "Dressed like that, maybe he's the heir of some legendary powerful clan." Meanwhile, inside, Andre keeps rambling on about how great the island is for leveling up and finding rare high-value materials. Outside the house, Long Xing stands silently in front of the door with his hands folded behind his back. Ignoring the guest outside, Lu Fan continues chatting excitedly and turns to Wu Xian, saying I've actually been trying to track down those materials anyway. Hey senior sister, do you think I can go? Before Wu Xian could reply, she covered her mouth, coughing violently. Even though she wiped it away quickly, faint traces of blood still stained the corner of her lips. Keeping her hand over her mouth, she replied with a weak smile, saying that of course it was fine, since it would help him. Lu Fan asked in worry, wondering what was wrong with his senior. Right then a sudden knock echoed from the door, and Hanke quickly moved to support the weak Wu Xian. Concerned, she asked if it was just a bad cold and offered to help her over to the sofa so she could rest for a bit. Wu Xian half closed her eyes, leaning back exhaustedly as she murmured it was nothing. Meanwhile, the knocking grew louder, prompting Han Ke to quickly urge Lu Fan to answer it. Asking Lu Fan to get the door, the young man pushed his chair back and quickly agreed. Heading to the door, he couldn't help but wonder why they had so many guests today. As the door swung open, Long Xing stood there, asking if Ye Wuxian was inside. Inside, Wuxian froze. Hearing that haunting familiar voice, her eyes widened in pure dread. Lu Fan glared at the stranger, silently questioning his identity. Holding a fan, the man clasped his hands politely, introducing himself as Long Xing. He claimed he was there to discuss West Territory family affairs with Yi Wuxian. Hearing this, Wuxian cast aside, her composure rushing out to demand what he was doing there. They had clearly agreed to wait a month before she returned to settle things. Never having seen a senior this agitated, Lu Fan called out in worry. As she suddenly stumbled, losing her balance, he quickly rushed forward to catch her. Telling her to be careful, Lu Fan caught her. Nearby Long Xing chuckled smugly, noting that finding her here made things much easier. A cold, calculating look flashed in his eyes. Fluttering his fan with a hypocritical smile, he laid out his terms, saying there was no need to wait. If she agreed to merge the Yi family into his, he would protect her from Huang Yutian and even let her keep Yunshui Mountain as a reward. Mentioning that the Yi family once helped his clan, Wu Xian's face fell as she hissed his name in pure disgust. Seeing his senior's condition deteriorate, Lu Fan was filled with deep concern and absolute urgency as he held her up. He frantically asked if she was all right, and while Yi Wuxian forced a weak smile to reassure him, her painful expression gave her away. She whispered, it was just an old injury acting up. Lu Fan was utterly shocked, feeling a wave of guilt for not knowing about her pain. He asked, shocked, how she could be injured without him ever knowing. Long Xing then brought up the cause, heavily dampening the mood by reminding them of her severe internal damage. He mocked her, saying he almost forgot that the internal injury Huang Yuqian gave her would take far longer than a month to heal. Looking at her weak state, a cold, smug satisfaction crossed his face. As he pointed out, she stood absolutely zero chance against both the Long and Huang families. With utter contempt, he sneered, advising her to give up, resisting, and telling her she had better think things through very carefully right now. But without a single second of hesitation, Lu Fan shut him down instantly, saying there was absolutely nothing to think about. Glaring sharply at the man, Lu Fan made his stance crystal clear, confidently declaring that she would never agree to such a pathetic deal. While Yi Wuxian stared in shock, Long Xing's expression instantly twisted into pure mocking amusement. He mocked, asking since when the Grand Yi family had fallen so low that they needed to rely on a brat for protection. Then, with fake politeness, he added that he forgot he was speaking to the Dragon Empire's new hero. Hearing this, Wuxian quickly whispered a warning to Lu Fan. She told him to stay out of the West Territory family conflicts, warning him that this was far more dangerous than he could ever imagine. But Lu Fan didn't flinch, turning to look back at her. He insisted she had guided him this far, so now that she was in trouble, there was no way he would just stand by and do nothing. Long Xing looked at him like he was just a clueless, arrogant kid, his expression dripping with utter condescension. He warned Lu Fan that a hero's title is paid in blood, mocking him for thinking a few minor victories made him invincible, but Lu Fan didn't care in the slightest. His only goal was defeating him coolly, remarking that crushing someone like him would be a walk in the park. Just as the tension peaked, a voice called out from behind Lu Fan. It was his ally Andre, offering to teach the arrogant noble a lesson on his behalf. Standing alongside Dao Xiaoman and Jian Ying, Andre told Lu Fan that since it was inconvenient for him to strike, he would gladly beat the guy up instead. However, Lu Fan politely declined. Saying there was no need, he declared that this fight would serve as a grand welcome gift from him to this arrogant West Territory noble. Long Xing scoffed at the utter absurdity of his words. With a disdainful sneer, he summoned dozens of glowing swords, aiming them straight at Lu Fan. Calling him a mere clown who dared speak to him, he prepared to strike, but Yi Wuxian stepped in angrily, demanding to know if he was breaking his promise. Long Sheng replied with cold indifference, his face twisting into an ugly, menacing grin. Telling her it was only for a month, he suddenly gasped, as Xiao Ye dropped down with a roar, delivering a vicious kick straight at him. An explosion erupted behind her as she landed. Lu Fan immediately shouted at them to take it outside, since Villa 1 was still undergoing repairs. He warned that he wouldn't let an arrogant noble ruin Villa 2 as well, which only made Long Sheng absolutely furious. Faced with Xiao Ye's strike, he waves his sleeve, his eyes flashing cold, as his aura flares up like a blade about to be unsheathed. Long Sheng originally planned to hold back but changed his mind upon seeing Lu Fan's smug attitude. He had only wanted a minor punishment to teach him a lesson. Blinding lightning erupts around Long Sheng, his hair flying wildly as he conjures a storm of razor-sharp blades around him. But now I have changed my mind. Seeing this hostile attitude, Lu Fan actually looks thrilled to welcome the challenge. What a coincidence, I have changed my mind too. Just then, Black Dragon Xiao Ye roars, as her strength, agility, and durability suddenly skyrocket. This massive boost highlights the insane evolution of the Black Dragon's second form. Activating World Destroyer form. Strength rises from 20,452 to 40,904. Agility is 19,037. Spirit drops from 20,415 to 10,207 and durability is 21,380. Witnessing this incredible transformation, Long Sheng can't help but marvel, though it seems even this level of power is still not enough. This immense aura truly lives up to the world's strongest creature. Today, I shall slay this dragon and bring eternal glory to my Long family. Without wasting any time, Lu Fan immediately orders Black Dragon Xiao Ye to charge and attack. As Xiao Ye unleashes her overwhelming pressure, the system screen displays Dragon's encouragement, boosting all attributes and attack power for both master and pet by 30%. The status screen continues to update. These incredible stats prove the absolute power of level 40 Black Dragon Xiao Ye under Black Dragon contract. Tier 2. Her strength surges from 40,940 to 50,175. Her agility rises from 19,037 to 24,748. Her spirit climbs from 10,207 to 13,270. And her durability jumps from 21,380 to 27,794. The Black Dragon strike carries devastating destructive power and absolute pressure. Unleashing her endless dragon pressure, she inflicts status effects like fear, immobilization, and stun on all enemies within a massive area. Long Sheng manages to block this heavy blow from Xiao Ye, but clearly that is not going to be enough. It looks like he has pushed past his limit. The overwhelming force of Black Dragon Xiao Ye is simply too monstrous. As he struggles to resist, his body instinctively begins to tremble, and any thought of fighting back is completely crushed. Is this really the true power of a dragon? Refusing to give up, Long Sheng sneers in mock contempt, noting that anyone else would have dropped to their knees, begging for mercy by now. Too bad for you, you're facing Long Sheng of the renowned Long family. Unleashing his ultimate heirloom skill, countless flying swords erupt in his sky-piercing dragon strike. While those blades seem to be aimed directly at Lu Fan, their true target is actually the Black Dragon Xiao Ye. The blades strike her body directly, but the pale look on his face says it all. His attack lacks the power to even scratch Black Dragon Xiao Ye. Is this some kind of joke? My sword couldn't even breach its defense. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's oppressive aura continues to rise as he prepares to deliver his final cold judgment. Open your eyes and look closely, because this is the gap of absolute power. Now completely enraged, Black Dragon Xiao Ye unleashes a terrifying wave of energy, spewing a colossal fireball straight from her mouth. Unable to withstand the blazing heat, Long Sheng screams in pure agony. But Xiao Ye is far from done. Charging straight at him, she unleashes another devastating assault, shattering the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. Xiao Ye then stomps down, pinning Long Sheng to the dirt beneath her massive colossal dragon claw. All he can do is shriek in terror. Ignoring his desperate cries, Lu Fan casually offers some friendly advice, telling him to quiet down since the dragon's temper isn't nearly as nice as his. Standing right before his defeated foe, Lu Fan remarks smugly, "I already told you dealing with someone like you is incredibly easy." Even while pinned beneath a dragon's foot, Long Sheng refuses to shut his mouth. Lu Fan, the Long family will never let you get away with this. Yet despite his tough talk, sheer terror washes over his face when Lu Fan's blade stabs directly next to his head. Lu Fan delivers a chilling warning, sending a clear message to both of those families. Remember, Whelmy, sparing your life is not out of fear. Go back and tell the Huang and Long families that in 1 month my senior sister and I will return to the western border to claim justice." With that, Lu Fan prepares to send him on a little trip. All right, Xiao Ye send him on his way. The arrogant Long Xing is effortlessly scooped up by the black dragon, like a cheap toy, his angry defiant screams echoing all around. "Lu Fan, you just wait for me." Before he can even finish, Xiao Ye chucks him straight into the distant sky, sending him flying to who knows where. While Xiao Ye looks utterly satisfied with her, Lu Fan turns back with determination, telling his senior sister that they now share a single destiny. Before he can finish, Ye Wuxian rushes forward and wraps her arms tightly around him, pouring her heart out with a face glowing in pure happiness. "Lu Fan, thank you so much." A bit embarrassed, Lu Fan gently steps back from the embrace softly, reminding her that there is absolutely no need for such formalities between them. Ye Wuxian's eyes quickly darken with heavy sorrow, reflecting the deep pain of the losses her family endured. Half a year ago, when the Yi family explored an uncharted territory in the western border, they suffered devastating casualties. A scene of absolute devastation. The ruined battlefield flashes through her mind, recalling how they tragically lost 4 consecutive fourth transition experts in that battle, with her beloved grandfather being one of them. Meanwhile, the Huang and Long families, 2 of the western region's 3 great clans, prepared to strike. Seeing the Ye family in crisis, they immediately pounced to seize their resources. Ye Wuxian was left standing in the pouring rain, desperately running from place to place. The sheer determination on her face recalled the absolute despair of begging everyone for help. She had traveled everywhere, begging for backup, but absolutely no one dared offend those 2 powerful Western clans. She was already prepared for the worst possible outcome. Before her family was completely swallowed up, she only hoped to secure a safe path for everyone. With a soft sigh, Ye Wuxian acknowledged Lu Fan's incredibly risky move. Yet beneath her words, she couldn't hide her deep, heartfelt gratitude. "To be honest, what you did today was far too reckless in my eyes," she admitted. A gentle smile graced her face, slightly easing the heavy burden of those painful memories. "But thank you," she added softly, "for showing me that I'm not all alone in this fight anymore." Lu Fan answered with a slightly embarrassed but serious look, his eyes burning with conviction. "How can you say that? You're the one who taught me how to fight and helped me find 10 enchantment scrolls. You even abandoned your duties back at the Yi family. And despite your own injuries, you still rushed 10,000 miles to Taidi to rescue me." His voice was completely unwavering, sounding like a sacred vow to protect his benefactor. "Now that the Huang and Long families are bullying you, there's absolutely no way I'm just going to stand by and watch." A touched smile played on Ye Wuxian's lips. "I never imagined the day would come when you'd become the one I lean on." The onlookers couldn't help but feel a wave of relief watching the heartwarming bond between the 2. Fast forward 1 month later. Deep within the primordial forest of the secret realm, Elder Han gifted them. To gear up for the looming clash with the Western region clans, Lu Fan led his team into Elder Han's secret realm to power up. Every single teammate achieved massive breakthroughs. Seeing their collective power skyrocket gave Lu Fan the confidence he needed for the storm ahead. Lu Xiaoman successfully reached level 34, while Han Ke hit level 33. Qin Qiu climbed up to level 34, Jian Ying broke through to level 35, and Lu Fan skyrocketed all the way to level 45. The system screen flashed, showing the little blue dragon had reached level 25. Its crimson jade began glowing with a blinding red light, unleashing massive shockwaves of energy that signaled the start of a legendary evolution. The crimson jade transformed into a brilliant imperial yellow. Instantly, all of its skill damage shot up from 50% to 100%. Now, every lightning spell cast would automatically generate a devastating thunder barrier right at the target's location. Any enemy trapped inside this barrier would suffer massive continuous bonus damage. A brand new skill popped up on the interface, promising absolute destruction. This Azure Thunder, taking the form of world-ending lightning, could now completely replace the effects of the standard Thunder Jade. The active Thunder Jade was now the upgraded Imperial Yellow Jade. Then, a voice spoke up. "Ah, who truly deserves to be called the strongest magic dragon?" Reaching level 25 upgraded its Crimson Jade to the Supreme Imperial Yellow Jade, doubling its total power while unlocking a devastating new ability. A new skill icon flashed on screen. A swirling lightning storm, ready to rain down absolute fury on their enemies. The little blue dragon had unlocked its newest skill, Thunderstorm Vortex, calling down swirling storm clouds. 1 week later, Andre announced that the teleportation portal from Dragon Capital Academy to Breaking Wave Port was fully operational. Knowing that Shadow Island was exceptionally dangerous, Lu Fan decided it was best to travel alongside Andre. But right before departure, Ye Wuxian showed up with absolute determination in her eyes, making it impossible for Lu Fan to turn her down. The senior had insisted on coming along no matter what. Given her impressive power level, she was more than capable of handling herself on the treacherous Shadow Island, earning his full trust. He didn't refuse. Even though he agreed, Lu Fan couldn't help but worry about the perilous journey ahead, especially knowing she was still recovering from severe internal injuries. The scene shifts to Breaking Wave Port, a massive harbor in the snow country. A familiar voice suddenly cuts through the icy wind. Their ally waved enthusiastically as Lu Fan and Ye Wuxian stepped out of the portal. "Hey brother, over here." Spotting them, Andre rushed over with a huge grin. "My friend, I've finally been waiting for you." Andre's voice grew proud as he introduced 3 Tier 4 class experts. "Allow me to introduce our family's top Tier 4 powerhouses. First is Victor, a level 91 destroyer. Then Mihai, a level 92 magic warrior, and Ivan, a level 91 frost herald." Andre then turned, pointing proudly to a massive ship anchored nearby. "We also have about 20 Tier 3 experts on board, who will accompany us to Shadow Island. But speaking of ships, you have to see our ultimate trump card." Looming right before them was a colossal magic battleship, its hull shimmering with a sleek silver metallic glow. Its overwhelming presence struck awe into everyone standing nearby. This Sea Emperor-class magic battleship was a masterpiece. Its entire hull is built from a silver-plated 1,000-year ironwood keel, armed with 36 magic cannons capable of vaporizing half an island. "We hired the finest shipwrights and spared no expense to forge this beast." Lu Fan stared at the magnificent ship, thoroughly impressed, a playful yet highly appreciative smile crossing his lips. "Not bad, not bad. Talk about having zero humanity." Andre actually looked a bit embarrassed, receiving that compliment from Lu Fan. Since he prepared everything for this trip, Andre pats Lu Fan on the shoulder with absolute confidence. With his brothers backing them up, success is practically guaranteed this time. The scene shifts to their massive ship setting sail, slicing smoothly through the dark waters. But the weather takes a nasty turn, as thunder and heavy storms roll in. Even worse, a massive sea monster suddenly erupts from the deep ocean. Furious, the beast targets Lu Fan and his cruise ship. But right as it prepares to strike, an apex predator appears high up in the stormy sky. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of starlight rains down, making the entire sky shimmer. With starfall covering the battlefield, celestial light from the galaxy continuously showers down upon the target. While starfall is active, Lu Fan can cast other skills as the cosmic rain keeps falling until it is cancelled. Severely wounded, the beast abandons its easy prey on the deck and retreats into the deep sea. But then, another skill triggers, sending endless lightning bolts crashing down on the locked target. The strikes are brutal and pinpoint accurate, like a divine blade tearing straight into the colossal beast. Heavenly Wrath Tribulation locks onto the target, unleashing a high-speed barrage of lightning strikes that deals massive elemental damage to the monster. Andre sighs in awe, calling Lu Fan his little brother and praising his incredible class. The last time he came here, things were not this easy. Meanwhile, the system updates their stats. Their power is skyrocketing on the way to Shadow Island. The level 2 Starry Sky Dragon reaches level 34, while the level 1 Azure Dragon jumps to level 26. Andre is left speechless. Getting carried to an easy victory like this literally feels like a luxury vacation. Lu Fan checks his status screen, quietly pleased with the unexpected gains he made on the trip. He did not expect to get extra rewards here. Both Starry and Apu leveled up smoothly. Once they land on the island, finding some rare crafting materials would make this trip absolutely perfect. A shout from the lookout tower cuts through the air, signaling that their destination has appeared through the thick fog. "Boss, we have arrived at Shadow Island." The ship's powerful searchlight pierces through the pitch-black ocean, revealing the mysterious and spooky island they have been searching for this entire time. Everyone stares at the mysterious land, their faces a mix of pure excitement and tense anticipation for the unknown dangers ahead. Andre grins, warning them that this is just the outer edge of the island, and the real fun is yet to come. The real trouble is waiting deeper inside. He chuckles calmly, telling everyone there is no need to worry just yet. Suddenly, a flash of blue light and lightning strikes down. Using his quest guide, Andre can map out a perfectly safe path for their battleship. They head straight for the shore. Amidst the crashing lightning, the ship charges forward like a monster stalking its prey. The crew stands on the deck, all eyes fixed on the island's center. The time for action has finally arrived and Lu Fan is taking the lead. Andre looks at him stating that they have made it to Shadow Island, and everything relies on him now. Amidst the roaring ocean, waves deep inside an ancient temple on the island, a familiar and heavy voice echoes through the dark. A figure emerges surrounded by sharp sword energy that pierces the heavens. It is the Huang family's powerful ancestor. You are here. Slow footsteps approach him. It is Huang Yutian, a level 98 8th realm peerless sword cultivator, who bows and greets the old ancestor with deep respect. The ancestor acknowledges his greeting with a brief, highly majestic nod. Huang Yutian clasps his hands, praising the Ye family's flying immortal ancient temple. In just a few days, he broke through the level 97 bottleneck to reach level 98. The ancestor's eyes widen with pure shock upon witnessing such unbelievably rapid progress. He sighs in absolute admiration, calling him a once-in-a-century genius of the Huang family. He admits that even after meditating for 3 days, the elders could not match half of his progress. Despite the massive praise, Huang Yutian remains completely humble. Shaking his head, he explains that it is not just about raw talent, but rather how it connects to a specific class. He continues sharing his deep insights with the elder. Since the elders are all heaven forgers, and this temple worships the ancient sword immortal, the clash in paths prevented them from sensing the truth. Hearing this explanation, the ancestor is even more pleased. Even so, Huang Yutian cannot help but feel disappointed about the strict limitations of the temple. Unfortunately, a person can only enter the temple once, and each visit is strictly capped at just 3 days. He claims that with an entire year inside, he could have easily reached level 100. Later that quiet night, the family ancestor slowly sips his tea before speaking up. Addressing Yutian, the ancestor smiles faintly, his voice turning calm as he shares some wisdom. He explains that after the 4th class awakening, simply grinding for experience points to level up just will not work anymore. The real key is your deep understanding of your own class. Once you figure out exactly how to draw power from those class characteristics, leveling up becomes an absolute breeze. Hearing those wise words from the royal ancestor, it seemed as though Huang Yutian finally had a major spiritual breakthrough. So it wasn't an illusion after all. Stepping inside the flying immortal ancient temple, that constant rush of gaining experience every second wasn't a glitch. His deep new understanding of his class actually reduced the total experience he needed to level up. He clasped his hands, respectfully bowing his head, and declared that Yutian had fully accepted the lesson. Right after that, Huang Yutian suddenly seemed to recall something incredibly important. Looking up with a serious expression, he asked Ancestor, "On my way up, I heard rumors about the Yi and Long families. What exactly is going on with them?" The ancestor frowned. Taking a slow sip of his tea, he spoke with clear contempt in his voice. That punk from the Long family broke the rules, ruining the Ye family daughter's honor before the appointed time. But surprisingly, one of her own students ended up teaching him a lesson in front of everyone. Hearing that Huang Yutian was caught completely off guard by the ancestor's revelation, a student, could this mystery opponent actually be a rank 4 powerhouse? Even if Long Xing's talent is average, he is still rank 4. He can easily last 3 whole clashes against me. Cutting off those shocking thoughts, the ancestor replied with a smirk. What if I told you this opponent is only level 45 and the only dragon tamer in recorded history? Huang Yutian could not hide his sheer astonishment at this. The ancestor continued, eyes gleaming with interest. That is the newly hyped hero of the Dragon Kingdom. To win the entire national trial championship and crush Long Xing at only level 45, this kid's actual combat power is definitely far from anything ordinary. Despite hearing all this, Huang Yutian simply could not hide his deep skepticism. At the end of the day, it is just because the dragon race is overpowered. Carrying an ordinary guy up multiple tiers still sounds completely unbelievable to him. Right then, the image of Long Xing flashed through his mind. The kid is incredibly arrogant. He actually used Long Xing to deliver a warning, claiming he will return in 1 month with that Ye family girl to settle scores with both our Huang and Long families. Hearing this bold declaration, a smirk slowly formed on Huang Yutian's lips. He spoke coldly, his voice dripping with pure mockery. You cannot blame him for being clueless. After all, he has absolutely no idea what kind of absolute power a great family represents. Young and overconfident, the higher he climbs now, the harder he is going to fall later. Huang Yutian paused for a second before continuing. Then it is settled. Even though he is wild, he does have a few dragons by his side. If he actually dares to cross into our western border in a month, we can choose to spare his life. The royal ancestor's voice carried a subtle hint of his own deep calculated schemes. But if he submits to our royal family, we can groom him into a powerful asset. Yutian agreed, saying, chosen by us, unless he is a fool, he will definitely be crawling with gratitude. The royal ancestor nodded in full agreement with this plan. But the Long family likely has the same idea. After they absorb the Yi family, there will be plenty of shadow conflicts waiting for us. Huang Yutian confidently took full charge of the situation right then and there. Do not worry, ancestor. Leave this to me. If the Long family acts out of line, I will personally show them that even among elite clans there is still a massive difference in power. The ship carrying Lu Fan and the others finally docked, and they began stepping off the deck. Andre frowned, asking if they were truly leaving the others behind. Lu Fan squinted quietly, watching the thick rolling fog up ahead before giving a soft reply. We can easily handle the outer fog. But the deeper we go, the faster our health drains and the more stamina we lose. Having too many people will only drag us down and slow the whole team. Just then Yan's voice echoed from behind them. Accompanied by two other fighters, he sneered. As expected of the national champion, a mere rank 2 actually dares to call rank 3s a burden. Talk about being incredibly arrogant and full of yourself. Without a priest, you guys won't survive long out here. Rather than arguing, Lu Fan simply turned around with a smirk. My dragon pet can actually double as a priest. Yan frowned in disbelief, staring skeptically at the divine creature. In a low, doubtful voice, he snapped, Are you joking? How could a dragon pet possibly act as a priest? Victor chimed in, Dragons are insanely powerful at attacking, but when it comes to healing support, they can never match a dedicated priest class. Fortunately, another voice spoke up right then to break up the tense atmosphere. All right, brother, Lu Fan clearly has his own plan. Frowning, Andre ordered Ivan and the rest to remain on the ship. Everyone stay on the vessel and wait for our return. Do not wander around under any circumstances. Watching this, Lu Fan sighed inwardly, realizing he had somehow made even more enemies without even trying. With that, the three of them began heading toward their target. Frowning as the oppressive atmosphere closed in, Ye Wuxian tried to steady his nerves, muttering that his body was getting heavier and heavier with every passing second. This thick fog is rapidly draining our very life force. They can hold out for now, but the deeper they go, the faster their life force drains away. Suddenly, Lu Fan raises his hand, gathering spiritual energy, and summons his trusted dragon pet, Xiao Fei. As the cold wind blows through his hair, he turns to his dragon pet and commands Xiao Fei to release the jadeite light. A brilliant jade light radiates from Xiao Fei, spreading a wave of pure energy that leaves everyone in complete shock. The jadeite light skill applies 3 stacks of blessings to the targets, completely clearing all negative debuffs and boosting all of their attributes by a massive 30%. Each blessing stack blocks 1 hit. Andre quickly checks his status screen, utterly shocked to see that the buff has far exceeded his wildest expectations. He cannot believe his eyes because all negative debuffs are gone, something their healer could not even do last time, despite passing out from exhaustion. Even Ye Wuxian is amazed as her fatigue completely vanishes, replaced by a sudden and massive surge in her physical strength. She never expected a support skill from the legendary dragon race to be this insanely powerful. Gripping his weapon tightly as a fierce battle spirit flashes in his eyes, Andre excitedly yells that he feels absolutely fully charged and ready for action. He suggests charging straight toward the Shadow Spring Eye, but suddenly something strange catches Lu Fan's attention. Sensing danger ahead, Lu Fan raises his hand to halt the team, telling them to hold on. Andre immediately drops into a defensive stance, scanning the edge of the fog for any movement while asking what is going on. Lu Fan frowns as his eyes flash, turning sharply to one side just as a flying dagger shoots toward him, which he easily dodges, letting it slam deep into the stone wall. Striking back instantly, he draws his bowstring tight and fires a powerful shot, causing the system to immediately flash with skill information. The Dark Serpent Arrow skill can fire 12 magic arrows without a full draw, with each shot dealing 20% physical damage to the target. Out of the dark swirling mist, a mysterious shadow slowly begins to take shape. The moment the figure steps out of the fog, the system displays his detailed combat stats. It is a level 80 Shadow Swordsman who uses Shadow Assault to dissolve into black fog, only to reappear behind his target a second later to land a devastating slash dealing 200% physical damage. His Fortress of the Dead skill summons a Dark Shadow Shield for 5 seconds, reducing all incoming physical damage by a massive 70%. Finally, the echo of the end skill allows this dark swordsman to detonate all the shadow energy stored inside his body. This blast deals 300% explosive shadow damage to any target caught within a 10-meter radius. Recognizing the monster, Andre quickly warns Lu Fan to be extremely careful, as this creature was the very opponent that caused them to suffer a massive defeat last time. It blocks 70% of all incoming physical strikes, while moving like a ghost through the dense black fog. Hearing this, Wu Shen gets excited, drawing her weapon with a smirk as she wonders aloud if it can actually tank her strikes. She eagerly challenges the beast, wanting to see if it can survive her next move. Without waiting another second, she charges directly at the Shadow Swordsman and unleashes a powerful slash. Watching her fight, Lu Fan realized in amazement that her spear and magical staff are actually the exact same morphing weapon. Returning to the fierce clash, Wu Xian trades heavy blows with the Shadow Swordsman, ultimately overpowering the beast to secure a hard-fought victory. Even while in the middle of combat, she hears Lu Fan's comment and casually explains that her weapon is designed to seamlessly switch between melee and magical forms. Honestly, she notes that before today, she never even needed to change its form during a fight. But right as she is distracted, an icy, terrifying energy suddenly sends a cold shiver straight down her spine. At that exact moment, Andre draws his own heavy weapon and loudly yells a warning to watch out. These monsters never hunt alone, meaning if you spot just one, a massive horde is bound to follow right behind. The moment his weapon is drawn, the system displays his Flame God True Body skill, which summons the High Flame God Swarok to boost all of his attributes by 100%. It grants him blazing wings for flight, with the duration tied to his spirit stat. Staring helplessly at the surrounding horde of Shadow Swordsmen, he speaks. These things cling to us like angry ghosts, making them absolutely impossible to shake off. Gritting his teeth, he cannot help but recall their previous tragic encounter with these monsters. During their last attempt to explore the mysterious Shadow Island, they were brutally wiped out by this exact enemy, losing over half their crew. Even a powerful fourth transition warrior lost his life before they managed a desperate, miserable retreat. Hearing this, Lu Fan points out that a fourth transition master should have easily been able to secure a safe retreat. Andre sighs heavily, telling him not to bring it up. Deep in the dungeon, even 3 healers casting non-stop could not keep up, and this ambush almost led to their entire squad getting completely wiped out. Despite hearing about that past disaster, Lu Fan remains entirely confident, reassuring his team that things will go very differently this time. He quickly calls on his pet, commanding Xiao Fei to summon the powerful Fallen Corpse Sacred Dragon. Obeying his command, Xiao Fei instantly summons the beast, as the system flashes with notices about the natural assimilation skill and the Dragon Bone Flute. To summon the Fallen Corpse Sacred Dragon, the level of the corpse-cleaving Holy Dragon is identical to its users. Seeing this, Andre couldn't help but swear in absolute disbelief, muttered, "Damn, this makes no sense. How is he summoning minions with that item?" To avoid wasting any more time, Lu Fan immediately ordered an attack, prompting Xiao Fei to cast Emerald Light and Emerald Blessing. Following his command, Xiao Fei unleashed both skills in one smooth motion. Emerald Blessing boosts the target's stats by 36% over 6 layers, while Dragon Chi increases attack damage by 3.6 times, and Emerald Light adds 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target, removing all debuffs while boosting all stats by 30 and 60%. Each layer of the blessing can block 12% of incoming damage. To back her up, he jumped into action himself, triggering Dragon's Encouragement, a skill with a massive effect. Dragon's Encouragement boosts himself and his dragon pets, raising all attributes and attack power by 30%. Empowered by his massive buff, his dragon pet instantly exploded with raw power as they both charged forward to strike down the Shadow Swordsman. Still, he didn't forget to warn Xiao Fei, telling her to stay back, since her wounds weren't healed, while Andre charged right behind him, brandishing his weapon. Andre yelled, "Hold on, brother, you only brought 2 dragons," but Lu Fan casually called back 2 are more than enough. And just as he said, those 2 dragon pets were more than enough to effortlessly wipe out the entire crowd of Shadow Swordsmen. Even the Dragon Tamer himself eagerly leaped into the fray, and before long the Shadow Knights were completely annihilated by him and his dragons. But suddenly, a presence lunged from the deep darkness. Andre quickly shouted a warning, "Heads up, this bastard strikes from the dark. If that scythe nicks you, it'll drain your life force and cripple you instantly." While they both remained on high alert, he suddenly sensed something deadly tearing through the air toward them. It was a vicious hook chain weapon, flying straight through the gloom and aiming directly for Wuxian's throat. Lu Fan's eyes widened in sheer panic as he screamed, "Watch out." But Wuxian was definitely no pushover. Refusing to be treated like some easy target, she instantly thrust her magic staff upward to block the lethal sneak attack. Flashing a smug smile, she snapped, "You think I'm scared?" before violently deflecting her ambusher, proving they had chosen the wrong opponent to mess with. But just as she lunged forward to finish off the attacker, one of the dragons suddenly materialized right behind her. It unleashed a blast of flames, instantly vaporizing the ambusher. Watching the shadow swordsman disintegrate, she murmured, in absolute awe. So this is the true power of a dragon. It completely defies imagination. Staring at her weapon, she realized that defeating a level 85 elite monster normally required at least 2 of her best skills, yet now she could one-shot it. Honestly, she was starting to find this incredibly thrilling. Watching was one thing, but experiencing it firsthand made her realize just how overpowered the white dragon's buffs really were, prompting her to beg loudly. "Hey Lu, fan, forget the Western Border family feud. Just lend me Xiaofei, and I'll wipe out the Imperial and Long families all by myself." Hearing this, poor Xiaofei let out a terrified little whimper, looking at her in fear. Lu Fan could only sigh and scold her, pointing out that she was terrifying the poor dragon, all while he quickly snatched up the dropped Lu 2 Shadow Island breaths. Noticing Xiaofei looking ready to cry, he gently patted her head to comfort her, promising that he would absolutely never lend her to anyone else. Wu Xian giggled, admitting that having a companion like Xiaofei made it pretty hard not to act a bit smug, a sentiment that Andre heartily agreed with. Andre grinned, "I get that." Meanwhile, Lu Fan browsed his system interface, letting out a disappointed sigh as he reviewed his current stats. The drop rate for Shadow Island Breath was painfully low, meaning he needed to hunt a lot more monsters, as shown by his system notifications. The Shadow Dragon King's summoning contract blueprint was a consumable item, requiring specific materials to synthesize and summon the legendary beast. It also featured the Black Blade effect, fighting independently for 60 minutes with up to 3 uses available. His materials read 0 out of 3 Night Dew, 1 out of 1 Ancient God Crystal, 17 out of 300 Shadow Island Breath, and 0 out of 50 Shadow Spring Water. Just then, Andre clapped him on the shoulder and chuckled, teasing him about wanting more, before reassuring him that the path ahead was absolutely crawling with monsters. Hearing this, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he urged them to keep pushing forward. Andre certainly wasn't going to stop him, happily pointing them in the right direction. "No problem at all. The source of the Shadow Spring is right this way." Along the way, Lu Fan summoned his dragons to clear out any roadblocks, deciding to fuse the defeated Shadow Swordsman using God Bone to gain extra attribute points instead of wasting them. Just then, the trio noticed movement up ahead as yet another massive pack of Shadow Swordsmen suddenly emerged from the gloom. The monsters glared back with wicked savage grins, showing absolutely no fear, only bloodthirsty anticipation. Andre charged forward with a booming laugh, shouting, "Talk about perfect timing. More materials just delivered themselves right to us." Meanwhile, Lu Fan caringly warned Wu Xian to watch her injuries, telling her to let him and Andrea take the lead. Wu Xian completely shrugged off her injury confidently, replying that with Xiaofei here she was absolutely fine, plus, she hated letting anyone else steal her spotlight. Right after that, a fierce battle broke out, and naturally victory went to the 3 of them. 4 hours went by before they finally managed to take down the very last Shadow Swordsman. Right then, the system flashed a notification they acquired 1 Shadow Island aura. Total count now stands at 72 out of 300. Lu Fan ignored the pop-up, simply marveled by the scenery, and noting they finally reached the core zone. Andrea could not help but swear in shock. Damn, they finally reached the center of Shadow Island. Andrea gasped in absolute disbelief as an ancient ruined city emerged right before their eyes. The center of Shadow Island was actually a massive ancient city, and Lu Fan quickly realized this place was absolutely colossal. This entire area easily rivaled the size of Jianghai City. Scanning the area, Andrea pointed out that despite being a city, gate graves littered the ground. Wu Xian added that there were 0 signs of life, and not even a single monster in sight. He pulled out a map, happily announcing that there was no mistake, the shadow source was located right inside these very ruins. However, Lu Fan sensed something off, feeling that something in this place was terribly wrong. Suddenly, a glowing sphere of power manifested right behind Wu Xian. Lu Fan was the first to spot it, instantly diving toward her while shouting at his senior to watch out. The magic orb slammed directly into the ground, triggering a massive earth-shaking explosion. Still shaken after being saved by Lu Fan, Wu Xian gasped out her thanks, but he quickly redirected her gratitude, telling her to thank Xiaofei instead. An unexpected magic attack like that was truly nearly impossible for anyone to react to. in time. Seeing this, Andrea yelled out in anger, demanding to know what was going on and telling the culprit to show themselves. Right now, all three were shielded within Xiaofei's protective barrier as her Eternal Guardian skill formed a powerful defensive dome safeguarding everyone inside. The shield's total damage absorption was determined by the Eternal Guardian's health pool and self-healing capabilities. Lu Fan knew things were far from simple. Quickly shifting into combat mode, he warned the others that invisible monsters were definitely lurking nearby and likely in incredibly massive numbers. He quickly summoned his dragon pet, commanding Xiao Ye to use perception to search the area. Obeying his command, Xiao Ye entered search mode. The black dragon's perception allowed it to easily detect enemies in stealth or disguise actively, using its unique skills to completely strip away these hidden states from all hostile targets. This move had another incredible effect. The active scan instantly shattered any stealth and camouflage nearby. Instantly, a horde of hidden monsters was exposed, causing Lu Fan to cry out in slight shock. There, they are level 95 elite monsters called Shadow Doom Singers. Wu Xian felt a wave of absolute dread, seeing them everywhere, realizing there must be at least 1,000 of them. Right then, the system pulled up the details of these monsters. Shadow Doom Singer level 95. Shadow Stealth automatically enters an invisible state if they escape, taking any form of damage for 10 consecutive seconds. Song of Death, chanting an ancient melody that triggers a high chance of causing hallucinations for all nearby targets within a 100-meter radius. Shadow Magic unleashes a devastating orb of dark energy at targets, dealing massive shadow damage alongside a highly annoying movement slow debuff. Unbothered by the panic, Andrea calmly asked what Miss Yi was still so worried about. With Lu Fan and his dragon on their side, these mobs were nothing. But right at that moment, Lu Fan sensed a deeper issue. Wait a second, is there movement coming from beneath the ground? Hearing this, Wu Xian cried out in panic, wondering if a boss was coming. Lu Fan quickly realized what was happening and shouted out a command warning of an unusual beast. Xiao Ye. Xiao Ye immediately cast perception once again. However, the skill was less effective, this time forcing Lu Fan to report that it remained hidden underground with a level lower than the singers, yet its skills could not be assessed. Hearing that, Andrea asked if that meant they were at constant risk of being ambushed at any moment. Facing this threat, Wu Xian quickly devised a plan, stating that she and Andrea would keep a sharp lookout for this hidden boss. She urged Lu Fan to focus on quickly wiping out those flying pests up in the sky. Lu Fan agreed, saying his senior was absolutely right. Only by dealing with these annoying Shadow Doom Singers first could they safely enter the ancient ruins. Without any hesitation, she dashed forward, urging Andrea to get ready. Quickly pulling out his weapon, he shouted that he was on it. Flame God Avatar. Turning back to his own side, Lu Fan immediately summoned Xiaofei. Suddenly, he noticed her pointing and gesturing towards something. Peering closer, he realized she had found a hidden letter tucked away inside a small crevice. Without thinking twice, he carefully pulled the stuck letter out of the crevice. Scanning the written lines, he realized this was actually a hidden quest to hunt down and slay that subterranean boss. Once everything clicked, he looked at Xiao Fei with deep pride in his eyes. Fei comes through again, securing a brand new quest for Lu Fan. Honestly, what a great helper. Lu Fan and Fei grabbed the paper to check the details. With the Shadow Earthbound Digger target finally pinned down, an extra bounty reward is exactly what they need. They secure the bounty order for the monster. Suddenly, a sudden energy blast ambushes them, prompting Wu Xian to yell out a warning. Warning Lu Fan to watch out, he immediately draws his sword. With his Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects double for Dragonkind and Bloodbound allies. The draconic energy of his Black Dragon armor combines with Fei's assistance as he unleashes a slash to block the incoming attack. Unleashing Void Cleave, the Emerald Light boosts the target's stacks from 3 to 6, cleansing all negative debuffs and instantly raising all their basic attributes from 30% to 60%. Each blessing stack blocks 1 to 2 damage instances. Void Cleave, enhanced with Draconic Energy, slashes twice consecutively and seamlessly coordinates with his dragon pet. Wu Xian smiles faintly at him. Lu Fan did not even need his level 95 skills. It seems everyone has severely underestimated this guy's true potential. Flames erupt instantly, as Andre shouts that the Earthbound Digger has moved far away from them. Dragon wings sprout from Lu Fan's shoulders at the perfect moment. He then summons Ye to fight alongside him in battle. Yi prepares to unleash the world-ending roar. Thanks to the Emerald Dragon bloodline, all skill effects are doubled for both Dragonkind and Bloodbound companions. Next, Lu Fan commands Fei to cast the emerald mirror image on the fallen corpse sacred dragon, shouting out her name. The two dragons transform into a golden emerald mirror image, duplicating their allied target into 2 to 4 mirrored projections. These mirror projections inherit all the original skills, with stats scaled from 30 to 60% of the host. Right now, there are 8 active clones. The dragons let out a thunderous, majestic roar as Lu Fan charges into the fray, yelling for them to attack together. Andre laughs, shouting to send them back to the grave. Wu Xian grips her weapon tightly, aiming at the enemy, while Ye flies high into the sky. The world-ending roar echoes with absolute fury, dealing massive damage and applying a weakening debuff to all enemies caught within the area of effect. The gold-gilded dragons unleash a continuous, devastating barrage of power directly at their helpless foes. The system announces Demon Dragon Assault. He wraps himself in armored fallen corpse energy, flying at high speed, dealing heavy damage to his target while reducing incoming damage by 99% and amplifying all debuff effects. Andre joins the charge with massive hype, praising his buddy's insane speed of 10 kills per second. Meanwhile, Wu Xian throws her spear with full force. The digger is closing in. Will they make it? Lu Fan confidently replies, too easy, as he flies up to slash. The system displays the skill Void Cleave with Dragon Energy, dealing 2 consecutive slashes that coordinate with his dragon pet to simultaneously unleash 2 claw strikes infused with draconic energy. Seeing this, Andre cannot help but curse in disbelief at how fast everything was cleared out. Wu Xian snaps him back to reality, telling him to stop dazing off. Spotting movement burrowing right beneath the ground, she shouts a warning that the Shadow Earthbound Digger is about to emerge. The beast is a level 90 Shadow Earthbound Digger, with completely unknown skills resembling giant pupae rising from the dirt. Soon, the system identifies its ability, Chrysalis Poison Gas 1. The Shadow Earthbound Digger absorbs all the nearby ambient shadow toxic gases, wrapping itself in a pupal state. Before hatching, it resurrects all surrounding zombies to serve as its personal summoning materials. Lu Fan analyzes the battlefield, wondering if this pupal form is an evolution. Suddenly, he realizes the surrounding graves are behaving strangely. Suddenly, chubby orange hands claw their way out of the ground. This strange orange creature is a summoned monster called Tidewalker 3, standing at level 85. Beside them, several other creatures looking like zombies also rise up from beneath the dirt. They are summoned beasts, Violent Ripper 4 level 90, resurrected zombies. Andre swings his greatsword, slicing them apart while yelling at how many there are. Asking Lu Fan what the plan is, Wu Xian thrusts her spear into them, commenting on how disgusting they are, though thankful they are just summons. Lu Fan immediately commands his companion, telling Ye to get ready to burn them all down. The system announces the Black Dragon armor has shifted forms into the Ruined Colossus Dragon. He simultaneously orders Faye to change her form and cast Soul Protection. The system then reports that the Emerald Dragon armor has transformed. With Soul Light and the Emerald Dragon bloodline active, all skill effects are doubled for both Dragonkind and Bloodbound allies alike. Yi spews out a devastating flame to wipe out the entire mob, initiating a massive cataclysm that obliterates the area with surrounding explosions and continuous burn damage. Andre shouts in admiration, hyping up the satisfying explosion. He then points out that the Earthbound Digger's cocoon is starting to move. The system states that the allied target's soul protection is enhanced, with Soul Light doubling their attribute boost from 100% to 200%. Taking damage absorbs the force, generating 1 to 2 stacks of defensive energy. Upon reaching 10 stacks, it automatically triggers a massive defensive energy blast. The damage output is 10 times the total absorbed damage, eventually doubling the entire final amount. Andre is completely blown away by the massive buff, which keeps reducing damage and healing him as the resurrected summons continue to swarm them. It is truly hard to believe. Those Shadow Earth Diggers suddenly unleash their terrifying Toxic Chrysalis skill. While wrapped in this protective cocoon, any incoming damage they take is slashed by a whopping 90%. Once their health drops below 50%, they will absorb nearby summons to rapidly restore their own life force. Only 3 seconds left on the Toxic Chrysalis countdown. Now down to 2 seconds. Lu Fan suddenly shouts, warning everyone to watch out, because it is about to break through. Only 1 second remains. The Toxic Chrysalis is finally complete, and its true terrifying form is about to show itself. It has been reborn. The system identifies this beast as the level 95 Shadow Dragon General, which has taken on a formidable knight form. In this human knight form, the Dragon General fights by dealing both physical and magical damage with every single strike. Its spirit attribute rises by 25%. When shifting to its sub-dragon form, the dragon general battles using a pure dragon body. Every attack now deals both physical and magical damage, while its strength attribute gets boosted by 25%. Shadow toxic gas. When the dragon general's health drops below 25%, it gathers shadow toxic gas to continuously siphon and recover life force. Wu Xian can't help but gasp, realizing this shadow dragon general isn't just a phase change, but the true boss hiding inside. Andre can't believe his eyes either. Is this really happening, Lu Fan? What do we do now? Lu Fan gathers his power and calmly replies, what do we do? Just kill it. He rains down lightning while Zhao Ye shifts into her thunder dragon form. The system announces lightning's descent. Under this ruined thunder form, it can effectively replace the buff from the Thunder Jade. The Thunder Jade he currently holds is the Emperor Jade, boosting all of the Azure Dragon's skills by 100%. Every time lightning magic is unleashed, a lightning barrier is generated right at the target location. Any enemy caught inside this barrier will suffer massive extra damage whenever they move. Lu Fan flies up, instructing Xiao Fei to guard his senior and Andre well, while casting Jade Mirror Image on both Abao and Xiao Ye. She quickly nods. Flying over to where Andre is, the Jade Dragon transforms, shifting into her powerful Eternal One form. Next, she deploys Eternal Guardian to summon a protective shield. For everyone protected under this ward, the amount of damage the shield absorbs depends on the Eternal One's maximum health and her self-healing power. A bewildered Wu Xian wonders what on earth Lu Fan is planning. But before she can finish, Xiao Ye uses a clone-like skill to strike. Xiao Fei lets out a powerful roar, unleashing Jade Mirror Image to replicate their allies, turning 2 targets into 4 mirror clones. These mirror clones inherit all the original skills, with their stats boosted from 30 to 60% of the host's power. Thanks to the Jade Dragon lineage, all skill effects are doubled for dragons and those sharing a deep blood connection. There are now 8 mirror clones on the field as the monster relentlessly spews fire. Lu Fan soars high, ready to dive down and strike before the beast can attack. As the system flashes the Azure Dragon's current dragon chi, he yells, "Let's finish this together." 2 massive streams of red and blue energy collide violently. This devastating skill is Molten Burst, erupting into a violent inferno around the target area and forming a blazing lake of lava. Any enemies trapped inside will sink into the molten rock and suffer massive continuous burn damage. The second skill, Rolling Thunderclouds, summons dark storm clouds above the target area to unleash 3 consecutive lightning bolts, dealing colossal damage scaled directly off his spirit attribute. Hit by both devastating attacks at once, the massive monster screams in sheer agony. "No, this is impossible," the beast cries, but the dual energy streams quickly incinerate it to nothing. Lu Fan charges forward to deliver the final blow, declaring that they can now safely enter the ruined city. The system announces that Lu Fan has leveled up to 46. His Black Dragon gains 2 levels, reaching level 45. The Jade Dragon rises 2 levels to level 40. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon gains 1 level, reaching level 27, and unlocks a brand new skill called Flowing Guardian. As the dust of battle settles, he opens his interface to review Xiao Fei's new skill. The shield reduces damage, lasts 5 minutes, and grants complete debuff immunity. The system reports that the Jade Dragon's contract has reached level 40. Flowing Guardian grants herself or an ally a shield for 5 minutes, reducing damage by 30%, while also remaining completely immune to any negative status effects during this entire duration. He realizes that, thanks to Xiao Fei's special traits, both he and his dragons will receive double the effects. With this skill active, there is no need to keep spamming Jade Light just to block the toxic gas. Lu Fan turns to Xiao Fei and tells her to cast Flowing Guardian on everyone. She roars back, signaling she completely understands. As for Andre, he murmurs, noting that Lu Fan has another new skill and it feels incredibly amazing. Standing beside him, Wu Xian adds that with damage reduction and debuff immunity, they can now safely handle the toxic gas here. Andre kneels down, reaching out to touch the monster, confirming that Shadow Island's toxic gas no longer has any effect on him. "That's amazing, brother." Seeing this, Wu Xian suggests that they should now help Lu Fan gather the dropped crafting materials. Soon, a system notification pops up. The fallen corpse Holy Dragon has successfully fused with the Divine Bone. This allows it to dismantle divine bones from its own summons or pets, to absorb them, converting 1% of their overall attributes into its own stats. Andre casually replies that it is no problem as having those two dragons consume the corpses will make harvesting materials even easier. Wu Xian quickly chimed in, saying she would head over. Looking at them, Lu Fan quietly smiled, knowing that with friends helping out the materials would be gathered in no time. Lu Fan quickly instructs the fallen corpse holy dragon to stop and spare this shadow dragon general. After all, simply using it to absorb attributes would be an absolute waste. The monster stood right back up like nothing had happened. Turning this level 95 hidden boss into an undead puppet was a much better deal. Yield to the master. The system announces that the undead shadow dragon general is level 95 and takes on a knight form. In its human form, all physical attacks and shadow damage it inflicts will boost its overall spirit attribute by 25%. Once it shifts into its sub-dragon form, it will fight using the raw power of a dragon. In this state, all physical attacks and shadow damage it deals will boost its strength attribute by 25%. When the dragon general's health drops below 25%, a toxic shadow miasma gathers, continuously draining the life of nearby enemies. It bows respectfully in submission. Lu Fan smiles, realizing he now commands the 9 Realms Demon, the 5 National Guardians, a Divine Bone Clone, and this new Shadow Dragon General. Every single one of them can easily go toe-to-toe with a 4th-class advancement expert. Once he obtains stronger undead puppets, he can have his fallen corpse holy dragon absorb the 5 National Guardians for a massive stat boost. Pulling out the quest scroll, he mutters quietly to himself, curious to see what rewards he scored this time. The system flashes a notification: the Shadow Earth Digger bounty is complete. Suddenly, a golden chest materializes right before his eyes. It is the Court Archmage gift pack holding an item of epic quality. As the chest pops open, Lu Fan lifts up the item inside. This upgrade scroll is surprisingly high quality, similar to the weapon one from before. This epic grade quality upgrading enchantment scroll is a rare consumable item that can boost any piece of equipment by 1 tier all the way up to Legend Plus. A moment later, Andre's group returns. He calls out to him, asking if he thinks this haul will be enough. Wu Xian flashes a bright smile, announcing they have swept up all the dark energy lingering around Shadow Island. The system shows they gathered 397 pieces of Shadow Island energy. Lu Fan smiles, softly thanking them and saying this is more than enough. The screen updates: his total Shadow Island energy now sits at 569 out of 300. Peering at the scroll in his hand, Andre admits it looks like some serious high-tier loot, praising his crazy luck. Wu Xian gently reminds him that his soul wings are currently legend grade, so upgrading them to Legend Plus is absolutely his best choice. Summoning his massive dragon wings, Lu Fan agrees with his senior's advice. Casting the spell, he figures since his damage is already solid, boosting his mobility is the perfect call. Wu Xian compliments him immediately, teasing that he looks way cooler now than he ever did before. Lu Fan can't help but chuckle softly, replying that he can already feel his entire body becoming incredibly light. His flight capabilities receive a massive upgrade. The system immediately updates the Flying Dragon King's soul wings from Legend to Legend Plus quality. With no level requirement, the wings grant plus 356 agility, plus 291 strength, plus 246 spirit, and plus 234 durability. This enchantment grants the wearer the ability to fly while boosting overall flight speed. Triggering a flight burst increases all attributes by 20%, which is honestly incredible. Lu Fan flaps his wings and shoots into the sky to test his newfound speed, calling for Xiao Ye and Xiao Fei to follow. Their next destination is the central palace of the ruined city, where they will locate the Shadow Spring. Bao Bao quickly chases after him, letting out a series of excited high-pitched cries as it flies. Grinning, Andre wonders if his buddy is trying to race him. He yells out for Lu Fan to wait up while Wu Xian loudly warns everyone to stay on their guard. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the air, pleading for help and begging to be saved. He immediately recognizes it as a magic-simulated sound, very similar to how his senior speaks whenever she adopts her official principal persona. The desperate voice begs for rescue once more. Lu Fan signals the group to halt, prompting a confused Andre to ask what that sound was. The cry seems to echo from the ruins of the palace below. Wu Xian quickly waves her hands defensively, telling them not to look at her because she has no reason to do that. Lu Fan murmurs that they will likely have to enter the palace itself if they want to get to the bottom of this. Cutting to the central palace of the ruined city on Shadow Island, Lu Fan slowly descends onto the dusty ground. Once the entire group touches down safely, the mysterious voice speaks up again, confirming they can hear it. Lu Fan looks around, noting that the sound is growing much clearer. The source is definitely close by. Andre agrees, adding that the shadow spring should also be situated somewhere in this very area. In the distance, an old man wearing a tattered hood approaches them. He whispers that after 3,000 years, he has finally met the hero who completed the bounty, urging them not to fear. Just seeing a massive dragon sitting right there petrified the old man. Before anyone could even move, he scrambled in sheer terror to hide behind the door. "Dragon, a dragon is here. Save me." A bow lunged forward with a loud roar, basically telling the old geezer to shut his mouth. In the blink of an eye, a loud smack resounded as Xiao Ye landed a sharp blow directly onto a bow's head. Lu Fan quickly called a bow back, telling him to stop causing trouble. Meanwhile, Andre wondered if that was the voice he heard. Nearby Wu Xian noted seriously that while the threat seemed low, they still could not afford to lower their guard. Lu Fan turned to the spirit, cowering behind the door, asking if he was the one who summoned them and what he needed. The spirit spoke softly, recognizing them as the bounty heroes and begging for forgiveness for losing his composure just moments earlier. Regaining his composure, the spirit explained that this desolate place was once known as Tianfu Island, where he had served as the Grand Court Mage. He lost his life trying to protect the palace's precious Fuguang Spring. Then 3 years ago, a terrible black dragon descended, unleashing toxic miasma that completely destroyed the Tianfu kingdom. None of their people stood a chance against it. The miasma contaminated the sacred spring, corrupting his king and cursing his people, causing their souls to slowly fade into nothingness. He begged the heroes to free his king, allow their tortured spirits to finally rest in peace and restore their ruined homeland. Andre scratched his chin, thoughtfully realizing that they were the only ones who had managed to penetrate this deep in 300 years. Wu Xian agreed, pointing out that based on the mage's words, the legendary shadow spring water they sought was probably still protected by his king. Suddenly, a system notification flashed, showing the quest name, the court mage's request, and the full mission description. Due to the Black Dragon's toxic plague, the once blessed Tianfu Island has transformed into the dreaded Shadow Island. The king of Tianfu was corrupted into a monstrous half-dragon hybrid, while his people became restless zombies doomed to wander the land. But now, the last court mage has finally glimpsed a ray of hope that could end the dark curse plaguing the Shadow Island. Quest objective: defeat one Shadow Dragonoid king and finally allow the restless dead to find eternal peace. Lu Fan finished reading, utterly shocked by the quest reward. The entire territory of Tianfu Island. Could that be real? Wait, did that mean the entire island would become his? Before he could think, a heavily clawed foot stepped into view. Low, eerie groans echoed from the shadows. The old mage whispered in dread that his king had arrived, drawing everyone's eyes to the noise. From the darkness, a pair of terrifying glowing eyes suddenly flared to life. The old mage's trembling voice echoed once more. He begged them to restore the island so they could rest. Wu Xian took her stance, warning the team to brace for combat. Andre chimed in, noting that no matter what, they had to defeat this monster to even reach the Shadow Spring. As the figure emerged, they saw a terrifying crown-wearing monstrosity that looked like a living, breathing skeleton. The old mage's final plea echoed through the chamber, begging them to free his king. The system analysis popped up: Shadow Dragonoid King level 95. With his shadow corruption skill, he can dissolve into toxic mist, letting him blend with the mist to launch surprise attacks from stealth. He also wields Death Sentence, a devastating greatsword slash that delivers 490% unavoidable shadow damage to his targets. This lethal skill has a 90-second cooldown. Next is Dragonoid Roar, which uses a dragon's cry to drastically weaken all of an enemy's stats, while its human scream inflicts powerful direct mental control over them. Suddenly, the fallen king let out a horrific shriek. Andre gasped, shocked that the former ruler had been corrupted into such a grotesque half-dragon monstrosity. Wu Xian turned to Lu Fan, noting the immense pressure radiating from the beast. When asked what they should do, Lu Fan calmly told Andre to stay back, instructed his senior sister to guard the mage, and prepared to lead the charge. Once he pinned it down, Andre would search for the Shadow Spring. Right then, another system prompt flashed. Flame God True Form. This skill summons a high-tier fire deity, boosting all stats by 100% and granting fiery wings for temporary flight. With its duration determined by the caster's spirit stat, Andre raised his massive axe and let out a booming laugh. Though relegated to rear guard duty, Andre did not mind. Meanwhile, Wu Xian stood ready calmly, declaring that she was fully prepared for the upcoming battle. Conjuring a fierce flame, Xiao Ye roared for them to charge as the system reported her current dragon chi was set to Black Dragon Tier 2. Gripping his sword tightly, Lu Fan commanded Xiao Ye to prepare for her devastating giant dragon of destruction transformation. The king roared, lunging forward to slice him in half. It was the boss's signature move, Death Sentence, a massive greatsword strike that deals 490% unavoidable shadow damage to the target with a 90-second cooldown. Lu Fan quickly activated a defensive skill, Eternal Guardian, generating a massive protective barrier around himself. For all allies protected by this barrier, its damage absorption limits were directly based on the Eternal One's total health pool and self-recovery capabilities. Grinning with confidence, he cheered her on, telling Xiao Ye it was her turn. She immediately conjured a massive blazing fireball. It is called Lava Burst, and it is currently charging. Right after a massive fireball hurls straight toward the king, the system announces Lava Burst, erupting fierce flames within the target area to create a deadly pool of molten lava. Targets trapped inside the lava pool will slowly sink into the magma while taking massive continuous damage. The king roars in anger, raising his hand to block the incoming strike. Meanwhile, Wu Xian and Abao launch a sudden attack on the king, easily deflecting the strike meant for Xiao Ye. This boss is definitely no joke. She throws her spear at him as Abao charges forward. Lu Fan quickly issues the command for Abao to prepare his next attack. Wu Xian clenches her fist and commands bind. Her spell freezes the king completely in his tracks. The perfect opportunity has arrived. Abao transforms, activating Azure Thunder. In this world, destroying thunder form. It effectively mimics the powerful effects of the Thunder Jade. The Thunder Jade he holds is the Emperor Jade. Lu Fan shouts, "Now is the time." The system officially announces the Emperor Jade. All of Azure Dragon's powerful skills are boosted by 100%. Every single cast of lightning magic now triggers a powerful thunder barrier at the target location. Any enemy inside this barrier will suffer massive extra damage whenever they try to move. The king is completely paralyzed by the electricity. He screams in agony as the system issues another notification. 3,300,000 world-destroying lightning strikes summon a massive storm into the target area simultaneously, unleashing 3,300,000 Dragon Guard, forbidden spells of world-destroying thunder. Skills influenced by Azure Thunder remain unaffected by the power of the Thunder Source. Lu Fan quickly charges forward, shouting that it is not over yet. He slashes his sword at the king, yelling Void Sever. The system shows that the current dragon energy of Black Dragon 2 triggers Void Sever, delivering 2 consecutive strikes to support his dragon pet. The king is trapped inside a swirling purple vortex as the system announces Shadow Corrosion. The king transforms his body into toxic gas, allowing him to blend in and attack while remaining completely hidden and undetectable. Lu Fan is completely stunned by this. Andre gasps, shouting that the boss has vanished. Wu Xian quickly tells Lu Fan to have Xiao Ye detect the enemy's stealth. He replies that the skill cannot be broken before shouting to Andre. The warrior quickly replies that he understands. He uses his blazing wings to charge forward, while Wu Xian chases after him, shouting in panic. She warns them not to go, because they are being too reckless. As the king roars, she tells everyone to watch their backs and cast defensive skills immediately. She wonders what Lu Fan is doing. Andre calmly replies that the timing is perfect, and the shadow source must be nearby. The king immediately strikes, punching him straight into the ground. Wu Xian freezes in shock at the sudden sight. She turns around and loudly demands to know how Lu Fan can just stand there so indifferently. Suddenly, a hand rests on her shoulder, telling Miss Ye not to worry. Meanwhile, the system announces Emerald Mirror Image, copying an ally target into 2 separate identical mirror reflections. These mirror images inherit all skills of the original caster, with their overall stats at 30% of the main body. Andre laughs and reveals he is still alive, as that was just his clone. The system shows 1 active mirror image. He explains that since the boss was invisible, Lu Fan had Xiao Fei help him lure the enemy out. Pretty clever, right? Even she fell for the trick, proving their coordination is actually pretty amazing. She sighs in relief, admitting they scared her before asking where Lu Fan is. He raises his sword, replying that he is naturally responsible for seizing this golden opportunity. With Xiao Fei and Xiao Ye providing cover from behind, he and Abao charge at the enemy as a notification appears. Lava Burst is currently charging, and Heavenly Tribulation is also charging up. Lu Fan commands Xiao Fei to deploy Dragon Domain to stop the enemy from escaping with toxic gas, telling Xiao Ye and Abao to prepare for the kill. Only now does the king realize his mistake. However, all of his allies are already prepared to unleash their attacks. Lu Fan delivers a clean slash across the king's body. The system announces that Dragon Domain has deployed a dragon field spanning 100 meters in diameter. All attributes of friendly dragons and bloodline-linked users inside this domain are immediately boosted by 50%. Any enemy lacking dragon bloodline inside the domain suffers a 50% drop to all attributes, and they are completely blocked from moving, teleporting, or summoning to leave. They cannot teleport or summon to enter or escape. Meanwhile, Lava Burst unleashes a violent firestorm over the target area, instantly creating a deadly pool of molten lava. Targets trapped inside this lava pool will gradually sink into the magma, taking continuous and massive damage. Heavenly Tribulation locks onto and continuously tracks a single enemy target, unleashing rapid-fire heavenly lightning strikes at high speeds to deal massive amounts of thunder damage. As the king slowly fades away, the system reveals that Azure Dragon has reached level 28, while Black Dragon 2 has leveled up to 46, leaving only his crown behind. The system continues to notify that the Emerald Dragon has reached level 4, and Lu Fan has reached level 47. He stands there thinking that if his guess is correct, this crown holds the Shadow Stone, meaning the contract with the Shadow Dragon King is finally close to completion. The system announces a request from the Royal Archmage, and the main quest is officially updated. Current progress shows 1 out of 1 Shadow Dragon Man King defeated, but 0 out of 1 putting the dead to rest. Lu Fan looks down at the item in his hand, realizing it can indeed be salvaged into Jingyao stones. The system panel displays the Shadow Crown, a legendary item that was once the laurel of the Heavenly Blessing Island King. After being socketed with the Jingyao stone, evil dragon corruption turned the king into a monster neither human nor beast. Salvaging this legendary crown yields 3 Jingyao stones, while the crown itself crumbles away into tiny shattered fragments. Moments later, Lu Fan is left holding 3 black stones, smiling to himself as he reviews his current haul. Except for the Shadow Spring water, every single material is fully gathered, leaving plenty of extra items to sell for massive dragon coins. System notifications show 3 Jingyao stones acquired, making it 3 out of 3 along with 1 out of 1 Ancient God Crystal, 569 out of 300 Shadow Island Breath, and 0 out of 50 Shadow Spring water. Behind him, Wu Shen angrily whacks his back with her magical staff. Seriously, why did you two coordinate so well without warning me? You scared me to death back there. Seeing her fury, Andre quickly steps in to calm her down, begging Miss Ye to relax. Lu Fan smiles sheepishly, scratching his head, as he explains it was his first time using mirror imagery in an emergency, forcing them to communicate only through quick eye contact. She turns her face away, completely ignoring him with a loud huff. A nearby voice suddenly catches Lu Fan's attention, saying they are truly extraordinary for finally freeing the king. The ghostly figure of an old man reaches toward the sword, asking the hero to accept his respect after waiting so long for this moment. The system panel reveals that the Shadow Greatsword is a quest item representing the absolute power of the island's former king. Corrupted by the evil dragon's toxic gas, this blade became a cursed vessel trapping innocent souls, but delivering it to the Royal Grand Mage will finally grant those trapped spirits eternal peace. He calls out to Lu Fan, pleading for the young hero to accept his deepest gratitude. He says he has waited for this day for far too long. Seeing Lu Fan take the greatsword, the old spirit entrusts it to him, hoping he will bring peace to all the wandering souls on the island. As his spectral figure slowly begins to fade away, the long-suffering citizens of Heavenly Blessing Island can finally find eternal peace. The old spirit sinks into the earth, leaving 2 beautiful flowers in his place as he thanks the hero for restoring the island to its former glory. The system panel flashes with updated progress: 1 out of 1 Shadow Dragon Man King defeated, and 1 out of 1 dead put to rest. His echoing voice resonates throughout the entire chamber. Fulfilling his final promise to hand over the island's future to the hero, the system renames Shadow Island to Heavenly Blessing Island. Somewhere else, Victor looks up at the sky in sheer disbelief as the raging storm and violent lightning suddenly vanish. Standing right beside him, Jan figures that Andre and the mysterious dragon Tamer must have successfully completed their mission. Inside the palace, the sword in Lu Fan's hands slowly dissolves as the old man's echoing voice reminds him that this entire place now belongs to him. With the Royal Grand Mage's final request marked as complete, a massive system notification officially unlocks the brand new territory system for him. He smiles warmly at the interface, realizing he has officially acquired a massive new territory. Wu Shen approaches to congratulate him, secretly admiring how he earned this himself instead of just inheriting a family estate like she did. Lu Fan realizes this territory system is amazing, offering daily resource generation to keep him stocked. It provides a steady passive income alongside local monsters that act as a perfect repeatable experience farm. The system interface now lists all of his new property details. Heavenly Blessing Island, a level 2 territory spanning an impressive 43,800 square kilometers in the remote Black Sand Sea. Local resources include Blessing Light Spring Water, Blessing Light Stones Level 2 Gold Ore, and Level 2 Jingyao Stone Mines. The local monsters include 4,658 Level 80 Heavenly Blessing Swordsmen and 4,484 Level 85 Heavenly Blessing Spearmen, while the island defenses like storms and toxic fog are currently disabled. He confirms the status one more time, seeing that the purified Shadow Island is now officially recognized as Heavenly Blessing Island. The default settings have safely deactivated the environmental defenses, including the terrifying storms and toxic mists. He realizes he can establish a bustling harbor, exporting local resources to kickstart a massive trading network. He could even host quest commissions to clear out monsters, or simply transform the entire place into a private resort. However, he can revert it back to Shadow Island whenever he wants, reactivating the storms and toxic barrier to keep intruders out, which also shifts all harvested resources back to their dark versions. Blessing Light Spring Water refreshes every 24 hours, Blessing Light Stones every 24 hours, and Level 2 Gold Ore every 48 hours. Level 2 Jingyao Stone Mines also refresh every 24 hours, and the monsters would revert to savage beasts. Best of all, he can leave his dragons and puppets here to grind levels automatically. As Lu Fan walks forward, he taps through the system panel, discovering a built-in teleportation skill linked directly to his brand new territory. This means he can easily open a portal and travel back here whenever he pleases. The screen displays that a new skill has been acquired: Territory Teleport. Territory Teleport. This allows the Lord to open or close portals to his domain. Channeling takes 10 seconds, and only one portal can exist at any given time. Walking ahead, Wuxian glanced back at him with a grin. Really, that's amazing. Now that the island is beautiful and safe, Lu Fan can invite everyone over to check it out. Meanwhile, Andre lets out a heavy sigh nearby. "What should I do?" Andre mutters. Noticing his distress, Lu Fan asks, "What's wrong, Andre?" He scratches his head, explaining that his quest is to destroy the Shadow Spring. But after searching the palace all day, Andre only found one water source, and it definitely wasn't the Shadow Spring. Wuxian looks up at him, wondering if there might be a hidden area, and offers to help him search. Raising his hand, Lu Fan stops her. "Hold on a second," he says, stepping in one direction. "Take me to your spring," Lu Fan says. "I can change it into the shadow source." Andre asks, completely baffled, "Change it? What do you mean by that?" Wuxian chuckles and follows him immediately. Since this island now belongs to Lu Fan, he will definitely have a trick up his sleeve. 10 minutes later, they arrive at the ruined palace courtyard on Tianfu Island. Walking along, Andre complains that although his family has a massive territory, he does not own one yet. Pointing to the view, Lu Fan admits, "Wow, I thought it was just a tiny spring." He stares in awe, never expecting to find such a massive lake. Seeing the lake, Wuxian rushes over in pure excitement. Andre glances at Lu Fan, finally realizing that changing it means switching the territory back into the shadowy island. Lu Fan explains that, by switching the domain setting back to the shadowy island, this pure water will naturally revert into the Shadow Spring for his quest. Dipping her hand in, Wuxian marvels at the crystal clear water, saying it makes her want to take a bath. Lu Fan gives her a highly encouraging look, telling her to go right ahead. Suddenly, he backtracks and yells at her to absolutely not do that. Scooping up some water, Wuxian narrows her eyes and stares at it intently. Curious at her reaction, Lu Fan asks what is wrong. Turning to Andre, Wuxian demands to know why this spring water feels so incredibly miraculous. "Just a tiny touch made me feel my attributes rising," she explains, leaving Andre with his mouth wide open in shock. "Seriously, let me try," Andre gasps, scooping up a handful of water and immediately shouting in pure excitement. "Oh my god, it is real. I can feel it too." Dipping his own hand in, Lu Fan realizes this Fuguang spring water is truly something special. It can boost all level-based attributes by 3 to 30%. Wuxian quickly drops to her knees right by the edge of the water. "That is insane. Does that mean I can boost my stats 90 times? She asks. The system panel pops up displaying Fuguang spring water as a legendary consumable. Users simply need to make contact with the water for 10 seconds at each level to activate it. Since the potential stat boost of 3 to 30% per level is massive, players cannot abuse this holy water. Trying to reuse the spring on an already upgraded level will render the effect completely invalid. Completely hooked, Andre starts splashing the miraculous water all over his face. Man, this feels amazing, Wuxian exclaims, flashing a proud okay sign. A single bottle of this stuff would sell for a fortune. Want me to put you in touch with Madame Tianhua? I will only charge a tiny broker fee. Completely speechless, Lu Fan facepalms and reminds her, please stop losing your mind, senior. I have absolutely no plans to sell this. We need to help Andre complete his quest first, Lu Fan says, tapping the screen to switch the territory settings back to the shadowy island. Suddenly sensing the shift, Andre panics and yells out, whoa, hold on a second. The system announces the transformation from Tianfu Island to the shadowy island, activating thunderstorm defenses and spreading toxic mist. Elsewhere, Ivan looks up in shock as the sky takes a dark turn. No way, why is the weather suddenly turning so hostile? What's going on? Victor stands beside him, equally bewildered, wondering if Andre and that dragon tamer have actually failed their mission. Back at the spring, Lu Fan waves his hand, ordering Xiao Fei to deploy her mobile protection. Flying high, she unleashes a sweeping wave of vibrant energy. A system notification appears: Shadow Spring Water Epic Tier Material. Once contaminated by the shadow element, the pure Fuguang Spring transforms into a toxic pool that constantly generates poisonous mist. Resting his heavy weapon on his shoulder, Andre says thoughtfully, hey Lu Fan, I just realized something about this quest to destroy the Shadow Spring. Essentially, completing this is just destroying a massive resource in your territory. Lu Fan smiles and reassures him, don't sweat it, brother. Once you finish your quest, I will just hire someone to repair it. Wu Xin chimed in, suggesting they might as well rebuild the entire ruined palace. Grinning, Andre pumps his spirits back up and swings his massive hammer. Now that sounds like fun. In that case, you can leave the rebuilding to me. Slamming his hammer onto the ground, he laughs boisterously. Brother, I am going to rebuild this place into a literal resort paradise for you. With their journey at the shadowy island coming to an end, it is finally time to head back. It has been incredibly rewarding, netting them tons of crafting materials and unlocking Lu Fan's new domain. Not to mention, Andre's quest completion reward promises to be grand, even if the guy had to wreck his new territory's resources first. Out of guilt, he not only offered to rebuild Lu Fan's little island, but also threw in a skill book that was unbelievably overpowered. The system announced he received one Wrath of 10,000 Dragons skill book. The Wrath of 10,000 Dragons is a legendary tier skill book requiring level 45. Once used, he learns the devastating active skill itself. The dragon tamer fuses himself with all his dragon pets, transforming into the 10,000 Dragon King to unleash an unparalleled ultimate strike, after which the fusion instantly dissolves. Now, he just needs the Shadow Spring repairs to finish, and all materials for the Shadow Dragon King contract will finally be fully assembled. 1 week later, Heavenly Blessing Island is renamed Shadow Island, and Lu Fan takes a moment to review everything he has accomplished. After taking over Shadow Island for a week, he disables the defense system to let his infinite puppet army sweep the mobs. This place has become an absolute goldmine for leveling up. To make traveling easier for everyone, he reorganized things and placed the teleportation portal inside the second villa. But out of nowhere, under a clear sunny sky, a voice rings out shouting, this shot is a sure kill. Right now, Xiao Man Han Ke Chin Chu, Xiao Fei Jian Ying and Xiao Ye are happily playing beach volleyball. My turn. Lu Fan sighs with helpless amusement, noting how this serene view keeps everyone from wanting to go back home. In an instant, Heavenly Blessing Island has transformed into everyone's favorite vacation paradise. The only remaining issue is the Shadow Spring, which was heavily damaged during Andre's quest. Lu Fan must wait for him to complete the repairs before he can gather any spring water again. Hidden deep within a quiet part of the forest lies a pristine spring with crystal clear deep blue waters. Tiny bubbles slowly begin to rise to the surface of the calm water. Suddenly, Lu Fan emerges in his dragon form, breaking the surface toward the sky and sending splashes of water flying everywhere. Stepping onto the shore with sharp claws, Lu Fan closes his eyes, amidst the thick white mist, takes a deep breath, and shifts back into his human form. Suddenly, a familiar voice startles him from behind, asking, so this is where you've been hiding all along? Gritting his teeth, Lu Fan looks up and stammers, wait, hold on, do not come any closer. Out of nowhere, Wu Xian leaps straight into the water, complaining, you found a hot spring and did not even tell us. She starts to say, how dare you sneak away, but suddenly slips on some mossy rocks, losing her balance completely. Tumbling forward, Wu Xian lets out a panicked scream. Standing in the spring, Lu Fan panics and yells for her to be careful, but Wu Xian falls directly on top of him. This spot is incredibly slick. Blushing, he quickly averts his gaze, unable to look her in the eye from this close. Asking why she is here, he gets teased by Wu Xian, who smirks and asks if his red face means he is flustered. Lu Fan closes his eyes tight, his face burning red as he loudly denies it, claiming the water is just way too hot. Standing up to look at him, Wu Xian stops teasing and delivers the good news. Andre sent word that the Shadow Spring has finally been restored. Grinning with satisfaction at the news, Lu Fan knows the wait is finally over. He pulls out a glass tube and scoops up some of the fresh spring water. Raising the glass vial to examine it, he is thrilled that all the necessary components have finally been collected. Crossing her arms, Wu Xian stands right behind him and asks with deep curiosity, "After being busy for so long, what exactly are you crafting?" Lu Fan glances back, raising a finger as he replies that she will see in just a moment. The system screen displays the legendary blueprint for the Shadow Dragon King contract, a high-tier special item. Once crafted, it will allow him to forge the contract itself. This powerful contract can summon the legendary Shadow Dragon King. Named Blackblade, it will fight on his behalf for 1 full hour, and the contract itself can be activated 3 times. The level of this Shadow Dragon King will automatically scale to match the user's level. The recipe needs 3 out of 3 Jing Yao stones, 1 out of 1 Ancient God Crystal, 300 Shadow Island auras, and 50 drops of Shadow Spring water. The screen prompts him to confirm the synthesis. Lu Fan moves his hand to confidently tap the glowing yes button. A pitch-black scroll instantly materializes directly in his hand. Wu Xian's eyes widen in absolute amazement as she gasps out in disbelief, asking if it actually worked. Clutching the summoning scroll, Lu Fan tosses it backward into the air and yells, "Xiao Fei, eat this up." Appearing the moment she is summoned, Xiao Fei obeys his command, opens her jaw wide, and swallows the flying scroll whole. Wu Xian stares at the pet enjoying her meal, wondering if he has completely lost his mind. Standing with his hands on his hips, Lu Fan calmly explains that the scroll has limited uses, but letting Xiao Fei eat it turns it into her permanent skill. He confidently declares that she can now summon it infinitely. The system notifications confirm the assimilation of the Shadow Dragon King contract, ready for action. Blackblade's power level will scale dynamically to match the user's level. Pointing excitedly toward the sky, Lu Fan yells that it is showtime, eager to witness her true power in action. 5 minutes later, Lu Fan was still frozen in that pointing pose. Xiao Fei didn't budge either, keeping her eyes locked onto him in total silence, leaving Wu Xian with no choice but to wait. Lu Fan scratched his head, frowning while tweaking his system panel, wondering if the summoning process had actually failed. He stared intently at the glowing screen. The interface read, "Shadow Dragon King, 2 contract level 47. Strength, 10,972. Agility, 35,827. Spirit, 4,807. And durability, 11,248. Featuring transformations like the Shadow Dragon form combat mode and the Ultimate Lord of Death form. Shadow Dragon traits can weaken 90% of all elemental attacks. Furthermore, their elite bloodline grants extreme resistance to negative status effects, giving them complete immunity against all incoming debuffs. Their unique constitution boosts health recovery by 1,500%, while the sharp claws of the Shadow Dragon ignore 90% of all physical defense. On top of possessing a powerful shield-breaking effect, their Shadow Cloak also grants absolute stealth, which cannot be broken even when taking direct damage. Shadows resist any form of attack. The Shadow Strike Cloak instantly teleports them right behind the target, striking critical weak points for an insane 1,600% extra bonus damage. Meanwhile, Shadow Burst instantly unleashes sharp wind blades, dealing heavy area damage, while stripping away every single positive buff from surrounding enemies. Shadow Abyss also grants all allies the same powerful Shadow Stealth effect, lasting for 6 minutes. The Shadow Death Domain unleashes a thick, dark mist that rapidly drains every single attribute of any target caught inside. Shadow Flash allows instant forward blinks, leaving behind a wake of destruction that hits all targets in the way with 800% damage. When inside the Shadow Death Domain, the Shadow Abyss will continuously trigger rapid shadow flashes, lasting for a full minute. Lu Fan analyzed this in his head. Insane mobility, broken skills, this power couldn't possibly be a system glitch. Standing behind him, Wu Xian was losing her patience after waiting so long. "Why are you just standing there? Did it work or not?" Before she could even finish her sentence, he interrupted with a command, "Release stealth." Suddenly, dazzling spots of light gathered in the sky, forming a blurry silhouette. Gradually, from deep within the radiant glow, a pair of massive pitch-black dragon wings began to unfurl. After what felt like an eternity, a massive black dragon with glowing crimson eyes finally materialized in the sky, letting out a deafening roar. Wu Xian stood there completely jaw-dropped, utterly stunned as she spoke. He actually managed to get another dragon, and it can even turn invisible. Lu Fan turned around to face her directly, with a smug grin asking, "This is no ordinary dragon. Want to test its power?" Down on the ground, a black dragon was pacing back and forth as the system panel flashed with details. It was the Shadow Dragon General Level 95, currently in night form. Fighting in its human form, all of the Dragon General's attacks deal both physical and magic damage, while boosting its strength attribute by an impressive 25%. With its Shadow Poison Gas, once the Dragon General's health falls below 25%, it unleashes a toxic shroud that continuously drains the life of all surrounding enemy targets. Hovering high in the sky, Lu Fan Xiao, Fei Wu Xian, and Shadow Dragon King 2 looked down at the boss below. This formidable opponent was second only to the Shadow Dragonic King on Shadow Island. Staring down at the dragon pacing below Lu, Fan figured this was the perfect target for some training. He tilted his head toward the dragon behind him and gave a command, "Shadow Stealth." Understanding his thoughts immediately, Shadow Dragon King 2 began to make its move. Circling behind Lu Fan, it unleashed a massive wave of dark energy. Sensing this bizarre power surge, the Shadow Dragon General quickly looked up to investigate. "Humph, who dares trespass here?" Spotting Lu Fan floating in the sky, the general stomped the ground with fury, letting out a roar. In a flash, it extended its sharp-clawed hands, launching a direct attack at him. But just as those sharp claws came within millimeters of Lu Fan, an invisible force slammed heavily into the Shadow Dragon General from behind. A colossal pillar of light from the sky struck with pinpoint accuracy, sending the beast crashing hard into the dirt. Clutching its chest amid the rising cloud of dust, the Shadow Dragon General collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Before the beast could even recover from that devastating strike, a relentless barrage of subsequent attacks began raining down upon it from every single direction. Green fluid oozed from the Shadow Dragon General's eyes, mouth, and ears as it writhed in agony. As it roared in rage, the wild fur on its head suddenly grew longer. Its eyes flashed with a sinister crimson glow as the general threw its head back and roared. Watching the fight from high above, Wu Xian couldn't help but analyze the situation, noting how the enemy couldn't even see where the attacks were coming from, helplessly taking one-sided damage. She concluded that this was an absolute nightmare, while Lu Fan smirked down at the ground, declaring that he was about to turn up the heat. He commanded the girl behind him to shroud the blade with her soul power, and Xiao Fei immediately responded. Nodding silently, she closed her eyes to channel her inner strength, triggering Emerald Dragon 2's Soul Light transformation. All skill effects are doubled for both the Dragon Clan and Bloodline connectors. Under Soul Protection, allied targets marked with Soul Light receive a massive 100% boost to all stats. At 200% taking damage, absorbs hits to generate a stack of defensive chi. Once it reaches 10 stacks, it unleashes a devastating chi shockwave. The damage dealt is 10 times the total absorbed damage, and the grand total is doubled. Down on the ground, the Shadow Dragon General opens its massive jaws, gathering dark energy into a condensed, swirling sphere. With a deafening roar, it fires the gathered blast straight at the Jade Dragon. Roar. Despite the attack, drawing dangerously close, the Jade Dragon simply stands its ground, completely unfazed. The moment the blast reaches its target, it instantly dissolves into thin air without causing the Jade Dragon a single scratch. Lu Fan raises an eyebrow, thoroughly intrigued by this outcome. So that is how it works. The Black Blade's concealment ability is so powerful, it can even hide both its own form and Little Fei's presence simultaneously. The Shadow Dragon General glares up at him, letting out furious roars as sharp black dragon scales begin shooting out from its body. With glowing eyes, the Shadow Dragon General unleashes a storm of countless black scales all around itself. Throwing its head back, the beast puts everything it has into launching a massive barrage of scales toward Lu Fan with a wild roar. Suddenly, a dark, swirling portal appears in front of him, effortlessly absorbing every single scale fired by the Shadow Dragon General. A system notification pops up confirming the summon of the Shadow Cloak. This ultimate defensive gear completely blocks all physical attacks, magic spells, and formation restrictions. Lu Fan lets out an amused smirk. Reducing every incoming attack to absolute nothingness is truly the ultimate flawless defense. His gaze turns sharp as he issues a cold command ordering the black blade to show him its absolute strongest strike. The Shadow Dragon General's eyes flare with brilliant light, radiating a terrifying wave of pure, unfiltered bloodlust. Roaring wildly, the creature launches itself into the sky, initiating a direct and desperate head-on assault right toward Lu Fan. But high up in the air, the Shadow Dragon General pauses in utter confusion, completely unable to locate where its target went. In its moments of panic, a sudden devastating surprise attack strikes it hard right from the side. With a sharp cry, the Jade Dragon appears, landing directly on one of its massive wings. With just one strike, the mighty Shadow Dragon General is completely brought down. The system screen flashes Shadow Strike. It locks onto the target, teleports behind them to hit their weak point, unleashing a massive 1600% bonus damage. Best of all, this effect cannot be cleansed by any buffs. Having watched the entire battle unfold alongside Lu Fan and his Jade Dragon Ye Wuxian, can only marvel at this terrifying power in absolute silence. It is simply too terrifying for a level 95 boss. Lu Fan suddenly turns around and explains to her that the Shadow Dragon King is a natural-born assassin of the Dragon Clan, specializing in one-hit kills. With little phase support, taking down this boss is honestly nothing special. Stunned by his utterly casual attitude, Ye Wuxian asks in disbelief if he seriously considers this to be normal. A level 47 player literally soloing a level 95 raid boss. As a level 96 battle mage, my own stats barely reach 8,000. Just how ridiculously broken are his dragon's attributes? She smiles with anticipation, saying that in 2 days, she will finally be able to stand tall against that guy, since having him here is her ultimate trump card. Lu Fan looks straight at her, offering a confident, rock-solid promise to relax. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he meets her gaze directly, promising that as long as he is standing by her side, absolutely nobody will ever bully her again. A warm smile spreads across Ye Wuxian's face as she softly agrees, silently making a profound promise of her own. If he actually pulls this off, he will be the savior of the Yi family, and she will personally grant him an incredible reward on behalf of her clan. 2 days later, at the western border, they find themselves in a barren wasteland filled with rocky plains and withered trees. Arriving at the western border as scheduled with his senior sister, Lu Fan looks out from atop his bone dragon, taking in the harsh terrain and silently greeting the land. Western border, he is back. Spreading its colossal wings, the massive bone dragon glides gracefully into a hidden territory, enclosed by towering mountain peaks. Sitting comfortably on its back, Lu Fan admires the spectacular landscape, noting how such a rich environment naturally breeds incredibly powerful figures. No wonder the elite clans gather here, Ye Wuxian says from the front, taking the opportunity to explain the situation. Because the Dragon Kingdom heavily relied on the elite clans during its founding, they gave the resource-rich western border entirely to these powerful families, even refraining from building any major cities nearby to ensure their peaceful private lifestyle remains undisturbed. Lu Fan smirks as the pieces fall into place, realizing there was such a deep history behind it all. Ye Wuxian turns her head, brushing her hair back as she continues telling the story. Within the western border, the Yi, Huang, and Long families are merely low D-tier declining clans. Deep inside, the C, B, and A-tier powerhouses wait, ruled by terrifying fourth-class transfer experts. Below them, the Bone Dragon cuts swiftly through the clouds as Ye Wuxian's steady voice echoes across the sky. In these elite clans, ordinary experts are nothing more than background noise. Hearing this, Lu Fan realizes with shock that the western border harbors such deep and unexpected secrets. It seemed his overall understanding of this world was nothing more than a tiny fraction. To these elite grade A families, he was probably nothing more than a tiny, insignificant ant in their eyes. But that was exactly why the moment the veil was finally lifted would be so much more satisfying. A sudden shout snapped Lu Fan right out of his deep thoughts. They had finally arrived. Wuxian stood straight up and pointed toward the ground. Right below them sat a massive ancient manor, built with incredible luxury and historic grandeur. Landing at the Yi Manor, Wuxian leaped forward and touched down softly. Behind her, Lu Fan jumped off the bone dragon to follow close behind. The two stood silently before the massive main gates. Wuxian suddenly turned and asked if Lu Fan was truly prepared to face all of this alongside her. If you want to back out, now is your last chance. Instead of giving a direct answer, he smiled and asked if she really thought he would back out now that they were already there. Perhaps the ones who would actually regret this were the Huang and Long clans. Wuxian turned, offering her hand, inviting him to finally step inside the home where she had grown up. Lu Fan nodded quietly in response. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a wooden plaque proudly displayed the name of the Huang clan. Inside the Huang family training grounds, all sorts of weapons were neatly lined up around the yard. Right in the center, two massive forces of fire and water clashed head-on, sending a suffocating pressure rippling through the air. After an intense struggle, a massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves of raw energy blasting outward and shaking the entire courtyard. A foot wearing dark blue-green shoes slammed onto the dirt, fighting hard to resist the powerful backward slide. Across the field, another foot clad in clean white shoes stomped firmly into the ground to stabilize their balance. Yu Tian smirked, gathering his breath to calm his energy. He admitted that the ancestor was still a cut above him. Spreading his arms wide, he looked at the old man and shrugged while assessing his own performance. Even after a full month of training, he was still slightly lacking. The Huang family ancestor humored him with a gentle reply. Managing to unleash the strength of a level 99 master while only at level 98 was outstanding. Give it another 6 months, and his power would easily surpass his own. His expression turned serious as he offered some guidance. Such incredible talent was practically unheard of among any of the lower grade D clans. Once he reached level 99, they would have the chance to elevate the Huang clan to a grade C status. Only then would they have the power to finally stand against the Ning family. Yu Tian frowned with determination, quietly repeating those crucial words to himself. Promising to strive for grade C status, he listened as the ancestor walked forward and shared the news that Ye Wuxian had officially returned. Walking further, the old patriarch mentioned that she was not alone, but had brought a young man with her. The two were seen riding on a massive bone dragon, suggesting the youth might be a dragon tamer. Yu Tian asked with curiosity. Wasn't the bone dragon actually a black dragon? The patriarch glanced over at his companion and sighed deeply. Letting a dragon tamer with so many dragon pets grow strong would bring endless trouble. But Yu Tian just shook his head and gave a confident guarantee. Telling the ancestor not to worry, he promised to bring the youth under their wing to serve the Huang clan. And if the kid refused? Smirking smugly, he declared that out on the western frontier life was cheap, and even if someone died, the dragons would remain silent. The ancestor closed his eyes, nodding before changing the subject. Recently, Long Erhu of the Long clan had taken Long Xing to pressure the Ye family. On top of demanding resources and reclaiming their lost honor, he even wanted Yi Wuxian's hand in marriage, a demand they simply could not compromise on. Hearing this update, Yu Tian threw his head back and let out a booming laugh. Speaking with absolute disdain, he sneered that a leopard like Long Erhu could never change his spots. Since that was the case, he decided he would arrive at the Yi Manor at the exact same time as Long Erhu in 3 days. Doing so would let them suppress the Ye family, while simultaneously keeping the Long clan in check, earning him praise from the ancestor as they walked. The old man was confident that with him leading the western frontier would soon belong to the Huang clan. 3 days later, bright sunlight poured down from the sky, bathing the beautiful courtyard right outside the room in brilliant sparkling light. Over at the Yi family guest quarters, a maid knocked repeatedly on the wooden door, announcing that breakfast was finally ready for him. Her voice echoed inside the room, but the space was completely empty, save for a glowing spatial portal humming quietly in the center. At that exact moment over on Tianfu Island Beach glowing system, screens began flashing with a series of new notifications. Lu Fan had successfully leveled up to level 48 while his trusty black dragon reached level 48 and his emerald dragon hit level 42. Additionally, his starry sky dragon climbed to level 39 and his blue dragon rose all the way to level 31. Lu Fan clenched his fist tight, completely thrilled by his incredible growth. In just a few short days, his dragons had actually leveled up again. Now, even if he faced a great family leader in a surprise raid, his current power would let him put up a solid fight. Wu Xian's face flashed in his mind, making him wonder how his senior was preparing for what was to come. The afternoon sun cast bright rays over the compound. Suddenly, a panicked voice echoed from right outside the room. "My lady, it is terrible. The Long family has already arrived at our gates." Inside, Lu Fan was calmly adjusting his robes. Hearing the servant's frantic report, he quietly murmured that his return was perfectly timed. The messenger quickly added that the Long family members were waiting in the main hall, demanding her presence. "The royal family's convoy has already passed West Urfa and should arrive soon," the young lady outside instructed the guard. "Understood, take your men to guard the courtyard and do not let them enter," Wu Xian ordered, glancing at the figure who had quietly stood at her door. "They are here," Lu Fan said, with a reassuring smile. "Do not be afraid with me, around no one will dare bully you." Outside, Rocky Mountains stretched into the distance, while inside the Yi family estate warm sunlight bathed the open courtyard. Approaching the reception hall of the Yi family, Lu Fan and Wu Xian walked side by side, slowly making their way toward the doors. Inside, a crowd was already waiting. Crossing his arms with an impatient look, Longxing glared at them and scoffed. "So you finally decided to show up." He sneered in annoyance, complaining that the Ye family had terrible manners, leaving them waiting for so long without even serving a hot pot of tea. Wu Xian fired back, telling him he was lucky because in the past rude trespassers like them would have been beaten and thrown out instantly. Hearing her sharp words, Longxing merely burst out laughing. Laughing like a madman, he threw his head back and let out a wild, uncontrollable cackle. He then bent forward, sticking his tongue out and making absurd mocking gestures to provoke them. "You said it yourself, that was in the past," he sneered. "Today, even if we trash your estate, not a single soul here would dare utter a word." This was Long Erhu, 32 years old, a level 98 elite, holding the hidden class of Vajra monk. Longxing's older brother, who had been sitting quietly with his chin resting on his hand, suddenly spoke up. "Lady Ye, your 2-month deadline has officially arrived. We originally came here to discuss the resources that the old Master Ye borrowed from us and how you plan to return them. But unfortunately for you, your family now owes the Long family a serious explanation instead." Looking directly at her, he continued. "Longxing traveled all this way just to offer your family a generous way out. Yet you repaid his kindness by beating him and leaving him injured. Our family head is absolutely furious about this, and he demands that your family pay a heavy price." Furious at his extreme arrogance, Wu Xian lashed out, calling them completely shameless. She pointed out that they clearly had no intention of returning anything, and that Longxing brought his injuries upon himself by breaking the rules. Erhu let out a devious smirk, telling her not to worry, as he actually had a perfect solution for everyone. Standing up, he walked right over to Wu Xian and suggested she simply marry him instead. That way, she would become Longxing's sister-in-law, making a little beating no big deal. Furthermore, with the Long family backing them, the royal family would never dare plot against the Ye family again, he added. Wu Xian warily took a step back. Standing nearby, Longxing chimed in with his own crude and vulgar remarks. "If you serve my brother well and keep him happy, I might actually forgive you for the sake of you being my sister-in-law." Lu Fan, who had been quietly watching from behind, suddenly stepped forward, shielding Wu Xian and blocking her from Erhu. "You are like a toad, dreaming of swan meat," he spat. "Did you even look in a mirror before leaving your house?" Infuriated that someone dared to insult them, Longxing raised his fan to cover his mouth and sneered demandingly, asking how Lu Fan dared speak to his second brother in such a disrespectful manner. Lu Fan firmly grasped Wu Xian's hand and assured her not to worry, promising he would never let them bully her again. Staring in surprise at the boy beside her, Wu Xian softly called his name, her lips slowly curving into a highly confident smile. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around his neck, acting completely helpless, as she playfully teased, "Look at their massive squad. Whatever is a weak, defenseless girl like me supposed to do now?" Lu Fan stood frozen, utterly bewildered by her sudden, unexpected display of drama. Pouting playfully, Wu Xian continued in a sweet voice, "You heard them. They do not just want the Ye family territory, they want me too." Glaring in absolute fury, Longxing ground his teeth and growled, "You too." Playing along with her act, Lu Fan smiled and assured her he would gladly handle them for her. Frowning in deep irritation, Erhu scoffed, "Handle us. A useless playboy like you has no right to interfere in high-ranking clan affairs," he mocked, prompting Wu Xian to turn around and face him directly. "You are right, family struggles indeed value legitimacy above all else," she agreed. She paused to think, then smiled brightly, taking Lu Fan by the hand to lead him to the main seat as she called out, "Come over here, Lu Fan, take this seat. As the sole heir to the Ye family, I officially declare that Lu Fan will represent us to handle all of the clan disputes during this meeting." Long Erhu gasped in shock and demanded to know what she meant, but she ignored him and kept leading Lu Fan right to the main seat. This was the very chair her grandfather used to occupy. Lu Fan did not hesitate and sat down with confidence. Meanwhile, once Yi Wuxian escorted Lu Fan to the main chair, she chose to stand respectfully by his side without any intention of sitting. Ye Wuxian spoke up, her sharp gaze sweeping across the Long family members as she asked if the Ye family spokesperson was finally qualified. This was the grand main hall of the Ye family estate in the western region. Under strict clan traditions, only the absolute leader holding supreme power over the estate is permitted to sit in this prestigious seat. a throne once reserved only for the respected patriarch of Ye Wushan's family. Long Xing recoiled in shock and screamed, "Are you kidding me? Are you really handing the entire Yi family over to this nobody on a silver platter?" Long Erhu quickly raised a hand to silence him. Long Erhu's glare had already been burning with intense fury the moment he first saw Lu Fan. Now, watching Lu Fan casually lounging in the Grand Patriarch's chair, he let out a cold, mocking laugh, sneering, "You actually have the guts to sit there. Well, it looks like Miss Ye is hopelessly head over heels in love with this guy." Lu Fan spared him a brief glance and calmly replied, "Exactly. Now that you understand how things are, you can stop worrying your head about it. Who actually calls the shots in your Long clan? Have them step forward and speak to me directly." Long Xing covered his mouth with a folding fan and whispered to his older brother, "By the rules, should we go fetch the ancestor?" Long Erhu flared up, nearly striking his sibling down in rage as he bellowed, "Forget the rules, get the hell out of my sight." The younger brother could only stammer in fear. Long Erhu sneered inwardly, squeezing his hands into tight fists. Streams of brilliant golden energy erupted from his body as he spoke in a low, threatening tone. "Miss Ye, my affection for you does not give you permission to trample all over my pride like this. Today I am absolutely going to teach both you and your little pretty boy a painful lesson." "How dare you?" Yi Wuxian's face turned red with anger, but Lu Fan reached out to gently hold her back, whispering, "Don't worry, senior sister, let me handle this." Long Erhu sneered with pure contempt. "Since you are just a clueless junior, I will be generous enough to let you count to 3. Lu Fan accepted the deal without hesitation, sitting cross-legged with a completely blank expression. "And under your own clan rules, if you are somehow still breathing, after my count is finished, I will immediately leave the western region and give up this throne." Long Erhu scoffed silently, but Long Xing leaned in to whisper a warning. "Brother, be careful. His black dragon powers are absolutely insane." "Is that a joke? Do you really think he can even land a blow on me? With my status as a 4th-tier diamond monk boasting over 20,000 defense, victory is guaranteed." Though he still looked down on Lu Fan as a mere 2nd-tier class holder, Long Erhu suppressed his burning anger and forced a cold smile as he replied, "Fine, kid. After 3 counts, if you are still breathing, we will return every single resource our family owes yours. I will even throw in Yunshui Mountain and this woman as a bonus." Lu Fan gave a brief, simple nod. "Fine, then I will not hold back." Lu Fan sneered, shaking his head as he slowly raised 3 fingers, calling out 1. The enemy remained completely still, looking incredibly smug. Yet after the first count was called out, absolutely nothing happened. Lu Fan just sat there leisurely, showing no signs of launching any attack. 2. Lu Fan held up 2 fingers, anticipating the final count. Long Erhu braced himself, focusing every ounce of his attention directly on the boy. "I easily tanked 3 ultimate skills from the royal ancestor and walked away without a scratch. As long as I survive this dragon's blast, I will easily rip this arrogant little brat into bloody pieces." Completely ignoring the smug looks of the Long family members waiting for his failure, Lu Fan slowly raised his final finger. In that split second, a brilliant flash of red light streaked forward like lightning, instantly piercing straight through Long Erhu's chest instead of his brother's. When absolutely nothing seemed to happen after the final count, the entire Long family burst into hysterical laughter, mocking, "Haha. So it was all just talk and cheap bluster. Let's see how you Ye family cowards dig yourselves out of this." Long Xing was practically gloating with joy, laughing out loud. "Oh my, and here I thought you actually had some terrifying hidden trump card. Turns out you are just a coward whose knees went so weak you cannot even stand up." Enraged by the mocking, Ye Wushan was about to curse them and charge forward, but she suddenly felt Lu Fan's hand gently holding her back. She turned to him with a deeply confused expression, but Lu Fan simply gestured for his senior classmate to ignore the noisy fools. Seeing Long Erhu stand completely motionless, Long Xing glances over in confusion, asking if his second brother agrees. Suddenly, the thick golden armor of light protecting Long Erhu shatters. In an instant, his entire body is sliced clean in half by an invisible razor-sharp force. Lu Fan looks on coldly, quietly declaring that the battle is already over. Terrified, Long Xing stumbles back in absolute shock. Right before his eyes, Long Erhu's upper torso slowly slides right off his lower half. Total chaos erupts as Long Xing and the rest of his clan freeze in pure, unadulterated horror. They never expected that the moment Lu Fan reached the count of 1, Long Erhu would instantly drop dead. This was the legendary Long Erhu, famous across the Western Territory for his supposedly invincible physical defense. Shaking violently, Long Xing collapses to his knees, It takes him several agonizing seconds before he finally screams to his guards to save his brother. Could the mighty second master really be dead? Luckily, 3 high priests are among their ranks. These 3 healers pull themselves out of their stupor, completely terrified, just like their master. But looking at Long Erhu's bisected corpse on the ground, they can only shake their heads in utter despair, admitting there is absolutely nothing they can do. He was completely one-shotted. There is just no saving him. Long Xing's mind spins out of control. His entire reality is completely shattered into a million pieces. How could this even happen? Lu Fan did not even take a single step or flinch. What kind of monstrous invisible power did he use to end his brother? An angry subordinate screams demanding vengeance for their fallen master. He rallies the remaining guards to charge forward, capture the killer, and make him pay. They prepare to rush Lu Fan, demanding blood for blood. Meanwhile, a dazed Long Xing can only stammer, asking what they are trying to do. The guards urge each other on, determined to drag both Lu Fan and the woman back to their clan headquarters. As they charge, Long Xing suddenly screams at them to halt, asking if they have a death wish. Yi Wuxian glances at Lu Fan, subtly signaling him to spare at least one survivor to deliver a message. Lu Fan nods, casually assuring her that he has everything under absolute control. With a simple snap of his fingers, a relentless storm of razor-sharp wind blades rains down from the sky, shredding the Long clan members. Every single soldier is instantly obliterated, turning the courtyard into a horrific blood-soaked scene of absolute carnage. The overpowering stench of fresh copper blood makes Yi Wuxian and the others grimace in disgust. But one man remains untouched by the blades. Long Xing. Though deadly wind blades rain down in a blinding storm of pure destruction, strangely enough, not a single one nicked Long Xing. Frozen in terror, he stands completely paralyzed, praying for mercy. Are they all dead? It is truly over. Amidst the slaughter, Lu Fan remains as calm as ice. He slowly gets up and casually walks over to the trembling young master, his voice dripping with pure mocking disdain. Is this how your family runs things? Your own servants do not even respect you, and you cannot even control them. So pampered young master of the Long clan, who is the one shaking in their boots and unable to stand now. With those words, Lu Fan stops right in front of him. Long Xing stares up at the monster before him, shaking too hard to even mutter a response. Completely broken, his knees buckle with a heavy thud, and he drops to the dirt, begging for his miserable life. He begs for mercy, claiming he only tagged along. Lu Fan merely sneers, his response colder than death itself. Warning the coward not to touch him, Lu Fan explains that he never planned to take his worthless life. He needs a messenger to survive. Just like before, his voice carries a deep, absolute sense of disgust and supreme confidence. The coward nods, frantically babbling his endless thanks for being spared this day. Seeing such pathetic weakness, Lu Fan loses all interest in executing him. He repeats that he only wants him to deliver a threat. Speaking with absolute unchecked arrogance, Lu Fan delivers his final cold ultimatum. He demands the Long clan return every single stolen resource and piece of territory back to the Ye family within exactly 3 days. Of course, they will be generous enough to let the Longs keep their most pathetic, useless lands. From this moment on, they must pay tribute annually and bow down as loyal servants to the Ye family. If they fail to comply, he will personally march over and grind their entire clan into dust. Understood. Long Xing keeps his head pressed firmly against the dirt, too terrified to look up as he repeatedly kowtows in agreement. He promises to repeat every single word to their patriarch. Satisfied, Lu Fan casually waves his hand, dismissing the coward like trash. The Yi family servants immediately catch the hint, and 2 of them step up, showing absolutely no mercy, as they hoist Long Xing like a dead dog to throw him out. Get out of the Ye estate, one servant roars. You Long family dog, is this how you all crawl to your graves? Another guard snarls back, good riddance, these filthy beasts are only here to dirty our young lady's eyes anyway. Long Xing stumbles back to his feet, his mind completely spinning in circles. Even if he reports that Lu Fan instantly wiped out his brother, along with all those men, who on earth would actually believe him? How on earth did Lu Fan pull that off? Just what kind of broken skill was that? But today, Lu Fan's uncompromising, brutal stance and his devastating direct strike against the Long family has turned the tables, giving the Yi family a highly satisfying and massive victory. Wait, did he really not even take one step off that chair? A servant mutters in disbelief. We told you to beat it. Are you completely deaf, or did the shock make you go brain dead? Another guard barks, staring down at the terrified Long Xing. Damn it, he couldn't even see the attack coming. Long Xing mutters to himself, utterly shattered and in shock. He glances back at the Ye family estate one last time, looking as if he has just seen a terrifying demon, his face twisted in absolute horror. "Ah, don't kill me, help," he screams hysterically, before losing his mind and sprinting away. "Yeah, keep running. Guess the two of us still have some serious intimidation power, huh?" And there it is, the Shadow Meld skill. A perfect stealth technique that allows him to enter or exit stealth, instantly entirely unaffected by taking damage or being spotted by enemies. Oh, so that treasure was hidden here the entire time. Half an hour later, over the western region, a new group arrives, riding a massive mechanical bird through the clouds. Huang Yutian and his squad are still way too far out to spot the absolute wreckage of a man that is Long Sheng, fleeing the scene in utter humiliation. High up on the mount, a sharp-eyed archer, who had completed his third-class change, senses that something is seriously off. "Peer ahead," he asks. "Young Master Huang, our ancestor said the Long family sent over 10 Tier 3 experts today. Are we really enough to handle them with just our current group?" Their ride is a rare-grade mechanical bird soaring majestically over the landscape. Huang Yuqian barely spares a glance at Long Sheng's fleeing figure before locking his eyes onto the Ye family manor. With a cold, completely expressionless voice, he simply scoffs. "Forget those trash. They are nothing but a bunch of useless good-for-nothings at levels 60 and 70. He pauses for a brief moment, adding with a sneer, "Not worth my attention." As a level 98B rank sword cultivator, Huang Yutian is the pride of the Western Huang family. Suddenly, another guard points and yells, "Look ahead, there is someone there." "Oh, it's Long Sheng, speed up, get us down there now." Look at his pathetic, miserable state. That family dispute must have scared him out of his wits. Even if he trained as a sword master, he still has absolutely no backup to cover him. The sword master class itself is notoriously weak. Even when their level rises, their base attribute stats barely show any improvement. Exactly. How could a level 90 garbage like him ever compare to our young Master Huang? The Huang family group laughs and chats happily, completely oblivious to the world-shaking disaster that had just unfolded inside the Ye family mansion. As the others gossip, Huang Yutian, who has been completely quiet, suddenly realizes something critical. Without wasting a single second, he snaps and barks a decisive order. "Everyone push our mount to its absolute limit. We need to reach the Ye estate now." Although the servants are left feeling completely baffled, they still obey without hesitation, shouting, "Understood, young Master Huang." A sharp glint of suspicion flashes in Huang Yutian's eyes as he ponders. Why on earth would Long Sheng be retreating back to his clan completely alone like that? Half an hour later, at the Western Yi family's inner courtyard, several guards whisper in absolute panic. "The Huang family is here to throw their weight around again. Shh, keep quiet, and go warn Lady Yi immediately." Right then, a freezing cold voice cuts through the air from right behind them. "No need to bother, I will go find Lady Yi myself." By now, the front courtyard of the Ye estate has plunged into absolute chaos. Servants scream out in sheer panic as things spiral out of control. "Lady Ye, save us. The Huang family is out here slaughtering everyone." Huang Yutian roars as a massive blast echoes, two titanic forces colliding to shake the very foundations of the estate. Flying down like an angry goddess, Yi Wuxian lands gracefully on the fractured earth. She raises her hand, and the azure skyfire spear planted in the ground instantly flies back into her grip. Fierce flames erupt along the weapon with a furious roar matching her face, which is now darkened with pure, unadulterated rage. Suppressing her rising fury, she let out a cold laugh. Barging into someone's home to commit murder in broad daylight, the sheer audacity was unbelievable. Huang Yutian, your noble clan, really has no idea how small you are. You are completely lawless and out of control. Since you drew first blood, there is nothing left to say. Ye Wuxian shouted at the top of her lungs, telling everyone to get back. Anyone daring to trespass on Ye family ground dies instantly. Firecloud infused her melee weapon with 7 scorching layers. The next 7 strikes would deal massive damage multiplied by the flame layers, consuming 1 fiery charge with each attack. With 7 active layers, she was ready to unleash 7 times the normal damage. Huang Yutian remained completely unfazed, his robes fluttering in the wind. He let out a condescending laugh, mockingly echoing her threat. "To still show such fierce spirit after being heavily injured by me, Lady Ye is indeed quite extraordinary." The white jade sword was a legendary weapon at level 90, equipped with the devastating skill of Revelation Sword Light. Whenever an area attack is unleashed, it automatically exposes any hidden enemies nearby, forcing them to reveal themselves in a state of absolute chaos. "Too bad your scars have healed and you have already forgotten the pain," Huang Yutian remarked with a sneer. With zero intention of holding back, Yi Wuxian raised her Skyfire lightning spear and charged directly at Huang Yutian like a flying arrow. But Huang Yutian effortlessly neutralized her powerful strike, deflecting the charge with his incredibly precise and refined swordplay. Huang Yutian roared for his men to charge, wanting to remind Miss Ye exactly what happens when you dare oppose the Huang family. He ordered them to completely erase her family from existence. Right at that moment, in the open space just ahead of Ye Wuxian, and directly above the enemy forces, a mysterious figure materialized out of thin air and slowly took shape. It was none other than Long Erhu. With a quick wave of his hand, he slammed his fist violently into the ground. An earth-shattering explosion shook the area, throwing the panicked enemy soldiers into utter confusion as they screamed out in terror. As they panicked, Long Erhu grabbed one of their fighters, stating in a flat, expressionless voice that he was acting on Lu Fan's orders. Long Erhu was a level 98 fallen corpse, a powerful Vajra monk. The enemy stammered in fear, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. A soldier stammered, demanding to know why someone like Long Erhu was siding with the Ye family. They cursed, wondering if a traitor had emerged from the Long clan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan secretly celebrated his successful strategy. He had successfully synthesized 2 god-grade treasure maps. Watching the chaos unfold, completely bewildered, Ye Wuxian tried to figure out who had saved her. Lu Fan assured her that she did not need to lift a finger, saying he was in a great mood today and would handle this himself. He planned to use those 2 god-grade treasure maps to completely take him down, promising her that she would not even have to worry about defending herself. Huang Yutian snorted in deep contempt, dismissing his opponent as nothing more than a foolish brat. But in the next split second, a blinding white light erupted from his sword blade. 9 flying swords shot forth simultaneously. Each blade was packed with a deadly razor-sharp aura that violently ripped through the air to create a terrifying vacuum in their wake. This was the Peerless 9 Swords, a technique that replicated a weapon into 9 identical blades with identical power. When all 9 struck at once, they dealt massive percentage damage while automatically blocking counterattacks. He confidently declared that no amount of outside help could ever save her family from destruction. Huang Yuqian let out a furious roar, forced to desperately redirect his attack toward the approaching Lu Fan. With a cold smirk, Lu Fan warned them they were cruising for a bruising before ordering his summon to attack. He unleashed the Shadow Blade, summoning a razor-sharp wave of darkness. This skill summoned a massive dragon claw to deliver a devastating blow, completely ignoring 90% of the target's defense and instantly shattering their armor. The sudden lethal ambush caught everyone completely off guard. The enemies panicked, wondering if this massive dragon had been hiding right under their noses without anyone noticing. Huang Yutian watched in horror as all 9 of his flying swords were instantly blocked by an invisible barrier. Lu Fan stared down at the trembling Huang Yutian with an ice-cold, unforgiving expression. His voice cut through the air like a knife, asking how such a pathetic weakling dared to hurt his senior. He vowed to make him pay 100 times over. Utilizing his broken shadow stealth skill, he could freely phase in and out of hiding, completely unaffected by enemy detection or incoming damage. Realizing the battle was quickly turning against him, Huang Yutian's eyes widened in utter disbelief, as he clearly sensed a powerful unseen entity standing directly in front of Ye Wuxian, easily absorbing his entire barrage of attacks. He began to panic desperately, wondering what kind of monstrous entity he was actually dealing with. Even the family ancestor had never warned him that this kid commanded such a bizarre, terrifying dragon. He had failed to sense any hidden presences nearby from the very start. Desperate for salvation, his subordinates screamed in absolute agony, begging him to save them. Even though Long Erhu has stopped breathing, he still looks completely alive without any strange signs. Except for his ice-cold, expressionless face, he mutters in a flat, monotone voice, "Die, stop. You absolute madman. Erg, no way. Lu Fan, let me handle this," Ye Wuxian yells. "Go ahead," Lu Fan replies. Huang Yutian, today you finally pay for your crimes against the Ye family. Fire Cloud imbues 7 flame stacks onto the melee weapon, making the next 7 physical attacks deal massive multiplied elemental damage. With every swing, 1 stack of the flame is consumed. Having 7 stacks means unleashing 7 devastating hits. Did you really think a stealthy dragon could actually keep me pinned down like this? Huang Yuqian roars, activating his skill Ice Sword Diffusion. This skill adds an ice elemental area of effect damage to his current weapon, lasting 30 seconds, and reducing any hit target's movement speed by 20%. Now, let me show you just how incredibly easy it is for me to break your stealth. Huang Yutian screams as his legendary level 90 white jade sword triggers its ultimate skill, illusion-shattering sword light. This skill automatically exposes all hidden units within its area of effect, forcing them out of stealth and throwing them into a state of total confusion. Go, illusion-shattering sword light. With those words, Huang Yutian leaps high into the air, unleashing a devastating strike straight down at Ye Wuxian. By unleashing wide-range damage, the skill forces any nearby stealth targets to reveal themselves immediately, leaving them completely vulnerable and severely confused. Immediately after the slash, he leaps backward, landing gracefully on the ground, just a short distance from her. She turns around with a sharp glare, leaving Huang Yutian to grit his teeth in confusion. What happened? Why on earth didn't his ultimate skill break the stealth of that massive black dragon? Right in front of Ye Wuxian, exactly where those flying swords had just been blocked, a shadowy figure slowly materializes out of thin air, revealing his true physical form to everyone. And that person is Lu Fan. Lu Fan claps mockingly as he steps forward, saying, "Nice try, but your trash skill is completely useless against my dragon pet. The Shadow Lurk skill allows my pet to enter and exit stealth at will. Nothing can break this state, not even taking damage or being detected. I expected something impressive, but you're just overconfident." Ye Wuxian sneers, making him roar, "Damn, you don't look down on me." As Huang Yutian fumes with rage, Ye Wuxian laughs. "Am I really looking down on you? What about when you stole my family's resources and left me severely injured? Was that not looking down on us? Since when does your royal family get to make all the rules? Today I am giving you a taste of your own medicine." He staggers backward desperately, recalling his 7 flying swords as he struggles to stay upright. "I never expected you to actually make me bleed, Ye Wuxian." But seeing him wounded only makes her feel incredibly satisfied. With eyes full of pure rage, she growls, "This is not over. You die right here." Huang Yutian desperately wants to swear just to vent his rage. Damn it, if it were not for that brat's annoying dragon, how could I end up this miserable? Even if it means death, he will not go down easily. But wait, what is this skill? He is about to cast a 4th job class skill, and she cannot afford to underestimate it. "I will drag you both to hell with me. Activate Cold Sword Array slash." She recognizes it instantly. This is the exact skill that wounded her before. But wait, the number of swords seems off. Huang Yutian might be pretending to attack his senior sister just to bait him into action. Lu Fan silently analyzes the attack. The skill merges every blade to unleash a devastating strike at a target, scaling damage directly with weapon count and pure strength stats. On top of that, if the move fails to hit, it can be cast again instantly. Die Ye Wuxian, the villain, screams, determined to rely on his own power to finally surpass Lu Fan. If that is his plan, then let's just play along. Lu Fan smirks, ordering his summon to strike. But Huang Yutian bites his finger, splashing blood while screaming, "I see you, blood sword." Imprisonment lock him down. The ultimate skill is suddenly interrupted. Wait, what? An imprisonment timer of 29 seconds. To everyone's shock, the massive Shadow Dragon King has actually been locked in place by Huang Yutian's powerful binding skill. He bursts into triumphant laughter, shouting, "I knew it. You could never stand by and watch me attack, Ye Wuxian." This forbidden skill uses fresh blood to unleash a violent binding wind, sealing the hit target in absolute stasis for 30 seconds. This absolute crowd control cannot be avoided, though it only works on the same target once. Huang Yutian didn't have any time to celebrate his move. He spun around immediately, desperate to escape and retreat right now. He truly believed that trapping the Shadow Dragon King would be more than enough to secure his escape. But suddenly razor-sharp wind blades erupted in midair, once again violently blasting him straight back down to the ground, while completely shattering his mechanical bird to pieces. A freezing blade pressed tightly against his neck, accompanied by an equally icy voice. "Hold on a second, who said you could leave? Did you seriously think that the giant dragon was your only threat here, and that my own power was not even worth mentioning? Wait, hold on, you cannot kill me. This is a dispute between great families, you have to follow the rules, right?" Huang Yutian stammered, his voice filled with pure terror. Just as Ye Wuxian stepped up to Huang Yutian with the Azure Fire Thunder Spear, Lu Fan finally spoke up. Lu Fan was now speaking on behalf of the Yi family. "Forget it, you do not need to know any of this anymore." Huang Yutian could only mumble. What? What do you mean?" He blurted out quickly, his voice full of desperate pleading. "Lady Ye, our two families are old friends. What happened earlier was just in the heat of the moment. I said things I did not mean. I swear I never actually wanted to take your life at all. Lu Fan brother, we do not have any real grudge between us. There is no need to take it this far. I can declare to the whole world that I lost to you. Senior, come over here and finish him off yourself, Lu Fan told Ye Wuxian calmly. No, please no, Lu Fan, the Huang family highly respects you, Huang Yuqian screamed out in absolute despair. Ye Wuxian just let out a cold, resentful laugh. Who would have thought I was actually scared twice by you using that exact same trick of yours? Fire Cloud adds 7 layers of flame clouds to melee weapons. The next 7 attacks will deal damage multiplied by the Fire Cloud. Now each attack consumes 1 flame layer. With 7 layers left, she can deal 7 times the destructive damage. My ancestor has mentioned many times that he wants to invite you over as our honored guest. Huang Yuqian desperately clung to his final shred of hope. Oh, really? Lu Fan smirked coldly. Lady Ye, we do not have to do this, but Ye Wuxian did not hesitate for even a single second. All the humiliation and anger she had endured in the western border was channeled straight into the tip of the Azure Fire Thunder Spear through this surge of fire cloud energy. Then with a scream of pure rage, she plunged the spear deep into Huang Yuqian. He gasped in agony. Huang Yuqian shrieked in pain. Fire Cloud now had 6 layers left, dealing 6 times the damage. Are you even listening to me? Ye Wuxian roared, every single soul from the Ye family that died by your hands, they are all whispering to me right now. 5 layers of Fire Cloud left, delivering 5 times the devastating damage. 4 layers of Fire Cloud remaining, dealing 4 times the damage. Go straight to hell, Huang Yuqian. Ye Wuxian showed absolutely no mercy as the intense power of the Fire Cloud exploded, unleashing a massive roaring wall of flames that looked like a terrifying fire tornado swallowing the sky. 3 layers left, dealing 3 times the damage. Now only 2 layers remain, unleashing double the destructive force. Only 1 layer of Fire Cloud left for one final strike. Lu Fan. Ye Wuxian panted heavily, turning her gaze toward Lu Fan. I am right here, Lu Fan replied softly. We still need to deliver this message to the Huang family, Ye Wuxian muttered, sounding completely exhausted. Lu Fan calmly replied, do not worry. We can just leave one of Huang Yuqian's lackeys alive, so he can deliver the news for us. The fallen corpse Long Erhu immediately complied, pointing his finger at a trembling survivor from the Huang family. Young Master Huang, the lackey stammered in fear. Has all your past anger finally been released now? Lu Fan gently asked Ye Wuxian. Yeah. Ye Wuxian nodded, her forehead dripping with sweat, as her physical strength was almost completely drained. Lu Fan then openly summoned the Holy Dragon King Corpse Chariot, transforming all the deceased members of the Huang family into fallen corpse puppets. Once Huang Yuqian was successfully turned into a fallen corpse puppet, Lu Fan could view his entire stat block and skill list. Submitting to the master, Huang Yuqian B-grade Peerless Sword Cultivator level 98 from the Western Border Huang family clan. Peerless 9 Swords is a skill that splits a weapon into 9 identical blades with matching stats and effects. When all 9 swords strike together, they deal massive damage while also automatically blocking incoming localized attacks. Diffused Ice Sword is a skill that adds a freezing ice attribute area of effect to the current weapon attack. The effect lasts for 30 seconds, slowing down the movement speed of any hit target by 20%. Illusion Breaking Sword Light. When executing an area attack, it automatically detects stealth units in the zone, forcing them to reveal themselves and entering a state of total confusion. Descending Sword Array / merges all weapons together to launch an incredibly powerful strike at a designated target location. Damage dealt is calculated based on the total number of merged weapons and his strength stat. If the skill deals 0 damage, it can be triggered again with absolutely 0 cooldown. The Blood Sword Imprisonment skill uses fresh blood to awaken the weapon, unleashing a trapping gale. Any target caught inside is completely locked down for 30 seconds. It bypassed all immunities entirely. But there was a catch: it could only affect the same target once. Unbelievable. Even after being reduced to pure ash, they could reform. Talk about an absolutely broken, heaven-defying skill. Lu Fan quietly reviewed the composition of his 4th advancement puppet army. Long Erhu was built for absolute defense, while Huang Yuqian balanced heavy offensive power with crowd control. With the team coming together, news of Huang Yuqian and Long Erhu's tragic deaths had likely reached their respective families. How would the powerful Long and Huang clans react to this brutal blow? Night fell quickly. Inside the main hall of the Long family, the clan's elite gathered under a heavy, suffocating silence. Everyone knew a massive storm was brewing. The massive hall fell dead silent as the murmurs finally died down. The solemn ancestor of the Long family took a slow, deep breath before breaking the silence. Are you absolutely sure about this? Is every single word of yours the truth? Before the level 98 ancestor, the blood cavalryman Long Xing knelt trembling on the cold stone floor, surrounded by the powerful direct descendants of the family. Dark, grim expressions filled the room. Swallowing his fear and grief, Long Xing struggled to get the words out, emphasizing every detail. Elder, I swear it is all true. That dragon tamer is a monster. My second brother was instantly obliterated by one of his dragons before he could even make a move. None of our third advancement experts could block a single skill. They were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Every time that terrifying dragon made a move, another life was instantly claimed. As his trembling voice faded, the grand hall plummeted back into an icy, terrifyingly heavy silence once more. After a long, agonizing pause, the ancestor narrowed his eyes, his voice dripping with pure malice. That Yi family girl certainly managed to find herself a powerful backer. Nearby, a middle-aged man wearing light armor with cloud patterns stepped forward with a worried expression. He asked anxiously, Patriarch, our second master is gone. What do we do now? Worse yet, that dragon tamer sent a brutal message through Long Xing. He demanded that our Long family surrender every single resource and territory within 3 days. What on earth should we do? Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ceiling. A figure with snow-white hair descended into the hall, followed by a furious roaring voice. Long Changkong, you better give me justice today. Old man Huang roared, his eyes blazing. Failed to crush the Yi family, so now you want to start a war with us? Long Changkong roared back. Your family colluded with the Ye clan. Your own long heir who went ahead and murdered my precious grandson Huang Yutian. I am here to settle this blood debt today. The Huang family ancestor roared in sheer fury. Long Xing panicked and cried out, he killed Huang Yutian. No way, I saw my brother get slaughtered by Lu Fan's dragon with my own eyes. How could he possibly team up with Lu Fan just to kill Huang Yutian? Old man Huang glared at Long Xing with razor-sharp eyes. Are you telling the absolute truth? If you lie to me, I will make you wish for death. Long Xing trembled, whimpering. Great ancestor, how would I ever dare to lie to you? Watch your mouth, old man Huang. Remember where you are standing right now, Long Changkong warned coldly. Hef. Long Xing is speaking the truth. Erhu is dead. If someone claims they saw Erhu helping the Ye clan, then there must be a powerful necromancer pulling the strings from behind. That dragon tamer and the Yi family intentionally spared Long Xing so he could deliver this message. They expect the Long family to surrender everything and submit to them within 3 days. I received the exact same ultimatum, Old man Huang sneered. 3 days to surrender all our family resources and pledge complete allegiance to the Ye clan. He spoke with bitter resentment. In just 2 short months, what on earth could have given the Yi family this level of insane, arrogant confidence? Long Changkong mused. The Ye family would soon pay an incredibly steep price for their sheer arrogance. Long Xing spoke up. In my opinion, the most terrifying opponent in the Ye family is that dragon tamer. He controls 2 incredibly powerful dragon companions. One of them specializes in stealth striking from the shadows like a master assassin, while the other is famous for unleashing brutal physical attacks. At the end of the day, a dragon tamer is still just a summoner class. Old man Huang sneered. We just need to restrain his dragons and focus on killing the summoner himself. Once he dies, the dragons will be forced back into their summon space. However, that stealthy dragon won't be easy to pin down. Do not worry. Long Changkong announces that his family possesses a legendary sun-piercing archer god. As long as he locks onto that dragon pet, they can track its exact location easily. If the Yi family thinks a mere trash, Dragon Tamer gives them the power to challenge both of our great clans, then it is time to teach them a lesson. The deep heritage of the Huang and Long families is not something a low-level Dragon Tamer can just shake on a whim. Elder Huang says, with absolute bloodlust, that he initially wanted to recruit the kid into their family. Too bad, he just changed his mind. As evening falls over the Ye estate, the ground suddenly begins to tremble. A guard standing nearby anxiously asks his partner if they felt that. The ground is shaking, and it does not look like a normal earthquake at all. Terrified and drenched in cold sweat, the man looks like he has just witnessed his worst nightmare coming to life. Heavy thundering footsteps echo through the air, growing louder and closer by the second. It is a beast horde. They must run and report this to Miss Ye immediately. While Lu Fan and Wu Xin are having dinner, a violent tremor suddenly hits. He wonders if it is an earthquake, but she immediately senses something far worse. A panicked guard bursts in warning them that a beast horde is attacking. Wu Xian turns to Lu Fan completely shocked by the news. Lu Fan urges her to check outside. There, the Yi guards already stand with swords drawn, facing a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, snarling in the dark. High in the sky, Elder Huang arrives riding a massive dragon. He roars in fury, accusing them of killing his beloved grandson and daring to demand that the Huang family surrender and submit within 3 days. Chang Kong joins in with his own threats, declaring that they only showed respect because of old family ties, but the Ye family went too far by killing their kin. Today, the Ye family will be completely wiped out. Riding atop his beast, he gives the cold order to flatten the entire estate, leaving absolutely nothing behind. The allied soldiers shout in unison and charge forward like a tidal wave. Charge panic spreads among the Yi guards as they shout that they are completely surrounded from all directions. This is the end. They are really going to die. Someone needs to find a way out of this nightmare. A barrage of deadly attacks rains down on the manor, only to be stopped by a massive barrier. It completely halts the advancing wolves and soldiers in their tracks. Elder Huang stares in absolute shock. It is impossible. Not even a dozen legendary defense scrolls could block an onslaught of this scale. What kind of trick are they using to survive? Chang Kong frowns deeply, wondering how the Ye family could possibly possess such an insane trump card. Inside, Lu Fan has summoned Xiao Fei to activate the Eternal Guardian skill. This creates an impenetrable shield, protecting everyone beneath it from any incoming damage. The shield's damage absorption depends entirely on the health of the Eternal One, coupled with its crazy self-regeneration ability. Lu Fan coldly declares that if losing those fourth job fighters did not wake them up, they cannot blame him for what happens today. It seems both the Huang and Long families completely ignored his warning and treated it like a joke. Wu Xian snaps in anger, calling out the Huang and Long families for teaming up to attack her home. Chang Kong glares at Lu Fan, asking if he is the dragon tamer. Lu Fan calmly admits that he is indeed the one. Wu Xian quickly interjects, warning him to watch his tone since Lu Fan now holds the power here, and nobody stands above him. Chang Kong scoffs, saying a boy with a few small dragons has no right to act so arrogant and foolish. Today, both powerful clans are going all out to show this brat what a true 1,000-year legacy actually looks like. Lu Fan sneers, pointing out that they only brought a weak beast horde cannon fodder and some low-tier fighters. Did they really think throwing a bunch of numbers at him would work? It is absolutely laughable. With a wave of his hand, he summons every single dragon in his arsenal, shocking everyone on the battlefield. Just how many dragons does this kid have? Elder Huang grits his teeth, completely unable to believe his own eyes. Normal people struggle to find even one dragon, yet this guy has an entire army of them. The system announces that several skills like Natural Assimilation, the Dragon Bone Flute, and Summon Undead Sacred Dragon have been activated, with the summons tier matching his own level. Chang Kong is completely struck with terror. Who would have thought his dragon pet could actually summon even more dragons? Elder Huang stands frozen, left to wonder just how deep the kid's hidden power truly runs. Lu Fan snaps his fingers with a smirk, telling them there is one more surprise as he summons the souls of Erhu and Huang Tian. Chang Kong gasps in horror at Erhu, while Elder Huang screams out his grandson's name. The system registers his undead manipulation skill, which lets him control every single corpse puppet converted by the undead sacred dragon, allowing him to summon or recall them instantly. If these corpse puppets are destroyed, their energy flows right back to power up the undead sacred dragon. Staring at this insanely overpowered army, Elder Huang realizes that even a single puppet has enough force to crush an entire clan. How are they supposed to win this fight? It turns out the downfall of the Taichi state's prominent Jin family was entirely his doing. With the wolves suddenly overwhelmed, Chang Kong realized with horror that they had lost from the very start, yet there was no turning back. Lu Fan glanced at them coldly. Let us see how long the elite forces of your two great families can last before they are wiped out. His eyes flashed as immense power erupted from within. In an instant, Lu Fan transformed into a magnificent and truly majestic golden dragon. Drenched in cold sweat, Chang Kong realized that this monster did not just tame dragons, he could actually become one. Elder Huang gasped, completely stunned by this terrifying display of power. Lu Fan barked Xiao Fei Emerald Mirror. As Xiao Fei unleashed the skill, a system notification flashed. The Emerald Mirror skill targets an ally to summon 2 clone projections. These clones possess every single skill of the original unit, albeit with 30% of their master's base attributes. Only 2 mirror clones of any single unit can exist at once. However, for those of the dragon race, the effect doubles when paired with allies sharing dragon blood. Without a single second of hesitation, Lu Fan charged forward, unleashing a wild, raging torrent of fire that engulfed the enemy. Fighting against numbers, I have never been afraid of that. Staring at the carnage, Elder Huang wondered if attacking the Ye family was their biggest mistake. Meanwhile, Lu Fan roared, "Leave no one alive." Lu Fan kept spitting devastating flames, utterly incinerating everything on the ground. The system notified that his dragon tongue replication skill allows him to copy and cast his pet's dragon magic, scaling directly with his own stats. Next up was lava burst, causing the ground below to rupture into a boiling, violent sea of molten lava. Any enemy trapped inside this burning lake would sink helplessly while taking massive continuous damage. Elder Huang quickly threw a talisman to shield against the flames, while Chang Kong's dragon roared, raising a defensive barrier of its own. Xiao Ye switched to lightning, unleashing thundering roar to create a raging storm that dealt heavy area damage and left the enemies completely paralyzed. Showing no mercy, she cast Starfall, calling down a devastating shower of cosmic stardust straight from the galaxy. Since Starfall remains active permanently until cancelled, she could easily chain other skills at the same time. His eyes widened in sheer horror, realizing this had become a living nightmare. Fallen Corp's sacred dragons soared through the sky, endlessly raining down their devastating Doomsday Fall attack. This forbidden dragon magic sacrifices the caster's own health to unleash a catastrophic strike, dealing damage equal to 2,000% of the sacrificed life. Panicked enemies scattered, screaming in terror, "Help! Run for your lives!" Xiao Ye switched back to fire form, unleashing all-consuming fire to summon 4 massive fire tornadoes from her wings, instantly vaporizing everything in their path. Elder Huang snapped at Chang Kong, "Are you still planning to hide? If we do not kill him, our families are done for. What is the point of holding back and guarding against each other now?" Chang Kong barked back, "What about you? Do not think I am blind. Your strength as a celestial master is far beyond this," Chang Kong declared loudly. "Fine. Today we combine our full power and swear to slaughter this arrogant dragon tamer once and for all. Once we flatten the Yi family, our families will have a 3-month truce. We will divide their resources after that period." Elder Huang nodded in agreement, sealing the deal. He instantly pulled out a talisman and clasped his hands to chant, "This is my strongest crowd control skill. Even an opponent of the same level will be locked down for at least 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Chang Kong closed in on Lu Fan, gripping a scroll. "Do not hold back now, we must eliminate this dragon tamer." Clutching the scroll tightly, Chang Kong grunted, "You do not need to tell me that twice." An eerie energy radiated from the scroll, enveloping the surviving wolves. Driven into a frenzy, the beasts joined forces to forge a massive, glowing fireball. Lu Fan simply stared at them as the massive fireball exploded with devastating force. Wu Xian screamed in sheer panic, "Lu Fan." Chang Kong roared with laughter. "A mere fake dragon clone could never survive a combined full power strike from the two of us. That brat is definitely dead now." But as the smoke cleared, Lu Fan's massive dragon form towered right behind him. Terrified, Chang Kong gasped, "When did he?" Lu Fan smirked. "Are you sure you can kill me?" His true self sneered, "All you actually managed to destroy was a mere mirror clone of mine." Lu Fan stared down at Chang Kong's trembling, terrified face and asked, "Is there any need to get so worked up?" Swinging his spear, Chang Kong thrust it directly at Lu Fan's newly revealed face, screaming, "Then just go die. You little brat." Having just slain a wolf, Wu Xian saw him under attack and cried out in panic, "Lu Fan." Lu Fan lazily swiped his massive dragon claw, sending him crashing face first into the dirt. Lu Fan looked down with utter contempt. "You brag about your great family legacy, yet a mere clone of mine has already exhausted you both completely. How pathetic." Wiping the blood from his face atop his dragon, Chang Kong grimly realized that the last strike had completely drained his remaining strength. In absolute shock, he muttered, "How is this even possible? How could a mere level 42nd transition class holder possess such monstrous power?" Lu Fan rallied his beast formation and roared, "What do you have left to fight me with?" His emerald dragon had reached level 43, while the astral dragon hit level 40. The starry form skill now had 0 cooldown, unlocking the ultimate move 17 million Astral Annihilation. It summons a core of 17 million protostars that constantly multiply to amplify its destructive power. Triggered by the astral dragon, it causes world-ending damage, while the azure dragon also reached level 32. Lu Fan mocked them, challenging if they planned to fight with their broken bodies and leftover trash soldiers. Chang Kong stared down from his dragon at mountains of corpses. Their entire army had been completely wiped out. Elder Huang cried out in despair that his family was finished, as Lu Fan declared that the Huang and Long families were officially history. His pride shattered, Chang Kong roared that the Long family would never meet their end under his watch. He activated the soul-burning art, a forbidden technique that sacrifices his life force to enter a state of blazing soul fire. This consumes 5% of his health every single second in exchange for a massive 300% attack boost, and it raises his critical rate by 50% until his life ends. Meanwhile, Elder Huang blew a horn from his pouch, activating a rejuvenation elixir that instantly restored 35% of his maximum health. It would heal another 15% over 8 seconds. Channeling everything into his spear, Chang Kong screamed that even if it cost his life and soul, Lu Fan had to die. Elder Huang set up a barrier casting the 10,000 talismans Heavenly Tribulation. As the skill charged up, Chang Kong charged on his dragon, while Elder Huang hurled his talismans shouting "Go!" The system announced that the spell launches a barrage of elemental talismans every second. Each talisman inflicts 100% damage and seals the target's elements. Lasting 5 seconds, the elements cycle through metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. With each upgrade, the damage doubles, extending the duration up to a maximum of 60 seconds. Chang Kong charged wildly, but before he could swing, his body was severed in half, making Elder Huang scream in horror. Instantly, the Elder pointed forward and yelled, "Go!" Countless talismans flew toward Lu Fan, forming a magic circle that bound him with chains and froze him solid. Elder Huang cheered in victory, but Lu Fan's voice echoed from within the ice, mocking that he expected much more from the Huang Patriarch. He easily shattered the ice, sealing him calmly, admitting that he was actually a bit disappointed. The old man gasped in terror, shocked that the seal couldn't even hold him for a second. Lu Fan roared, "My turn now," and used Dragon Tongue Replica to copy and unleash his pet's dragon magic. Its power scaled with his own stats. Sensing danger, Elder Huang threw up a talisman shield. The system displayed his spirit shield, summoning 12 elemental talismans to orbit around him. Each of these talismans can block a single incoming attack, providing damage, reflection, healing, or crowd control, depending on its current element. Lasting 8 seconds, the shield can be recalled for extra defense or consumed to launch a magic-breaking counterattack. Lu Fan glared and unleashed volcanic burst, conjuring a massive lake of raging lava that engulfed his enemy in searing flames. He unleashed torrents of fire directly at Elder Huang, forcing the old man to struggle desperately. Cracks rapidly spiderwebbed across the shield before it completely shattered under Lu Fan's overwhelming heat. Elder Huang crashed heavily to the ground, utterly and completely defeated. Lu Fan reverted to his human form, standing among the burning scraps of paper. Chang Kong weakly asked, "Our clan's legendary sun-piercing god archer can pierce even god-tier disguises, so how did your dragon manage to bypass his absolute surveillance?" Lu Fan glanced at a dead soldier nearby, asking, "Are you talking about that bug hiding in the shadows?" He gestured a throat slit, explaining that his dragon found the pest annoying and got rid of him. Overcome with rage, Chang Kong coughed blood and died. Lu Fan looked down at the fallen duo, his voice freezing cold. "I sent a clear message to you earlier. Either hand over the resource transfer agreement or choose to have your families completely erased from existence. You clearly chose the latter." He calmly concluded that the current tragedy of the Huang and Long families was entirely their own doing. "You can explain yourselves in the afterlife." Chang Kong glared, spitting out a threat. "Think carefully, Lu Fan. You might think the Huang family is nothing, but the massive faction backing us is not something you can ever hope to stop." Elder Huang points his finger right at Lu Fan's face, shouting, "You backing the Huangs? I am from the Ning clan, a top-tier powerhouse at level 101. With a single snap, I can wipe you out of existence." Lu Fan simply scratches his ear and asks, "Are you done?" Chang Kong watches in utter shock while the elder continues his aggressive rant. "Lu Fan, you better think this through. If you push us to the absolute edge, the Ning family will hunt you down." Lu Fan begins casting his summoning spell, coldly replying, "If you miss your precious clan so much, go down to the underworld and clear the path first." With a flash, he summons his massive dragons. Terrified Elder Huang screams, "Lu Fan, are you really trying to start a fight to the death with us?" Lu Fan calmly replies, "Do not worry. Soon the rest of the Ning clan will join you to hear your whining." Furious, Chang Kong roars, "If you execute us today, you will become enemies with every noble clan under heaven." Lu Fan simply replies, "Exactly what I wanted." Instantly, his dragons begin merging together. Smirking, Lu Fan says, "To be honest, I unlocked a certain skill a long time ago." Elder Huang watches in absolute horror as the 5 dragons merge directly into Lu Fan's body, combining into a single supreme entity. Glancing at them, Lu Fan says, "Might as well test this out on you too." The system announces the skill 10,000 Dragons Protection, merging the dragon Tamer and his pets, transforming him into the 10,000 Dragon King, unleashing a devastating, immeasurable attack. Once completed, the fusion state will deactivate. Instantly, the 10,000 Dragon King begins gathering cosmic energy into a massive sphere. As the sphere expands, the surrounding space warps, making it look as though they are lost in deep space. Chang Kong and Elder Huang watch in sheer terror, completely paralyzed. Coldly, Lu Fan raises his hand and commands, "Die." The 10,000 Dragon King hurls the massive sphere. In utter despair, the two scream, "Lu Fan, the Ning family, will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Ultimately, they are swallowed by the cosmic blast and the area slowly stabilizes. Wu Xian runs over, calling out to Lu Fan with deep concern. Shrugging, he asks, "What is it? Are you scared?" She admits she is shocked, as she has never seen him take on such a terrifying form. "Just now, when I watched you take that fall, my heart completely stopped beating. Yet, in an instant, you are perfectly fine, and even wiped out the ancestors of the Huang and Long clans." Smiling gently, Lu Fan replies, "Being your supporter is not just empty talk." Deeply touched, Wu Xian softly whispers his name, Lu Fan. Wu Xian turns and says, "The leaders of both the Huang and Long families, along with all their elites, have died here today. The survivors are no threat, so this is the perfect opportunity to take over." Smiling, Lu Fan replies, "In that case, I will head to the Long family." Unleashing her flame magic, she takes to the sky, shouting, "Leave the Huang clan to me." Watching her fly off, Lu Fan thinks to himself that the Long clan's territory is actually one of the key spots marked on his god-grade treasure map. Spreading his massive dragon wings, he flies toward the Long mansion. The system displays details on his 17 million world-destroying stars skill, which summons a stellar core where stars constantly divide to boost its power. In the end, the Starry Sky Dragon can detonate the core, dealing world-ending damage backed by an initial count of 17 million stars. The system also announces that his Starry Sky Dragon has reached level 40, and the Starry Form skill no longer has any time limits. Staring at the system screen, Lu Fan exclaims, "As expected, the Starry Form's limit was just a shackle holding it back before reaching full maturity. Now that those chains are broken, I have gained this incredibly world-shattering skill." Suddenly, a massive surge of mystical power envelops his dragon. Lu Fan notes that absolutely no one can withstand this power. Meanwhile, the system shows that the 17 million world-destroying stars skill is currently charging up. Moments later, the system notifies him that the 17 million world-destroying stars has successfully summoned the stellar core. With 17 million stars inside, constantly dividing, its destructive force continues to skyrocket. Meanwhile, Longxing paces around his estate, filled with deep anxiety since he has not heard any updates from their ancestor. As long as Lu Fan remains alive, he can never rest easy. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light beams down, forcing him to cover his eyes. "Wait, why is it so bright out here?" A terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly crashes right over Longxing's head, making him scream. "What on earth is this?" A relentless rain of lightning immediately strikes down on Longxing. High above the Long mansion, Lu Fan hovers, observing the chaos. This level of power is absolutely terrifying. If he combined it with Dragon Tongue resonance, he could likely flatten an entire city with ease. The Grand Long mansion is reduced to complete rubble. Landing amidst the ruins, Lu Fan spots a legendary treasure chest resting right in front of him, sitting precisely at the spot marked on his treasure map. Opening it, the system displays his rewards: the Will of the Dragon Slayer Warrior and the Golden Dragon King wrist guards, activating 3 out of 5 pieces of the set. This further unseals his latent bloodline power, granting him the Wings of Judgment and the Boiling Blood skill when he transforms into the Golden Dragon King. Additionally, the Golden Dragon King's Judgment Claws will make both of his hands erupt into bright golden flames. His next 2 attacks will deal massive bonus damage, while his bracers convert 20% of their durability directly into raw power. And after transforming into the Golden Dragon King, his Boiling Blood skill boosts all attributes by 150% and skyrockets his durability stat by 600%. He also acquired the Fiery Dragon Wrath skillbook, allowing him to target any ally that carries a dragon lineage. Once they ignite their bloodline, it damages nearby enemies and sends that ally into an insane 10-minute frenzy state. On top of all that, he also scored a level 1 magic dispelling scroll, plus a tier 1 quality upgrade scroll, a pet enchantment scroll, and an awesome new passive skill called Shadow Assault. It deals an extra 20% of raw physical damage on hit. And to top it off, a summoning space expansion scroll. Holding his brand new loot, Lu Fan cannot hide his sheer excitement. Just moments ago, he was stressing over where to hatch his new dragon egg, but this expansion scroll solves everything. The pet enchantment scroll will give Black Blade a brand new skill, while his dark snake shield can now be upgraded to legendary plus. This treasure chest was an absolute goldmine. With everything sorted, he spreads his wings fully energized and blasts right into the sky. Loot secured, it is time to head back to his senior. Over at the Huang clan, Wu Xian's men are busy hauling out crates of seized assets. Brother Hang desperately screams out Miss Ye. Completely throwing away his pride, he clings to Wu Xian's leg, begging for mercy. Though the core of the Huang clan has been dismantled, we still have 5 million members on the outskirts and dozens of resource points. As the outer hall manager, I can organize all of this for you instantly. Wu Xian looks down coldly and asks, "Can I really trust you?" Hang quickly reassures her, "Look, the Huang clan has fallen and I definitely don't want to go down with them. I swear to you from now on, I will be completely loyal and never betray the Ye family." Lu Fan suddenly appears towering over him and warns with a cold stare, "Remember those words. If you ever dare to betray the Ye family, I will make you wish you were dead." Wu Xian happily gasps Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Hang is so utterly terrified that he collapses onto the ground. The dragon tamer Lu Fan remarks this guy is non-combat and knows the Huang clan inside out, so he cannot cause any trouble. The Yi family is short-handed with a massive workload, so we might as well just use him. She softly agrees. I was thinking the exact same thing. Hang raises his hand to swear. "Rest assured from today, on your word is my absolute command. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to jump into the ocean, I will never jump into a river," Lu Fan commands. "Remember this. In 3 days, organize all of the Huang clan's resources. I want to see results. Now get lost." Hearing this, he quickly scrambles away. "Right away, I am leaving right now." Wu Xian then turns and asks, "Is everything settled with the Long family?" Recalling how he completely wrecked their home, Lu Fan scratches his head. "Yeah, pretty much." She then gestures for him to follow. "Come with me. I have something to tell you." Wu Xian places a massive stack of documents on the table, leaving Lu Fan stunned. "You want me to manage all 3 families?" She smiles warmly. "I planned this from the start. If you won, I was going to consolidate all 3 families' resources and hand them to you." Lu Fan instantly declines. "I appreciate the gesture, but I really have absolutely no interest in running a business. I came here solely to help you out, not to take advantage of the chaos for my own gain." Wu Xian giggles. "Fine, I will manage them for you then. But you can take them back whenever you want." Lu Fan scratches his head, letting out a sigh of relief. "So this is the gift you were talking about?" Wu Xian blushes, staring at him. She steps closer, teasing him playfully. "Why did you actually think I was going to offer myself to you instead?" Flustered as she reads him like an open book, he quickly turns away, blushing and stuttering. "No way, I definitely did not think that." She shoves the stack of papers into his chest, laughing. "Keep dreaming. Here are some documents on secret realms and resources. See if anything catches your eye." Looking over the files, Lu Fan immediately recognizes something, thinking to himself that this must contain the final piece of his treasure map. He points directly to a location in the file. "Senior, I want to go here." Wu Xian looks closer, visibly surprised. "This is," she gasps in disbelief, "the Phaxian ancient temple." By the very next day, the two arrive at the location. Wu Xian turns to Lu Fan, asking, "Are you absolutely sure about this?" The two fly up to approach the towering pagoda. Wu Xian explains that this secret realm is a one-time entry per person, and whether you are level 40 or level 90, entering will only boost you by 1 single level. Using it now would be a massive waste, but he calmly responds that there will always be other realms like this in the future. Lu Fan playfully adds that if he sees something he likes and does not grab it immediately, he will lose sleep over it. Landing on the ground, 2 rows of guards bow deeply before them, chanting, "Greetings, eldest Miss Yi and young Master Lu." Walking past them, Wu Xian instructs them to drop the formal greetings, advising that as long as they stay loyal to the Yi family and know their place, they will definitely be well rewarded. On the other hand, any traitors will be brutally punished. They shout in unison. Wu Xian looks toward the teleportation portal before them, pointing out that the flying immortal ancient shrine lies just ahead. Since she has already entered, once she cannot accompany him. Offering an encouraging smile, she promises to wait right here for his return. Lu Fan glances at Wu Xian and smiles back, agreeing. In the next instant, the powerful force of the teleportation portal pulls him right in. The system alerts him that he has arrived at the treasure map's location. Approaching the statue before him, he thinks excitedly, "Found it! I found it!" Lu Fan silently prays for a dragon egg. Lo and behold, right in front of him sits a large dragon egg beside an old notebook. He cannot hide his sheer excitement. It has been such a long time since he last saw a dragon egg, not since a bows. The system identifies it as a poison dragon egg along with its rank details. As he takes the egg, the system confirms he acquired the poison dragon egg. Lu Fan bows to the statue, thanking the senior for guarding it. He promises to have the royal family send someone to restore the old temple outside later. Picking up the notebook, he realizes he was so focused on the egg that he ignored it. Lu Fan reads the faded handwriting on the cover of the explorer's diary. At the same time, the system displays detailed info about this item, confirming that it is a high-quality diary, once belonging to a wilderness explorer, which documents everything its previous owner had witnessed firsthand during their deadly travels. Opening the tattered notebook, he can tell the places the previous owner visited were incredibly dangerous. Lu Fan carefully reads the cramped notes. Although the messy handwriting looks like chicken scratch, it is still barely readable. One page in the diary reads Dragon Country. May 30th, year 589. I have finally encountered the giant dragons of Dragonfall Valley. Of the two massive beasts inside, one is dead, while only a single one remains alive. But even after so much time, its wounds remain severe with no signs of recovery. Lu Fan wonders if the author really encountered a giant dragon in Dragonfall Valley. The notebook continues Dragon Country, May 30th, year 589. A year ago, deep within the bottom of Dragonfall Valley, everyone in our party was absolutely thrilled. The sacrifice of our fallen comrades was not in vain. Standing right before the expedition team is a massive dragon. If everything goes smoothly, we can tame this heavily injured dragon, and we can even salvage the corpse of the other dragon for priceless materials. I pulled out a scroll preparing to tame it, but I was far too naive. Even though we were all fourth transition experts and this dragon was severely injured and dying, the taming process was still impossible to complete. I fled for my life, forced to watch my teammates blow up from the toxic gas. Everyone was desperately screaming for help in those final moments. To survive, I abandoned my comrades and barely escaped with my life, but I still couldn't avoid inhaling some of that deadly toxic gas. I can feel my body being eaten away from the inside. In my final moments, I am writing down these desperate words. Never go to Dragonfall Valley, and absolutely do not awaken the colossal dragon that rivals the gods at the bottom of the gorge. Lu Fan reads the final line. That dragon is the devouring demon dragon gate of the netherworld. Closing the book, he suddenly remembers something. A long time ago at the Flying Dragon Mausoleum, he had accepted a hidden quest to slay this very dragon. Pulling out a seed, the system displays the details for the Flying Dragon Divine Wood Seed, an essential quest item. Ever since the Flying Dragon Divine Wood was seized by the claws of the devouring demon dragon gate of the netherworld, its divine power has slowly faded. But now a hero has appeared to save the withered tree. If that hero can successfully slay the devouring demon dragon and use this seed to collect its blood as proof, they will surely win the favor of the Divine Wood's original master, the life dragon root of all things. Lu Fan flips the seed into the air, reflecting on how, with his strength back then, he had neither clues nor the power to ever complete it. He catches the seed out of the air, knowing everything is completely different now. Lu Fan then pulls out a scroll. Fortunately, he managed to get a summoning space expansion scroll at the Dragon Academy, allowing him to directly tame a new dragon pet. Lu Fan summons his dragons, and his current team of 4 appears right behind him, ready to meet their new dragon companion. The system confirms the summoning space expansion scroll has been used. He calls out fully prepared as the contract slots manifest before him. The level 49 Tier 2 Black Dragon, the level 43 Tier 2 Emerald Dragon, the level 40 Tier 2 Starry Sky Dragon, the level 32 Tier 1 Silver Grade Blue Dragon, and 1 empty slot. Lu Fan calls everyone over, telling them to gather around because their new team member, the Poison Dragon, is about to join them. He channels his magic into the egg under everyone's eager gazes, warning Yisha and Abao not to bully their new companion. Yisha softly agrees. As cracks slowly form on the egg, the system triggers the dragon taming skill to bond with the hatchling. Suddenly, a puff of dark smoke escapes from the egg. Inhaling it, Yisha immediately covers her mouth, looking ready to gag. Looking at his system screen, Lu Fan is utterly bewildered, wondering why this newborn poison dragon is only emitting toxic gas instead of hatching. He notices that the contract interface has already updated, meaning the taming was successful. The system then displays the detailed stats for Poison Dragon. 1. Level 1 female, showcasing her strength, agility, spirit, durability, and skills like origin of all poisons, and netherworld deadly poison. The venom dragon's sharp spikes and unique lineage let it decompose and completely reconstruct its body even after taking fatal damage, gaining immunity to all debuffs, while instantly poisoning any enemy that dares to make physical contact with it. Lu Fan noted its stats were pretty average, with its highest spirit stat sitting at only 1,394, weaker than a bow at birth. He quickly checked its skills again. Taking fatal damage triggers automatic decomposition and resurrection, while any contact instantly infects enemies with a deadly toxin. This passive skill was absolutely broken. It did not just grant immortality, it constantly radiated a toxic debuff. Meanwhile, the green dragon was playfully poking the egg with its sharp claws. Lu Fan excitedly realized that while his other dragons had insane regeneration rates of 500 to 5,000% and technically could not die, this little venom dragon bypassed healing entirely to instantly resurrect itself. Incredibly unique. Suddenly, the egg burst open, startling the green dragon and making him jump. The newly hatched baby unleashed a psychic screech, and the green dragon roared right back. Lu Fan quickly intervened, yelling, "Hey Bao, what are you doing?" That was definitely not his prey. Terrified, the baby dragon quickly scrambled to hide behind a nearby statue. Lu Fan noted that it sounded like a tiny mouse and seemed incredibly cowardly, while the green dragon growled, acting like he had caught his prey. The baby squeaked in fear. Smiling, Lu Fan gently picked the tiny creature up, marveling at how soft and unique it was, comparing it to a cute slime. But despite his massive excitement, the little creature remained incredibly shy and timid. Checking his own status, Lu Fan realized his shared bloodline class trait probably granted him natural immunity to his new pet's passive toxins. That explained why Xiao Ye only felt slightly uncomfortable from inhaling the gas earlier, instead of suffering from a severe toxic debuff. Looking down at the squeaking dragon, he suggested giving it a matching name, deciding on Baby Chi. Lu Fan handed over the broken eggshell, explaining that newborns needed to eat their shells for vital nutrients to grow healthy and strong. He never expected a legendary dragon to be this shy. It literally had major social anxiety. So Lu Fan handed Baby Chi over to Xiao Fei, asking her to take good care of the little guy and finish up the shell. Nearby, Xiao Ye annoyedly punched the green dragon as Baby Chi instantly took a liking to Xiao Fei and snuggled up. Watching them, Lu Fan figured that aside from being terrified of strangers, Baby Chi acted exactly like Xiao Fei did as a newborn. They were bound to become best friends. Baby Chi possessed the unique ability to absorb various poisons and convert them into personal raw power, with unlimited stacks pointing toward an incredibly fearsome future potential. Lu Fan noted that Dragonfall Valley was teeming with venomous beasts, making it the perfect training ground for Baby Chi once they departed in 3 days. For now, Baby Chi looked incredibly cozy and relaxed, nestled in Xiao Fei's warm embrace, while Xiao Ye and the green dragon kept bickering in the background. Checking the system interface, Lu Fan saw that, during their 3 days at Phaexian Temple, he had not only leveled up, but also unlocked a passive weapon mastery skill. The alerts confirmed he had reached level 49, granting him sword mastery to boost his own accuracy, while drastically lowering his opponent's chances of evading. Since its starting level was low, Baby Chi leveled up the fastest. The screen showed the Venom Dragon reached level 13, unlocking a brand new skill called Underworld Guardian. Calling Baby Chi over, he slowly began to grasp its unique personality, which was completely different from his other rowdy dragons. The little guy was insecure, incredibly timid, hated fighting, and suffered from severe social anxiety. However, Baby Chi was a master of stealth and running away. After Lu Fan disciplined A Bao and comforted the little guy, it finally let down its guard, becoming close with Xiao Fei. The system detailed the Underworld Guardian skill, showing the Venom Dragon could split its body to summon 2 Suicide Squad Guardians. These summons would constantly spit toxins, exploding upon hitting a target, or taking lethal damage to create a dense toxic mist. With Baby Chai's new skills fully analyzed, Lu Fan realized their 3 days were officially up. It was time to leave. Stepping outside after 3 days, he found Wu Xian waiting patiently to escort him back. Staring at Baby Chi in shock, she squealed, asking what kind of adorable creature he had found now. He introduced Baby Chi as his newest dragon, prompting her to lean in closer and ask if she could pet it. It looked like a squishy piece of jelly. But as she reached out, Baby Chi instantly recoiled in fear, forcing Lu Fan to block her with his body. He told her it was best to avoid touching it, explaining that unlike his other brave dragons, this one was extremely shy. Recalling baby Kai into his pet space, he asked if she had waited long, and she admitted she almost forgot her main reason for coming. She cleared her throat, suddenly switching into her formal professional headmaster tone to make an important announcement. She revealed that Zhao Shengming had called her yesterday to report that the final exams at Longdu Academy were currently being prepared. Even though Zhao mentioned his skills made the test unnecessary, she refused to let him skip. No student under her watch would ever skip exams. Lu Fan's sweat dropped pleadingly, asking his senior to drop the formal principal act and just talk to him normally. Wu Xian playfully smiles, dropping her formal principal act to act like his senior again. Lu Fan follows her, sighing that time really flies, remembering the day she first came to recruit him into the academy. Wu Xian smiles gently, pointing out that he is always running from one crazy task to another, from the far north border to the Taste Kingdom, which is why time flew by. Closing his eyes, Lu Fan mentions he needs to visit one place before heading back for finals. He seriously asks if she knows where the Fallen Dragon Valley is located. Hearing that name, Wu Xian's expression turns dead serious. She asks why on earth he would want to go to the Fallen Dragon Valley. Lu Fan wonders why she looks so shocked, and she reveals the grim truth. Her grandfather's tragic death was directly connected to that very valley. 6 months ago, deep inside a narrow pathway at the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley, a Yi family disciple holding a torch guided the way, reporting to Elder Yi that an open space lay just ahead. Wu Xian explains that 6 months ago, her grandfather, the head of the Yi family, led 3 powerful level 4 class awakened experts to explore the border, venturing deep into the valley. Tu Xing commands them to press on. She notes that with his vast experience, her grandfather was confident he could conquer the valley for the Yi family, never expecting it to be a forbidden zone. One of the team members sighs in relief that they finally reached an open area. Out of nowhere, a massive boss appears, wrapping thick roots around them. A small squad like theirs stood absolutely no chance against such a beast. Everyone screams in panic to watch their backs. Wu Xian explains that her grandfather ordered a retreat, planning to return with a much larger force. But escaping was easier said than done, as one teammate desperately yells for Elder Yi to run while they still can. After that disastrous expedition, he fell gravely ill and was bedridden. Wu Xian reveals that her grandfather was infected with a deadly toxin that even the top priests in the Dragon Capital could not cure. Around that time, the Huang and Long clans ignited a brutal family war, leaving their relatives sobbing around the old man's sickbed. While others cried out for their master, she could only weep for her grandfather, she adds solemnly. In his final moments, he held her hand tightly and whispered that during their retreat, he heard a terrifying dragon roar echoing from deep within the valley. He hoped the Yi family would conquer the valley one day, making its location a closely guarded family secret. So she seriously wonders, why does he want to go there? Lu Fan firmly explains that he triggered an extremely rare hidden quest, requiring him to hunt down a Dragon King-level beast. Wu Xian stares in absolute shock. Slay a Dragon King. He really is built different to pull a quest like that. Lu Fan admits that while it is incredibly dangerous, his current strength is more than enough to handle the challenge. He asks if she will back him up, and Wu Xian smiles reassuringly, telling him that of course she will. She adds that as the representative of the Ye family, he has every right to know the location of the valley. Overjoyed, Lu Fan says they should head back to the Yi mansion to prepare and set off first thing tomorrow. That afternoon at the old Huang mansion, a guard screams in terror as a colossal hand smashes right through the ground. Ningdu sits atop the giant, coldly muttering that the Huang clan elders must be begging for a beating after missing their tribute. The system reveals the giant is Zhuang Meng, a level 100 mountain splitter ghost general. The terrified guard stammers that this is no longer the Huang family estate. Ningdu darkly asks, "Isn't that right, Ghost General?" Hearing the loud commotion, more guards rush out, shouting that this land now belongs to the Ye family, so these thugs better get lost. Ningdu coldly sneers, realizing why his sister never received her promised Earth Core cores. Recognizing the terrifying intruder, a guard gasps in absolute horror. Realizing who they are up against, the poor guard panics, screaming that they are doomed and need to run away immediately. He shrieks that the young master of the Ning family is here, and they are dead meat. A calmer guard asks him to spit it out. Wondering who this Ning guy is, they watch him reach into his coat, declaring he does not care who owns this place, the tribute must be paid. Pulling out a summoning bell, he cold-bloodedly orders his ghost general to slaughter them all. Zhuang Meng's eyes flash red as he goes wild, triggering a massive shockwave that violently blows the entire Ye family squad away. Charging forward like a runaway train, the giant pulverizes everything in sight, leaving the guards screaming in total disbelief. Screaming for help, the guards try to flee, but the giant quickly crushes them all, leaving only faint groans. Ningdu laughs, mocking the flattened bugs. Standing some distance away, Yingheng suddenly hears the chaotic racket. He looks around wondering why it is so loud, only to scream in terror as a battered guard crashes right next to him. Panicking, the crowd screams to run for their lives as the giant charges straight toward him, leaving him completely paralyzed with fear. Recognizing Ningdu riding on the giant's shoulder, he trembles, realizing he is completely done for. Drenched in a cold sweat, his mind races in absolute panic, realizing he has no time left to warn the Ye family. The next morning, deep inside a dense forest with birds chirping, Lu Fan shoulders his backpack and looks at his system screen. He looks up whispering that he finally found it as the system displays the coordinates his senior provided. The West Fallen Dragon Valley remains totally unexplored, rated as a level 90 danger zone. He wonders if this is the place the Ye family failed to conquer. Lu Fan drops his bag to the ground and starts rummaging through the gear his senior packed for him yesterday. Just the day before, Wuxian had handed him the bag with strict warnings, explaining that she prepared these specific tools and items based on her grandfather's stories and advice. Inside, she packed several useful consumables, magic scrolls, and some travel food. Lu Fan politely declined, saying there was really no need to go through all this trouble. She quickly insisted, explaining that her grandfather warned of many freak accidents in Fallen Dragon Valley, making these heavy preparations absolutely necessary to avoid any sudden disaster. Lu Fan says softly, apologizing to his senior because he cannot bring her along this time. She looks at him and replies that since dragons are involved, she cannot help anyway, especially with the Long and Wang family matters to sort out. Shrugging on his backpack, he bids farewell, saying there is no time to waste before heading out, while Wuxian smiles and warns him to be careful of that Dragon King. Right after, a maid arrives to report that the Huang family has officially transferred the high-level Earth Core Cave realm to them. While Huang Yingheng is busy organizing the collected resources, Wuxian turns to leave. Giving her orders, she decides to personally pay a visit to the Earth Core Cave. In the meantime, they must assist Huang Yingheng and keep an eye on that coward, to which the maid bows and obeys. Back in the living room of the old Huang mansion, Ningdu sits comfortably interrogating Yingheng and asks if this leader of three families is seriously mining resources herself. Bowing his head, he confirms that it is true. Ningdu bursts into a delighted laugh, finding this Ye Wuxian highly amusing. He remarks how absurd it is for a family head to mine resources, while letting a former enemy run family affairs as a maid shakily serves tea. Begging him to have tea, she trembles as Ningdu mutters that at least the top family still knows some basic rules. Grabbing the teacup, Ningdu coldly announces that he will give them a few more days to harvest and submit the Earth Core resources, which also gives him the perfect excuse to meet this intriguing new leader. Yingheng quickly offers his thanks. Shifting to the entrance of Fallen Dragon Valley, Lu Fan pulls out a handy LED flashlight. He figures this will light up the dark valley depths, while Squeaky pokes its head out of his bag, prompting him to smile and tell it to stay put. Shifting his backpack, he glances at the tiny dragon, knowing that thanks to its presence, he is completely immune to deadly poisons. For now, he plans to get the little guy familiar with how dragons actually fight. Lu Fan summons his dragons, telling Darky and Greeny to clear the path, as they instantly launch their devastating attacks. Seeing Squeaky trembling fearfully inside his backpack, Lu Fan chuckles to himself, thinking that if this coward was his first dragon, he would have definitely doubted if dragons were truly the ultimate creatures. Suddenly, Greeny senses something creepy lurking right behind his back. The system scans a level 85 highly toxic slime. Its active skill is Venomous Spit, which sprays a sticky fluid that instantly slashes the target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. It also has Corrosive Slime, a passive that inflicts a severe decay effect on all attacks, slashing physical attack power by 70% while draining 2% of maximum health every single second. Lu Fan grows excited, realizing this is indeed a high-level toxic beast, and tells Squeaky it is time for its big debut. Darky and Greeny begin aggressively wiping out the surrounding horde of slimes. Lu Fan quickly orders Darky and Greeny to leave just one alive while completely destroying the rest. The duo burns everything to ashes, leaving only one survivor, but as Greeny prepares to finish it, Lu Fan steps in to stop him. He tells Greeny to hold back, prompting Darky to angrily kick Greeny's head, calling him an idiot who cannot follow simple orders. Holding Squeaky, Lu Fan looks at the last slime, sighing that they needed to save one, because even stronger enemies lie ahead. He encourages the tiny dragon, telling Squeaky that it is now time to absorb the creature's poison. Just a tiny squeak from the baby dragon absolutely terrifies the slime. In its wild hallucination, it envisions a horrifying Lufan devouring it alive, a nightmare that makes it want to destroy the world. That horrifying thought sends shivers straight down the slime's spine. Lufan says with a grin that absorbing this powerful toxin will surely make Squeaky much stronger. He motivates Squeaky, reminding him he is from the strongest dragon clan, and to have courage as he sets him down. Squeaky inflates his body, wrapping around the slime to swallow it whole, leaving Lufan amazed by this direct method of poison absorption. He actually swallowed it whole. The system then announces the successful absorption of the source of all venoms, allowing the poison dragon to store and freely manipulate any toxin at will. At the same time, a notification shows the poison dragon has leveled up to level 14. The current toxin is the deadly poison slime, capable of reducing the target's defense by 50% for 10 seconds. Lufan picks up Gigi, praising her for absorbing a new toxin and leveling up at the same time. Lifting her high in the air, he excitedly asks the others, "Look, isn't our little Gigi a super talented dragon? Once you grow up, you will definitely be just like your big brother and sister." Looking super proud of herself, Gigi smiles in agreement. Suddenly, a new monster appears, and the system identifies it as a level 86 phosphorus fire moth. Its skill scatters phosphorus powder, blinding the target for 6 seconds, and increasing the damage they take by 45%. Along with phosphorus burn, automatically spreading powder as it moves, inflicting burn and blind effects on any target that makes contact. Xiaoye and Bao Bao charge right back into the fight. Lufan plans to let Gigi get used to combat for 2 hours before they head deeper into Fallen Dragon Valley. The system announces she has successfully absorbed the phosphorus firemoth toxin, which can burn and blind targets for 6 seconds. Gigi and Bao Bao now lead the charge with Gigi, constantly seizing every opportunity to absorb more new toxins. The system alerts that she has successfully absorbed the hexagonal poison scorpion toxin, paralyzing targets for 12 seconds and slowing their movement speed by 30% for 20 seconds. Stats for the level 87 hexagonal poison scorpion also appear, showing its sclerosis skill, which reduces physical and magic damage by 70% for 60 seconds, along with its paralyzing and slowing poison skill. Lufan leans down to pat Gigi's head, telling her she's doing an absolutely amazing job. She now commands 3 devastating types of toxins: decay, burn, and paralysis. The system alerts that Poison Dragon 1 has reached level 15 and unlocked a new form-shifting skill. Excitedly, he taps the screen to check out Gigi's brand new look. Lufan reads the details and realizes that unlike Bao Bao, who only has one giant dragon form, Gigi can actually transform into the underworld swamp. The detailed screen displays the level 15 legendary Poison Dragon 1 contract, with significantly upgraded attributes and skills. This form-shifting skill allows the Poison Dragon to enter its growth phase, freely switching between 2 different forms at will. The Underworld Swamp form also grants her 2 new skills, Poison Ocean and Nether Spirit Split. Lufan mutters to himself that she can turn her entire body into a toxic swamp, which acts as a massive domain to debuff entire groups. Nearby, Xiaoye is gently nuzzling Gigi, showing how close they've become. Suddenly, a strange noise makes everyone spin around, only to see Bao Bao scratching at a glowing green mushroom with his claws. Lufan is completely speechless. Why on earth is Bao Bao locked in a battle of wits with a mushroom? The system displays the details: a fluorescent mushroom, a rare quality material commonly found deep in the mountain valley. It is highly poisonous, completely inedible, and stops glowing 72 hours after being harvested. He crosses his arms and sighs, completely defeated by this dragon. Bao Bao probably thinks it's fun because the mushroom glows brighter when hit. Looks like he needs to buy some actual toys to keep his dragons entertained later. Out of nowhere, Gigi rushes forward, chomps down on the mushroom, and absorbs it instantly. Lufan is completely speechless with this one. Gigi, why you too? Suddenly, her tiny body begins to shake and radiate a bright light. The system announces she has absorbed the fluorescent mushroom toxin, allowing her to emit light. He gasps in shock. Is that even possible? Lufan chuckles, realizing that since the mushroom is poisonous, Gigi can now use it to act as her own little flashlight in the dark. Suddenly, a massive swarm of giant insects surrounds them, with the system identifying them as level 88 decay larvae. Their skills include corpse decay slime, which leaves a sticky substance on the ground to inflict debuffs and extend negative effects, along with insect swarm food grab. Each bug that clings to a target reduces all of their attributes and movement speed by 1%. He thinks disdainfully that these disgusting pests just need Zhao Ye to burn them all to ashes with her fire. But out of nowhere, Ji steps up, leaping high into the air right above the swarm. Lu Fan is stunned, thinking that Ji isn't cowardly anymore. Could she actually have a plan prepared for this? The system announces Poison Dragon 1's form transformation into the underworld swamp as Ji becomes a massive toxic pool, engulfing the entire swarm. The system immediately alerts that she has unlocked 2 brand new skills, Poison Ocean and Nether Spirit Split. Poison Ocean is an area of effect toxic attack that strikes all enemies in front. With the toxin stacking speed completely doubled, Lu Fan cheers. Great job, Ji. He realizes she has literally transformed her body into poison, using her underworld swamp form as a personal domain to consume the pests. Ji's toxic swamp washes away the enemies while spawning smaller clones that surge forward to devour the remaining bugs. The system displays her new skill, Underworld Guardian. The poison dragon splits into 2 kamikaze guardians that continuously blast poison at enemies, exploding upon contact or when killed to create a massive cloud of toxic mist. Lu Fan cheers excitedly, calling it awesome. He notices that Ji has grown much more confident now, fighting on her own without needing orders. With that, Lu Fan gives the order to Bao Bao and Xiao Ye as he summons his bow, shouting, "Let's do this together." The system notifies the skill Shadow Snake Arrow. When the Underworld Snake Bow is fully drawn and charged for 3 seconds, it releases a shot that boosts damage by 500%. Xiao Ye lets out a thunderous roar as Bao Bao charges alongside her. Lu Fan declares that once they wipe out these bugs, they will keep pushing forward. While Xiao Ye clashes in battle, Lu Fan calls her name. Instantly, the system registers a 1-second charge time. He then calls A Bao, with the system showing a 2-second charge. Lu Fan reminds them to leave 1 monster for Ji. As the system registers a 3-second charge, he releases his grip, sending a devastating arrow that explodes and tears the insects into pieces. Once the smoke clears, Lu Fan calls Ji over, gently whispering that its deadly toxins are about to get another massive boost. Little Ji eagerly begins to absorb the last remaining insect. The system screen flashes rotting swarm toxins successfully absorbed. The target's overall attributes and movement speed drop by 1%, extending the remaining duration of all current debuffs. Turning to his pet, he proudly admits that this is a real eye-opener since he originally feared Ji would always be cowardly. Lu Fan never expected the little dragon to adapt to its new form so quickly. Together, the group ventures deeper into the dark forest. Slashing through the thick roots blocking their path, he calls everyone over to a deep cave entrance, then quickly switches on the chest-mounted LED light on his shirt. Scanning their dark surroundings, Lu Fan issues a warning telling Xiao Ye to stay alert and sense any incoming threats. Standing before a withered ancient tree, Lu Fan notes they are finally approaching the valley floor described by Ye Wuxian's grandfather. Suddenly, hundreds of creepy eyes open on the canopy, staring down at them. The system warns level 100 Myriad Poison Demonic Vine. As Lu Fan leads his team forward, his hand accidentally brushes against a thick root coiled tightly around the rocky cliffside. The root suddenly squirms, catching Lu Fan's attention. He immediately orders Xiao Ye to use perception, and she releases radar-like sound waves to scan the area. The system details the perception skill. The black dragon can locate hidden or camouflaged foes, and active activation completely strips away the stealth of all enemy targets. The writhing tree roots twist, pointing directly ahead of them. Lu Fan quickly realizes these are not ordinary roots, but giant monster tentacles. Raising his sword, he confidently claims that burning them will make them retreat back to the source. With the system showing 2 stacks of black dragon chi, Xiao Ye unleashes a torrent of flames, while Lu Fan delivers burning sword slashes to ignite the roots. The system details the lava flame skill, which continuously spews fire at targets, dealing immense damage while simultaneously healing the user. Caught in the raging flames, the panicked roots immediately retreat back toward their main body. Lu Fan eagerly orders a chase. As they run, he deduces that the source of these vines is definitely the monster that killed Ye Wuxian's grandfather. Reaching the dark floor of Dragonfall Valley, he freezes in surprise. It is indeed the beast, but he never expected to see a colossal ancient tree with thousands of glowing eyes on its leaves, staring straight at him. The system displays the level 100 Myriad Poison Demonic Vine, listing deadly skills like Vine Whip Myriad Poison Propagation, Vine Blast Vine Imprisonment, and Undying Demonic Vine. Lu Fan gasps in total shock. A level 100 boss. The giant tree swings its roots to attack. The system warns Vine Whip, unleashes devastating lashes, dealing raw damage and inflicting a severe bleeding effect. Xiao Ye and the blue dragon charge, instantly making him sigh at their sheer impatience. Lu Fan reaches back loudly, declaring it is time to unleash absolute firepower. Summoning every remaining dragon, he orders them to tear this massive tree out by its roots. The system triggers the flowing protection skill, applying a shield to allies that dramatically reduces damage and grants total immunity to negative status effects. Xiao Fei activates the Emerald Dragon Bloodline, instantly doubling the effectiveness of all skills for both the dragons and their blood-linked master. Xiao Fei transforms into her dragon form, instantly summoning 2 more massive dragons. The system alerts that the natural assimilation skill has summoned the twin fallen saint dragons alongside the Wyvern King, while the natural assimilation contract calls forth the Shadow Dragon King. Swift Black Blade Xiao Ye and the Blue Dragon lead the charge. The system announces that Black Dragon 2 has shifted into its legendary Destruction Dragon form. Blue Dragon 2 transforms into its devastating World Destroyer Thunder form. Using the equipped Emperor Lightning Jade, the Blue Dragon's skill power increases by 100%, generating a massive, shocking electrical barrier. The ancient tree sprouts deadly thorns on its roots, casting myriad poison propagation to plant toxic seeds that continuously drain the life force of its targets. Lu Fan warns everyone to watch out for the seeds, commanding Xiao Ye to burn them all. She instantly breathes devastating fire onto the writhing roots. The system triggers the lava burst skill, opening a boiling pit of magma to incinerate the target. As the tree burns, the twin fallen saint dragons charge in unison. The system alerts Dragon Language Unsealed, unlocking the devastating Demon Dragon Forbidden Spell magic. Demon Dragon Assault is replaced by the Doomsday Forbidden Spell. Lu Fan orders the fallen saint dragon and Swift Black Blade to transform and prepare for battle. The system details the Shadow Strike skill, teleporting behind the target from stealth to exploit weak points, boosting damage by 1,600% with Shadow Invasion. He channels crackling lightning directly into his sword, while simultaneously barking out his next orders. Xiao Fei, bow, it is your turn now. With the system displaying 2 stacks of Blue Dragon Chi, Xiao Fei triggers her Jade Dragon Bloodline, doubling all skills, while actively deploying her massive dragon domain. This territory spans 100 meters in diameter, boosting all attributes of bloodline-linked dragons and humans by 50% while inside. While other targets suffer a 50% attribute reduction and are completely immobilized, the 2 fallen corpse sacred dragons immediately charge in to attack. The system displays details for the skill, Doomsday, as it rains down. Once Dragon Tongue magic is unlocked, the dragon sacrifices its own health while soaring high, then dives to deal massive damage equal to 2,000% of that sacrificed health. An earth-shattering explosion erupts, tearing the giant tree into pieces. Then the green dragon unleashes destructive lightning as Lu Fan delivers the final crushing blow to finish it. The system reveals that Void Slash combines with Dragon Chi, delivering 2 consecutive cuts, while releasing dual lightning bolts in sync with the dragon. With that finished, he calls out to Little Kai in his backpack. He tells Little Chi to go absorb the toxin, but the creature suddenly squeaks repeatedly. Confused, Lu Fan asks what is wrong with it. An ominous system warning pops up, revealing that the undying devil vine can instantly regrow and heal itself if any of its smaller roots remain. Witnessing this shocking development, Lu Fan gasps in pure disbelief. Realizing this sinister tree can regenerate endlessly, he quickly sheathes his sword and braces himself to switch over to his astral form. At the same time, the system notifies him that the Black Dragon has reached level 2. He is completely stunned, realizing that level 100 skills are truly terrifying. This reminds him of the senior's warning that an expert who completes their 5th class advancement can easily control an entire nation. If anyone managed to acquire such infinite regeneration, they would become an unimaginably dangerous threat. Suddenly, Little Chi transforms into a giant beast and charges straight down toward the tree roots. Lu Fan reaches out to stop it but fails, screaming in panic for Little Chi to return, since that is a level 100 boss. But Little Chi is already devouring the roots, while the level 1 poison dragon shifts, forms to cast its underworld swamp. Suddenly, Lu Fan connects the dots and realizes what is happening. He figures out that his dragon domain has already slashed the boss's attributes by 50%. Now, Little Chi is using Poison Sea Surge to weaken the monster's stats even further. The system explains that the Poison Sea Surge skill floods the area using existing toxins to attack every enemy in sight, while doubling the speed of poison stacking. Their active Poison Ruining Decay is capable of reducing all of the target's stats and movement speed by 1%, while also extending any existing negative effects. Lu Fan realizes that the Poison Sea Surge has effectively doubled the potency of Ruining Decay. This makes it entirely possible to drag the level 100 boss's stats down to a level where Little Chi can swallow it whole. He quickly spins around and instructs Little Fei to cast Jade Light on Little Chi. Hearing his command, she immediately unleashes the spell on her ally. This Jade Light can apply 3 to 6 layers of blessings to cleanse all negative debuffs and boost all attributes by 30 to 60%. On top of that, each blessing stack can block 1 to 2 attacks. Her Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles all abilities of Dragonkin and blood-linked allies. As a result, the boss's Undying Devil Vine skill is successfully interrupted. Lu Fan cheers on his companion, telling him to keep going without worrying about time and to just keep corroding the beast. He reasons that even though Little Chi is only a level 15 dragon, the boss is completely frozen in place, while its toxins are being absorbed. This unique ability to devour debuffs makes Little Chi the perfect natural counter to this beast. Given enough time, even a level 100 boss will fall. Relaxed, he pulls out a hamburger and takes a big bite. While time is on their side, this digestion process is incredibly slow. 15 minutes later, the team has literally set up a picnic blanket to relax and eat together. He figures that in the end, only Little Chi has what it takes to permanently destroy such an immortal monster. The system alerts him that Little Chi has fully absorbed the boss's poison, unlocking a new skill that plants seeds inside a target's body. These seeds grow by constantly feeding on the target's blood, and can be triggered to rupture the body from within, killing them instantly. Alternatively, they can root into the ground from the target's limbs, pinning the enemy helplessly to the spot. Little Chi squeaks happily, prompting Lu Fan to ask with excitement if they actually pulled it off. Shocked that Little Chi actually absorbed a level 100 boss's venom, Little Fei happily hugs the dragon, while Little Yi pats its head in sheer admiration. Lu Fan showers it with praise, suggesting that Little Chi might even be the key to defeating the legendary Dragon King they are hunting. The system announces that the Poison Dragon has reached level 2. It also displays the details of the new skill spawn, which plants deadly seeds directly inside a target's body. Once the spawn skill is active, the planted seeds continuously drain the victim's life force over time. The user can trigger them to violently burst from the body, killing the target or sprout roots to bind them. Reading the log, Lu Fan realizes this must be the unique toxin that Little Chi salvaged from the dead magic vine. This new derivative ability is quite impressive and holds immense potential. He realizes that using this skill to torment his enemies in battle would be incredibly satisfying to watch. Lu Fan turns to his companions with a sigh of regret, explaining that since Little Chi devoured the entire monster, they missed the chance to turn it into a puppet and gain its auto-revive ability. Then he gently picks up Squeaky and says, "Squeaky, did you see that? You are a big kid now fully capable of holding your own out there." Lu Fan looks at the little dragon with a warm smile, telling it that now everyone else is waiting to see what it can do. The little guy squeaks happily in response, while Lu Fan sighs knowing you can't have your cake and eat it too. Still, watching this little rascal grow up and get stronger is actually pretty rewarding. He calls out to his team, warning them not to linger as they push forward toward the deepest part of Dragonfall Valley. The LED lights pierce through the dark cavern, and from there, their journey goes incredibly smoothly. Xiaoye incinerates a massive swarm of bugs with her molten flame spitting fire forward to deal huge damage, while healing herself, pushing their venom dragon friend all the way to level 22. Her thunderous roar skill blasts toward the target, calling down a massive shockwave of lightning, whipping up a violent storm that inflicts heavy lightning damage and completely paralyzes any enemy caught inside. With the Venom Dragon quickly climbing from level 23 to 24, Lu Fan is confident his summons can handle any beast. Yet the most shocking change of all comes from Little Squeaky. When the team confronts a colossal serpent, the tiny dragon bravely steps up, using its own venom to paralyze the enemy. Lu Fan can't help but smile, noting that Squeaky went from hiding in the back to charging headfirst into battle. It has grown so much braver. The system alerts keep flashing as the Venom Dragon hits level 25, then 26, leading the team to an easy victory. In just 2 short days, their experience points skyrocket, pushing the Venom Dragon all the way to level 30. The status screen confirms the dragon hit level 30, unlocking powerful new skills like Poison Cloud Rain and Venom Trap. Night falls over the cliffs of Dragonfall Valley, where the dragon dwells, and raging flames cover the entire area. Peering over the cliffside, Lu Fan realizes their final destination lies deep within this dark abyss. Standing up, he straps his backpack to his chest and tells everyone to prepare for the descent. At his command, the Black Blade activates its stealth. Xiao Fei then unleashes her Shadow Dragon Claw, giving the entire team perfect invisibility for 6 minutes. He quickly issues another order, calling out Xiao Fei Emerald Blessing. The system interface flashes, announcing that the Jade Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for dragons and those with linked bloodlines, granting absolute immunity to debuffs while boosting their self-healing by 5,000%. The Emerald Light skill stacks 3 to 6 layers of blessings on the targets, purging every single debuff, while raising all stats by 30 to 60%, with each layer blocking 1 to 2 hits of incoming damage. Then they all leap off the cliff. Lu Fan warns them that the abyss floor will be highly dangerous, so they must mask their presence and move with absolute caution. Deep below the rocky terrain is treacherous and rugged, split by a glowing green toxic river. Staring at the noxious water, Lu Fan realizes this place looks identical to Squeaky's underworld swamp. He flies further down but wonders why there isn't a single monster guarding the area. Suddenly, a splash of poison strikes his armor. He frowns, staring at the toxic corroding his arm. This venom actually managed to bypass Xiao Fei's defense. He quickly turns to Xiao Ye, ordering her to use omnidirectional sensing and sweep the pool. She begins channeling her power, transforming into her dragon form with a fierce roar before activating her perception skill. As a black dragon, she can detect any camouflaged or submerged enemies, instantly forcing them out of hiding and canceling their stealth. A pair of vicious eyes suddenly glare through the darkness as a colossal dragon looms right in front of Xiao Ye. She roars a warning, prompting Lu Fan to ask if it is below them. Suddenly, bubbles erupt from the toxic river as massive geysers shoot upward to attack. Lu Fan shouts for everyone to scatter as the toxic waters surge high. He scrambles to fly away, but still catches a bit of the poison. His team calls out in worry, but he yells back, telling them he is fine, urging everyone to fly higher and avoid the toxic pool. Glancing back, Lu Fan locks eyes with the terrifying monster and instantly realizes that the beast can see them perfectly. He is stunned to find his Black Blade stealth completely bypassed, meaning this giant creature has been watching their every move from the shadows this whole time. A sharp, burning pain forces him to grimace. He wonders if this massive beast is actually the Dragon King, staring at his blistered arm and realizing how insanely potent this poison is. Even with his poison resistance active from sharing Squeaky's bloodline, the toxic venom of the demon-devouring Dragon King is still eating away at his flesh, proving far stronger than Squeaky's passive defense. At that exact moment, Xiao Fei quickly casts her Fountain of Life skill, granting a powerful continuous healing effect to the entire party. Knowing a drawn-out battle spells disaster, Lu Fan summons his weapon, aiming his bow at the beast to finish this fight as fast as possible. The system screen displays info on his Serpent Shadow Arrow skill. When the Dark Serpent bow is charged for 3 full seconds, the arrow deals 500% extra damage, but just 1 second in. The massive dragon mutters, "How interesting." Then it speaks in a deep tone, a dragon tamer. Lu Fan looks around in utter confusion, wondering who said that. The system updates the bow charging status. It has been charging for 2 seconds. Frowning, the Dragon King calls them mere ants who cannot even communicate using telepathy. Lu Fan snaps back, asking if the beast can actually speak. The Dragon King replies that it always thought stories of humans born to enslave dragons were just a joke. It never expected that such ridiculous tales would actually turn out to be true. Its eyes widen as it demands to know where a lowly human like him managed to steal those newborn dragons. Once the system confirms a 3-second charge, Lu Fan releases the arrow straight at the beast, growling that it is none of its business. Lu Fan realizes that the talking beast must be the demon-devouring Dragon King. Leaving it hidden in the dark makes his entire team sitting ducks, so he absolutely must force the beast out into the open. The arrow flies fast, but the water suddenly turns deep blue as a massive water column rises to block his attack completely. It effortlessly deflects Lu Fan's strike. Watching closely, he quickly realizes the dragon just utilized some kind of psychic energy. The demon-devouring Dragon King finally reveals its true terrifying form as a massive spiky dragon. Its glowing red eyes lock onto him, declaring that foolish humans are completely delusional to think they can challenge a mighty dragon. The system displays detailed target information. Demon-devouring Dragon King, mouth of the abyss. Observing carefully, Lu Fan notes that the beast is severely wounded, just like the record stated. Since he came all this way, his goal is simple: kill the dragon. Fei casts her support spell, Emerald Blessing. This buff grants the target 3 stacks of Emerald Dragon energy, boosting the damage of their next 3 attacks. Thanks to her Emerald Dragon lineage, every single skill effect applied to the dragon race and linked bloodlines is automatically doubled. Because of this, Emerald Blessing jumps from 3 to 6 stacks of dragon energy, amplifying damage for their next 6 strikes. Next, he shouts for everyone to launch an all-out attack. Star creates a parasitic energy sphere that can be detonated for massive area of effect damage based on their strength. Meanwhile, Knight unleashes Molten Flame, blasting fire continuously to deal heavy damage while simultaneously healing himself. The Blue Dragon triggers Thunder Roar, calling down a massive shockwave that unleashes a storm, dealing devastating lightning damage and paralyzing all enemies in the area. Faye unleashes Shadow Burst, instantly releasing razor-sharp wind blades to damage surrounding foes, while cleansing all debuffs from her allies. Lu Fan draws his bow to fire, Viper Shot instantly unleashing 12 magic arrows without a full draw, with each projectile dealing 20% damage. The entire team combines their skills at once, unleashing a devastating synchronized barrage right onto the enemy dragon. After a brief silence, the demon-devouring Dragon King scoffs, calling it a mere itch. Unharmed, its sheer presence grows even more terrifying and oppressive than before. Too bad all their struggles are completely meaningless when facing the absolute power of the dragon race. With a simple, deafening roar, a massive elemental tempest instantly sweeps over the entire party, leaving them with absolutely no time to dodge. Lu Fan is shocked to realize how dangerous this is. That single attack combined the destructive power of all 4 elements. The angry Dragon King charges another blast, shouting that the sinners who enslave dragons must die. It unleashes a massive energy beam aimed directly at him. Lu Fan quickly commands Faye to activate her Eternal Protection. Faye immediately shifts into her dragon form. The system reveals that Eternal Protection creates a massive shield protecting every ally standing underneath it. The total damage the shield can absorb depends entirely on the health pool and healing power of the Eternal One. Meanwhile, the Emerald Dragon is transforming into Soul Light while rapidly charging up her supreme skill. The swirling energy wraps around the party before condensing and exploding violently in midair. The demon-devouring Dragon King speaks coldly. Dragon Rider, even if these newborn dragons fight for you, the majesty of a true Dragon King holds immense power beyond what any living being can imagine. Suddenly, the beast freezes in utter disbelief, gasping in shock as he transforms. Lu Fan now stands tall in his majestic and powerful dragon form. The system displays the Golden Dragon Shield status, deploying the Golden Dragon King's barrier to block attacks and minimize damage. His strength, agility, and spirit stats increase by 40%, while his endurance skyrockets by 100%. This protective shield lasts for 20 seconds. His level 50 Dragon Rider class also receives a massive boost to his base stats. Strength jumps from 2,580 to 5,418, agility from 2,021 to 4,454, spirit from 2,466 to 5,179, and endurance from 2,602 to 15,612. The Dragon Slayer warriors will activate at 1/5, with 3 of 5 set pieces equipped, releasing his remaining bloodline power to transform into the Golden Dragon King, boosting strength, agility, and spirit by 50% and endurance by 200%. However, while in this Golden Dragon King state, he cannot enter mounted mode. Equipping 3 out of 5 set pieces unlocks his remaining bloodline power further, granting him access to Wings of Judgment and Boiling Blood skills. He thinks to himself that it is absolutely terrifying. With less than 1% of its power, the beast melted the Eternal Guardian defense. If his dragon transformation was a second late, there would be nothing left of his bones. Lu Fan immediately orders Xingchen to prep their ultimate spell, the 17 million star apocalypse. Accepting the order, she shifts into her massive dragon form and gathers raw energy into her claws. System alerts flash as the Void Dragon shifts into astral form, fully charging up the 17 million star apocalypse. Lu Fan realizes this is his toughest opponent yet. This star-shattering attack holds enough raw energy to wipe an entire city off the map. Still, he confidently declares that their combined power simply cannot be stopped by this monster. Just then, the system triggers the Dragon Tongue Resonance. When a Dragon Rider and their pet cast the same dragon spell, the destructive power of both is boosted by 100%. The skill summons a massive stellar core, packed with stars that constantly multiply inside. Once fully boosted, the Starry Dragon can detonate it to unleash a world-ending blast of 17 million exploding stars. Lu Fan roars, channeling the power of countless stars, as they both rain down a massive barrage on the devouring Dragon King. He yells, "Fall into the void," yet the monster just stands there, taking the hit without moving an inch. Unbothered, the beast activates the Supreme Shield, a sacred barrier from the Golden Dragon King that grants absolute immunity to all damage for 5 seconds. Lu Fan is utterly shocked. How is this creature able to steal and use the Golden Dragon King's legendary skills? Violent magic wraps around its body, its glowing blue eyes looking like a deep abyss. The Dragon King scoffs coldly, saying his power is impressive, but struggling against a true Dragon Lord is completely meaningless. It proudly brags about having devoured 13 legendary dragons already. With a wicked smirk, the beast adds that many were Dragon Kings, and thanks him for delivering such a pure-blooded hatchling. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, asking, in a dark tone, what it means. It laughs, maniacally thrilled by this rare gift, promising to claim their precious dragon blood for itself. Suddenly, a freezing blast explodes from its body, rushing straight toward Lu Fan and his team. It is the Ice Dragon King's wrath, a massive blizzard that slows targets down and freezes them solid. The deadly storm is expanding rapidly, making Lu Fan panic. The monster's magical reserves seem completely bottomless, showing absolutely zero signs of running dry as the frost takes over. With Eternal Guardian on cooldown, the group has no choice but to brace for impact. Thinking fast, Lu Fan activates his Fountain of Life skill to constantly heal his teammates through the disaster. In a flash, the sub-zero wind swallows them whole, locking everyone inside a massive block of ice. The frost spreads at a terrifying speed. Paired with the king's roar, a freezing nightmare completely consumes the battlefield. The beast just stands there, waiting to see if they can survive this frozen tomb. Suddenly, massive cracks spread across the ice like a spider web. The Dragon King pauses, its eyes lighting up with genuine amusement. With a loud bang, the ice shatters into a million flying shards. Gasping for air, Lu Fan is completely exhausted. He realizes that if his dragon bloodline resistance had not cut the freeze in half, they would have been finished. Anxiety sets in as the massive power gap becomes painfully clear. At this rate, defeat is inevitable. Hoping to change the tide, Lu Fan calls out to Little Ji. The dragon quickly casts its magic, planting a toxic seed directly into the enemy. As it grows, the seed drains its victim's life force to burst from their flesh, either killing them instantly or anchoring roots to bind them in place. Massive vines wrap tightly around the beast. It looks down, quite surprised that a mere hatchling pulled this off. It praises the effort, but with a fierce roar it swings its arm and a violent shockwave instantly shatters the vines to dust. Lu Fan is shocked to see the binding spell fail so easily. A dark sphere forms in the beast's hand as it mockingly admits that the vine trap was somewhat amusing. It immediately unleashes the devouring origin matrix, deploying a dark array to swallow up everything nearby. It sucks in matter and energy, crushing and refining them into pure, destructive force. Lu Fan grimaces, deeply worried. He knows they cannot let the monster keep feeding on this energy. With a loud roar, he sweeps his tail as Xiao Fei deploys the dragon domain. The field expands to a massive diameter of 100 meters. Inside, all stats for allied dragons and bloodline-connected partners are boosted by 50%. Meanwhile, any enemy lacking the dragon bloodline has their stats cut in half, and they cannot move, teleport, or flee the area. At the same time, Lu Fan also unleashed his Jade Dragon bloodline skill. This massive power-up doubles the effects of all skills on the Dragon Clan and those with shared bloodlines. A massive magic circle blazes to life in midair. The blinding light spreads everywhere, like a raging vortex, swallowing up all nearby spiritual energy in its path. He quickly issues an order. Xiao Fei, Eternal Guardian Lu Fan, triggers his Jade Dragon bloodline once more. This doubles all skill effects for the Dragon Clan and bloodline allies, granting them complete immunity to all negative debuffs, while boosting their self-recovery stats by 5,000%. That terrifying surge of energy merges perfectly with her own technique, forming an ultimate peerless defensive barrier. Eternal Guardian conjures a massive protective shield that shields all targets below, with the damage absorption based entirely on the max health and self-healing stats of the Eternal One. Yet the enemy's terrifying pressure is so overwhelming that he cannot help but shudder. The enemy's power is too immense to hold out for long. Panicking, Lu Fan screams at the top of his lungs. Everyone, full force attack. On my mark. Let's transform the entire squad. The black dragon morphs into the destroyer, while the blue dragon transforms into the world-destroying Thunder Cauldron. As the 17 million Star Destroyer's skill continues to charge, the demon-devouring Dragon King snorts in pure contempt and swiftly activates the Supreme Shield. The Divine Shield of the Golden Dragon King triggers a defense that grants complete damage immunity for 5 seconds. In an instant, a colossal glowing barrier envelops its massive body, deflecting the heavy storm of attacks that are raining down like crazy. Lava Blaze continues spewing streams of fire forward, dealing heavy damage while simultaneously healing itself. The Poison Dragon whips its tail, launching venomous spikes that inflict 10 stacks of deadly poison upon impact. The Jade Bright Emperor skill boosts the power of all the Blue Dragon's abilities by 100%. After each cast of lightning magic, a Thunder Cauldron domain is generated at the target location, forcing any enemy moving inside it to take even more extra damage. Shadow Cyclone unleashes razor-sharp wind blades that deal heavy damage to nearby enemies before instantly cleansing them of all negative status debuffs. The 17 million Star Destroyer's skill summons a stellar core, with countless stars constantly dividing inside, continually upgrading its overall power until the Astral Dragon detonates it, unleashing an absolute world-destroying catastrophe with the force of those 17 million starting stars. Sensing the protective spiritual energy rapidly fading, the demon-devouring Dragon King freezes in shock, staring with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what is happening. Lu Fan confidently declares that with those severe injuries, the beast won't be able to hold out much longer. In the blink of an eye, the protective shield cracks and completely shatters. Lava Blaze instantly floods in, engulfing the beast's colossal body. Within moments, the demon-devouring Dragon King is completely swallowed by the raging sea of fire. Finally, the battle seems to be over. He pants heavily, his chest heaving with exhaustion, staring out at the empty void left in front of him. Lu Fan frowns, muttering in pure disbelief. Did it really just vanish? But right at that moment, the water below suddenly begins to bubble violently. A sudden beam of light shoots upward, slicing through the water's surface like a silver blade. He barely dodges it in the nick of time, gasping in surprise, "You're still not dead." He immediately casts his ultimate Fountain of Life skill to grant continuous, powerful health regeneration to his entire squad. Lu Fan roars in fury. "How much longer do you plan on hiding?" Immediately after, a flurry of relentless attacks is unleashed. The 17 million Star Destroyer's skill continues to charge alongside Dragon Language Replication. This incredible skill allows him to copy and cast any Dragon Language magic from his pets, with its destructive power scaling directly off his own basic attributes. Taking on a human form, the demon-devouring Dragon King weakly rises from the water, her voice raspy yet still dripping with absolute arrogance. "I really did underestimate you, you little dragon tamer. To be honest, look at you and your dragons. You are all exhausted. Fighting any longer will only end in mutual destruction." The demon-devouring Dragon King slowly suggests, "How about making a deal with me instead?" He glares down at her, letting out a cold snort. "A deal?" Suddenly, Lu Fan's magical power erupts with violent force, flooding the entire battlefield. Ribbons of spiritual energy coil around his body, swirling like a destructive vortex of blinding light. He sneers mockingly. "I think you're just trying to buy time." The display leaves her utterly stunned, her mind racing with panic. What kind of power is this? I've never seen anything like it. Just then, Lu Fan reverts to his human form, his voice turning dead cold. "I'll let you catch your breath." He speaks coldly, "Recover your dragon form, and try to kill me." With those words, Lu Fan unleashes Wrath of 10,000 Dragons, an ultimate skill allowing the Dragon Tamer to fuse with all his dragons, transforming into the 10,000 Dragon King to release an immeasurable devastating strike, ending the fusion state right after. The demon-devouring Dragon King stares in absolute disbelief, feeling the overwhelming pressure of an ancient aura radiating from his body. Lu Fan raises his hand toward her, declaring in a freezing voice, "Your era is over. Now die." Terrified, the demon-devouring Dragon King desperately screams, "Wait, if I reveal the secret location of the armored blade dragon egg, can we just wipe our slate completely clean?" He frowned slightly, his voice filled with doubt. "A scaled dragon egg." The demon Dragon King continued, explaining she could sign a contract with him. Unlike his current pet, she would not occupy any of his summoning slots at all. Still highly skeptical, Lu Fan asked, "Are you sure you won't use this chance to kill me?" She explained that once the contract is signed, if he dies, she will die as well. With a wave of his hand, his swirling energy vanished. "Fine, but do not play any tricks." Suddenly, the demon Dragon King lunged from the lake, grabbing Lu Fan tightly by his collar. Terrified, he stammered, "What are you doing?" Right after that, her next move completely froze Lu Fan, as she suddenly pressed her soft, delicate lips right against his. At that moment, a massive burst of magic erupted, wrapping them both in a swirling green light. The Dragon King contract was finally sealed. Satisfied that she got her way, she immediately backed away from him. Lu Fan gasped for breath, his energy drained. What did you just do? Crossing her arms with a smug, arrogant look, she replied indifferently that was the ritual to seal our contract. How was it? See, I did not lie to you. Lu Fan stood pale, his body swaying weakly. All right, looks like things are settled for now. Lu Fan struggled to keep his eyes open, his vision blurring. He muttered, I am so exhausted. Unable to hold on any longer, Lu Fan completely blacked out, falling straight into the lake. Sometime later, at the bottom of Fallen Dragon Valley, faint light filtered through a rocky crevice, illuminating Lu Fan's face as he slowly regained consciousness. Seeing his eyes flutter open, little Chit squealed with absolute joy, its tiny eyes sparkling with relief. Lu Fan quickly sat up, his head still spinning. He scratched his head, looking both confused and deeply worried. Oh no, how long have I been out? Rubbing the bridge of his nose, Lu Fan could feel the heavy exhaustion still lingering. The battle with the Demon Dragon King had drained him completely. The power of a Dragon King truly defied all human comprehension. Gently patting the little beast, he smiled warmly and praised it with a soft, affectionate tone. All right, you did great. You are as strong as a tiger. Lu Fan grew quiet, his eyes darkening. Luckily, before collapsing, he managed to seal the deal with the Demon Dragon King. She should be resting inside his dragon space by now. Suddenly, the Demon Dragon King's voice rang out, startling him. Awake so soon? Playing around in the crystal clear water, she teased him. Playfully, care to join me, little dragon tamer? Lu Fan rejected her instantly, asking no thanks. What are you still doing out here anyway? The Demon Dragon King slowly stood up, frowning. Why are you so on guard against me? She added that since they signed the contract, she could never betray him. With this bond, if you die, I die too, she said, her eyes narrowing as she smiled. So do not worry, as long as you do not break the contract, I pose absolutely no threat to you. His face turned bright red as he flusteredly replied, I still doubt it. You probably hid some trick in this contract. Stepping quickly out of the lake with a smirk, she teased, tricks. That hurts my feelings, though I cannot say there are absolutely none. Seeing her approach, little Chit hid in fear inside Lu Fan's arms. Her voice went cold, her eyes filled with defiance. I only lost to you today because my injuries were too severe. She explained that signing this contract allowed her to use his unique dragon pet space to accelerate her recovery before promising him a great reward once she was fully healed. Her voice continued to echo throughout the cavern. This contract allows you to summon me 3 times to defeat any enemies you cannot handle on your own, she giggled, a smug glint in her eyes. A win-win deal, right? He agreed that this contract was highly beneficial for both of them, but insisted she must first agree to 3 of his conditions. Frowning with annoyance, she scoffed, Humph, you really like pushing your luck. Lu Fan argued back coldly, reminding her she offered the contract to survive, so as the victor, he should be the one choosing his spoils of war. She stepped closer to him, her gaze icy. Unfazed, Lu Fan firmly replied, it is fine if you do not agree. I can simply never summon you, and never break this contract either. When I die, you will fade away forever, never obtaining your freedom. The Demon Dragon King burst into laughter, her lips curling into a mocking smile. She gently lifted his chin and coaxed, tell me, little dragon tamer, what are your 3 demands? Annoyed, he slapped her hand away. First, I want a pool of poison. You have soaked in this toxic lake for so long, these poisons probably do not affect you much anyway. She nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Sure. I only use this poison to treat my wounds, but compared to your dragon pet space, this lake's healing speed is far too slow. She spun around, asking, you want this toxin for that tiny dragon, don't you? He snapped back, I do not need to answer that. Wading slowly back into the lake, she whispered, that skeleton belongs to my former partner. This toxic lake was actually formed from the flesh and blood of the underworld poison dragon king, harboring his residual power. Caressing the bones in the center of the lake, the devouring dragon king softly recalled the clash that would be known as the 3 Dragons' War. Back then, he and I stood together in this very place to fight another Dragon King, the Blade Armor Dragon King. That legendary clash was so incredibly brutal and tragic that it created the forbidden area humans called Dragonfall Valley. Lu Fan stared down at Gigi, his thoughts racing. So the fallen dragon of this valley was actually the underworld poison dragon king. He wondered if this legendary poison dragon king actually shared some deep connection with Gigi. Gigi let out a soft cry. After a long, heavy silence, a flash of deep sorrow crossed the devouring dragon king's eyes as she confessed, I killed him. Hearing this, Lu Fan realized how untrustworthy she really was. stealing dragon eggs, killing her own ally. She was completely ruthless. The devouring Dragon King smirked, stretching out her hand in a mock invitation. All right, spill it. What is your final condition? I want a single drop of your blood, Lu Fan replied, presenting a strange seed and demanding she smear it on. This was the seed of the Wyvern Divine Wood, a critical quest item. Ever since the Wyvern Divine Wood was seized by the claws of the devouring dragon's subordinate, the Mouth of the Abyss, its divine power had slowly faded, waiting for a hero to save it. If someone could actually slay that vile devouring dragon, the massive Mouth of the Abyss, and use this seed soaked in its blood as evidence, they would definitely win the favor of the Life Dragon King, the root of all things. Spotting the seed in Lu Fan's hand, she burst out laughing. To think, she mocked, shaking her head. She mocked how those lowly sub-dragon underlings had actually managed to seize the divine wood belonging to the Life Dragon King. For a Dragon King, to beg a human to take revenge for her is truly pathetic, she sneered, biting her finger as fresh blood spurted out. Very well, I will grant this request as well, she said, dripping her fresh blood onto the seed, completely soaking its surface. She sneered. You can take this seed to her, but who's to say I won't tear her flesh apart and devour all her power before then? Lu Fan coldly shot back, I won't let you get in my way. Frowning, she growled, we will see about that. Suddenly, the devouring Dragon King leaned in dangerously close, her voice turning soft and teasing. All right, little dragon tamer, I'm getting tired of being out here, she cooed. Flustered Lu Fan's face flushed bright red as he snapped. What are you planning now? Lu Fan stammered. Licking the blood off her finger, she unleashed a spiritual mist around her body, locking him in a playful gaze. I think it's time for me to head back into your pet space and rest. Lu Fan tried to stop her. Wait, you still have to fulfill my third condition. Tell me where you hid the blade armored dragon egg you stole back then. But in an instant, the devouring Dragon King vanished from Lu Fan's sight, leaving behind only a trail of mocking laughter. Don't be in such a rush, kid. With your current weak power, even with my assistance, you wouldn't survive trying to claim that dragon egg anyway. Let me rest first, and then I will come find you. Don't worry, I won't break my word. Staring at the seed in his hand, Lu Fan sighed softly, realizing she could easily ignore his authority and vanish whenever she pleased. It seemed his threats of denying her freedom forever didn't bother her in the slightest. Still, at least he was finally making progress on this hidden quest. Right on cue, notifications flooded his system screen, confirming he had acquired the blood-stained Wyvern Divine Wood Seed. The hidden quest updated, showing 1 out of 1 for obtaining the blood-stained seed, and 0 out of 1 for delivering it to the Life Dragon King. Turning his attention back, Lu Fan ordered Gigi to quickly absorb the residual Dragon King toxins. Seeing the little dragon looking around in sheer terror, he gently reassured her. Don't be afraid, she is gone. Now hurry up and absorb it so we can leave this place. With a soft chirp, Gigi obeyed and immediately flew off to begin absorbing the toxic energy. Glancing at the floating system screen, Lu Fan's heart suddenly dropped as a terrifying realization hit him. Oh no. For the first time ever, his dragons had completely run out of stamina, leaving all of them exhausted except for Gigi and Xing Chen. Before him, the system interface flashed with urgent red warnings, showing that his level 49 Black Dragon's contract durability was fully depleted. While the Black Dragon's recovery time was 278 minutes, his level 44 Emerald Dragon's depleted contract would only take 19 minutes to fully recover. Furthermore, both his level 41 Starry Sky Dragon and level 33 Blue Dragon had fully depleted their stamina, requiring 278 minutes of rest. Even his level 30 Poison Dragon was out. Lu Fan's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Gigi had only provided debuff support during the battle, avoiding stamina depletion, while Xing Chen's special star bravery skill meant she could never run out of energy. Xiao Cui's Emerald Dragon bloodline granted her 50 times the normal recovery speed. No wonder her downtime was so incredibly short. A moment later, Lu Fan looked up and called out, Gigi, are you done yet? Right in front of him, the creature appears with a bloated belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Lu Fan stares in utter shock, realizing the entire poison lake has been completely sucked dry. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hits him. Lu Fan frowns, rubbing his temples and silently groaning that his head is pounding. He knows he needs rest, and flying back with his dragon wings would be exhausting, so spiritual energy immediately surges in his palm. With that under Lu Fan's command, Cosmos instantly summons itself, radiating a blinding aura of pure spiritual light. Cosmos casts the Cosmic Shuttle. With a simple wave, a brilliant purple beam shoots forward, unleashing the power of the Cosmic Shuttle, which can tear through space itself to create a rift leading directly to their destination. This dimensional rift lasts for 60 seconds and is completely immune to any magic arrays or sealing curses. Right on cue, the system alerts him that the cosmic shuttle has 58 seconds remaining. Lu Fan quickly urges Little Chit to follow, so they can head back to digest. But before he can even finish, what happens next leaves him stunned. Unbelievable. The absorption is already complete. On top of that, the toxic energy of the Netherworld Poison Dragon King just boosted Little Chit by 17 levels. The little dragon blushes and giggles shyly. Meanwhile, the system floods with notifications as the Poison Dragon surges straight to level 47. Absorbing the Netherworld Poison Dragon King toxin drains the health of any target, converting their lost life force to heal the user. The level 47 Poison Dragon now boasts a strength stat of 6,397, 7,297 agility, 29,173 spirit, and 9,798 durability. The source of all poison skill allows the dragon to absorb and merge diverse toxins, letting it switch active venom types on the fly. Its Netherworld Deadly Venom skill unleashes an active toxin into a thick poison mist, trapping enemies inside the decaying cloud. Enemies take stacking poison damage, with each additional stack significantly scaling up the damage dealt per second. This stacking effect has no limit, and the dragon can fling venomous spines from its tail, instantly inflicting 10 poison stacks upon impact. Upon shifting forms, the mature poison dragon can now freely switch between its two distinct appearances. Its dragon bloodline grants auto-resurrection, allowing it to deconstruct and reform its body after taking fatal damage. It also gains complete immunity to negative effects, and any entity touching the dragon instantly becomes severely poisoned. Early the next morning at the Huangfu estate, a thunderous explosion suddenly shatters the peaceful silence of the lounge. A solid stone wall gets pulverized by Zhuang Meng, kicking up a massive storm of dust and debris. While Ningdu casually munches on snacks without a care in the world, Huangfu Yingheng paces back and forth in absolute panic, unable to calm his racing mind. Annoyed by the pacing, Ningdu furiously hurls the bag of snacks at him, telling him to shut up and sit down. Unable to dodge in time, Yingheng gets smacked square in the chest by the bag, letting out a painful squeak. He bows deeply in apology, saying he is sorry for making everyone wait. Worried that Lady Ye might have returned to her estate, he is cut off by Ningdu's furious shout. Ningdu claims he knows exactly when she exits the dungeon. Meanwhile, outside, Zhuang Meng freezes as if detecting something unusual. His muscles immediately tense up, and his sharp gaze locks onto the distance, raising his guard to the absolute limit. He quickly grabs an apple from the table, a look of determination flashing across his eyes as he grows impatient. Cold sweat drips down Huangfu Yingheng's temple, leaving him completely frozen with fear and trembling. Biting the apple, Ningdu calmly notes that their young lady is out. Shifting to the geocentric core, a group of workers labor diligently. The sounds of shovels echo through the cavern, with minecarts piled high with rare gems stretching deep into the earth. The system immediately flashes a notification confirming the retrieval of the 1057th geocentric core. Yi Wushen is completely exhausted, leaning heavily against the cave wall just to stay upright. Seeing her struggle, the miners quickly rush over, with one anxiously asking if Lady Yi is all right. Another worker offers to help her rest, but she quickly waves them off, still catching her breath heavily. Declining the help, Ye Wuxian wipes the sweat from her chin as a wave of complex emotions washes over her. Lu Fan's growth is just way too rapid. Just 6 months ago, she was teaching him close combat basics. Now she realizes she must train harder, or she will truly lose the right to call herself his senior. Suddenly, a figure streaks down from the sky, slicing through the air, toward the mine. She looks up, completely dazed. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she wonders if extreme exhaustion is making her hallucinate someone calling her from above. Before long, Zhuang Meng and Ningdu land, right before her, offering a friendly wave and a bright smile. But in the blink of an eye, without any warning, a devastating lightning-fast punch is unleashed, shattering the surrounding rock and sending massive shockwaves through the ground. The workers panic, tumbling and falling all over the place. One terrified worker screams, asking what is happening, as Zhuang Meng pins Ye Wuxian flat against the ground, leaving her completely pinned. Ningdu greets her coldly, acknowledging her as a Tier 4 level 96 expert and the leader of a top family. Mocking her, he notes she must have suffered terribly in the mines, while she struggles wildly, her voice sharp and strained. She demands to know who they are, while Ningdu calmly glances beside him to introduce his partner. Introducing Zhuang Meng, the head of the Zhuang family, now serving as his puppet, he continues to speak. Revealing himself as Ningdu, a young master of the Ning family, he mentions he has waited days for this meeting. Deep in the earth core, those chilling words fill Ye Wuxian with dread, making her wonder if these rank C families came to avenge the Huang family. She wonders what this puppet really is, just as heavy rushing footsteps echo from afar, followed by desperate cries for Lord Ning. Nan Feng rushes over in a panic, begging him to please spare Lady Yi. He insists that Lady Ye must have gathered enough earth cores, and offers to hand them over immediately, pleading for her agreement. Still struggling to break free, her trembling body lets out a weak groan before Ye Wuxian ice coldly demands to know if they are truly after the earth cores. Ningdu calmly replies that since the Huang family merged with the Ye family, their share must be handed over, and now her family must take their place. He arrogantly declares that working for the Ning family means climbing up to a prestigious rank C clan. Asking if this is a joyous occasion, Huang Yingheng quickly chimes in to agree. Urging her to quickly agree, Yingheng begs Lady Ye to comply, while she grits her teeth in pure rage, knowing she has already exhausted all her strength inside the cave over the past few days. Ningdu reaches his hand forward, his blood-red eyes flashing with a terrifying bone-chilling coldness. Hand over every single earth core in your possession right now. Become his obedient dog in place of the Huang family, or the Ning family will wipe the Ye family off the Western territory with a single finger. Yingheng panics, repeatedly urging Lady Ye to quickly agree instead of letting her emotions dictate her actions. Yet facing those threats, Ye Wuxian refuses to yield, clenching her fists tightly as she fiercely snaps, telling the brat to keep dreaming. She furiously screams, demanding to know why on earth she should hand over her family's hard-earned belongings. Instantly, Zhuang Meng slams Ye Wuxian hard onto the ground, the terrifying pressure shattering the earth and sending an explosion echoing through the mine. He desperately begs Lord Ning to calm down and grant another chance, but Ningdu furiously responds that she has clearly rejected him. And the truth is, he absolutely hates it when anyone dares to defy his will. Suddenly, she is hoisted into the air, prompting Yingheng to fall to his knees in panic, his trembling voice begging for one more chance to talk to her. Gritting his teeth in anger, Ningdu loudly orders that if that is the case, he can go ahead and die as well. With that, Zhuang Meng immediately flings Ye Wuxian away, sending her crashing violently against the rocky cliffside. A massive explosion shakes the area as rocks shatter into thick dust, leaving him clutching his head and screaming in absolute despair. Ningdu frantically shakes the bell in his hand, its chilling metallic rings echoing as his voice fills with dark excitement. Ordering the ghost general to stamp her to pieces, the beast charges forward with terrifying intent, but her furious voice suddenly rises from the dusty ruins. Swearing under her breath, Ye Wuxian bursts out of the debris, gripping her weapon tight to strike her enemy with her Flame Crest technique. This move infuses her melee weapon with 7 stacks of Flame Crest, making her next 7 strikes deal double the active damage, consuming 1 stack with every single hit she lands. Simultaneously, the system displays a 7-fold damage increase for Flame Crest, as she screams in rage only for her spear to be blocked by Zhuang Meng's iron arm. System notifications flash across her screen, showing the remaining 6 stacks interrupted. The 5 remaining stacks deal 5 times the damage, 4 stacks deal 4 times the damage. The 3 remaining stacks are interrupted, and the final 2 stacks deal double damage. Ye Wuxian bitterly snaps that he is no different from the vile Huang family, just another bully, as a rapid bell rings alongside his chilling laughter. Asking if she thinks she is brave, he sneers that he has clearly been far too lenient with her. Amused, Ningdu points out how intriguing she is, commanding his ghost general to have some fun playing with her. Just then, another screen notification flashes, confirming the last stack is cut off as his blood-red eyes gleam with malice, ordering her legs broken first. Left utterly paralyzed with wide, terrified eyes, all Ye Wuxian can see now is a massive fist rushing directly toward her face. However, at that very split second, Lu Fan arrives just in time to block the blow and save her life. Furious that his plans have been ruined, he roars out, demanding to know who interfered. Ignoring everything around him, he rushes to her side, asking if his senior is all right. He has finally arrived. She sighs, embarrassed that he had to see her in such a miserable state. Ye Wuxian adds that if he had not arrived in time, she would be finished. Hearing this, Lu Fan tightly clenches his fists. He admits his information was limited, but he saw exactly what they just did to her with his own eyes. Glancing back with an icy glare, he tells her to rest. Now, he is going to teach this brat a lesson about the rules. Earlier at the Yi family estate in the Western Territory, a maid had rushed in out of breath. Crying out that Lady Yi was in grave danger, his face fell. He demanded to know what happened as the terrified maid sobbed. Lady Ye had warned her to watch Huang Yingheng, but then the Ning family arrived threatening them for tribute. They had already dragged Huang Yingheng away and were now searching for Lady Ye at the mines. Trembling, she begs Master Lu Fan to rescue Lady Yi. Kneeling down, Lu Fan gently comforts her, telling her not to worry. With a low, determined voice and unwavering eyes, he promises to rescue her right away. Back in the present, at the Western Territory mines, Ye Wuxian realizes what happened. She mutters that it makes sense now, and why he arrived just in the nick of time. Ye Wuxian lets out a heavy sigh, admitting she almost lost her life. That brat launched a cowardly sneak attack right when she ran out of energy. Lu Fan suggests letting Xiao Fei heal her. Instantly, Xiao Fei appears. With absolute resolve, Lu Fan declares that he will handle this guy next. Xiao Fei then casts her Spring of Life to heal her. This skill grants the Spring of Life buff to all allies, providing a continuous health regeneration effect over time. Yi Wuxian warns Lu Fan to be careful as she continues speaking. She explains that the giant brute is his puppet, just like Lu Fan's fallen corpse puppet. Resting his chin in his hand, Ningdu sneers at the Dragon Master, warning him about the consequences of damaging his puppet. Without a word, Lu Fan swiftly draws his blade. He fires back, asking if Ningdu knows. Meanwhile, the system announces his current dragon attribute is Black Dragon. Crimson aura violently swirls around him, unleashing an overwhelming force. Lu Fan growls, asking if the villain knows what happens when someone hurts his senior. Down in the core mine, the alarms ring out as magical beams shoot forth like sharp cutting threads. Ningdu mocks their cheap pride, calling them a low-tier family. On the ground, his severed arm is pulled back and reattached. His voice echoes, declaring that they are only fit to become his mindless puppets. Pointing directly at Lu Fan, Ningdu laughs maniacally, ordering the Ghost General to crush him. Zhuang Meng charges, his roar echoing through the caverns. A thunderous punch slams Lu Fan against the rocky wall, but suddenly a massive dragon claw intercepts and catches the fist dead on. Stunned, the giant freezes in pure shock. Lu Fan stares back coldly, mocking his puppet's weak attempt. Smirking, Lu Fan asks if that is really all they have got. Instantly, the system displays a series of notifications about the Dragon Slayer Warrior's will. With 3 out of 5 gear set pieces equipped, the powerful set bonus is officially activated. 1/5 of his remaining bloodline power is unsealed, allowing him to transform into the Golden Dragon King, boosting strength, agility, and spirit by 50 and durability by 200, though riding is disabled in this form. At 3/5, the bloodline unseals further, granting the Golden Dragon King access to powerful skills like Judgment Claw and Boiling Blood. The enemy is speechless. He literally turned into a giant dragon, which is definitely not how a typical Dragon Master fights. Lu Fan quickly commands Xiao Fei to merge with him. She dashes forward like lightning, magical energy exploding around her body like a raging firestorm. Standing firmly on his back, Xiao Fei unleashes consecutive skills, utilizing the Emerald Dragon Soul to morph her spiritual form. The Emerald Dragon lineage doubles all skill effectiveness on dragons, and those with linked bloodlines. Seizing the moment, he immediately launches a counterattack. Soul Protection wraps allies in the light of the soul, boosting all of their base attributes from 100 to 200%. Every taken hit absorbs damage, stacking 1 to 2 layers of protective energy. At 10 stacks, a shockwave triggers, unleashing 10 times the total absorbed damage, or even double that amount. Zhuang Meng is smashed into the rubble, completely buried. Panicking, Ningdu screams at him to get back up. Terror grips his heart. A single blow crushed a level 100 fighter. Is physical transformation really how a Dragon Master is supposed to fight? Lu Fan mocks him, asking where all that big talk went. Filled with rage, he demands to know who is getting crushed and made into a puppet now. His energy surges like a tsunami gathering before him. It forms a massive fireball using his Dragon Tongue mimicry skill. This allows him to replicate and unleash his dragon pet's magical skills. Its strength scales with his own stats. Charging his lava burst, Lu Fan lunges directly at the enemy, with the blazing fireball shouting for the brat to bring it on. The system explains that the raging lava will trigger a massive fiery explosion within the target area, creating a pool of lava that slowly submerges targets inside, causing continuous massive damage over time. He frantically shakes the bell, laughing hysterically, calling it absolutely thrilling. Ningdu then grits his teeth and barks, "Ghost General, get up." In an instant, Zhuang Meng surges back up, muscles swelling like waves as his tense body glows with spiritual energy. His roar echoes loudly, shaking the entire area. Lu Fan stands frozen, completely unable to believe his eyes, muttering, "What?" Ningdu squints his face, filled with smug confidence and awe. So what if Lu Fan did not transform into a dragon? He confidently declares that his puppet will not allow his opponent to touch a single hair on his head. Right after the system displays the opponent's stats, Ningdu level 103 B rank puppeteer from the class Western Border Clan. Shuangmeng level 100 B rank Mountain Breaker 2nd stage Ghost General. Lu Fan swings his razor-sharp claws and charges straight at his opponent, roaring with absolute rage. Zhuangmeng counters immediately, his body erupting in crimson spiritual energy that releases a terrifying sky-covering murderous intent. Lu Fan quickly activates the Emerald Light skill, granting his target 3 to 6 stacks of Emerald Blessing, cleansing all debuffs, and boosting all attributes by 30 to 60%. Each blessing stack can block 1 to 2 instances of damage, and the Emerald Dragon bloodline doubles the skill's effectiveness for the Dragon Clan and those with shared bloodlines. A smug, arrogant smirk plays on Ningdu's lips. See that Lu Fan raises his other hand as violent spiritual energy swirls inside his palm, asking coolly, "Oh, is that so?" He roars Judgment Claw, as Lu Fan's razor-sharp claws slam directly into the giant. With a thunderous explosion, the deadly power of the Judgment Claw is instantly unleashed. The Golden Dragon King's claws erupt in golden flames, converting 20% of durability into raw power, making the next 2 strikes deal massive damage. The claws sink deep into Zhu Wangmeng's shoulder, spraying fresh blood as he screams out in pure agony. Ningdu whips around in shock, terrified by the gruesome sight, as cold sweat drips down his face. Lu Fan reaches forward, his eyes burning blood red, whispering in a deep, chilling tone, "You are next." Ningdu gently rings his bell again, sending long, echoing vibrations throughout the battlefield. Hearing the command, the giant snaps awake, eyes glowing as he flexes his body to break free from the heavy debris. Lu Fan leaps up quickly, energy swirling around his fist. Just then, the system chimes. 1 charge of Judgment Claw remaining. At the absolute last second, Zhuangmeng rushes in just in time to shield his master. Lu Fan's sharp claws tear deep into the giant's flesh, sending blood spraying everywhere. Despite the near-death experience, he laughs out loud, his eyes gleaming with defiance. "So amusing," Ningdu smirks. "I just love watching you try so hard, yet fail to even touch me." He reaches out toward Zhuangmeng, sneering, "Since you still haven't given up, let me show you something even more entertaining." The cloth, covering the giant's neck, is ripped away by Ningdu in an instant. "After all, my Ghost General is a level 100 puppet soon." Zhuangmeng's body begins to mutate, his muscles swelling like raging waves. Before long, 2 sharp horns sprout from his head, radiating an incredibly savage and sinister aura. Zhuangmeng slams his heavy iron foot down, shaking the ground and leaving a deep crater behind. He arrogantly boasts, and his level 100 ultimate skill is. The giant's heavy breathing sounds like a suppressed roar, his eyes ablaze with burning fury as if to consume the world. Zhuangmeng roars, displaying raw power as pressure fills the area. The system analyzes Zhuangmeng level 100 B rank Mountain Breaker 3rd stage Ghost General Mountain God possession. The Mountain Breaker channels the god's power, gaining a major buff that increases strength and durability by 300%. Flashes of spiritual light illuminate the earth core mine. In Ningdu's hand, several cold, sharp nails suddenly appear. A triple attribute boost plus the Mountain God buff. This is power even level 100 experts fear, and we are not done yet. To put you out of your misery, I will show you my level 100 skill once more. It is called the triple soul-piercing nails. Each nail that strikes a puppeteer's puppet increases its attack power by 100%. These nails cannot be discarded or nullified by others. They can only be removed by the puppeteer himself. He moves like lightning, launching the nails straight into Zhuangmeng's body, shouting, "Now go, Ghost General, unleash all of your true power." Next, Ningdu launches himself upward like an arrow, quickly landing on the giant's shoulder, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Well, getting to fight an opponent with 10 times their original combat power is your absolute honor." Lu Fan silently calculates his odds, his sharp gaze locked onto his foe. Ningdu calls out again, "What is the matter?" With 10 times the stats, he could easily crush 3 level 100 experts. He snaps, "Even as a dragon you stand 0 chance." Seeing Lu Fan instantly revert to his human form, Ningdu mocks. "Realized you can't win, so you are giving up already?" Lu Fan calmly replies, "A level 100 ultimate skill with 10 times the power. What a pity." Ningdu frowns, snapping in annoyance. "Pity? Pity what?" Shoving his hands into his pockets, Lu Fan sneered defiantly. "Too bad. Even 10 or 100 times more is still just trash." Lu Fan analyzed them silently. Zhuang Meng was nothing but brainless muscle, but Ningdu's crowd control would make an absolute masterpiece in his puppet army. Ningdu glared back at him, his face twisted in pure, arrogant rage. He wanted to see what kind of dragon Lu Fan could actually summon. Suddenly Chit shot out like a rocket charging straight toward Ningdu. But the moment the little creature saw the massive Zhuang Meng, its courage vanished instantly, leaving its tiny face frozen in pure terror. The cowardly Chit immediately turned tail and fled, leaving Lu Fan sweating in absolute embarrassment with a highly awkward laugh. Ningdu doubled over laughing mocking. Is this pathetic little snail supposed to be your legendary dragon? Lu Fan quickly scooped the creature up. Gently poking Chit on the nose, Lu Fan whispered, "You fought the 10,000 demon poison vine and the guardian demon dragon king. Why fear an idiot and a dwarf?" Those words immediately sparked courage in Chit, as it bravely squeaked back, "Not afraid." "Hit them and run," Lu Fan urged. "Go on, show these guys what you can really do." Taking a massive breath, Chit locked its sharp gaze onto the enemy, letting out a surprisingly hostile roar. Gritting his teeth, Ningdu snarled, "You think this joke can beat my level 100 puppet?" Lu Fan calmly replied, "I never said I only had one." Spiritual energy erupted as Xiaofei instantly materialized, prompting Lu Fan to shout, "Xiaofei, summon the Black Blade." At her battle cry, multiple dragons materialized, initiating an automatic fusion. Through the Shadow Dragon King contract, the deadly Black Blade arose. The level of this Black Blade perfectly matched its summoner, leaving Ningdu completely dumbfounded. Staring into eyes filled with pure killing intent, Ningdu panicked, wondering what kind of terrifying skills this dragon possessed. Realizing he had to act fast, Ningdu quickly activated his underworld unbreakable defense, summoning the Guardian Bronze Bell to hover above his head. It instantly deployed a runic barrier of solid light, granting him massive damage reduction and the power to reflect enemy attacks. The barrier crackled to life, and as Ningdu finished his command, Zhuang Meng immediately charged forward. "Ghost General, tear them to shreds right now," Zhuang Meng roared, hurling a devastating fist like a raging storm, but Lu Fan stood entirely motionless. Suddenly, a dense cloud of toxic gas erupted, completely surrounding the attacker. It turns out Lu Fan was already 10 steps ahead, releasing pre-planned skills. This lethal poison from the underworld Poison Dragon King constantly drains the enemy's life force, transforming that stolen health into health for Lu Fan. The poison dragon suddenly shifted form, transforming into the underworld swamp. This churning sea of acid deals massive area damage to all nearby enemies while doubling the speed of their poison buildup. Shaking his bell frantically, Ningdu panicked, wondering when he had even been poisoned. A blinding spiritual light burst forward, boosting Zhuang Meng's power while suppressing the toxic rot eating away at his body. The Clear Mind Mirror skill flushed the target with purifying light, instantly dispelling all debuffs and granting total immunity for 3 seconds. Next, Cleansing of Disasters summoned a purifying rain, continuously purging friendly units and removing 1 stack of negative status every second. Finally, the Origin Restoring Spring forcibly suppressed and reversed the debuffs, instantly interrupting all damage over time effects like poison, bleed, or burn, while restoring health based on the number of cancelled stacks. With each stack restoring 10% health, spiritual power surged continuously, creating a blinding aura that completely obscured the battlefield. Yet, it was all utterly useless. The poison refused to fade. "Why isn't it clearing?" Ningdu screamed in frustration. Lu Fan smirked mockingly, telling him to give up because he could never cure this toxin. The bronze bell chimed frantically as he shook it in vain, prompting a furious, desperate growl from Ningdu. "Get out of there fast," Ningdu roared, forcing Zhuang Meng to quickly yank his legs from the swirling ocean of poison. Suddenly, a flash of light sliced through the air, cutting Zhuang Meng completely in half as his upper torso splashed into the venomous swamp. Right at that moment, the system notifications began flashing rapidly. Shadow Assassination Strike allows teleportation behind a stealth target, unleashing a critical weak point strike that deals 1,600% strength damage. Once damage is registered, Shadow Raid triggers an additional blast of bonus damage worth 20% of the initial strike. Lu Fan immediately lunged forward as his hand morphed into sharp glowing red dragon claws, sending the toxic sludge splashing wildly with one single devastating swipe. His battle cry echoed as he unleashed Dragon Destruction, which the system immediately broke down. The skill morphs the arm into a dragon claw, executing a rapid 6-strike combo, usable from range that also buffs active dragon pets. Covered in cold sweat, Ningdu stared in absolute horror, realizing this guy was an actual monster for easily destroying his strongest puppet, the Ghost General. A moment later, his summoning bell rang out, calling forth the Phantom Spectre. Scrambling onto her back, Ningdu rasped in pure panic, "Phantom Spectre, get us out of here." Ghost Shadow flew off at lightning speed, his eyes full of hatred as he looked down. Gritting his teeth, he swore that he would make that freakish dragon tamer pay later. Lu Fan and his pet chased after him, trying to run. "You're prime material for a top-tier puppet." Leaping into the air, Lu Fan shot upward like a bolt of lightning, determined to block their escape. Meanwhile, in the central mine, Ningdu glanced back with anger flashing in his eyes. Damn it, he's like a persistent ghost. But before Ningdu could finish, another subordinate suddenly appeared. Ghost Guardian moved to block him. Lu Fan gripped his sword tighter, a mocking smirk playing on his lips. "You think these two can actually stop me? Is that all you've got?" Suddenly, a blinding light erupted behind Lu Fan as two massive dragon wings fully materialized. This was his signature technique, Void Slash, combining dragon energy to strike twice while boosting his pet dragon's power. Lu Fan squinted in utter contempt. "You can't block me." He calmly commanded Xiao Fei wipe them out. Instantly, she channeled her spiritual energy, unleashing a burst of magic that lit up the entire sky. Xiao Fei unleashed her Soul Shock skill, absorbing dragon energy to charge up her attacks while in her spiritual form. Every second of charging stacks 1 to 2 levels of dragon energy, releasing everything upon impact, maxing out at 30 to 60 levels. Simultaneously, the system announced that Soul Shock was charging, and the swirling magic quickly engulfed the enemies, leaving them absolutely no escape. The screen showed Soul Shock releasing all dragon energy to strike the target currently charging at level 8. Fuming with rage, Ningdu cursed inwardly, "Useless trash, they couldn't even buy me a second. I'm replacing them all." He had absolutely no idea that the Shadow Dragon King had already closed in on him. In a flash, the dragon's sharp claws slashed outward, tearing through both of them. Ningdu was horrified as his body went into a free-fall, dark red blood spraying across the air. Unable to believe he had been defeated so easily, he muttered, "How could just 2 moves, Shadow Assassination and Shadow Strike, take us down?" His desperate voice echoed. "How is this possible?" Moments later, his body slammed heavily onto the hard ground. Spotting Lu Fan, Ningdu desperately raised a trembling hand, crying out, "Save me." Terrified and bleeding out, his voice cracked with absolute despair. "Please, I don't want to die." Lu Fan clicked his tongue in pure disgust. "Look at you begging and whimpering like a pathetic dog. Honestly, I liked your arrogant self much better. Any chance you could bring some of that attitude back?" He begged with his remaining strength. "Save me. I'm the young master of the Ning family. Save me, and we can give you anything." But Lu Fan simply turned his back, cold and indifferent. Xiao Fei summoned the fallen corpse, Divine Dragon. Obeying immediately, she activated a glowing golden array, and a burst of spiritual light revealed the dragon's massive form. This was the passive skill Dragon Bone Assimilation, summoning the twin fallen corpse Divine Dragon. Its level perfectly matches that of its summoner. Pale and utterly terrified, Ningdu screamed out in pure horror. "What are you going to do?" Lu Fan replied coldly. "Turn you into my newest puppet." Hearing this, Ningdu fell into deep despair, screaming in anger, "Are you insane? You actually dare to kill me? The Ning family will tear you to pieces. My older sister will absolutely never let you get away with this." At that moment, the dragon's crimson eyes locked onto its prey. Swirling dark energy wrapped around Ningdu under the command of the Fallen Corpse Manipulation Array. This ability grants the power to control and convert fallen corpse puppets, allowing them to be summoned or recalled at any time. The energy of any destroyed puppet returns directly to the fallen corpse dragon. Lu Fan watched in silence, his face completely expressionless. In a flash, Ningdu's severed body parts were instantly stitched back together. Heavy footsteps echoed through the dark mine, signaling the return of someone who was no longer human. Finally, the array completed, birthing a brand new puppet with overwhelming power. The new summoned fallen corpse puppeteer Ningdu, level 103. The new puppet skills included puppet crafting, 3 pins, soul lock, clear mind mirror, liver purge, and vitality recovery. Looking over the stat panel, Lu Fan stroked his chin, finding it quite interesting. It turned out that a puppeteer's skills were specifically designed to buff their puppets. If he could boost these puppets, he could convert members of the opposing puppet army into a private elite squad of his own. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, making him turn around. Seeing her, Lu Fan's cold gaze softened, his voice turning gentle. "Senior sister." She immediately glided over, examining his new puppet with deep curiosity. "You just killed the young master of the Ning family like that, Junior. You really are incredibly decisive." Lu Fan replied casually. "It would be a waste to throw away a level 1 to 100 powerhouse. He then explained his plan to use him to buff his other puppets. I'm planning to see if he can convert a portion of the fallen corpse army into my own personal puppets. That way our combat power will shoot up to a whole new level. Yi Wuxian smiled playfully, pinching his cheek. Not bad at all. Crushing a tier C noble family was something Lu Fan had wanted to do for ages. He turned and asked with concern, "How is your body holding up?" She calmly replied, "I am fine now." Ye Wuxian admitted shyly that although her injuries were severe, Xiao Fei's healing was so miraculous that she only felt a bit tired with no other issues. He nodded and said, "Then let us begin. I hope the results do not disappoint." At his command, a blinding golden light erupted as the fallen corpse divine dragon materialized, ready to summon its minions. Its mighty roar shook the entire space, instantly releasing countless puppets. The system screen flashed, revealing the skill fallen corpse manipulation, which allowed him to control, transform, summon, and recall these undead puppets at will. Upon a puppet's destruction, all its residual energy would return directly to the divine dragon. Lu Fan calmly commanded, "Control them." Instantly, thick streams of dark energy surged from Ningdu's hands, completely wrapping around the puppets. This was the puppet master's core skill, turning the corpses of powerful warriors into loyal puppets that could be summoned and recalled back into storage at any time. Then he raised his hand, ringing a magical bell that sent ripples of mystical sound waves throughout the area. Hearing the toll, the puppets stood completely rigid, lining up, like soldiers waiting for their commander's order. In unison, they drew their weapons as their lifeless eyes suddenly flared with an eerie cold light. Ye Wuxian's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. It actually worked. Which means you only have to command Ningdu, and he will handle an entire squad of combat puppets for you, she realized. Lu Fan smiled confidently. It is much more than simple control. Watch closely. Empower. The bell chimed once more, sending deep echoing vibrations that summoned thick waves of dark energy. 3 soul-sinking nails instantly materialized, hovering in the air while radiating a sinister dark energy. The nails plunged deep into the puppet soldiers, triggering a sudden massive surge of magical energy that bathed the room in gold. The system interface revealed the effect of the 3 soul-sinking nails. Each nail struck into a puppet increases its attack power by 100%. These nails can never be discarded or neutralized by enemies. Only the puppet master himself can remove them. Lu Fan boasted proudly, "See that? Unless they are completely turned to dust, those black threads will piece them back together." She marveled in awe. In your left hand, you have a massive demon army, and in your right, you control a squad of 4th awakened elite puppets. Honestly, anyone who stands in your way is completely doomed. He replied confidently, "This kind of force is something even the Ning family or other elite noble clans could never hope to assemble." Lu Fan laughed. "Since you said I have the authority here, then I will make sure the Yi family becomes the absolute ruler of the entire western region." Ye Wuxian smiled warmly. "I believe in you." Suddenly, an ecstatic voice called out, making them both spin around in surprise. "Miss Yi, Master Lu, I finally found you." Huang Yingheng came running, throwing himself to the ground and desperately grabbing Lu Fan's legs. "My dear precious ancestor Master Lu, you have finally returned to save us. Just now that absolute monster Ningdu barged in here, slaughtering everyone in sight like the Lord of Death, and forced me to lead him to the young mistress. I originally wanted to choose death, swearing that I would never submit to his threats. But then I remembered this mansion. No, this is now the Yi family estate that the young mistress just acquired, and you both had not yet returned to lead us. I simply could not allow the Yi family legacy to be destroyed by a useless coward like me. So, I had to swallow my pride, playing along and using every single trick to stall that monster, desperately praying that you 2 divine saviors would return and rescue me." Lu Fan frowned, snapping coldly, "Oh, is that so? And here I thought you were plotting something else. Get off me." Seeing the Yi family ship about to sink, you thought you'd latch onto the Ning family instead. He shook his head frantically, tears streaming down his face. "I swear to the heavens, the sun and moon can witness my absolute loyalty. Master Lu, my devotion to you and the Ye family is purer than gold and brighter than the stars in the night sky. Even with 100 lives, I would never dare betray you. I only wish I possessed a fraction of your incredible courage. If I had foolishly fought back instead of waiting for your return, this entire mansion would have been reduced to mere rubble by now." She interjected, gently speaking up for him. Faced with a powerhouse like the Ning family, a non-combatant class like him stood absolutely no chance. Even a 4th awakened warrior would have been forced to yield here. He truly did everything he could under the circumstances. Lu Fan quickly pulled his leg free. "Save your excuses, we both know what you were thinking. I will give you exactly 1 month. He pointed a cold warning finger at him. If this ruined mansion is not restored to its former glory by then, consider your career as our butler officially over. He panicked, quickly swearing, do not worry, master, just 1 month. In 1 month, I guarantee you and the young mistress will see a grand new estate, 10 times more magnificent than the original. If there is even a single flaw, you will not have to lift a finger. I will pack my things and pack myself off immediately. Suddenly, Ye Wuxian turned pale, the world spinning around her as she stumbled and groaned in pain. Ah! A strong hand immediately wrapped around her waist, catching her just in time. Lu Fan scooped her up, whispering, if you are still tired, I will take you back to rest. Blushing deeply, Ye Wuxian smiled, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she agreed. Together, they slowly walked out of the mine, leaving Huang Yingheng behind to continue showing off his authority to the terrified workers. That very night at the western border, a massive volcano suddenly erupted, sending deafening explosions echoing across the land. Boiling lava poured down, swallowing everything in its path. Amidst the flowing lava, a woman with fiery hair stood tall and screamed in sheer fury. Who did this? Sensing her younger brother's life force completely vanish, she roared in absolute rage. Who dared to kill my brother? Consumed by an unbearable grief, she could only scream in pure despair. Her voice echoed throughout the entire mountain range as her crimson energy erupted, wildly merging with the boiling lava. Suddenly, a massive explosion shook the ground, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. She crashed down from the sky, her heavy landing sending a shock wave through the thick smoke and dust. Gritting her teeth with burning hatred, she muttered, Ningdu, my brother, I will absolutely avenge you. This is Ning Chang, a level 109, undying bird warrior of the C-rank Western Region clan. Just then, a familiar voice echoed through the smoke, causing her to instantly snap her gaze toward it. Patriarch Ning stepped forward, advising his daughter Chang calm down. You are supposed to be breaking through to level 110. Why are you wasting time running here instead of leveling? This powerful man was Patriarch Ning, a level 119 royal blood warrior of the Western region's elite families. He sat majestically atop the divine phoenix bird, an extremely rare mount of legendary quality. Seeing him, Ning Chang asked frantically, Father, do you know where Ningdu went? He might be dead. Leaping down from his mount, Patriarch Ning snapped angrily. Nonsense. What kind of crazy delusions are you babbling about? Showing him her jade pendant, she explained in a panic. Look at this, father. The token he gave me had a puppeteer's thread that always pointed directly to his location. But now the thread is broken and gone. That means his life has definitely come to an end. Finally realizing the truth, he gasped. Dead. How is that even possible? He only went to gather an Earth core nucleus for your breakthrough. Hearing this, her eyes grew incredibly cold. The Earth core nucleus. So, something happened to him after he reached the Huang family. Patriarch Ning dismissed it immediately. Impossible, the Huang family doesn't have the strength to harm Ningdu. Ning Chang shot back firmly. Even so, it is our only clue. I will tear their family apart to find answers. Grabbing her shoulders, he snapped. Your priority is reaching level 110 to unlock those 2 level 100 divine skills. Compared to you, 100 Ning does do not matter. Hearing this cold statement, Ning Chang felt deeply hurt. I know you have always looked down on him, she spat, her eyes burning with determination, but to me, nothing in this world is more important than my brother's life. In her fury, Ning Chang's spiritual energy exploded violently. Patriarch Ning clicked his tongue, sighing softly. You are still so incredibly childish. Seeing that her mind was completely made up, he finally sighed and gave in. Fine, I understand. I will send my own men to investigate the Huang family, but you must stay here and focus on your training. However, she immediately rejected his plan, insisting on going herself. Suddenly, a cold blade flashed before her eyes, blocking her path and forcing her to halt in shock. Ning Chang frowned, asking, Father, what is the meaning of this? He replied coldly, your breakthrough to level 110 is far more important than his life. Now get to the Divine Ruins realm and do what is best for our family. He continued in a freezing tone. Honestly, it might be better that Ningdu is dead. He casually added, forget about him. Grieving only slows your progress and lets down the high expectations of our entire clan. His chilling, heartless words sent shivers down her spine. Is it always just about the clan to you? She screamed. Rushing forward, Ning Chang demanded bitterly. Is this family really more important to you than the lives of your own children? She raised a powerful fist, muttering, forgive me, father, but I must do this. Stunned that his prized daughter would actually dare to raise her hand against him, His expression darkened instantly. Without a second thought, his cold blade flashed out to stop her. It happened too fast. Before Ning Chang could even react, her hand was severed and blood sprayed everywhere. He sighed coldly. You think you are strong enough now to raise a hand against your own father? Instantly drawing a second blade, he declared, It is time I taught you a lesson to make you obedient once again. Ning Shuang grit her teeth in terror, cold sweat drenching her. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, a sudden voice broke the silence, pleading for Uncle Ning to calm down. Spotting a familiar figure in the distance, the head of the Ning family froze in absolute shock. With his coat fluttering in the wind, Luo Lixu stood tall on his flying mount with his hands casually in his pockets, slowly gliding closer. Landing on the ground shortly after, the man announced that he came to take Shuang to the secret realm, adding that the patriarch should not ruin his bond with his daughter. Right then, the system suddenly popped up, revealing details about the mechanical bird, a rare grade mount. Luo Lixu, a class member of a Western Territory noble family, couldn't help but ask why they suddenly started fighting like this. Sighing heavily, the patriarch admitted that since the young man was Ning Shuang's fiancé, he was basically family, and there was no need to hide the truth anymore. He complained that the foolish girl had ignored the family's orders, acting entirely on her stubborn belief that Ning Du was already dead. Before he could even finish, a sharp pain shot through Ning Shuang's wounded arm, causing her agonizing pain. Panicking, Luo Lixu quickly caught her, telling her to be careful. But Ning Shuang angrily pushed him away, yelling to let go because she was heading to the Huang family no matter who tried to stop her. Understanding the situation, Luo Lixu took off his glasses and let out a heavy sigh. So that is what happened. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Luo Lixu confessed that he already knew about Ning Du's death, but wanted to wait until she made a breakthrough before telling her. Her mind raced in pure panic, tears streaming down her face, as she demanded to know if her younger brother was truly dead and if the Huang family killed him. Luo Lixu raised his voice, trying to calm her down and telling her to get a grip. Keeping his eyes locked on her, he reminded her that his family only maintained their top status among the class factions in the Western Territory because of their massive intelligence network. He revealed that while Ning Du was indeed murdered, the Huang family had absolutely nothing to do with it. Shaking, she demanded to know who did it. Who could have killed him? Putting his glasses back on, the young man calmly replied that it was the manager of the Ye family, the dragon tamer Lu Fan. The patriarch was skeptical, asking who that was. He pointed out that from what he heard, the dragon tamer had dragon pets, but was under level 50, making it impossible to kill Ning Du. He warned the young man not to spread baseless rumors. Stunned, Ning Shuang muttered his name. Luo Lixu crossed his arms, his gaze turning icy as he told them to trust his family's intelligence network. This man was the one who helped the Ye family conquer the Huang and Long clans. According to their investigations, Lu Fan owned up to 8 dragon pets, and he confidently added that only 3 were needed to slaughter Ning Du. She stared in absolute disbelief. How was that even possible? Where did he get 8 dragons? Luo Lixu explained that his family uncovered everything, revealing that the guy was arrogant due to his many victories. However, they had still failed to uncover exactly how the dragon tamer managed to acquire his dragon eggs. The patriarch agreed, noting that if the Luo family couldn't dig up anything, this Lu Fan was truly dangerous. Ignoring their warnings, Ning Shuang refused to back down, screaming in pure hatred that she did not care about any of that. He murdered her brother, and she vowed to take his life in return. She demanded to know exactly where he was hiding. Pointing a finger directly at her face, the patriarch yelled for her to stop, ordering her to go nowhere but the Divine Ruin's secret realm. He promised to handle Ning Du's matter, but she shot him a contemptuous look, scoffing that he never actually cared about her brother at all. Seeing the room reach a boiling point, the young man quickly stepped in to defuse the situation, pleading for both of them to calm down. Right in the heat of their argument, Luo Lixu acted as the mediator, slowly speaking up to offer a potential solution. Upon hearing the plan, the patriarch nodded in approval, praising the young man for coming up with such a brilliant suggestion. He added that this way, they wouldn't delay her entry into the Divine Ruin's secret realm, while still managing to avenge Ning Du. Flashing a smug, fleeting smile, the young man turned to her and asked how she felt about the proposal. She coldly agreed to the plan, declaring that she would be the one to deliver the secret realm teleportation stone. A calculating glint flashed across her eyes, but she decided her very first step would be to pay that dragon tamer a visit. 2 days later, at the Yi family estate in the Western Territory, Lu Fan frowned slightly, asking his senior sister if she really wouldn't return to the dragon capital with him. Ye Wuxian shook her head calmly, explaining her reasons. She couldn't, as emerging from the Earth's core cave put her on the verge of reaching level 97, so she planned to level up first, while keeping a close eye on the Ning family, meaning she couldn't leave for at least a month. Handing him a scroll, she told him to take it to the butler, assuring him that she had already taken care of the payment. Right on cue, the system popped up, identifying the item as an epic-grade consumable teleportation scroll that could instantly send the user to a preset location. Lu Fan asked in surprise. Chuckling, she tapped his forehead, calling him a dummy, because traveling from the Western Territory to the Dragon Capital normally took 2 days, and a standard teleportation scroll couldn't cross that kind of distance. She went on to explain. This scroll is enhanced by a masterclass, allowing him to set up a 2-way teleportation portal at a fixed location. The moment Lu Fan grabs the scroll, the system confirms the item is received. Yi Wuxian quickly walks ahead, her voice echoing from a distance. If only the city portals could completely ignore distance, she says, then I could have saved myself a whole lot of money. Even if we connect the portal to Longdu Academy right now, you still can't head over there for another month. Suddenly she spins around, cheeks blushing red and eyes sparkling as she stares right at him, clearly wanting to say something. Out of nowhere, Ye Wuxian reaches out and forces Lu Fan to look her in the eyes. Time itself seems to freeze as they lock gazes. Her voice becomes incredibly gentle. She admits her family burdens keep her busy, but he smiles gently, reassuring her that a single month will fly by in no time. She smiles a bit shyly, mentioning that once exams end for the summer break, she can finally head back to Shanghai City with her aunt. Besides, staying in Longdu isn't a big deal, she adds. I've actually been dying to check out your hometown anyway. Lu Fan beams, his eyes curving with pure joy as he agrees. All right, then it's a promise. As they chat happily, they have absolutely no idea that Ning Shuang is hiding nearby, silently keeping her eyes on their every move. Yi Wuxian then suggests he take all this high-grade gear back to his friends, as it might help them with their final exams. Lu Fan hesitates, protesting that it is just way too much. Watching from afar, she narrows her eyes, her ice-cold voice carrying over the wind as she whispers, "Found you at last." Right there, in the courtyard of the Yi mansion, a glowing golden feather wrapped in spiritual energy floats silently, drifting slowly toward them. Suddenly, the feather erupts in a blinding flash, unleashing a violent surge of energy that screams pure danger. Lu Fan reacts instantly, his gaze turning icy, as he whips his head toward the source. Within a split second, the golden feather shatters into countless beams of light, instantly reconstructing itself into a colossal monster, radiating an incredibly overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. It unleashes a low guttural roar. This sudden terrifying sight leaves Ye Wuxian completely stunned, her eyes wide with sheer panic. "What's going on?" she gasps. "Did a beast actually sneak in here?" Lu Fan frowns, his voice deadly serious. "No, that's a class user, and it's just an avatar." The golden eagle locks its freezing glare onto the two of them below, looking ready to crush them into dust. She gasps in disbelief, shocked that such a powerful pressure is just an avatar. Suddenly, Ning Shuang's furious, bloodthirsty voice booms from the beast's mouth, roaring, "Lu Fan, the Ye family's dragon Tamer, get the hell out here right now." Lu Fan scoffs, a confident smirk on his face. "Looks like she's here for me." Yi Wuxian quickly grabs his hand, warning him, "Wait, she's likely here from the Ning family for revenge. It's too dangerous to just charge in blindly." Before she can even finish, massive dragon wings sprout from Lu Fan's back as he replies, "Don't worry about it, senior." Taking a deep breath, his eyes gleam with absolute confidence. "Since she brought the fight to our doorstep, I will go handle her myself. Just stay here and guard the Ye mansion. Make sure the servants don't step outside." In a flash, he shoots straight up into the sky. Yi Wuxian cries out in worry, telling him to be careful, while Lu Fan calmly yells back, "Don't worry, I got this." Ning Shuang demands coldly, "Are you Lu Fan?" "I am Ning Shuang, the eldest daughter of the Ning family." "Did you murder my younger brother Ning Du?" He casually admits it, his voice dripping with pure contempt. "That's right, you got a problem with that." Enraged, she roars as her spiritual energy violently explodes, golden light swirling around her like a massive firestorm. "With that attitude, you're asking for death." Hearing her ridiculous rant, Lu Fan can't help but feel completely annoyed. "Your family started this, and now you want revenge. Your real body didn't even dare to show up. You're the one asking for death," she snarls back. "This avatar of mine." Instantly, she spreads her massive wings, sending currents of spiritual energy swirling violently around her. Magic spells blast out in all directions, lighting up the entire sky easily enough to completely level both you and the Ye mansion below. Watching this, Ye Wuxian grows incredibly worried, knowing that if a mere avatar is already this overwhelming, things will become catastrophic if her real body actually shows up. This is a suicide mission. She has to find a way to get Lu Fan to retreat. He asks coldly, "Did you hear that, senior? A mere avatar is talking big, actually thinking she can wipe us out." Startled, she keeps her deepest worries to herself, stammering out, "Lu Fan, don't tell me you plan to." Staring right at the monstrous shape before him, he prepares a skill that has been charging this entire time, perfect for obliterating her avatar. In a flash, Xiao Fei is summoned as Lu Fan declares, "I only need one strike." Spotting Xiao Fei, Ning Shuang recognizes it as the vanguard of his 8 dragons. According to Luo Lixiu, this dragon only serves a support role. She sneers arrogantly, her killing intent surging. "Laughable pay for my brother's life." Right then the system alerts him that his world-consuming Inferno skill is fully charged. Ning Shuang roars, unleashing her devastating world-consuming Inferno, while the system continues to flash notifications. Blazing World and Ultimate Skill, channeling the pure fire of the Phoenix, unleashes an attack like a blinding sun onto all targets in the area, dealing absolutely massive damage. The minimum charge time is 10 seconds, and for every 5 seconds charged after that, the final damage increases by 5%. Right now, Blazing World is charged to 100%. Lu Fan yells out instantly, his eyes suddenly turning sharp as daggers. "Xiao Fei, you know what to do." Xiao Fei immediately bolts forward like lightning, charging straight at the enemy. She quickly activates 2 skills back-to-back, Eternal Guardian and Shield of Life, to block the oncoming torrent of spiritual energy. The system explains that Eternal Guardian generates a massive protective shield that absorbs incoming damage, based entirely on the health and self-healing power of the Eternal One. Meanwhile, her Jade Dragon bloodline doubles the effectiveness of all skills for the dragon race and anyone sharing their bloodline. It also grants immunity to all negative status effects and boosts self-recovery by 5,000%. In an instant, all of Ning Shuang's magic is completely neutralized. Her eyes widen in absolute horror, unable to believe her attack was stopped. He calmly snaps his fingers and a blinding light erupts. Immediately, the Shadow Dragon King appears right behind Ning Shuang. It uses Shadow Assassination Vanishing to strike the target's blind spot from behind, dealing a massive 1,600% of its physical power as damage. Next, the Shadow Dragon King unleashes Shadow Raid, dealing initial damage, followed by an extra strike for 20% bonus damage. Her entire avatar is slashed in half, staggering in midair. In pure panic, only one thought crosses her mind too fast. A memory flashes through Ning Shuang's mind. This is the exact dragon Luo Lixiu warned her about, the one that killed her brother. The dragon's crimson eyes flash with cold intent as it immediately uses Shadow Cloak once again. This skill allows it to enter stealth at will, remaining completely undetected, even when sensed or taking damage. She speaks with a hint of respect, admitting he truly lives up to his name as the legendary dragon Tamer. Lu Fan mocks her, saying she underestimated him by trying to get revenge with a mere avatar. Ning Shuang frowns angrily, telling him her vengeance has only begun and that she will kill him, just not today. He stays silent, staring up at the sky with a sharp, freezing gaze. Moments later, her avatar crumbles away, leaving a single stone falling down. Her voice echoes, promising she will finish him in person next time. Lu Fan swiftly catches the falling stone. Right then the system alerts him that he has acquired the legendary teleportation stone for Divine Ruin's Secret Realm 1. This consumable item will instantly teleport the user directly to the entrance of the Divine Ruin's Secret Realm. The remaining time before the realm opens is 68 days, 17 hours, 5 minutes, and 10 seconds. Meanwhile, at the western border, the golden crow feather falls and dissolves into nothingness under Ning Shuang's silent gaze. She quickly stands up quietly, admitting that this dragon tamer is indeed incredibly powerful. Ning Shuang slowly walks into the volcanic crater, where bubbling lava glows, reflecting the fierce anger burning in her heart. She picks up a stone, whispering to herself that out of 8 dragons he only summoned 2, meaning this was just a fraction of his power. This is a geocentric core, a legendary grade item formed from deep underground lava at the western border over countless years, containing incredibly rich fire energy. Her spiritual energy surges out, completely wrapping around the geocentric core. She can't wait to finally kill him in the Divine Ruin's Secret Realm. Immediately after, a sharp cracking sound rings out as the geocentric core completely shatters under Ning Shuang's powerful crush. She mutters, warning him that he better show up. Meanwhile, his system displays information about the teleportation stone, a legendary consumable item that will teleport the user straight to the entrance of the Divine Ruin's Secret Realm. The remaining time before the secret realm opens is 68 days, 17 hours, 4 minutes, and 53 seconds. Lu Fan wonders if she wants him to use this stone to enter the divine ruins next time. Ye Wuxian quickly flies over her voice, filled with deep concern. Lu Fan, what happened? Is Ning Shuang coming here? He reassures her, saying she won't be coming. Senior, do you know what kind of place the divine ruins secret realm is? She asks in surprise. This is an extremely rare opportunity secret realm in the western border, appearing only once every 50 years. She admits she doesn't know details, only that the teleportation stone has an incredibly low drop rate from western border monsters. Lu Fan stares curiously at the stone, thinking this could sell for a high price. He wonders why Ning Shuang would waste such a valuable item just to schedule a fight. Yi Wuxian quickly warns him, advising Lu Fan not to go on this trip. By then, not just Ning Shuang but many Tier 3 noble families close to their 5th advancement will be there. Suddenly, the devouring demon Dragon King speaks up, telling him not to listen to her because he must go. Lu Fan turns back and enters his pet space. She wants you to go to the divine ruins. Find the ancient divine elixir for me. Once you complete your 3rd advancement, I'll reveal the location of the Aegis dragon egg. He asks coldly when she will awaken. Did she witness everything that just happened? The demon-devouring Dragon King casually stretched in the dim light, mumbling that his pet space felt incredibly cozy. She claimed she could fully recover in a few months, leaving Lu Fan highly curious about why she wanted him to enter the mysterious divine ruins. As you and I are about to find out, this legendary realm was the graveyard of gods, packed with countless ancient, priceless treasures. Yet, among all those treasures, that liquid remains the ultimate prize. The stronger a cultivator's base stats, the higher the boost from this elixir, even possessing the insane potential to completely double their overall attributes. Lu Fan pondered, realizing this sounded like a massive upgrade to the Fortune Light Spring. Combining both legendary pools would make his stats skyrocket. Noticing his sudden change in expression, the demon-devouring Dragon King let out a quiet, knowing smirk. She mocked his obvious greed, but Lu Fan remained cautious, realizing that if she offered the legendary shield armor dragon egg as trade, this liquid must be incredibly dangerous to obtain. She casually admitted it, explaining that the enemy woman used her clone to lure him in, intending to exploit the realm's unique rules to execute him. He froze. What rules? The dragon explained that inside the divine ruins, all weapons and summoning skills are completely sealed. You must survive entirely on raw individual strength alone. Everything finally clicked for Lu Fan. His massive puppet army would be utterly useless here, meaning he had walked straight into Ning Shuang's deadly trap. She stepped closer, playfully lifting his chin to comfort him, pointing out that he still possessed the powerful Golden Dragon King armor set. His transformation skill remained fully active. However, she added a crucial warning: despite not being bound by his contract, she could not be summoned to aid him inside the ruins. Laughing, she teased that she counted as his pet anyway. Lu Fan snapped in frustration, shouting that this crazy woman wanted him dead, and entering was pure suicide. He reminded her that his death meant her demise too, but the dragon simply spread her wings and took off with a mocking laugh. Mocking his concern, she playfully asked why she would ever dream of hurting him. Unleashing her spiritual energy, she left him with one final condition: hand over the god-tempering liquid, and she would secure the shield armor dragon egg once he reached his 3rd transition. The legendary bloodline of the Shield Armor Dragon King would boost his leveling speed far beyond what any ordinary dragon could ever offer. With that power, Ning Shuang wouldn't stand a chance. Lu Fan remained silent, lost in his own deep calculating thoughts. He wondered if the Shield Armor Dragon was truly that powerful. More importantly, since summoning was completely banned inside the Divine Ruins, capturing it now seemed entirely pointless for this trial. Completely consumed by doubts over the dragon's true intentions, Lu Fan sank so deep into his thoughts that he failed to hear someone shouting his name. Fan. The voice kept calling. Fan. Yi Wuxian smacked his shoulder hard, demanding to know why he was zoning out. Jerking awake, Lu Fan could only offer a confused, startled grunt. She urged him to move since Ning Shuang was absent, warning that lingering any longer would make them late for their final exams. Flustered, Lu Fan quickly promised he was right behind her. As they walked, he realized that instead of worrying, he needed to grind hard and reach level 60, completing his 3rd transition before the ruins opened. Only then would he stand a chance to capture the shield armor dragon and seize the liquid. Narrowing his eyes, he knew this was his only shot at crushing Ning Shuang. By the next afternoon, Longdu Academy was absolutely buzzing with excitement, packed with bustling crowds of students, whose lively chatter and hurried footsteps echoed down every single corridor. Weaving through the crowd, Lu Fan cursed his bad luck, furious that Ning Shuang's distractions had nearly cost him his shot at a perfect final exam. Suddenly overhearing some nearby students, he learned the exam was an arena battle similar to the freshman trials, except this time it was a 5 versus 5 match. Where was he supposed to find teammates now? Realizing the exam relied on a ranked 5-player team battle, he wondered if he could somehow team up with his old friends. Lost in these deep thoughts, Lu Fan accidentally bumped straight into Guhan. Startled, she warned him to watch his step. He quickly offered an awkward apology, leaving Guhan completely shocked to see him back at school. Zhao Shengming stood stunned as well, scoffing that he had assumed Lu Fan would completely skip out on the finals this semester. Lu Fan politely stepped forward to check on her health, to which she warmly smiled, reassuring him that she had fully recovered from her injuries. She admitted she would have died in Taiki Kingdom without their help, prompting Zhao Shengming to quickly cut in, telling her to stop speaking of bad omens. Zhao Shengming then laid down the exam's strict rules, clarifying that if he wanted to participate, he absolutely had to form a 5-player team. But you and I can see his focus had already drifted to a remarkably arrogant-looking young man, standing nearby radiating an irritating amount of confidence. He introduced himself to Jian Ying, boastfully declaring that he was a level 31.9 dual swordsman, hoping to recruit her. He begged her to join forces for the upcoming final exam, but she instantly shut him down with a cold, blunt rejection. Xiao Man stepped in to crush his ego, loudly calling him out for harassing Jian Ying since the very first day of school, without ever giving up. Qin Chu waved him off, declaring they already had their team. Catching sight of a familiar figure, she cheers with joy. Hey look everyone, Lu Fan is finally back. Lu Fan waves back as Qin Chu remarks, long time no see, we actually thought you were going to skip the final exams. Xiao Man playfully scolds him, asking why he did not even say hello upon returning. Just then the system displays their stats. Qin Chu is level 35, a second transition, Holy Light Arbiter. Jian Ying is level 37, a second transition, Sword Dancer. And Xiao Man is level 35, a second transition, Water Spirit Swordsman. Lu Fan quickly explains, apologizing that he almost ran out of time, but really wanted to give everyone a surprise. Jian Ying notes that with Lu Fan back plus Sister Han, they finally have a full 5-person party. She nods in agreement, saying that with Lu Fan around, they are sure to get a great score. He sighs, wondering if he is only back to do the heavy lifting, when Zhao Shengming interrupts to finish explaining the exam rules. Guhan laughs, telling them to go on and not block the young ones. Xiao Man nudges Lu Fan, promising they won't make him do all the work this time. While he was gone, Jian Ying took them to clear the training dungeons. Now they can face any challenge on their own. Jian Ying proudly boasts that Qin Tu and Xiao Man are now close to the level of the Qingyun class. He casually slips his hands into his pockets, relieved to hear that they can finally stand on their own. Noticing Lu Fan looking around restlessly, Qin Q asks if he is still searching for Jin Zhou and Chen Tianji. She mentions that, after returning from the Taiki Kingdom, both vanished, and nobody has any idea where they went. Frowning with a cold glare in his eyes, he tells her to forget about them, vowing to eliminate her one day. Xiao Man stretches and clutches her back, complaining that the exam starts in 3 days, so they should head back to rest her aching spine. Qin Chu grabs Lu Fan by the hand and pulls him along, telling him not to overthink things since he must be exhausted. Following behind quietly, he notes that most peers are still around level 20, with very few reaching level 30, and both Jin Zhou and Chen Tianji are missing. It seems they might easily ace this exam, even without him having to lift a single finger. Suddenly, a loud booming voice cuts through the air, forcing Lu Fan to turn around as someone shouts for recruits. The man confidently states his terms, looking for just one last member to secure a spot in the top 10 of the rankings. He pauses, finding the duo familiar, while Xiao Man, annoyed, mutters that they are just the arrogant bunch from the Fengyun Pavilion. Seriously, is being that arrogant necessary to recruit teammates? Those two are rank 4 Jiang Fengyun at level 35. A second transition Shadow Ninja and guild leader of Fengyun Pavilion. Alongside rank 12 Xu Xing at level 34, a second transition Forbidden Mage. Qin Chu adds that after spreading rumors and getting punished, they kept quiet for a long time, but now they are acting up again. Lu Fan shrugs it off, urging the group to keep moving, since those guys are not opponents they need to worry about. Out of nowhere, a booming voice calls out from the crowd, saying he is in. Stepping forward with firm strides, his sharp gaze sweeps over the stands, as he asks if they can actually secure first place. Meng Jia adds that if they can, he will join, stating clearly that he hates pairing up with weaklings and only wants first place. Jiang Fengyun replies coldly, reminding him that he had previously rejected a formal invitation to join the Fengyun Pavilion. Meng Jia frowns, explaining that if not for these stupid rules, he wouldn't even ask, but he will temporarily join just for the exam. Curious Lu Fan asks who that guy is, noting he never saw him during the freshman trials. Qin Qiu quickly explains that his name is Meng Jia, and he is a transfer student. She adds that he transferred in right during the national training trials. Rumor has it that Meng Jia comes from a military family raised under strict discipline since childhood, and since Lu Fan was away when he arrived, everyone believes he is the strongest. Xiao Man chips in, mentioning that he has been dominating the arena point battles, racking up a massive streak of 132 wins. Having already defeated the rank 3 Jiang Fengyun, his next target is a showdown with Jian Ying. Jian Ying notes quietly that he has not entered the points arena yet, so the guy likely wants to use the finals to beat him. He casually comments that defeating the rank 3 Jiang Fengyun means the guy definitely has some real skills. Qin Qiu urges them to head back, noting that Jiang Fengyun will likely end up teaming up with Meng Jia. Lu Fan calmly says they will just have to handle it themselves, while Xiao Man confidently tells him to relax, promising they will absolutely blow his mind when the time comes. Meanwhile, a panicked Xu Xing points down toward the crowd, calling out to Jiang Fengyun that he just saw Lu Fan return. He gasps in shock. What a stunned Jiang Fengyun asks where he is. When did Lu Fan even get back? A curious Meng Jia chimes in, asking who Lu Fan is and why everyone is reacting so wildly. Amidst the buzzing crowd, someone murmurs about Lu Fan being back, but the person next to him sighs, having never even met the guy. Alright, you and I are looking at a tough spot, because if the top dragon tamer of the Qingyun class returns, first place is gone. Hearing this, Meng Jia frowns as veins bulge on his forehead, his eyes suddenly burning with an absolute fury. He roars in anger as spiritual light surges around him like an explosion, shouting that it is ridiculous to feel fear before the battle even begins. The crowd shrinks back in terror, while an annoyed Meng Jia declares that he only joined their group to secure the absolute top spot. Asking where their confidence went, someone in the crowd suddenly points at him and shouts in shock, pointing out the legendary blood-clad army medal on his chest. Everyone freezes because the blood-clad army is known as the strongest elite joint force among the 4 legendary legions of the Dragon Nation. Beside him, others gasp in sheer disbelief, asking if this is actually real. Since he is only 2 years older, they wonder how he earned military merit, but the man firmly insists he is telling the absolute truth. Those 3 blood plum blossoms on the medal mean he has the authority to command 100 elite soldiers. Right then, the system displays the details of his high-quality Tier 3 military medal, and Meng Jia speaks in a low voice, his eyes burning with intense pride and ambition. Having fought beast tides at the border since childhood and joined the military, he awakened his combat class amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His ultimate goal is to become the youngest Guardian Grand General in history. The system announces that contestant number 3 Meng Jia is level 40, a Tier 2 Wild Blood Wolf swordsman, and a Tier 3 soldier. Hearing those shocking words, the surrounding crowd erupts into frantic whispers, utterly unable to believe that this young teenager has already survived such brutal and savage battles on the front lines at such a young age. Raising his hand firmly, he declares his mission is to take first place in every single exam, graduate early, and return straight to his comrades in the army. Do you actually have the confidence to defeat Lu Fan? Jiang Fengyun hesitates as his gaze wavers, his throat tightening up as he can only manage to stammer out a quiet response. A sudden realization flashes through his mind. Now, if they can recruit a battle-hardened survivor like Meng Jia, who has literally survived the front lines, this guild might finally wash away their past humiliation. Making a split-second decision, Jiang Fengyun reaches out his hand to seal the deal with a firm handshake, enthusiastically welcoming this powerful new ally to their group. Meng Jia snorts confidently as the surrounding crowd erupts in wild cheers, their excited shouts echoing across the entire academy grounds. They cheer for Brother Meng, excited to witness the top spot change hands at last. Amidst the wild celebration, Xu Xing suddenly freezes with a pale face, raising his hand to voice a sudden deep concern. He asks if they are celebrating way too early, pointing out that Lu Fan is a national hero who participated in the elite national trial. But his leader brushes it off, claiming that Brother Meng is so incredibly strong that Lu Fan will easily be put to shame. Stroking his chin with growing interest, Meng Jia admits that the mention of the national trials actually rings a slight bell to him. Hearing about his many dragon pets, his lips curl into a fierce battle-ready grin as raw excitement begins to take over. He scoffs that Lu Fan has never experienced a real life or death battle, making him truly eager to see his actual strength. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and his teammates arrive back at Villa Number 2 in the Dragon Capital Academy, where Xiao Man screams in absolute awe. Chin Q stands frozen, her eyes wide as she stares at the massive pile of treasures on the table. She gasps, asking if these are all gifts from their senior sister, noting that these high stats are easily enough to last them until level 50. Lu Fan corrects her, saying they can last until level 60, warning them not to keep everything for themselves. He adds that she even included various skill books for their dragon pets, featuring protective spells and powerful enchantments, even preparing a gift specifically for him. Hearing this, Hanke beams with absolute joy and tells Lu Fan that he must convey their deepest gratitude to Miss Yi. Xiao Man wastes no time in grabbing two incredible permanent items for herself. The first is a legendary tier 60 weapon enchanted to bypass level requirements, boosting agility by 290, strength by 57, and durability by 305. Its incredible passive effect increases water skill damage by 25%, boosts the hit rate by 90%, and instantly resets the cooldown if the attack somehow misses. Her second choice is an epic quality water control armor set, requiring level 35 and the Water Spirit Swordsman class. The 2-piece set bonus increases the duration of all crowd control skills by an extra 20% upon landing a hit, while the full 4-piece bonus applies a water control effect to any water skill, boosting final output damage by 40%. Admiring her stunning new look, you and I can see, she is thrilled to finally lay her hands on her very first legendary weapon. Meanwhile, Chin Chu quickly grabs Dragwen for herself. This legendary tier 60 weapon is also enchanted to bypass level restrictions, boosting agility by 94, strength by 672, and durability by 117. Its unique light retribution effect automatically triggers the Holy Emperor Star Rain spell for 0 mana whenever her health drops below 50%, while doubling both her total damage and overall healing capabilities. She also equips the Epic Quality Arbitrator armor set, which requires level 35 and is exclusive to Holy Light Inquisitors or Holy Light Priests. The 2-piece set bonus makes the Starlight Annihilation skill deal 75% more damage over time. The 4-piece bonus boosts light attribute damage over time by 50% while granting crowd control immunity. Chin Chu squeals with absolute delight. Unbelievable, this is way better than anything my dad bought. Jian Ying looks at her new gear, voice full of deep gratitude, knowing she could never afford such high-tier enchantments alone. She is now wearing the legendary Grade Blade Ninja set, which normally requires level 55. But thanks to enchantments, the level limit is gone, and its quality is boosted. Perfect for sword dancers or shadow ninjas. Even better, the 2-piece set bonus boosts experience gain for all class-specific weapons by 100, and the 4-piece bonus cranks up exclusive weapon damage by 120%. The entire room instantly erupts in pure excitement. Chin Chu proudly boasts that this gear is absolutely insane. Her overall stats have literally doubled, giving her a massive boost. Xiao Man pumps her fists in the air. With their senior's help, they absolutely have to crush this upcoming exam. Jian Ying eagerly begs Lu Fan to invite their senior over as a guest so she can thank her in person, and Han Ke nods in agreement. They can't be ungrateful after all. Xiao Man pipes up again, reminding everyone they need to bring their absolute A-game. Lu Fan looks a bit awkward, his eyes darting away. He mumbles that it might take a month since her family is currently swamped. Luckily, a sudden knock on the door saves Lu Fan from the hot seat. Someone's here, making Han Ke sigh in disappointment. By then, the exams will be over, summer break will start, and they won't even be staying around here anyway. He rushes to answer the door, but the person waiting outside is definitely not who he expected, just some random stranger. Lu Fan pauses immediately on guard as he asks who he is. The stranger quickly slides off his glasses and offers a polite greeting. He asks in a highly professional, incredibly respectful tone if he is indeed Mr. Lu Fan, politely requesting permission to introduce himself. He introduces himself as Morozo, from the Snow Country, sent by young Master Andrea to handle the construction of Lu Fan's new territory. After talking for a bit, Lu Fan is secretly blown away by Andrea's sheer efficiency. The guy operates way faster than expected. In almost no time at all, the legendary designer of the Snow Country has arrived with the complete layout for Fortune Light Island. But when Lu Fan actually looks at the blueprints, he is left completely speechless. According to the plans, Morozo has surrounded the entire Fortune Light Island with epic-grade Shadow Monocrystal artillery batteries. Their range covers the whole island, and its surrounding waters pack enough punch to easily vaporize a fourth-tier class advancement expert. Just like that, their peaceful resort island is turned into an absolute war fortress, and honestly, Lu Fan does not mind one bit. Morozo promises that within 3 days he will finish building a teleportation array linking the Longdu Academy dungeon hall to Shadow Island. Coincidentally, that very day marks the start of final exams. Xiao Man and the crew immediately volunteer to take the lead. She points directly at Lu Fan, declaring firmly that unless they run into some unstoppable boss, he is absolutely not allowed to interfere. During the test, unless an incredibly powerful enemy appears right in front of them, he is not needed at all. Her eyes sparkle with excitement, as she promises to show him exactly what their intense training was for. Lu Fan easily agrees, loving the idea of relaxing. To help them reach peak condition before the exams, he takes the whole squad into a secret realm to grind levels and train hard. Inside the realm, they fight like absolute beasts, coordinating their skills flawlessly as they take down a giant, terrifying spider. Starlight Annihilation summons the Holy Light, unleashing massive magical damage to every enemy in the area while applying a holy burning effect that forces targets to take continuous light attribute damage every single second. On top of that, the target's magic resistance is slashed by 20% for 6 seconds. Mountain Crusher deals 320% physical damage, splashing 32% of that to nearby enemies. Water Divider swings her blade, launching 4 water chains that bind the target and completely cut off their escape. Bound enemies take continuous water damage, while having their attack and movement speeds severely reduced for 8 seconds. Thanks to this intense grind, Xiao Man quickly reaches level 38. Chinchu's power also shoots up, hitting level 39, while Hanke quickly catches up by reaching level 30. Jian Ying's overall combat flow and skills become incredibly sharp, pushing her straight to level 40. Towering way above everyone else, Lu Fan remains the absolute anchor of the team at level 50. The very next day at the Longdu Academy Arena, the exam officially begins. The stands are completely packed with massive crowds. Deafening cheers echo everywhere, creating an incredibly intense high-stakes atmosphere that keeps every single spectator glued to the battleground. Lu Fan looks down at his matches, slip wondering who number 8 could be. Xiao Man cracks her knuckles, eyes blazing with pure combat drive, as she promises to crush whoever dares step up. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him, catching Lu Fan completely off guard. He eagerly asks the legendary Lu Fan for a quick photo together. He steps forward with pure unbridled excitement, saying he watched the entire National Trials livestream and instantly became an absolute fanboy because of how cool he was. He smiles and nods. Of course it's fine. He quickly raises his phone, eyes shining with excitement and a bright smile on his face, thrilled to get a photo with his idol. Seeing Wu, he's still looking hesitant and lost in thought. He frowns slightly and asks if there is anything else. He looks down with a sad face and sighs, admitting his team is number 8, meaning they are up against them. He immediately runs off, yelling that he knows his place and is forfeiting the match. She calls after him, telling him not to forfeit. Xiao Man warns him, seriously explaining that this exam is not just about rankings, but also about combat performance. If they run away now, they might have to take a makeup exam. He hangs his head and replies sadly, knowing that even if their team of 5 became 50 or 500, they still could not take a single hit and would just end up destroyed. She pats Wu He on the shoulder, reassuring him that she will make sure they do not get taken out instantly and actually have a chance to show off. He stands there in utter disbelief. What, really? In the end, teammate actually decides to step up and join the battle. He grips his sword tightly, his eyes filled with tension, as he asks the 2 seniors if they really have to fight this way. Xiao Man coldly cuts him off, telling him to stop talking, forcing He and his teammates to take a deep breath and charge forward. Preparing to begin, she urges her ally to strike. Chin Q nods with determination, giving a firm and decisive agreement. As golden spiritual energy erupts in an instant, she offers to trap their opponents first. In the blink of an eye, Team 8 is trapped under Chin Chu's signature move, Light Domain Imprisonment. At the target area, a 6-sided wall of light rises up, forming a sacred force field prison with a radius of 7 meters that forcibly gathers and traps all enemies inside. Right after that, Xiao Man leaps high into the air, spinning gracefully and swinging her sword directly toward Team 8. It is a pity, but they have already missed their best opportunity. Streams of water shoot down like giant arrows, wild and powerful, unleashing her ultimate skill called Abyss Condensation. This incredible skill condenses countless water needles to strike from all directions, dealing massive piercing water attribute damage in the area, while also heavily reducing the enemy's attack speed and defense. Woo! He raises his sword, standing firm to block the front. Hearing Chen Chu's polite warning, he opens his eyes in curiosity, only to hear her say that it is already over. In an instant, her spiritual light erupts, violently casting a blinding and brilliant radiance across the entire arena. She activates her devastating skill, Starlight Annihilation, summoning Holy Light, to inflict massive magical damage on all enemies in range, which also burns them with a powerful holy flame. Burning enemies suffer continuous light attribute damage every single second, while also having their magic resistance reduced by 20% for 6 full seconds. The shocking spectacle leaves the entire crowd stunned, prompting someone in the upper stands to cry out. Asking what just happened, the person next to him replies in confusion that they were just looking at their phone. He simply cannot believe his eyes. Damn, a 2 versus 5 match ended that quickly. Are these two girls in Lu Fan's team really this insanely powerful? Aside from Jian Ying, there are actually other strong beauties around. Lu Fan is amazed, shocked by how incredibly powerful everyone has become. Standing nearby, Han Ke notes with deep admiration that it is all thanks to Jian Ying's excellent guidance and training. Jian Ying humbly replies that the credit belongs to everyone, as it is the result of their relentless training. In the waiting room, Zhang Fengyun eagerly suggests to Meng Jia that they should form a permanent team in the future. He scratches his head awkwardly, smiling as he admits they have long admired the blood-clad army and want to follow his footsteps after graduation. Xu Xing flatters him, agreeing that Brother Meng is their ultimate role model, and following him to build a career is what makes a real man. Meng Jia sneers, saying that forming a team is fine, but they must first defeat Lu Fan in the finals for him to recommend them to the blood-clad army. As they step onto the arena, the thunderous cheers of the crowd instantly take them by surprise. A spectator praises them in awe, marveling at how those two girls are basically playing a 1 versus 5 match. The person next to him agrees, claiming that Lu Fan does not even need to step onto the field to win this year's championship. Qin Chu quickly unleashes light domain imprisonment, trapping her opponents inside a sacred force field prison with a 70-meter radius for 4.5 seconds. The battle is spectacular, and amidst the thrilling and heated atmosphere, someone in the crowd screams out in pure excitement. Screaming in excitement at how amazing they are, another fan cheers for Xiao Man and Qin Chu, just as Xiao Man swings her sword, activating the torrential force skill and causing her spiritual energy to explode violently. A massive water barrier instantly forms, allowing her to launch ranged attacks and energy blasts while absorbing a huge amount of incoming damage. This water barrier lasts for 6 seconds, and once shattered or timed out, it releases a powerful water shockwave that deals damage and knocks back all enemies. Meng Jia narrows his eyes, his expression turning dark and grim as his gaze locks directly onto Lu Fan. He sneered to himself, thinking that this hyped-up second-tier class was nothing but pure dumb luck, just a guy who got lucky and found a dragon. His hands clenched so tight, the veins bulged, his mind completely focused on one single burning belief. True powerhouses are forged in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Meng Jia's gaze turned ice-cold. He swore he would personally tear down that golden boy halo. 6 days later, the arena erupted like a hornet's nest, shaking with waves of wild cheers and deafening shouts. Someone shouted excitedly, "Place your bets, place your bets. Who is it going to be, Lu Fan or Meng Jia?" Another fan scoffed in response, "Are you stupid? Obviously, we are putting all our money on Lu Fan. The guy literally cleared a national dungeon, so how could he fail a simple final exam?" But someone instantly fired back, "Hey, do not be so sure. Did you see yesterday's video? Meng Jia is a beast who soloed a 3rd-tier expert. That fight, man, in less than 5 minutes bones were shattered everywhere. Honestly, that victory felt completely unreal." The match officially begins with every eye in the crowd glued to the arena. A commentator notes that both sides are sending out their starting lineups first. Lu Fan and Meng Jia stay on the sidelines. A young girl wonders aloud, Jian Ying and her team are strong, but 3 versus 4. That gap is way too huge, right? The person next to her is also worried they have no advantage. How can they win? Another spectator frowns, rubbing his chin and clicking his tongue. TSK. They even dragged a lifestyle class into this squad. Is that not just giving away a massive weakness? This is a total handicap. At the sidelines, Lu Fan stands with his arms crossed, completely relaxed, as if everything is under his control. Not far away, Meng Jia watches in absolute silence. Jiang Fengyun snarls mockingly, Acting so arrogant and refusing to fight, are you sure you can even keep your #1 spot? He replies with a lazy shrug, then you better work a lot harder. This completely pushes the guy over the edge, making him boil with rage. Jiang Fengyun immediately barks an order. Stop wasting time and finish them. Let them know that the Fengyun Pavilion is officially back. His teammates shout back in unison. Got it? Xiaoman smirks and taunts. Huh? Did you hear that? Apparently they're making a comeback. Tan Chu chuckles. In that case, let us get serious. We cannot let them look down on us. Up in the judges' seats, Gu Han and Zhao Shengming watch with solemn expressions, their sharp eyes scanning the entire arena. The whistle blows, and a deafening roar echoes through the stands. The fight is on instantly. Xiao Man activates her abyss condensation, creating countless water needles that rain down from all sides. This inflicts massive piercing water damage across the field, heavily debuffing the enemy's speed and defense. Tan Tu does not waste a second, unleashing her Star Glow Annihilation. She summons Holy Light, dealing massive magical damage with a burn effect while stripping away the enemy's magic resistance for 6 seconds. Jian Ying quickly draws her level 34 epic weapon, the legendary army-breaking greatsword. She unleashes her mountain-crushing ultimate, dealing 210% physical damage with a 21% splash effect to all nearby enemies. On the other side, Jiang Fengyun and his squad brace themselves for the impact. He screams out for everyone to get ready. The raging storm of energy crashes down on them, but they raise their blades just in time, sending brilliant sparks flying everywhere. As the energy surges closer, Jiang Fengyun barks scatter. The forces collide in a violent ear-splitting explosion, burying the entire area in a thick cloud of smoke. It looks like Jian Ying's squad took a direct, devastating hit, but as the dust settles, there is absolutely nobody there. Tan Shu warns, watch out for an ambush. Xiao Man gasps in shock. Wait, they fled. Suddenly, a heavy metal chain whips out of nowhere, binding Jian Ying tightly and causing her teammate to cry out in panic. That is when Tan Chu realizes that Jian Ying was their primary target all along. A system screen flashes the imprisonment lock curse, has locked onto the target, completely disabling their movement and skills for 5 seconds. At that exact moment, Xiao Man spots an enemy archer aiming right at her, while Tan Chu is instantly cut off by another foe. Your opponent is me? He blocks Jian Ying's path, grinning triumphantly as he asks. Locked down and unable to move right. Now that we got you, this match is ours. Jiang Fengyun quickly pulls down his mask, activating his Shadow Strike skill, the 1000 Shadows Soul-Rending Slash. He turns into pure dark energy, leaving behind a hyper-realistic shadow decoy, while he completely melts into the darkness. Over the next 1.5 seconds, he splits into 16 shadow clones, unleashing a flurry of high-speed intersecting slashes at his target. These clones ignore 30% of physical defense. As the system timer counts down to 4 seconds of crowd control remaining, she just shrugs with a mocking grin. Oh really? At that exact moment, Tan Chu counters, blasting her opponent with another fierce Star Glow Annihilation. Meanwhile, Xiao Man slams her sword into the ground and triggers her water split skill, launching 4 massive water chains to bind her target. In a flash, the watery trap locks down on her opponent, leaving him absolutely no escape as he snarls in pure frustration. Talk about a nasty trap. This skill locks down enemies, dealing continuous water damage while slashing their movement and attack speed for 8 whole seconds. Jiang Fengyun's eyes widen in sheer shock as he watches his teammate get completely locked down. Just then, the system alerts him with 3 seconds of confinement remaining, prompting him to angrily draw his sword and coldly declare that she is going down first. But in that split second, an unexpected rain of swords pours down on Jiang Fengyun, unleashing Jian Ying's deadly Wanhua ultimate move. This brutal skill splits into thousands of spectral blades, each delivering 10% of her original attack power, unleashing massive area damage before merging back into a single weapon. The system notification flashes once again, showing only 2 seconds of confinement left. Terrified, he scrambles to escape. Rapid footsteps echo through the arena. Jiang Fengyun stares in utter disbelief, wondering how on earth she can still unleash skills when she is supposed to be completely locked down. The relentless rain of swords keeps pouring down, while the system flashes with only 1 second of confinement remaining. Jiang Fengyun mutters in frustration, cursing Xu Xing for being completely useless after promising him a flawless plan, only for everything to turn into this disaster. Right on cue, the system screen updates to show 0 seconds remaining. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Lu Fan and Han Ke are relaxed, casually sipping tea and enjoying some sweet pastries completely unbothered, as if they already knew how this would end. He explains that they predicted this, revealing that what Jian Ying has been using this whole time isn't an active skill, but a passive weapon effect. She smiles, completely confident in Jian Ying, and asks if he wants a glass of fruit juice. It is made with his favorite fruit just for him. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Meng Jia watches the pathetic performance and roars in pure anger. What absolute garbage! How are they messing up this badly? As soon as the confinement expires, the heavy chains locking Jian Ying shatter into pieces, freeing her as her aura explodes, primed for a massive counterattack. Sharp sword energy erupts around her as she charges forward, her icy glare locked onto her target. Jiang Fengyun is shaking with pure fear, but he desperately channels all his energy to strike back, hoping to salvage whatever pride he has left. With a desperate roar, he unleashes his ultimate shadow raid technique, the Heavenly Shadow Soul-Shattering Slash. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of shadowy clones surges forward, each overflowing with a lethal intent that looks ready to swallow her whole. Jian Ying merely offers a cold, mocking look, declaring it useless before swinging her glacial water sword to blow back the advancing crowd. The weaker opponents are instantly frozen solid and fall flat on the ground. Xiao Man slashes down with her abyssal condensation skill, morphing water needles into heavy chains that yank the enemy hard onto the ground. You can hear the crowd gasping in shock, wondering how on earth Jian Ying's team is this incredibly powerful. It is hard to believe. With Lu Fan still passive, Jiang Fengyun glances back at his ally, snapping at him to finally get in there and make a move. Over with Jian Ying's squad, Lu Fan continues to lounge without a care, but he slightly raises an eyebrow when he notices the opponents shifting their strategy. A fierce young fighter with a nasty scar across his eye steps forward, prompting Lu Fan to smile and remark that they finally lost their patience. That scarred guy is Meng Jia, a level 42nd transition blood berserker who holds a tier 3 rank within the formidable Blood Robe army. He aggressively shoulders his massive sword and steps up, barking at his startled teammates to get out of his way. Han Ke pulls out some snacks, telling Lu Fan to eat first, but he just stands up and cracks his knuckles, promising they can grab a real meal together after this exam is over. They are going to feast tonight. Han Ke laughs, teasing him about when she ever lets him go hungry, while Lu Fan chuckles and assures her that tonight will be a proper victory feast. The announcer notices the sudden shift in atmosphere and starts hyping up the crowd. Lu Fan is finally on his feet, and you and I know that means things are about to get wild. Last time he fought Fengyun Pavilion, he absolutely terrified everyone in this arena. Up at the judges' table, Guhan and Zhao Shengming watch intensely while down below Meng Jia furiously swings his massive greatsword. Offended by being ignored, he charges forward with immense speed, shattering the very ground beneath his feet with raw, explosive force. Get out of my way, Dragon Tamer. But his path is instantly cut off by Jian Ying, a level 42nd transition sword dancer, who challenges him to get through her first. With that, she immediately commands her glacial water sword and blood-shattering sword to attack him. Meng Jia, wielding a level 32 Epic Conqueror's heavy sword, is completely unfazed as he swings his massive weapon and coldly declares he has no interest in her. He sweeps his heavy blade effortlessly, knocking aside both of Jian Ying's dual swords in a single blow. Unshaken, she draws a level 34 Epic Hellfire Scythe, while simultaneously launching her signature Wanhua blade directly at his face. However, Jiang Fengyun suddenly intercepts the flying blade midway, mockingly declaring that she has to deal with him first. Just when Meng Jia thinks he has a clear path to Lu Fan, the sharp clang of colliding metal forces him to glance back. Xiao Man tries a sneak attack, but fails. He casually uses his massive greatsword to block her strike. Think you can match me? Jian Ying gets pushed back, growling in frustration that this guy is way too tough. Just then Qin Chu steps up to help. But before she can even make a move, a hand gently pats her shoulder to stop her. No need. If he wants to fight me, I will give him what he wants. Lu Fan steps forward. You guys did great. In a real life and death battle, Fengyun Pavilion would already be finished. Over here, Meng Jia is totally suppressing Xiao Man, taunting Lu Fan. Talk is cheap. Let's see what you can do instead of hiding behind women. Xiao Man struggles to resist, gasping that she is reaching her limit. Suddenly, a flaming arrow flies straight at Meng Jia's face, forcing him to let go and scramble back to dodge. These flying projectiles are Lu Fan's signature underworld snake arrows, a powerful magic skill that fires 12 magical arrows from afar, with each dealing 20% damage. Lu Fan lowers his bow and instructs his teammates. Jian Ying Taozi, fall back. Guard my aunt together with Qin Chu. Meng Jia laughs heartily and signals his own team. Haha, Jiang Fengyun, you guys back off too. I will not be responsible if you get caught in the crossfire. Down in the stands, the crowd begins to whisper, "Oh, is he about to summon his massive dragon?" Honestly, even if he wins by doing that, there is no real glory in it. Just so you know, Meng Jia might not even lose. In the back, the girls call Xiao Man back, telling Tao Zi to hurry over so they do not distract Lu Fan. Meng Jia swings his massive sword. "Watch closely, Lu Fan. I am a survivor who forged his path through the brutal beast-tide war." He delivers a sweeping slash, proclaiming himself a true warrior, but Lu Fan effortlessly leaps high into the air to dodge. Gripping his weapon, Lu Fan charges his dragon energy into the dark dragon blade, unleashing a devastating void. Sever slash that strikes twice and buffs his dragon companion. Meng Jia barely blocks the fierce assault. Still, he scoffs and demands loudly, "Are you not supposed to be a dragon tamer? Why have you not summoned your dragon companion yet?" Lu Fan lands gracefully back on the ground, questioning if his opponent truly wants to see the dragon. He hooks his finger. "Then you have to actually hurt me first." Meng Jia gets so angry that veins pop on his face. Snarls escaping his teeth, he suddenly begins a terrifying transformation into a monstrous werewolf. The team healer stands in sheer disbelief. Brother Jiang, look at him. He is entering his werewolf form. Meng Jia growls menacingly as Zhang Fengyun snaps back to reality. Brother Meng is finally releasing his werewolf form. This transformation is his core skill, werewolf form, which completely awakens his beastly werewolf lineage. This active skill boosts his physical attack and defense by 750%. After transforming, his final damage increases by 1% every single second, but he gradually loses his sanity. This state ends automatically once his stamina is fully drained. Right now, Meng Jia's massive bulk completely dwarfs Lu Fan. He roars savagely, "I will rip you to pieces." Lu Fan summons his dragon wings, taking to the air to dodge a vicious swipe. He realizes his opponent was hiding his true power. Hovering high to gain distance, he asks, "So this is your actual class trait, huh?" Without hesitation, he unleashes his underworld snake arrow skill. Meng Jia just takes the hits as the magical arrows feel like mere tickles to him. His bloodshot eyes gleam with malice as he growls. At Longdo Academy, Meng Jia's bloodshot eyes lock onto the hovering Lu Fan. I want to rip you apart." Sensing danger, Lu Fan raises his bow. Something is wrong. The blind rage in this werewolf form is driving him insane, and he can no longer distinguish friend from foe. He pulls back the bowstring, fully charging his snake shadow arrow. 1 second has passed. If he charges this skill for a full 3 seconds, its damage will surge by 500%. Meng Jia claws frantically at the empty air, his ear-piercing roars echoing throughout the entire arena. Lu Fan draws his bow while shouting a warning. "Stop this. If you stay in this form, you will turn into a mindless beast that slaughters everyone in sight." 2 seconds of charging have passed, but Meng Jia seems to have completely lost his mind at this point. He violently grabs Zhang Fengyun and slams him down, yelling, "Rip you apart." Zhang Fengyun screams, "Brother Meng, stop. Please stop." Knocked completely unconscious, the team mage hastily casts a protective barrier to shield himself and the remaining survivors. "Sorry, Brother Jiang Wang Hu Li Xianyang run." He casts a defensive wall. Down in the stands, panic erupts. Meng Jia has gone mad, even turning on his own team. "I am out of here. If the teacher does not stop this, Jiang Fengyun is going to get bitten to death." Gu Han quickly looks at Zhao Shengming. "Vice Principal Zhao, we must stop the exam immediately." Meng Jia is completely out of control. The vice principal frowns, watching closely. Wait a moment. Lu Fan is making a move. By now, Lu Fan has drawn his bow for a full 3 seconds. He murmurs, "Guess I have no other choice." Before the opponent completely devolves into a beast, the 3-second charge completes. Lu Fan releases a devastating high-powered arrow right at the werewolf. "Let me be the one to stop you." Lu Fan's hand crackles with lightning as he activates Dragon Tongue Copy, unleashing Leaping Lightning Cauldron. This ultimate move releases a chain of lightning that bounces between enemies 10 times, with each leap boosting the damage by 30%. The arrow strikes the werewolf Meng Jia, sending an electric shock through his entire body that leaves him paralyzed and screaming in pain. The Shadow Serpent arrow amplifies the chain lightning power, boosting Lan Long's mental attribute damage by 500%. Coughing up blood and watching the lightning rush toward him, Zhang Fengyun desperately screams for someone to save him. But he is not the only unlucky target. His entire squad gets caught in the devastating chain lightning. That is jump number 1, boosting total damage by 30%. Screams of pure agony echo across the battlefield. That is jump number 2, pushing the damage up to 60%. Even their mage cannot dodge this. He can only shake his head and scream in terror. Jump number 3 increases the damage by 90%. Jump number 4 hits, skyrocketing the damage by 120%. Fearing the collateral blast, the terrified spectators start fleeing for their lives. Running is the only option before the lightning reaches the stands. Shen Ming grabs the microphone, shouting that both fighters have completely lost their minds. Lu Fan, stop this right now. Are you trying to kill them? Landing smoothly on the ground, Lu Fan gives a calm smile, telling Vice Principal Zhao not to worry, because he has no intention of killing them. Meng Jia reverts to his human form completely drained. While his werewolf transformation is over, he and his team are definitely going to spend the next few days in a hospital bed. The brave spectators who stayed behind got to witness an absolute masterpiece of a fight, watching the entire enemy squad get wiped out by a single devastating strike. With just one skill, Lu Fan proves he is number 1. Gu Han proudly ends the exam and declares the winner, while Lu Fan's outer academy companions, Jian Yingqian, Qiu Dao Xiaoman, and Han Ke, explode in pure joy at the victory. Qin Qiu cheers, shouting that Lu Fan is incredible and still holding on to first place. Han Ke rushes over to ask if he is tired, suggesting they head back immediately to get their victory party started. After speaking, he turns around and heads directly toward Meng Jia's defeated team. While Han Ke watches in wonder, Lu Fan summons Xiao Fei, in the form of an adorable little elf girl, drawing gasps from the spectators. People wonder if this cute girl is truly the massive black dragon's human form, finding the color mismatch unbelievable, though they still find her adorable. Everyone wants to give her a hug, while others recall the epic clash between Lu Fan and Chen Tianjia from before. They wonder if summoning the dragon is for some personal revenge, worrying that this duel might actually end in a tragedy. Groaning in intense pain, Meng Jia struggles to sit up and looks at the dragon, demanding to know what Lu Fan plans to do. He asks why he is pushing so hard, since they are not on a real battlefield, wondering if Lu Fan wants him dead. Letting his actions do the talking, Lu Fan signals Xiao Fei to cast the Spring of Life, healing the entire defeated group. Feeling his strength return, Meng Jia is completely stunned, realizing that Lu Fan is actually restoring their health. Jiang Fengyun groans while clutching his head, and once the healing is complete, Lu Fan simply turns around to leave. He offers a friendly warning, telling Meng Jia to stop aligning with weak players, as the Fengyun Pavilion will only drag him down. Clenching his trembling fists, Meng Jia slams his hand onto the ground, refusing to accept this crushing defeat. He screams in frustration, wondering why he lost after spending every single day training hard and slaying fierce beasts. Meng Jia roars, boasting that he holds the record for the fastest promotion to level 3 in the entire blood-cloaked army. His words bring a bitter look to Jiang Fengyun's face. He just cannot accept how a mere student wiped them out so effortlessly. Meng Jia cannot accept the outcome, muttering that the entire situation is completely unfair. Lu Fan nods in understanding calmly, acknowledging that everyone thinks he is just a lucky guy who succeeded solely because of his dragon pets. He explains that he seized every opportunity, pushing himself and training his dragons to face increasingly dangerous challenges. Xiaoman chimes in, saying his hard work easily matches theirs. Qin Qiu adds that Lu Fan earned military merit in the far north and holds a gold medal from the Griffin Corps. He is recognized by one of the Dragon Kingdom's 3 Grand Elders, granting him the power to mobilize the entire blood-cloaked army if he wishes. Han Ke stands nearby to offer comfort, while Meng Jia is left frozen in shock. A gold medal from the Griffon Corps. Jiang Fengyun cannot believe his ears, pointing out that Lu Fan only started academy a year ago. The crowd in the stands begins to buzz with excitement, whispering that one of the Grand Elders is actually a battle overseer. This year's national trial is wild, especially with the massive chaos over in the Taiki Kingdom. They wonder if Lu Fan was behind that major uproar. It is highly likely, especially since a gold medal from the Griffin Corps outranks even a commander in the blood-cloaked army. Deciding to leave since no one is seriously injured, Shen Ming calls out to Gu Han to head out, reassuring them that he is not the type to abuse his authority for petty revenge. Lu Fan promises he will not use his power to toy with them. He needs to keep grinding, making sure his raw power actually matches the high status he chases. With that, his team heads out. Qin Qiu happily announces they are eating delicious food tonight, making Xiao Fei smile brightly. Xiao Man pulls Han Ke along, begging her to hurry because she cannot wait for the celebration party. Over on Jiang Fengyun's side, a mage tries to help him up, but he angrily shoves them away, snarling that he can stand on his own. Meng Jia sits quietly in place, staring at the metal he always took pride in before suddenly bursting into laughter. He mutters to himself, realizing that he was the one whose power never truly matched his high status. That night after their celebration at Villa Number 2 of Long Capital Academy, Lu Fan rubs his full belly and happily heads upstairs. He happily opens the door, thinking that once his aunt finishes reading the dozen books Senior gave her, her cooking buffs will become even more insanely powerful. But as the door swings open, he freezes, seeing Jian Ying in her pajamas lying right on his bed. He slowly closes the door, completely bewildered and losing his mind. Trying to keep it together, he cannot comprehend why she is sleeping in his bed, especially wearing something like that. He figures he must be hallucinating from his aunt's mushroom dish. Surely her legendary cooking did not finally backfire on him. After desperately trying to calm down inside Villa Number 2, Lu Fan gathers his courage and opens the door again. Hearing him enter, Jian Ying rubs her eyes as she wakes up, asking Lu Fan what he is doing. Flustered, he stammers that he was just heading to bed before demandingly asking why she is in his room in the first place. She gets up, steps off the bed, and approaches him softly, apologizing for barging into his bedroom without asking. Blushing slightly, she hesitates, explaining that she was waiting for him to finish dinner because she really wanted to be with him. As the temperature in the room suddenly feels burning hot, Lu Fan nervously asks what she wants, but she innocently gets straight to the point, wanting to talk about vacation. She mentions hearing from Sister Han that they plan to leave Long Capital for the summer, while he scratches his head in embarrassment. He confirms it, explaining that they have a 4-month break and will be heading back home to Jianghai City. He adds that Qin Qiu and Tao Zi are tagging along to their old hometown, prompting a very shy Jian Ying to ask if she can join them. Lu Fan blinks in surprise before chuckling, saying he thought it was something serious. Of course she can come, but he wonders why. Jian Ying hesitates, softly confessing that she has no home left to return to, before briefly opening up about her tragic past. Her family back on the Yunbei province border used to be a powerful top-tier clan, but a devastating beast tide struck and turned their entire city into a wasteland. After sending her safely to Long Capital, her family immediately rushed back to the Yunbei border to fight off the monsters. They fought bravely until the very end, and not a single soul survived. Even now, she gets choked up, recalling the tragedy, which happened just 2 months before they started school. Jian Ying adds with a heavy heart that despite being the top student of Yunbei province, she has no home left there. She looks away, clearly terrified of being a burden. Turning away, she mutters that she understands it is a hassle, claiming she could just stay behind at school and grind some levels. Gently patting her shoulder, Lu Fan reassures her that nobody is meant to be alone, promising they will all head to Jianghai City together. He warmly declares it as her brand new home, a heartfelt gesture that deeply touches Jian Ying's soul. Tears well up as she softly thanks Lu Fan. Meanwhile, on the distant border of Taiki Kingdom, deep within the Shenggu forest, a freezing wind sweeps through the leaves as an invisible, ominous power completely shatters the ground. A loud rumble echoes as a skeletal white hand claws its way out of the earth, and a dark, sinister voice whispers from the depths, promising to destroy the dragon Tamer. Over at the airport, emergency screens flash with urgent news announcing a massive, unprecedented beast tide outbreak within the Taichi Kingdom. Starting today, all flights to Taichi Kingdom, specifically 301TG, 785 and CX902, have been suspended indefinitely. Passengers are urged to proceed to the service desk immediately to complete their procedures. Watching the broadcast, Han Kei sighs, wondering if Taichi Kingdom has finally brought down the wrath of heaven upon itself. Meanwhile, Lu Fan looks deeper into the situation, realizing this vague announcement means Taiki Kingdom is desperately trying to suppress information. What kind of nightmare is unfolding over there? He quietly begins to analyze the facts. With the Jin family completely ruined, the Lu family took over, which fortunately means the outstanding bounty on his head is now entirely invalid. Even so, he remains highly suspicious of that shadow faction backing Taichi Kingdom. His senior warned him about wondering if they might use this chaos to make their move. Dismissing the thought, Han Kei quickly turns to chat with Jian Ying, smiling warmly, as she tells her that none of this disaster is their concern. It has been way too long since they visited Jianghai City. She promises to show her around town and introduce her to their new home. Caught up in her infectious joy, Lu Fan decides to sweep his anxieties aside. There is no point worrying over nothing when he should be enjoying their long-awaited summer vacation. Meanwhile, UNIC Tianzhou City reduced to a smoldering pile of ruins. The monsters behind this nightmare, none other than the terrifying bone dragons. They didn't just slaughter innocent citizens and wreck the city, it looks like they are hunting for something specific. Amidst the devastation, Lord Lu is desperately groveling with a pathetic smile. I brought the person to you, he trembles, staring up at the terrifying, murderous ancient bone god. Begging for mercy, he pleads for their lives, though deep down the old lord is filled with bitter resentment and humiliation. Their superiors clearly abandoned them. If he doesn't feed this monster today, the entire Lu family is going to be completely wiped out. He immediately barks orders at his 2 guards. Quick, bring the prisoner up here. Heavy footsteps echo from behind. Handcuffed and dragged forward like common criminals, Tianji and Jinzhou are forced into the light. Spotting the ancient bone god, Jinzhou panics and screams, "What is that thing? The Jin family are already prisoners. What more do you want?" Lord Lu quickly explains to the bone deity, pointing at Tianji. In the entire Taiki kingdom, he is the only dragon tamer. Is he the one you are looking for? Hearing the words dragon tamer, Tianji's eyebrows furrow in suspicion. Shoved right in front of the ancient bone god, he looks into its eyes and feels absolute overwhelming despair wash over him. His body is completely frozen. He cannot even muster the will to fight back. Cold sweat pours down his face in sheer panic. He has to run, he must find a way to escape. In just a split second, Tianji makes his ultimate decision. Taking advantage of the monster's momentary distraction, he summons his scorpion hybrid dragon. In the chaos, Tianji grabs Jinzhou and screams, "Princess, run, get out of here." But before his summoned dragon can even make a move, a devastating burst of raw power slams straight down. The massive explosion blasts shockwaves in all directions, sending giant rocks and debris flying right toward Tianji. The violent shockwave sends Jinzhou flying, while the 2 bodyguards scramble to shield Lord Lu from the raining debris. The ancient bone god sneers in pure disgust. Just a pathetic subdragon. It doesn't even deserve to be called a dragon. He is not the one I want, its deep, ominous voice rumbles. If you cannot produce the person I seek, the bone monster crushes the subdragon and roars. You are all utterly useless. The guards immediately grab their terrified lord and flee. My lord, we have to fall back right now. Following the wrath of the ancient bone god, Tianji is pinned beneath massive boulders, groaning in absolute agony. Looking up at the sky, Jinzhou calls out for her guard in pure terror. Chen Tianji bone dragons close in on them. Jinzhou screams in panic, "Get me out of here." She then turns and snaps, "You useless piece of trash." Bitter resentment consumes Tianji. You have to wonder, why is he a proud dragon tamer, the only one suffering this pathetic fate? He roars, "Is it because of you again, Lu Fan?" Meanwhile, the ancient bone god strides toward Jinzhou, stopping right in front of her. Jinzhou peeks open, her eyes shocked that the beast spares her. But Tianji, trapped nearby, is about to face a much worse fate. An invisible wave of energy grabs him by the throat, hoisting him into the air. The agonizing pain forces a horrific scream from his lungs. Ah! The bone deity stares deep into his eyes and demands, "You know who he is, don't you?" Driven by a desperate urge to survive, Tianji stammers out, "You mean? Are you talking about Lu Fan? He is a student at the Longdu Academy in the Dragon Nation. It is break time now, so he must be back in his hometown." The ancient bone god nods in dark satisfaction. "Very well. You are going to lead me right to him." Having choked him nearly to death, the monster tosses him violently to the ground. The sharp, agonizing impact jolts Tianji back to full consciousness. The god tempts him. "Accept and I shall grant you ancient godlike power." Then comes the threat. "Refuse and you will share the exact same fate as that piece of trash." The trash it refers to is his own tamed beast, which was literally torn in half. With no other choice, he must submit. He begs desperately, "Give me any power that can kill him." Tianji bows his head, dark hatred consuming every fiber of his being. "I accept your offer." The ancient bone god opens its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of dark, malevolent energy. "Ha ha ha, I can feel your deep resentment and burning hatred." This is perfect. Under the dark energy, countless white bones erupt from the ground, trapping Tianji. Panic grips him as the surrounding white bones begin to tightly bind themselves to his flesh. The skeletal armor rapidly covers his entire body. His eyes widen in fear, completely blind to the horror waiting for him. A massive sphere of bone forms around him, clashing and clicking with a sickening metallic sound. From within the sphere, an eerie purple light begins to glow as the bones fuse together, molding something terrifying. Amidst his agonizing screams, a dark bone armor is finally complete. Then the system alerts pop up. Chen Tianji's level has skyrocketed to level 110. Level 110. Is this the true power of an ancient god? But now, his entire identity had completely changed. Chen Tianzi. Level 110 Divine Bone Slave and a B-rank Dragon Tamer. The ancient bone god warned him, "You are now my divine bone slave. Your life and death hang on my absolute whim. I will temporarily reside in your pet space until we find that person. If we fail, ending your life is as easy as turning my palm." Tianji knelt down, bowing in deep gratitude. "Thank you for this new life, bone deity. I will surely lead you to Lufan." Hidden behind a nearby boulder, Jinzhou watched him in absolute terror. He actually received power from the ancient god himself. She panicked. After treating him like a servant for so long, he would definitely slaughter her now. Several dragon bone slaves circled around Tianji before retreating directly into his pet space. Endless power flooded his veins, giving him an intoxicating surge of absolute superiority. From this day on, he realized he was finally a top powerhouse. Nobody would ever dare look down on him again. As the contract ritual concluded, Tianji's bone armor dissolved. The impatient king immediately stepped forward to demand answers. What did you and the deity discuss? Blind to his imminent doom, the king still dared to speak down to him. Why has the beast tide vanished? Tianji frowned at his arrogance but kept his composure and replied, "I agreed to help the deity. We formed a contract and became one, meaning the threat to Tai Chi Kingdom is finally over." Lord Lu gasped in utter shock. "Does that mean you can now command the power of the ancient god yourself?" Tianji turned to leave, confirming it. But the foolish ruler blocked his path, demanding he stay. "That beast almost wiped out Tai Chi Kingdom. Since it is inside you, you cannot leave. You must stay here." Tianji glared at him. "A weakling like you really thinks you have the power to stand in my way." He spun around, unleashing a crushing wave of energy. "Perfect. It is time we finally settled our outstanding debts." Crushed by the pressure, the king stumbled back in terror. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a blood-red mist materialized as a chilling voice echoed from within. "Kid, do not get too ahead of yourself." Tianji leaped back, bracing himself. "Who goes there?" Out of the mist, a mysterious masked youth slowly emerged. "I am from the Dan clan, sent to protect Lord Lu." Seeing his savior, the king immediately begged for help. This formidable newcomer was Dan Xiangyu, a level 105 elite assassin and a rank 4 shadow hunter. Tianji quickly searched his mind for answers. Jinzhou had warned him about the shadow-dwelling Dan clan before. They had been dead silent for 500 years. Clearly, they had not weakened but were simply hiding among the elite. Dan Xiangyu sneered. "From your face, I assume you realize Lord Lu is nothing more than a puppet for our clan. Come with me and let our clan study the ancient god's power. Do that, and making you the king of Tai Chi Kingdom is not out of the question." Tianji merely snorted. Realizing negotiation was off the table, the assassin decided to end this discussion permanently. "Arrogant brat, you had to choose the hard way over the easy way." He summoned a glowing red chain of hell, aiming to bind him. The god's power must belong to the Dan clan, but with absolute ease, Tianji cleanly dodged the strike. The assassin gasped in shock, unable to believe such swift reflexes. In that single split second of distraction, Tianji drove a divine bone spear clean through his chest. The divine dragon bone land strike, channeling godly energy directly into his weapon, he unleashed a blow of absolute pure devastation. Tianji yanked his weapon out as Dan Xiangyu gasped, unable to accept his sudden pathetic defeat. How is this possible? As the assassin collapsed, the terrified king stumbled back. This cannot be happening. Watching from the shadows, Jinzhou panicked. He just ended a level 100 master in a single blow. Tianji scoffed with deep contempt. "I expected real strength from the legendary Dan clan. Yet you pathetic insects dare call yourselves level 100 powerhouses." Staring at his glowing hands, he marveled at the immense energy. "So this is true power. Truly a spectacular feeling." The king scrambled backwards, screaming in sheer panic. "We are doomed. The Dan clan elite is dead." His frantic screams only served to remind the young man of his remaining target. Tianji locked eyes with him. "Your turn." Fueled by years of burning hatred, he slowly listed the tyrant's crimes. "Lord Lu, you destroyed the Jin family and threw me into prison to suffer. You even dared to offer me as a sacrifice to that monster." The king desperately denied everything. "No, please. It was not my fault. Those were all orders from the Dan clan. You heard him, I am just their puppet." Too terrified to even run, the ruler whimpered, begging for mercy. Tianji ignored his pleas. Slowly, his arm morphed into jagged bone, the divine bone dragon claw. This lethal technique transformed his flesh into a draconic weapon of mass destruction. Back in Qianshu City, the desperate king raised his trembling hands to bargain, his pale face reflecting absolute paralyzing dread. Chen Tianji, if you had not come here, you would never have gained this power. Please spare my life, and I swear I will never trouble you again. Begging for mercy, the man pleaded, but Chen Tianji unleashed a devastating strike from above, shattering the ground around them and sending debris flying everywhere. He landed softly as his left arm stretched into a shadow, relentlessly chasing after the fleeing soldiers. One of the fleeing soldiers screamed out that the state lord was dead. With a grim expression, Chen Tianji suddenly heard a scream that drew his attention. As Chen Tianji's left arm returned to normal, he slowly glanced toward the scream. A terrified Jinzhou turned around, trembling violently as she dropped to her knees to beg. Chen Tianji, I was wrong before. It was my fault. Please spare me. I beg of you. Looking at her, he pressed his lips together in silence. Seeing no response, Jinzhou grew even more terrified, frozen in place and completely speechless. Chen Tianjia coldly took flight and soared away. Only when the sound of his wings faded did Jinzhou dare to look up, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. He just flew away like that, never once looking back. That afternoon in Jianghai City, a car sped down the road as Sun Ge spoke up. Lu Fan, long time no see kid, you really have a bright future ahead of you. He smiled and added, I haven't missed a single one of your matches. Well done, you really beat those other competitors down. He also mentioned, and those dragons, 2 legendary creatures, that you managed to tame a whole pack of. That is truly incredible. Lu Fan scratched his head humbly, saying that Uncle Ge was overpraising him. Sun Ge, a level 29 warrior, was the chief butler of the Qin family. He happily added, my very first dungeon run was led by you. It is so good to meet an old friend again. Han Ke turned to Jian Ying and cheerfully introduced Jian Ying. Don't worry, you'll be staying at Jiangshan Gardens with me. It's Xiao Fan's top prize, and none of us have stayed there before. Sitting in the back, Xiao Man sighed softly. It's been so long since I saw my parents, I wonder if they miss me. Hearing this, Qin Qiu teased her. Oh, come on, Uncle called yesterday, saying he'd make an entire imperial feast to welcome us today. How ungrateful of you. Just then, a news broadcast from the radio caught Sun Ji's attention. According to recent reports, the massive beast tide crisis in the Taiki state had finally been successfully suppressed. While leading the defense against the beast tide and protecting his citizens, Lord Lu had tragically fallen in battle. Hearing the news, Xiao Man asked eagerly, Huh? Is it over already? How boring, I thought this beast tide would wipe out the state directly. Han Ke was surprised. The ruler of the Taichi state changes so frequently it seems that position is cursed with bad luck. With a serious look, Lu Fan rested his chin on his hand, wondering if he had somehow triggered some kind of curse. He thought to himself that a beast tide capable of wiping out a nation was something even the Taiki state could never withstand. His gaze grew cold as he looked into the distance, remembering how his senior sister mentioned a fifth-turn expert was hiding there. As the car stopped in front of the Qin family villa, Sun Ge called out softly, Miss, we're home. Qin Qiu cheered happily, her eyes lighting up. I see my dad, and Uncle Dao too. At the villa entrance, 3 men stood formally waiting for them, their faces beaming with joy. The girl ran forward shouting, Dad Xiao. Man also ran over with open arms, crying, Dad, I missed you. Old Dao opened his arms wide, his eyes tearing up, my little Xiao Daozi. Old Qin gently patted Qin Qiu's head. My lady has changed so much this past half year. I almost didn't recognize you. She hugged him tightly, laughing. Dad, stop teasing me. Qin Haishan, a level 57 second-tier knight, belonged to a combat class. Old Qin looked up to greet them. Lu Fan, Miss Han, long time no see. Han Ke replied, sending your private car to pick us up has really troubled you, Mr. Qin. He replied, no trouble at all, it was just a simple convenience. Then he gestured toward the space behind him, where old Dao was standing. Quick, let me introduce you. This is Uncle Dao Shan, Xiao Daozi's dad. He continued the introduction. Your Uncle Dao is actually the wealthiest man in our Jianghai city. He practically controlled all of the local resources. This was Dao Shan, a level 27 second-tier appraiser, who belonged to an enhancement class. Old Dao waved his hands dismissively. Oh, what nonsense is old Qin talking about? What monopoly? It is just minor business. He is the real rich man here. Lu Fan stepped forward, offering a hand to greet him. Hello, Uncle Dao. Old Dao warmly returned the handshake. Oh, Xiao Lu is truly an exceptionally talented young man. He went on to say, I often hear my daughter say on the phone that you've looked after her so well, taking her to level up and sharing gear with her. Hearing this, Xiao Man turned around in a panic. Ah, no, Dad, please stop talking. Old Qin patted Lu Fan's shoulder. Haha. I never in my wildest dreams expected you to help the young lady level up to level 40. Old Dao chimed in. And you even helped Xiao Daozi transfer into a hidden class. Both our families must thank you. The boy scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. Lu Fan insists they are overpraising him, claiming that looking out for one another is only natural. Xiao Man shyly protests, arguing that unlocking her hidden class was purely due to her own hard work. She marches right up to Lu Fan, pointing a finger, and insisting she only mentioned him to her dad as a casual afterthought. He backs away helplessly, while Master Tao teases his daughter about being easily embarrassed and tells her to stop being so rude. She shrieks in total embarrassment, calling out to her parents while Old Qin suddenly shifts his attention toward Han Ke and Jian Ying. Clearing his throat, he suggests that since it is getting quite late and everyone is exhausted, they should call it a night. He proposes hosting a grand feast tomorrow morning, alongside Tao Shan asking how that sounds to the exhausted travelers. Master Tao waves goodbye, insisting that Lu Fan must show up, so they can finally thank him, while the young man smiles and promises he will definitely be there. As they prepare to leave, he calls out a warm farewell, promising to see them all again tomorrow morning. Old Qin asks Sun Ge to drive the youngsters back to the prestigious Jiangshan Garden Villas, and Sun Ge happily nods in agreement. As the car rolls away, Xiao Man waves energetically, while Qin Qiu quietly thanks her father for showing so much kindness to her friends. Old Qin chuckles, warning her never to call him slow again, while inside the moving car, Lu Fan quickly offers an apology. He apologizes to Jian Yang for failing to introduce her earlier, but she gently brushes it off, admitting she is still new to this city. Han Ke pulls her close, promising that once they settle into their new place in a few days, she will show her around the entire area. Sun Ge turns around with a grin, revealing that they won't even have to wait because the villa is already sparkling clean. Lu Fan is caught completely off guard, prompting Sun Ge to chuckle as he realizes the group has no idea what is actually going on. He explains that Mr. Qin actually sends a maintenance crew to the estate every single week, keeping it ready for them to move in at a moment's notice. As the car enters the luxury estate, a grateful Lu Fan asks Sun Ge to pass along his deepest thanks to Uncle Qin for the incredible hospitality. Sun Ge chuckles, pointing out that he can thank the man in person during their feast tomorrow. Han Ke excitedly nudges Jian Ying, pointing out the window to show her their gorgeous new home. She stares at the massive villa, completely awestruck by its grand and imposing design. The next morning at a 5-star hotel, Lu Fan finds himself trapped between the two old men with a highly intoxicated Master Tao throwing an arm around him. Meanwhile, Old Qin sits right next to him, eagerly pushing another glass of wine his way. Lu Fan instantly regrets agreeing to this lunch without thinking, while a jovial Master Tao loudly asks Old Qin if he also thinks Lu Fan and his daughter are a match made in heaven. Old Qin slams his glass down, absolutely refusing to back down. He argues that his own daughter is far more beautiful and talented, leaving Lu Fan wondering how things went so wildly off track. Master Tao insists his lively daughter and Lu Fan's mature personality are the ultimate match, complementing each other perfectly. He asks Lu Fan for agreement, but the young man nervously waves his hands politely, declining yet another glass of alcohol. Old Qin claps a heavy hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, his face flushed red as he strongly disagrees with Master Tao's logic. He points out how incredibly gentle Lu Fan is whenever he talks to his daughter, prompting Lu Fan to awkwardly nod along. Master Tao yells in protest, suddenly turning his daughter around to face Lu Fan, and loudly declaring that his innocent girl does not have a scheming bone in her body. He boasts that her pure heart means she will never cause drama, leaving Zhao Man sitting there in utter confusion. And just like that, contestant number 2 is forced into the race. Meet Tao Zhao Man, the lively daughter of the local tycoon. Not to be outdone, Old Qin points straight at his own daughter, accusing his rival of talking absolute nonsense. He proudly claims his daughter already loves Lu Fan, and as childhood sweethearts, they are destined to get married. This sends Qin Qiu burying her blushing face in her hands, pleading with her dad to stop as contestant number 1 joins the ring. Qin Qiu is the elegant childhood sweetheart daughter of Jianghai's wealthiest tycoon, and soon both fathers are screaming at each other again. Master Tao points an aggressive finger, yelling that the battle for the ultimate son-in-law has only just begun. Old Qin fires back, telling his rival to remember those words so he can weep at the wedding when his daughter wins. As the argument heats up, Lu Fan desperately tries to restore peace, while Han Ke watches from the side with a mischievous grin. He teases Lu Fan for being incredibly lucky, but the sudden elegant clatter of Jian Yang setting down her chopsticks makes both arguing fathers freeze instantly. She casually dabs her mouth with a napkin, completely unfazed. Introducing contestant number 3, a mysterious wildcard. Jian Ying is the elegant beauty who happens to share a house with Lu Fan. Both fathers freeze, realizing they might have a far more dangerous rival on their hands, prompting a temporary truce between the two. As they stroll through the gardens afterward, Han Kan notices Lu Fan rushing ahead and calls out asking why he is in such a massive hurry. She followed close behind, giggling softly into her hand, probably thinking about what those two gentlemen said during dinner. Jian Ying joined in on the teasing too, though he was probably secretly celebrating in his heart. This only made Lu Fan sigh, as he walked ahead begging them to finally drop the subject. Suddenly, Lu Fan froze when a voice called out his name, asking if it had been a while. Turning around, he spotted Principal Bai and Teacher Li. He greeted them warmly as the principal waved, joking that he thought the young hero had forgotten them already. Principal Bai walked over slowly, a bright, radiant smile on his face. Teacher Li Quan, from 3rd High School, laughed, saying Lu Fan was their legendary top scorer and would never forget where he came from. That was Bai Hongjian, principal of 3rd High School. Later at Zhongshan Garden, the principal slowly entered the house. Everyone rushed to welcome him. No one expected Principal Bai and Teacher Li to pay a visit. His aunt quickly ushered them inside. After some warm hospitality, they finally revealed the actual purpose of their visit. It turned out they wanted Lu Fan to give a speech at his old school. Soon, all four sat down to chat. The principal explained that this year's class transition ceremony was fast approaching, and he hoped this legendary Dragon Nation hero could return to set a shining example for the younger students. Though it felt like they wanted to bask in his spotlight, they had always treated him well, so Lu Fan happily agreed. Of course, he had his own conditions. He needed to reach level 60 for his 3rd class transition within 2 months, so the speech could not take too much time. Teacher Li warmly shook Lu Fan's hand, amazed that a mere freshman was already aiming for level 60. Most graduates barely reached level 30. Lu Fan humbly brushed off the praise, asking them to keep his goal a secret. This was tied to a special agreement he made. Stroking his long beard, Principal Bai assured him that their lips were tightly sealed. They said their goodbyes at the gate, but Lu Fan was caught off guard when Teacher Li reminded him of the 3-day deadline. The next morning, right at sunrise, Lu Fan's phone started ringing off the hook. He answered groggily, barely awake, murmuring a faint hello. On the other end of the line, Elder Dao boomed happily, demanding to know why Lu Fan kept such an important milestone a secret from him. Lu Fan could only utter a confused sigh, prompting the old man to realize he had just woken up. Telling him to make good use of whatever arrived, Elder Dao quickly hung up, leaving the young man completely baffled. Receive what? Before he could think, his phone buzzed again. Seeing the caller, Lu Fan sighed and answered. He asked Uncle Chin what was going on so early, only to hear old Chin's urgent voice. He promised that experience crystals were on the way, and the Chin family would handle his leveling needs. Lu Fan was highly skeptical. Experience crystals were incredibly expensive, yet yielded minimal experience points, which was far less efficient than clearing dungeons. The description was clear: a single experience crystal only granted a measly 150 points. Realization hit, making him sit up instantly. He asked if both Uncle Chin and Uncle Dao knew about his grinding plans. Hearing that, old Chin sounded rather annoyed. He cursed Dao Shan for beating him to the punch, barked at someone to call Dao Shan, immediately told Lu Fan not to let anything go to waste, and slammed the phone down. The doorbell suddenly rang, bringing him back to reality. A delivery courier called out, asking if Mr. Lu was home. He had 2 massive shipments of experience crystals waiting for his signature. Lu Fan yelled out in frustration, cursing Ji Changjin for having such a big mouth. His loud shout startled the courier, while Xiao Man and Qin Qiu, who were reading the morning news, were equally shocked. Word of his leveling plans had spread like wildfire overnight. Uncle Chin and Uncle Dao had bought out every single experience crystal in the city just for him. Lu Fan scratched his head awkwardly. Out of respect, he refused to accept them for free, especially since they were clearly trying to set him up with their daughters. Instead, he gifted purple gold cards to Qin Qiu and Dao Zi to cover the cost of the crystals. Over the next few days, he absorbed the crystals non-stop while leading his team back to Shadow Island to wipe out the newly spawned monsters. Having reached level 53, he collapsed in exhaustion onto the ground, surrounded by heaps of shattered, empty crystal shells. Finally, just before the big speech, he cleared out the remaining monsters on Shadow Island and finished absorbing every last crystal. He sighed in relief, though using a mountain of crystals just to gain half a level felt like a total scam. Now, at level 54, Lu Fan arrived at 3rd High School, where thousands of eager students crowded around the stage. Someone in the crowd gasped, wondering if the entire school had shown up for this massive event. Another student responded, I heard they invited an incredibly powerful speaker. Someone else chimed in, more than just powerful, he's actually one of our senior alumni. He's the hero of the Dragon Kingdom, Lufan. The legendary dragon tamer. Really? Where? Let me see. Principal Bai stepped up to restore order in the crowd. Quiet down, everyone. Before the class awakening ceremony begins, our school has invited a very famous former student to speak. With that, he gestured toward Lufan, standing right beside him. Let's give a warm welcome to your senior alumnus, Lufan, as he shares his invaluable experience with you all. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, and endless cheers echoed through the entire auditorium. That really is Lufan, a real dragon tamer, a dark voice then muttered from a distance, so this quiet place is where Lufan actually grew up. Meanwhile, in the old town area of Jianghai City, Chen Tianjie scanned his surroundings as he walked. Looks like Qingzhou is not nearly as bustling as the dragon capital, Chen Tianjie remarked. Shen Gu asked in return, are you absolutely sure he is in this city? Absolutely, Chen Tianjie replied. If we tear this place apart, it will definitely drag him out. Shen Gu warned him. If he is not here, you know the price you will pay, right? Chen Tianjie dropped to one knee, replying calmly, if we succeed, I gain your power. If I fail, I'll join Jia Long in the afterlife. I will remember that. Shen Gu sneered playfully, casting a sideways glance at him. Excellent, I am starting to like you more and more. Shen Gu laughed. Answer, one final question. Chen Tianjie bowed deeply. Ask away, my lord. Shen Gu's gaze grew cold, his voice dropping to a serious tone. A tiny city like this will never survive my absolute fury. This is the Dragon Kingdom, and you are its citizen. How do you feel if I slaughter everyone here? Do you want me to spare these pitiful humans? Chen Tianjie closed his eyes, speaking indifferently, I don't care. More dead bodies will only force Lufan to show his face. Shen Gu smirked, bursting into wicked laughter. Exactly the answer I wanted, Shen Gu declared. Suddenly thick plumes of white smoke erupted all around his massive form. He shot straight up into the sky, dragging a thick blanket of fog behind him. Let's begin. Nearby citizens gasped in horror. What is that? Look at the sky. It's boiling hot. Run, get out of here. Terrified pedestrians began fleeing in pure panic. Desperate screams echoed from all directions. It's getting hotter. What's happening? Get out of the way, we are going to burn alive. Chen Tianjie stood completely still amidst the absolute chaos. He quietly scoffed to himself, just a bunch of useless ants. Let them burn. High above, Shen Gu was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Spreading his wings wide, he craved even more divine skeleton power. Onlookers watched in absolute horror. Whether from the Taisha Kingdom or the Dragon Kingdom, whether dragon or human, completing his transformation, Shen Gu slammed down. To him, whether it was Jinzhou or Lufan, they were nothing. Behind him, a massive swarm of dark shadows surged forward, hunting everyone. All across Jianghai City, terrified residents looked around in utter shock, desperate to understand this sudden disaster. What is going on? Is there an earthquake? A voice shouted from the panicked crowd. Another shrieked. Hurry, everyone, look up at the sky. Countless clones of Shen Gu materialized, completely blotting out the sun. It was an overwhelming, terrifying spectacle of supreme dominance. Lufan peered upward, his eyes narrowed in deep suspicion. That is the guy from the Taisha Kingdom, but why does he look so different? Chen Tianji's eyes flared with murderous intent. I will stand above all humanity, come on. Lufan was now directly facing the terrifying power of an ancient god. Air raid sirens wailed across the entire city, throwing the public into even deeper hysteria. It's the warning signal, they screamed. People trampled each other, trying to escape their frantic shrieks, blending into the deafening roars of Shen Gu's descending clones. Run for your lives. The beast tide is here. Help! Principal Bai's voice cracked with urgency as he yelled. The beast tide has arrived. All students retreat to the designated shelters immediately. Hurry, move it. Without hesitation, Lufan unleashed his dragon wings and soared high. Locking his eyes onto the familiar figure above, he muttered, unbelievable. This guy actually came back to life. Lufan watched as brave soldiers mounted on white-winged beasts soared straight toward the clones. They were attempting to clash head-on with the ancient god. Urgent commands echoed through the air. Hurry, under no circumstances can we let these monsters reach the residential area. A stern soldier barked at him. Kid, get to a shelter immediately. Do not interfere with the city guard's mission. But Lufan stopped them in their tracks, speaking calmly. Hold on a second. Spotting the glittering gold medal in his hand, the soldier stammered in complete awe. The gold medal of the Epic Legion. Forgive my insolence, sir. Lu Fan quickly issued an authoritative command. Everyone disperse immediately, according to my orders. Leave this battlefield to me. Go evacuate the citizens, and notify the other squads. Do not bunch up. Spread out, so you don't become an easy target. The soldier quickly saluted. Understood, sir. We will follow your commands immediately. Lu Fan pulled out his phone, calculating his next move. The Nine Realms demon was simply too massive to summon here, without causing collateral damage. Instead, he decided to deploy his puppet squad to spread out and attack. His tense voice broke through the speaker as he placed the call. Principal Bai. Until this beast tide is completely dealt with, you must not step outside under any circumstances. The old man's worried voice answered him back. He tells his ally to stay safe as a shadowy figure emerges radiating a freezing, murderous intent. The clone of the Bone God has somehow secured a new host, incredibly fast tracking them down to this exact spot. Lu Fan grinds his teeth in anger, muttering that this is absolutely unforgivable. Xiao Fei summons the fallen zombie sacred dragon, as the system assimilates the bone-swapping dragon flute to aid her. This beast's level perfectly matches the power level of its summoner. As the dragon roars, Lu Fan barks out orders summoning his puppet squad to crush the Bone God Wyvern while minimizing civilian damage. Lu Fan demands if they understand, and his troops shout back in perfect unison. They swear loyalty, as the system explains that zombie manipulation allows summoning, converting, and recalling puppets at will. Even if these puppet soldiers fall in battle, their essence returns to the zombie dragon. He orders his forces to fan out, launching a fierce puppet assault, as a heavy divine pressure suffocates the entire battlefield. The suffocating energy is off the charts, making them fear that the actual ancient bone god has personally arrived. Yet even in the face of absolute terror, Lu Fan's unyielding spirit burns bright. Real deal or not, Lu Fan refuses to let this monster destroy Jianghai City. Spreading his wings, he leads an entire army of dragons directly into the raging firestorm. He yells to follow him, but suddenly, his face turns pale as pure shock washes over him. Barely dodging a deadly spear thrust, using his high agility, Lu Fan stares in shock at Chen Tianji. Chen Tianji calls out his voice, dripping with freezing bitter malice. He mocks his old friend, his eyes glowing with draconic energy as an arrogant laugh shakes the sky. He boasts about flattening 4 entire cities just to finally track down the legendary dragon Tamer. Lu Fan demands answers, realizing they unleashed the beast tide in Taiki state and dragged it here. Slashing at him, Lu Fan asks if he has completely lost his mind. With eyes burning with pure malice, Chen vows he cannot lose his mind until his enemy is dead. He bellows like thunder, declaring that the actual bone god has descended to annihilate them. Resentment pours out of him as he vows to bury both Lu Fan and Zhonghai City together. He promises to deliver on his old vow of destruction, making them pay 100 times over. Lu Fan replies with solemn gravity, offering a final shred of mercy, reminding Chen that the blood of the Dragon Nation flows in his veins. Lu Fan argues that no past grudge can ever justify slaughtering their own innocent countrymen. Chen Tianji spits out a bitter laugh fueled by raw rage. He mocks the word, shouting that everyone treated him like trash when he unlocked the absolute weakest class. But with the bone god's power in his hands, no one will ever look down on him again. His voice darkens, burning with pure hatred, as he tells Lu Fan how he remembers every single humiliation. He cannot forget how Lu Fan crushed and recruited his family, driving his constant desire to slaughter him. Lu Fan narrows his eyes, delivering a calm yet unyielding response. Warning him that he has chosen the wrong master, Lu Fan wonders if Chen has become a mindless thrall. Enraged, Chen screams that Lu Fan has no right to hog all the glory of the Dragon Master. His eyes flash with deep malice, his voice filled with venom. Lunging forward with his spear, Chen attacks as Lu Fan commands Xiao Fei to deploy the Dragon Domain and Emerald Mirror. Xiao Fei obeys instantly, as the massive 100-meter-wide Dragon Domain warps the surrounding space. All allied dragons and bloodline-connected warriors in this zone gain a 50% stat boost. Meanwhile, non-dragon enemies suffer a 50% penalty and are completely locked down, unable to teleport, escape, or summon any backup. The Emerald Mirror skill can target any ally, creating 2 exact mirror clones. These clones inherit every skill operating at 30% of the host's total power. Strict limits apply to how many clones can exist at once. This effect should even double for allies with dragon blood, but suddenly Xiao Fei's power completely fails to activate. Lu Fan gritted his teeth, realizing his domain and mirror clones are completely blocked. Mocking Jianghai City Chen, Tianji sneers that nobody falls for the exact same trick twice. The ancient bone god's domain burns the sky, completely disabling all domain's magic, arrays, clones, and illusions. Chen Tianji let out a sinister laugh, his eyes burning with absolute madness. This time, I'll savor every moment of your desperate struggle, Chen Tianji sneered. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he replied, "Bring it on, let's see who truly ends up in despair." With a cruel smirk, Chen Tianji blocked the sword strike, shouting, "Lord Bone God, let me handle this brat." Fueled by pure arrogance and deep hatred, he mocked, "I am going to show him just how foolish he really is." Lu Fan watched in utter shock as Chen Tianji's body began to warp, unleashing a violent pitch-black aura. Fueled by the bone god, Chen Tianji was now a level 110 bone slave and a rank 4 bone dragon control master. Lu Fan could not believe his eyes. A level 110 dragon control master, he had truly become the ancient god's loyal dog. But suddenly, Lu Fan noticed something strange. A system notification rang out for world-ending roar, a furious howl dealing massive damage to all nearby targets while inflicting a severe weakening effect. Then came the massive dragon tongue spell, summoning a violent storm and raining down 3,300,000 world-ending lightning strikes upon the target. This skill is boosted by the Azure Lightning but remains completely unaffected by the primal lightning source. Next, the Star Annihilation Beam gathered stellar energy from across his entire body, unleashing a devastating laser. It inflicts immeasurable damage, completely ignoring enemy defenses and proving impossible to block with its raw power scaling directly with stats and level. A mocking laugh echoed through the air. A lowly dragon race dares defy a god. Bone God Shield activate. The Bone God Shield manifested, still holding 89% absorption capacity, forged entirely from dark divine bone energy right in front of him. Its defensive strength depended entirely on the surrounding bone fragments, a shocking realization that left Lu Fan completely stunned and speechless. Disbelief washed over him. He could not believe that even with all his dragons attacking together, they still could not shatter the barrier. Right then, a mocking sneer interrupted his thoughts. "Still got time to worry about your little lizards. Look here, your real opponent is right in front of you." He cursed silently. Damn it, the power of the ancient bone god combined with a level 110 slave like Chen Tianji was on a completely different level now. Lu Fan stared at the monstrous form of the bone slave, his mind racing as he analyzed the sheer threat before him. Up until now, none of their coordinate strikes had managed to deal even a scratch to these terrifying foes. Chen Tianji himself was light years ahead of any previous ancient god slave. He burst into wild, crazed laughter that echoed across the battlefield. "Lu Fan, I am not the weakling I used to be. You are absolutely nothing before the absolute power of the ancient god." His voice dripped with ultimate arrogance. "I'll let you taste my ultimate skill, the 100-level god limit. A skill that low tiers like you do not even deserve to witness silver bone radiance. Utilizing bone power to fuse shards into a skeletal armor, it grants total crowd control immunity, while boosting all of his attributes by 250%. Lu Fan's voice grew tense as he realized the enemy's strength had surged again. Summoning Xiaoye, he scrambled to find a way to stop this monster. Regaining his composure, Lu Fan ordered his dragons to coordinate with full force. His emerald dragon instantly shifted into its powerful soul light form. "Xiaofei, give me support." Utilizing his rank as a level 54 Dragon Knight, he unleashed Void Sever to deliver 2 rapid slashes infused with dragon energy, while his partner dragon simultaneously launched 2 devastating Aura Claw strikes of its own. He followed up with Dragon Ruin, transforming his arm into a massive dragon claw to unleash 6 rapid-fire strikes from a distance. Under this coordinated state, his dragon would simultaneously deal 6 instances of magic damage. The Dragon Control Seal skill coded his basic attacks in dragon energy, allowing him to strike from afar. Chen Tianji roared as his suffocating pressure crushed the battlefield. "I will show you what true suppression feels like." The two clashed furiously, exchanging lethal strikes. Thanks to his unique Emerald Dragon lineage, Lu Fan could double all active dragon skill effects through their powerful soul connection, just as he had done before. A system prompt suddenly popped up, notifying him of the soul protection skill. This buff increases all attributes of allied targets protected by the Soul Light by 100 to 200%. Additionally, this ability absorbs all incoming damage to generate up to 2 protective energy layers. Once 10 layers are stacked, it triggers a massive shockwave dealing damage equal to 10 times the total amount absorbed. Double the total damage, Lu Fan commanded his dragons. I am fine. Focus your attacks on the ancient bone god. Suddenly, a violent vortex swirled as lightning split, the dark sky tearing the air apart. Heavenly Retribution's wrath charged up, while the shadow chains blinked across a set distance in an instant. This powerful technique deals an insane 800% normal damage to every single target within range. Following the initial hit, the Shadow Invasion skill inflicts an additional strike equal to 20% of the previous damage dealt. But the Bone Dragon merely snorted in deep disdain, instantly cutting off the lightning from Heavenly Retribution's wrath and completely canceling the powerful skill. A furious roar from the Bone Dragon echoed across the skies, its glowing eyes filled with absolute contempt and ultimate pride. Enough, you lowly ants. Ah Bao's roar echoes through the entire area as the system announces his Shadow Stealth skill. It allows him to go invisible whenever he wants, and he won't be forced out of it even if he is attacked or targeted by detection skills. Without hesitation, the Bone Dragon charges forward to crush anyone standing in his way. Amidst the thick bloodlust and total chaos, Lu Fan yells out in worry, telling Ah Bao to watch out and stay safe. He unleashes his Dragon Chi and Black Dragon 2. Brilliant sword strikes, slash down, furiously sending draconic energy tearing through the wind. The Void Sever slash combined with Dragon Chi is unleashed twice in rapid succession. Working together, the dragon simultaneously delivers two massive claw strikes that are also infused with his powerful Dragon Chi. From a distance, Lu Fan shouts another command, prompting Chit's spiritual force to completely surround and lock down the target. Suddenly, a wave of bright green poison spreads out like a deadly mist over the battlefield. The Netherworld Toxic skill releases a deadly fog over the target area, forcing enemies to stack up dangerous layers of poison. The more stacks they get, the higher the damage per second, with absolutely no limit. Now this poison evolves into the 10,000 poison magic vine, planting insidious seeds directly inside the target. This parasitic seed will continue to grow by constantly draining the target's vital blood supply. The Bone Dragon mutters, noting that the enemy's speed is incredibly suspicious, forcing him to finally go all out as well. Divine Bone Dragon Spear Strike. He channels his Divine Bone energy through his current weapon to unleash an incredibly devastating attack. Ah Bao suddenly appears, opening his jaws wide to bite and crush Chen Tianji's spear as he boasts Divine Bone Dragon Claw. He transforms his arm into the Divine Bone Dragon Claw, its power scaling with his own. Stretching out his giant arm, he tries to grab Lu Fan. Lu Fan suddenly yells that this is their chance. The Poison Dragon lunges forward, activating Poison Dragon 2's form change and the Netherworld Swamp. The entire space shakes violently as Ah Bao unleashes his ultimate skill, the Shadow Raid. He teleports directly behind the enemy while remaining completely hidden from sight. He strikes the enemy's weak spot, dealing an extra 1,600% damage, along with a Shadow Invasion effect that inflicts additional damage equal to 20% of the initial hit. The sky lights up as Ah Bao charges his power. His Starlock skill creates a star and crushes it, dealing massive area damage that scales directly with his strength. He hurls the devastating attack straight at the Bone Dragon. At the same time, the Poison Sea Surge forces the Netherworld Swamp to overflow, attacking all nearby enemies with poison and doubling the stacking speed of the toxins. Screams of pure agony echo through the area. Right in the middle of this chaos, a panicked Chen Tianji cries out. Calling out to Lord Divine Bone, a massive amount of energy gathers and explodes like thunder, sending out a shockwave that sweeps everything away. Chi Control Shockwave is released, dealing damage equal to 10 times the amount previously absorbed, triggering a massive wide-range counterstrike that destroys his surroundings. Green liquid slowly corrodes his body. The space twists as toxic vines erupt from the ground, binding Chen Tianji. Before he can even think to react, the toxic mist evolves into the 10,000 poison magic vine, planting deadly seeds deep within the target. These seeds can be commanded to burst out, destroying the host's body, either killing them instantly or taking root where they touch the ground, completely locking the target in place. Bolts of divine lightning strike down like silver serpents, their brilliant golden light tearing through the empty void. The Heavenly Tribulation skill locks onto a single target, unleashing a rapid succession of divine lightning bolts that deal massive amounts of damage. The air vibrates violently as Chen Tianji is set ablaze by the lightning. With Lightning Call and Lightning Jade now upgraded to Nether Emperor Jade, the power of all Blue Dragon skills is boosted by 100%. After every lightning spell cast, a localized lightning barrier is formed directly around the targeted enemy. If the target tries to move within this barrier, they will suffer additional damage. The Bone Dragon's eyes flash with pure rage and hatred as he roars, saying that he has had enough of these pests and will crush them. Divine energy surges as his massive body ignites into a blazing golden light spiritual force, swirling violently around his form. He screams out the name of Zhanghai City, swearing to reduce everything to dust. Burning divine bone. He burns his own divine bone body for a brief moment, dealing massive damage to any target he touches. The damage equals the number of surrounding divine bone fragments multiplied by 1,200%, doubling if the target is within the bone zone. There are currently 86,437 divine bone fragments. The poison dragon is burned away by this intense energy, and the burning divine bone skill inflicts a final damage value of 274,488 points. Slowly, the poison dragon's figure vanishes entirely. Poison Dragon 2 is no more. Seeing this, Lu Fan desperately cries out Chit's name. But then a cold mocking laugh echoes through the battlefield. Chen Tianji glares with insane eyes, mockingly praising the attack and gloating over seeing Lu Fan look so utterly devastated. He asks if it hurts, warning that this is only the beginning. Meanwhile, Lu Fan bows his head, his voice trembling amidst the settling dust. He whispers that Chit did an amazing job, telling him to go rest with the puppet squad. But in this rare moment of silence, something else begins to stir. Everyone thought the Bone Dragon's attack would completely erase the Poison Dragon, but the truth is entirely different. Thanks to its unique bloodline, after taking fatal damage, the Poison Dragon's body instantly dissolves and regenerates, while simultaneously purging all negative status effects. Any unit that comes into contact with it right now will be poisoned. Lu Fan managed to slay the dragon, but he also realized just how terrifying the power of the ancient god truly was. But I won't just let you guys do whatever you want here. Dragon energy activate. Black Dragon manifest. His voice grew firm and packed with killing intent. Even if I am the only one left fighting, I will never back down. Chen Tianji sneered, thrusting his massive arm toward Lu Fan. Then I will slaughter all your dragons and turn you back into a useless loser. Divine Bone Dragon Claw. He transformed his arm into a massive claw, a skill whose devastating power scaled directly with his own strength. The scene shifts to the new district of Zhanghai City, where screams of terror echo amidst the crumbling ruins. Dad, let us go. Nonsense. What can you two little brats even do out there? Where do you think you are going? Run, wait for me, save me. Xiaoman's voice rang out with absolute resolve. Dad, Uncle Chin, we recognize those beasts. They are all Lu Fan's summons. Back at the city center in Jiangshan Garden, Han Ke anxiously questioned Jian Ying. Jian Ying, are you absolutely sure about what you saw? She nodded gently, her eyes filled with determination. Yes, the bone god we encountered back in the Taiki Kingdom is here in the city. Lu Fan must be fighting it right now. The atmosphere grew heavy instantly, and pure panic filled Han Ke's face. What should we do? What if Lu Fan is in danger? Jian Ying's voice dropped. Sister Han, you stay here. Do not go outside. Her eyes held a trace of hesitation as she asked her next question. Jian Ying, are you planning to go help Xiao Fan Master? Tao asked, gritting his teeth hard. You fools, we should be waiting for reinforcements, not throwing our lives away. Old Chin chimed in. That colossal monster is still laying waste to the city. Why on earth must you go? Qin Qiu's voice rang out strong and clear. That is right. Even if our strength is minor, we must go and assist Lu Fan. Xiao Man joined in her voice, shaking but filled with unwavering loyalty. Because we are teammates. Their voices blended in unison, conveying a touch of warmth, mixed with a steel-like determination that could not be shaken. We will never leave a comrade to fight alone. Master Tao and Old Chin stood completely frozen upon hearing that powerful answer. Han Ke smiled, nodding her head in approval. I understand. Without a single moment of hesitation, Qin Qiu and Xiaoman mounted their dragons and soared away. Taozi, hold on tight. Old Chin stared at their disappearing figures, lost in thought. They really have grown up. They can carry the weight now. Master Tao shouted after them, Xiao Tao. Do not overexert yourself. If you cannot win, run away immediately. His eyes carried a final warning. Be smart out there. Do not put yourself in unnecessary danger. Elsewhere, deafening explosions shake the ground as buildings collapse in a cloud of white dust. The building is falling. Follow me. Hurry, there are dragons flying behind us. Old Chin stared at his phone, his face masked in pure disbelief. Unbelievable. Lu Fan is actually holding his own against a monstrous threat like this all by himself. If this really is an ancient god, the city's defense force stands absolutely no chance. His voice crackled with deep urgency over the communication device. Hello, Professor. We are requesting immediate emergency backup right now. The Bone Dragon and Lu Fan lunged at each other, clashing with relentless fury. Suddenly, a very familiar voice cut through the battlefield. Lu Fan. He spun around in shock. What are you guys even doing here? The answer came back with a confident grin. I came to back you up too. Do not forget we are comrades. Just tell us what to do. A chilling metallic laugh echoed through the air. Magnificent, go to hell together then, Divine Bone Dragon Claw. Once again, he manifested his arm into the Divine Bone Dragon Claw, its power directly scaling with his own strength. Chen Tianji's monstrous arm lunged straight for Lu Fan as ear-splitting roars echoed across the sky. Instantly, the Black Dragon transformed into the Destroyer Dragon, while the Emerald Dragon shifted into the Eternal One. Lu Fan spun around, yelling a warning to Xiao Man's group, do not get close. Stay away, or the Bone God will target you. The Bone Dragon spoke in a dark, haunting tone. My clones missed you dearly. My loyal servants slaughter them all. Qin Chu's group kept a grim expression. There are too many of them, Chu, get ready. I will handle this side. Qin Tianji let out a maniacal laugh. Did you hear that? Lord Bone wants those insects dead. A system notification popped up. Will of the Dragon Slayer, warrior current gear equipped is 3 out of 5. Dragon energy surged violently outward, unlocking another portion of his remaining ancient bloodline power. Transform into the Golden Dragon King, boosting strength, agility, and spirit 50-fold and multiplying endurance 200 times. While transformed into the Golden Dragon King, dragon riding is disabled. 3/5 of the bloodline power is now unlocked. During the Golden Dragon King transformation state, the user gains the Wings of Judgment and Boiling Blood skills. Lu Fan, highly experienced in his dragon form, roared out, "It is too dangerous. Retreat to the ground immediately and fight the bone-flying dragons with Baby Chit." Resolute voices ring out one after another. Sword Shadow, follow us, Qin Chu, I got it. Taozi prepares to dive toward Chi-Chi. A final scream echoes through the dark sky, commanding them not to let anyone escape. Against the pitch-black sky, Chen Tianji sneers with pure contempt, telling Lu Fan that he cannot save a single soul. As the Divine Bone avatar charges its energy, his eyes flash with a terrifying blood-red glare. He vows to open their eyes, leaving Lu Fan absolutely stunned by the unbelievable scene unfolding before him. At God level 100, a massive transforming bone dragon appears before Lu Fan, revealing his second divine bone made of 59,724 fragments. This skill gathers divine bone fragments around the user, as a core, piecing them together into a colossal bone dragon avatar. Every single fragment collected adds 1 power point, ultimately determining the final damage output of all his devastating attacks. Its terrifying voice echoes across the battlefield, declaring that absolutely no one will escape from this place alive. Sensing danger, Sword Shadow warns his friend not to look back and to fly away at maximum speed immediately. Realizing the danger, he rushes to shield Qin Chu and Xiao Man, telling them to regroup with Chi-Chi while he stops the enemy. Through billowing white smoke, the bone dragon sneers, asking if he really thinks he can stop it, unleashing pressure that crushes the air. He mocks him, asserting that even transforming into a dragon will not be enough to stop him. Panic grips the battlefield as Lu Fan, severely injured, loses his dragon form. He desperately forces out a cry for Xing Chen, Xiao Ye, and Apu. Lu Fan barks out a quick order, and they all charge forward together. With Lava Burst fully charged, 3,300,000 world-destroying heavenly lightning strikes and 17 million world-destroying heavenly stars are completely ready. The dragons roar fiercely, their cries like sharp blades tearing the very fabric of space apart. The Lava Burst skill unleashes an intense explosive flame over the target area, instantly creating a boiling pool of pure lava. Targets caught inside will sink slowly into the molten rock while taking massive, continuous damage. Guided by the Emperor Bright Jade, the Thunderous Call ability boosts the Blue Dragon's lightning skill power by 100%. On top of that, casting any lightning magic automatically spawns a static thunder barrier directly over the target's position. Any enemy caught moving within this barrier will suffer massive bonus damage. Summoning a Tempest, 3 million world-destroying lightning bolts rain down, unleashing 3 million Dragon Tongue forbidden spells upon the target area. While this skill benefits from Thunderous Call, it remains completely unaffected by the Thunder source. Shadow Advance unleashes a flurry of sharp wind blades, dealing damage to surrounding enemies while instantly stripping away all of their active buffs. Once Shadow Strike inflicts its initial damage, it triggers a secondary impact, dealing bonus damage equal to 20% of his power. The air cracks open as 10 million world-destroying heavenly stars summon a colossal star core onto the field. This core steadily grows more powerful the longer it condenses and builds up energy. Triggered by the sky-clearing Dragon Strike explosion or direct collision, it deals catastrophic damage, prompting Sword Shadow to hopefully ask if they succeeded. Lu Fan cannot be certain. Staring directly into the chaotic dust cloud, he quietly whispers a word of thanks. He asks Xiao Fei if the monster is finally hurt, but the bone dragon's menacing eyes suddenly gleam through the dust once more. Snapping that it has had enough, hellfire-like divine energy erupts from the beast as it loses all patience with these troublesome bugs. The divine bone chains forged from pure bone energy instantly bind every single target designated by the ancient bone god. For 60 seconds, trapped victims are completely unable to move, activate skills, use items, or trigger any equipment effects. Furthermore, this terrifying ability completely suppresses all of the target's passive states and active effects. Radiant chains pierce through the void, binding everyone tightly, and instantly canceling out the active Shadow Hide skill. Even Lu Fan is snagged by the bone dragon's chains, leaving him wondering how this could possibly happen. Despair sets in over whether the ancient bone god is truly invincible, while the dragon coldly orders the kid to finish Lu Fan. Chen Tianji bows, eagerly obeying the command of the Bone Lord. Total despair grips the battlefield. Both the Black Blade stealth and Dragon Pet immunity have been completely disabled, prompting anxious, panicked whispers about their dark fate. Even if Chi-Chi arrives, it will not be enough, and they absolutely cannot drag Qin Chiu or Sword Shadow down with them. Stepping through the shattered air, Chen Tianji smugly gloats that Lu Fan's final moment has finally arrived. He vows to show him with his very life who the supreme dragon Tamer truly is. Surrounded by a dark halo of surging negative energy, he eagerly prepares to devour all of the young dragons. In this desperate life-or-death moment, Lu Fan's eyes flash with determination as he decides to gamble everything on one final play. With a razor-sharp voice, he tells his foe to take his worthless pride and die as the sky explodes with a world-shaking roar. Don't go letting me down now. Rise and answer my summon, devouring Demon Dragon King. The exact moment Lu Fan's command rings out, the devouring Demon Dragon King appears, shielding him and effortlessly obliterating the enemy's giant arm. The eerie aura filling the air leaves Chen Tianji completely stunned, wondering what this terrifying power is and where it could possibly be coming from. The devouring Demon Dragon King sounds a bit annoyed, teasing him for only summoning her when he is practically on the verge of death. The system panel pops up, showing the Dragon King contract summons dropping from 3 down to 2. She rolls her eyes proudly, scoffing at how the kid always finds trouble, forcing her to face an ancient god on her very first summon. She laughs heartily, her voice carrying ancient weight, warning the little dragon Tamer that he only has 2 summons left after today and asking if he can handle the ancient god. Her voice is calm, yet filled with absolute resolve, reminding him that while this might take a bit of time, he should never forget. Transforming back into her massive dragon form, she unleashes an explosion of draconic energy, showing just how terrifying a Dragon King truly is. From a distance, shocked cries echo, wondering what kind of legendary dragon they are looking at. Staring at the divine spectacle, the crowd can't believe their eyes, shocked that Lu Fan summoned a species of dragon they have never even seen before. The Dragon King scoffs at the filthy power before her. Space violently distorts as her draconic energy spreads, her final roar echoing through the sky like thunder. How is it possible for her to repel my own divine power? Back in Zhanghai City, Old Qin stands amidst the ruins of a collapsed building, looking up with immense relief. The sky is clearing up, and the scorching heat is finally fading away. Beside him, Old Master Dao grabs his arm, cheering excitedly that this is a clear sign Lu Fan is about to win this battle. Feeling his body freed from the invisible shackles, Lu Fan is amazed that his dragon possesses such an incredible skill to easily drive away an ancient god. Once freed, Xiao Fei roars in relief as the system panel confirms that the Scarlet Divine Bone's influence has completely vanished. Opening her massive jaws, the devouring Demon Dragon King spits out a massive fireball, speaking with absolute disdain. Next up to face me is just a hollow dragon shadow, lacking the bones of a dragon soul. Another notification flashes, showing that the heaven-burning world-destroying storm is currently charging up. Chen Tianji, now in his draconic form, is completely stunned that this Dragon King can manipulate 4 different elemental attacks at once. To think a Dragon King at the pinnacle of dragon evolution would fight for Lu Fan. With a deafening roar, she bellows that his cheap imitation is about to turn to dust. Seeing the terrifying power unleashed before it, the Divine Bone clone's jaw drops in pure shock. But before it can react, a massive blast of energy rains down from above, striking it directly. The system panel displays the heaven-burning, world-destroying storm. Combining the raw power of heavenly fire, raging blizzard gale winds, and freezing frost, it concentrates on the target to deal devastating apocalyptic damage, while leaving a continuous zone of destruction for the next 12 seconds. Tianji, who was controlling the Divine Bone clone from behind, is sent flying by the shockwave, letting out a desperate scream. Even Lu Fan and his dragons standing nearby are forced back several steps by the sheer intensity of the blast. From deep within the smoking rubble, the clone's voice gasps out. Unable to believe its senses, it demands to know how this dragon possesses power equal to its own. Why would an absolute powerhouse like her serve him so willingly? Meanwhile, one of the clone's horns and its entire arm have been shattered into pieces. System warnings flash repeatedly, showing the Divine Bone Shield's absorption capacity down to just 2%. This defensive skill channels the power of the Divine Bones to manifest a protective barrier, and its durability depends entirely on the number of bone shards remaining in the surrounding area. The devouring demon dragon king's eyes gleam with absolute brutality, looking down on the beast, as she declares that their contract is absolute. Slamming her giant claw down, she grips the clone's skull tightly, growling that none of this is any of its business. The screen displays abyssal mouth and shadow-sharp blade, terrifying abilities that the Dragon King has usurped directly from the dragon race. This deadly skill unleashes a high-powered slash of her claws, completely bypassing 90% of the target's defense to inflict a devastating armor break status effect. Sweat pours down Tianji's face as he realizes in terror that this Dragon King is somehow even stronger than the ancient god himself. Suddenly, a voice whispers right next to his ear, catching him off guard, asking if he's actually worried about his master right now. Before he can even turn around, a volley of magical arrows pierces right through Tianji's body from behind. This nether shot skill allows him to unleash 12 magic arrows instantly, without even drawing his bow, with each arrow dealing 20% damage. Lu Fan is surrounded by the Fountain of Life, a supportive aura that grants continuous health regeneration to all friendly allies on the battlefield. Holding his bow steady, he coldly reminds his foe that he should only be worrying about his own survival right now. Another status window pops up for Shadow Stealth, allowing him to enter or cancel his hidden state at any moment. This unique stealth state cannot be dispelled by enemy detection or incoming damage. Tianji glares back, scoffing that nobody is going to be his master ever again. He claims that both he and the Divine Bone have the same goal of destroying him, though his mind is racing with anxiety. Oh no, now all of Lu Fan's dragon pets are charging straight toward Chen Tianji. Lu Fan raises his bow, aiming directly at his target. There is no turning back for you now, Chen Tianji. The status screen pops up, tracking his charge at 1 second. If he draws the Mi Snake Shadow Arrow for 3 seconds, he can unleash the Shadow Arrow, boosting its damage by 500%. Still refusing to accept defeat, Tianji screams at the top of his lungs. Do not think having those Dragon Kings makes me fear you. He swings his claws, screaming, I absolutely despise your smug, high and mighty attitude. He unleashes the Divine Bone Dragon Claw skill, transforming his own arm into massive bone claws with power scaled directly to his raw strength. The Shadow Dragon King swings its massive hand, tearing into Tianji and forcing a painful, agonizing scream from his throat. Using the Shadow Assassination skill while completely invisible, the dragon teleports directly behind its target and launches a devastating blow on their weak point, dealing an insane 1,600% physical damage. Following that up, Shadow Strike inflicts an additional bonus hit equal to 20% of the dragon's total power output. Chen Tianji's armor shatters, completely exposing his bruised face as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. I hate how you just soar to the clouds, while I am just a servant to the Jin family, trading my soul for a dragon armor that you did not even care about. Lu Fan remains completely silent, steadily drawing his bowstring. The status screen flashes, showing the charge has reached 2 seconds. The demonic Dragon King summons a colossal inferno, completely engulfing Chen Tianji in flames. Activating its powerful Wings of Destruction skill, the massive beast unleashes 4 roaring fire tornadoes, dealing massive damage to the trapped target. Even as he burns alive, Chen Tianji struggles to stand up from the rubble, desperately muttering, You do not understand my pain. Jinzhou was a saving light that appeared on the edge of my miserable life. What is so wrong with me? Grabbing onto that, Chen Tianji looks up, a mocking smile curling on his lips. How noble are you, Lu Fan? You have everything, so you can easily judge me for selling my dignity. High above, Star and Shadow, the 2 Dragon Kings simultaneously cast their ultimate spell, 3,300,000 world-destroying thunders, summoning a violent storm over the area and raining down 3,300,000 forbidden dragon language spells of total destruction. This skill is boosted by the Azure Thunder effect and is completely independent of the thunder source. Next is Stardust Annihilation Light, gathering pure cosmic energy to fire a lethal laser beam that deals unpredictable massive damage. This attack pierces all defenses and cannot be blocked with damage, scaling off level and strength. Lightning bolts crash straight down. Caught in the crossfire, Chen Tianji screams in absolute agony, "I hate you." As white smoke fills the air, he collapses. "I will never forgive you." Tianji raises a trembling hand, pointing directly at the rival hovering in midair, screaming out his name. Lu Fan instantly, the system panel flashes charge has finally reached 3 seconds. At that exact moment, he releases his hand, firing the charged arrow. "I do understand you, Chen Tianji. It is just a pity you chose the wrong path." The arrow flies forward at lightning speed, piercing straight through Chen Tianji's chest. By holding the Mi Snake Shadow arrow at full draw for 3 seconds, he unleashes its ultimate form, causing his total damage output to skyrocket by a massive 500%. His eyes roll back completely as his head tilts toward the sky, coughing up blood. Blood spurts uncontrollably from the deep wound in Chen Tianji's chest, spraying wildly in midair. Finally, his lifeless body plummets down to the cold, hard ground. Lu Fan stands in silence, staring down at the spot where Chen Tianji fell. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he quickly glances over his shoulder. Lying shattered on the ground behind him is the broken body of the Divine Bone clone. The demonic Dragon King asks him, "Little Dragon Tamer, is it finally over? Are you ready to end this?" Lu Fan turns to look at the dragon in curiosity. The ancient god is on its very last breath. "With your immense power, do you really need my help to finish it?" She quickly explains. "True, but I do not want to exhaust myself and delay my recovery. Besides, surely you do not want to miss the chance to find the dragon blade and dragon armor equipment." The severed head of the Divine Bone clone speaks up mockingly. "What an interesting dragon. Are you truly willing to destroy me?" Its eyes glow, with a cunning light trying to tempt her. "You live solely to seize power. Yet I can grant you the strength of an ancient god. Join me." The demonic Dragon King remains silent, only glaring directly back at it. Nearby, Qin Qiu looks back in absolute panic. "Tianji, what is happening?" His body is slowly starting to dissolve and get sucked away. Lu Fan summons all his dragon pets back to his side, raising his voice to command Demonic Dragon King, "Do not forget our contract. Act quickly and end this." She chuckles, unleashing the dark energy within her body. "Little Dragon Tamer, are you honestly still worried that I might betray you?" She loudly declares. "The power of a mere subordinate general is not something I care for." Then, the devouring Dragon King fuses her power with Lu Fan, unleashing the heaven-burning world-ending storm, a devastating blast combining heavenly fire, raging snow, fierce storms, and biting frost. The storm locks onto the target, dealing massive damage through world-destroying dragon breath, while inflicting continuous area of effect damage for 12 seconds, alongside the myriad Dragon King. By fusing himself and all his dragon pets, the Dragon Tamer transforms into the myriad Dragon King, preparing to unleash an absolutely unrivaled ultimate strike. Once the attack ends, the fusion skill is deactivated. Staring in disbelief, the severed head of the Bone God clone laments, admitting he was careless to never expect a Dragon King would actually help a mere human. But before he can even finish, the dual powers of the devouring Dragon King and the myriad Dragon King collide head-on, triggering a massive earth-shattering explosion. A violent gale sweeps through, forcing the remaining survivors to use all their strength just to hold their ground. The Bone God clone's voice continues to echo, sneering that they shouldn't think defeating him ends anything. Inside the building, the chilling words even shake the rooms where Old Qin and Elder Tao are hiding. "Aside from me, there are 35 other ancient gods. It is only a matter of time before they all wake up." With a crimson glow in its eyes, it warns that everyone will be destroyed. The head then completely crumbles to ash, leaving behind one final fading curse before vanishing from this world. Qin Qiu is still gripping his staff, ready to keep fighting, but Jian Ying suddenly stops in her tracks and gasps. "Look, the ferocious beasts are all crumbling apart." Xiao Man turns her head and yells for everyone to look. Qin Qiu watches in sheer relief as only the devouring Dragon King and the myriad Dragon King remain standing, prompting a joyful smile. Lu Fan Xiao Man throws her hands in the air, cheering that they are finally safe. His black boots gently touch down on the solid ground as the swirling power around him slowly dissipates. Lu Fan sighs, relieved that the battle is finally over, though, The ancient god's power was truly terrifying. Right then, his system screen blinks, showing he has reached level 59. Behind him, the devouring Dragon King closes her eyes, lets out a lazy stretch, and casually turns to walk away. Watching her leave, Lu Fan notes that he had to rely on her help once more. His dragons are completely drained, but at least he is incredibly close to his third-class transition. He glances at the system notifications. Black Dragon Contract. 2 level 52, currently exhausted with a remaining recovery time of exactly 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Next up, Emerald Dragon Contract. 2 level 49, also exhausted with 28 minutes left to recover. Then Starry Sky Dragon Contract 2 at level 48 and Blue Dragon Contract 2 at level 46, both fully drained with 4 minutes and 43 seconds left. And Poison Dragon Contract 2 level 47 completely exhausted, with a massive recovery time of 23 hours and 55 minutes. Suddenly, the devouring Dragon King appears right behind Lu Fan, asking how he plans to show his gratitude. He shoots her a sharp glance, asking if she intends to break their agreement. "You were the one who set the summoning conditions." The devouring Dragon King chuckles mischievously. "Geez, you really have no romance in you, do you?" She leans in close and rests her hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, reminding him that 35 more ancient gods are waking up and he only has 2 summons left. How does he plan to handle that? Why not drop your guard and get along? I might make an exception and help. Closing his eyes, Lu Fan coldly brushes her hand off. "The fight is over, so go back and rest. If anyone sees you, they might mistake you for the culprit." The devouring Dragon King giggles, asking if he is worried about her. Flipping her hair, she adds that showing up in a human city is fun, and she can easily claim she is just cosplaying. Suddenly, a strange cube materializes and floats silently in midair, instantly catching Lu Fan's attention. The mysterious cube begins radiating a dense, glowing purple energy. His system screen alerts him that he has obtained one ancient god source. Staring down at it, Lu Fan asks her if she knows what this source actually is. The description window pops up, revealing it is the core source of the bone god, housing the absolute supreme power of that fallen deity. The devouring Dragon King fills him in, explaining that this disgusting, filthy object is the essential core that allows the god to resurrect. In tens of thousands of years, he will become the bone god again. Lu Fan realizes with a shock, meaning we didn't actually kill him for good. This is merely his seed, she explains, placing a hand on her hip. Kill him for good. You really don't know anything, do you? Ancient gods are immortal beings. Upon death, they always leave their source behind. And from what I know, this source cannot be destroyed or sealed. This seed will inevitably grow, and absolutely no one can stop it. Lu Fan frowns, muttering to himself that it is basically a ticking time bomb. He realizes that even if it takes 10,000 years to revive, what if this dangerous seed falls into the hands of other ancient gods? The devouring Dragon King gently taps his nose cryptically, adding that, while it is highly dangerous in other hands for him, this seed is an absolute treasure. Lu Fan looks at her blankly, wondering what she means as she begins to break it down. "I know those 2 flying dragons of yours. They were originally guardians of the Life Dragon King's divine tree, slain by my own dragon subordinates in the past." She notes that they now carry a sickening scent of the ancient god, which genuinely disgusts her. "I figure you must have used ancient god essence to modify their bloodlines, forcing them to evolve into the fallen corpse azure dragons we see now. The essence that drives their evolution comes from crystals which originate from the absolute source." Summing it all up, the demon-devouring Dragon King reached out to lift the chin of the boy standing right before her, revealing a simple path. "You could easily pull your old trick again. Feed them the ancient god source to trigger their final evolution, turning them into true Dragon Kings." Lu Fan stood there dazed, quietly repeating those shocking words to himself, evolving into a Dragon King. Fallen corpse essence once turned flying dragons into demons, while sacred mountain essence turned demon dragons into holy dragons. A memory flashed in his mind. Back then, the ancient god essence lacked the energy needed to trigger any evolution at all. But what if it is the actual source? Lu Fan pressed further, asking how the ancient god's divine bone would resurrect after he used the source, since she had just claimed these gods were immortal. The demon-devouring Dragon King burst out laughing, telling the young dragon tamer he was worrying over absolutely nothing. Pressing a single finger against her lips, she explained that if normal dragons ate it, their bodies would be snatched in tens of thousands of years, turning them into the new ancient gods. But those 2 dragons of yours are a completely different story. They died ages ago and are merely summoned through your skills. She continued asking how the ancient god's divine bone could ever bypass this logic in the distant future, long after he was dead and buried. That would be a tough riddle for it. Holding the ancient god's source, Lu Fan closed his eyes. No wonder she had zero interest in the power, she was simply terrified of having her body stolen one day. Fading away into thin air, the demon-devouring Dragon King left him with some final parting words, telling him she had taught him everything. How you use it is none of my business. I am going back to sleep. Bye-bye. Just as the source and the Dragon Queen vanished, a loud shout echoed through the area, causing Lu Fan to quickly turn around. Down on the ground, Elder Tao and Old Qin were rushing toward Lu Fan. Up in the sky, Jian Ying was flying over on her sword. Riding right next to her on a giant bird was Qin Qiu, while Xiaoman shouted loudly from right behind her. Lu Fan, I knew you would be perfectly fine. Putting a hand on his hip, Old Qin glanced over, relieved to have finally found him. Look who is here. Following his gaze, Lu Fan saw Tu Jing pulling the reins of a massive bird, smiling warmly at him. Hey kid, long time no see. Lu Fan's eyes widened in surprise as he gasped out Senior 2. Stepping down, Tu Jing reached out with a hearty laugh. He mentioned hearing from the defense team that a gold badge officer from the Griffin Legion had stopped the beast tide. I knew it had to be you. Shaking his hand, Lu Fan admitted, it was indeed me. Since it happened so suddenly in my hometown, I simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. Leaning in close, Tu Jing asked if the awakening of the ancient god's divine bone in Taiki Kingdom had caused this. Lu Fan didn't hide a thing, admitting the truth. Yes, it destroyed 4 cities in Taiki Kingdom just to hunt me down. Worse yet, there are 35 other ancient gods that are going to awaken one by one. A shocked Tu Jing double-checked, asking if there were really 35 of them. Suddenly, Old Qin chimed in from the side, interrupting their heavy conversation. Master, please excuse me for interrupting. He suggested that since Lu Fan handled the beast tide so quickly, the master should head over to the city guard to officially receive their detailed report. Nodding his head, Tu Jing agreed. Meanwhile, a deeply worried Qin Qiu gently grabbed Lu Fan's arm. Oh my god, what happened to your arm? Lu Fan calmly reassured her. It is fine. Xiao Fei already healed it. Just do not tell my aunt, okay? Closing his eyes, Tu Jing mentioned he had one quick thing to do first. Old Qin curiously asked what his master had left to finish. Laughing loudly, he wrapped both arms around Lu Fan, Qin Qiu, and Old Qin in a giant bear hug. I must report Lu Fan's bravery in protecting Jianghai City to the 3 elders so we can secure a massive reward for him. Squeezed tightly, Lu Fan managed to squeak out a thank you to Senior 2. Qin Qiu silently blushed red, while Old Qin desperately struggled to break free. Master, please put us down first. 10 minutes later, Lu Fan looked up, waving goodbye as the group prepared to leave. With Old Qin and Qin Qiu flying away, he shouted Uncle Qin Senior 2 goodbye, safe travels. Up ahead, Xiao Man waved goodbye as well. Meanwhile, Jian Ying sat on a nearby rock, tilting her head to suggest that they should head out too. Turning around, he replied, sorry to keep you waiting for so long, Jian Ying. Looking at him, she pushed herself up and admitted, no, I was just wondering what if I were as strong as you. Brushing back her hair, she gazed up at the sky, wondering if she could have stopped the Yunbei beast tide and saved her family had she possessed that kind of strength. Lu Fan silently realized that fate had truly favored him. With his super treasure system, he rose to the peak despite starting from the very weakest class. And yet the desperate words of Tianjia right before his death suddenly echoed in his mind. You do not understand my situation. Jinzhou was the only light shining over the desperate abyss of my life. What was wrong with me grabbing it? You are so noble with everything you have, so why was targeting you wrong? Go ahead and blame me for selling my dignity. He suddenly wondered if he truly had the right to alter the course of another person's destiny. Had he met Chen Tianji before Jinzhou, or encountered Jian Ying before the beast tide struck, would their lives be different now? Right then, Jian Ying's voice rang out, snapping Lu Fan out of his deep contemplation. But I soon realized that no matter how much power you gain, you will never lose yourself. You will fight for others, and even if it costs you your life, you will stand in front to protect everyone. A radiant smile spread across her face as she added, so I am really glad I met you. Lu Fan, you changed my life. A soft smile crept onto Lu Fan's face as he replied, thank you. Jian Ying turned to leave, saying, let's go home. Suddenly, Lu Fan's gaze shifted as if he spotted something. He silently stared at a remnant of the divine bone clone's body lying on the ground. Walking away, Lu Fan thought, if I had met you before Jinzhou, maybe we would have been good friends. As his figure faded into the distance, the remnant of the divine bone clone crumbled and completely dissolved. Goodbye, my twin star. 3 days later, at Jiangshan Garden, bright morning sunlight bathed the entire area. Han Kei's voice echoed through the house. Xiao Fan, wake up for breakfast. She knocked gently on the wooden door and said Mr. Qin and Mr. Dao sent over some breakfast even though they are busy rebuilding the city. Hurry up and eat with Ji and Ying. Getting no reply after a moment, Han Kei turned the knob and said, I am coming in. As the door creaked open, she gasped in shock to find a massive spatial portal standing inside the room. Meanwhile, in the ruined palace grounds on Tianfu Island, Lu Fan stood before a pool, murmuring about the primal source. It was something far stronger than essence or crystals, the very core of the ancient god's eternal immortality. He silently pondered that even the mighty demon-devouring Dragon King did not dare touch a power this terrifying. Lu Fan glanced at the ancient god source in his hand, realizing she was truly terrified of being possessed. Standing beside him, Xiao Fei also stared at it with wide eyes. He tilted his head, signaling the fallen corpse holy dragon. Only you two can handle an experiment like this. The fallen corpse holy dragon responded with a low growl. Waving his hand, Lu Fan instructed Xiao Fei if anything goes wrong, like waking up the divine bone ancient god. He accurately tossed the ancient god source into the dragon's mouth, ordering her to recall them instantly if things went wrong. Xiao Fei clenched her fists and nodded rapidly. Catching the ancient god source, the fallen corpse holy dragon threw back its head and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a massive surge of mysterious power violently began to take over their entire bodies. The two fallen corpse holy dragons shrieked in absolute agony. Lu Fan kept his eyes locked on them silently, noting that while consuming ancient god power always brought immense pain, surviving it was the only path to evolution. The eyes of both dragons flared with light as their physical bodies began merging together. Lu Fan stared in shock, realizing they were actually fusing into a single entity. Soon both dragons fully merged into a massive, writhing mass as long golden whiskers sprouted from within. Lu Fan barked out a desperate order. No, this is bad. Xiao Fei, use emerald light. Hearing the order, Xiao Fei wasted no time and leaped forward. Raising her hands, she activated the Emerald Dragon Bloodline skill, doubling all skill effects for the dragon race and bloodline-connected allies. It also granted total immunity to negative status effects, while boosting self-recovery by 5,000%. Next, her Emerald Light skill activated, granting 3 to 6 protective barriers for the target, removing all negative debuffs and boosting all of their attributes by 30 to 60%. Each blessed layer could block a single attack. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted, forcing Lu Fan to shield his face and shut his eyes tight as debris flew in all directions. As the thick white smoke cleared, he opened his eyes with a cough, asking anxiously, Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon, are you guys okay? Lu Fan froze at the sight. On the status screen, the countdown for the final evolution showed 23 hours and 59 minutes remaining. Pointing at the massive gray mass across from him, he muttered, The Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon has reverted to the unawakened raw state of the twin flying Dragon King soul. Lu Fan quickly scanned the contract panel, which displayed Emerald Dragon Contract 2 at level 49. Its active skills included Spring of Life, Emerald Light, Emerald Blessing, Dragon Domain, Emerald Mirror Image, Mobile Guardian, and Natural Assimilation, which can swallow equipment. Transformation skills featured Natural Assimilation, Bone Flute Dragon Call, and Summoning the Twin Fallen Corpse Holy Dragon at a level matching the user's. With Natural Assimilation, the paper doll guide would run for a short duration before revealing the exact location of the selected target. Natural Assimilation also allowed the Shadow Dragon King contract, summoning both the Shadow Dragon King and the Pitch Black Blade at a level matching his own. Finally, there was Form Morphing and the Emerald Dragon Bloodline. He quietly realized that the Bone Flute Dragon Call was currently locked too. Interestingly, the Demon Dragon King never mentioned the actual success rate of using the Ancient God's core. As Lu Fan prepared to step through the portal, he called back to Xiao Fei, telling her to just go home and wait. She was reaching out to touch the mysterious gray mass, but hearing his voice, she simply nodded and agreed. Lu Fan quietly mapped out a backup plan, ready to use the Morozo magic cannon to vaporize the creature if its evolution went sideways. He stared at the gray mass before leaving, hoping that once the fallen corpse sacred dragon was summoned again, he could still reclaim the ancient god's essence. But how would it actually turn out? Stepping out of the portal with his hands in his pockets, he knew he would have to wait 24 hours to find out. Outside, Hanka walked past, with a basket, calling out in surprise when she saw him, asking if Xiao Fan was finally back. She explained that guards had just come looking for him, saying Commander Du wanted him at the regiment, and Lu Fan immediately decided to head over to see Senior Du. Han Ke called after him, urging him to eat the breakfast Mr. Chin had brought over first. Lu Fan promised to eat upon his return, certain that Senior Du had some highly urgent matters to discuss with him. Han Ke could only sigh at his stubbornness, before turning to ask Jian Ying what she was watching on television. Sitting on the sofa, with eyes glued to the screen, Jian Ying explained it was the Taiki Kingdom election as the news anchor began to speak. Public support for the Lu family continues to hit record lows. It seems that recent scandals have completely destroyed any public sympathy for the late Lord Lu, leaving citizens demanding that the Lu family immediately surrender their sovereign power. Indeed, the massive beast tide that devastated the Taichi Kingdom was completely wiped out by a single small city in the Dragon Realm within one day. The Lu family has utterly humiliated their country on the global stage, drawing Han Ke's attention back to the television screen. Right, that brutal divine bone beast tide hit the Taichi Kingdom first, before heading over to our border, didn't it? Tilting her head, Jian Ying noted that Taiki nearly faced complete annihilation, only surviving because the divine bone, ancient god, shifted its focus to Lu Fan. Meanwhile, inside the Jianghai City Guard headquarters, Commander Du Jing sat at his desk, answering a sudden knock on his door with a brief command to enter. Stepping inside, Lu Fan got straight to the point, asking Senior Du if this meeting was regarding the situation with the ancient god. Closing his eyes to rub his temples, Du Jing admitted that Lu Fan shared an uncanny connection with the ancient gods before opening his eyes to tap a key on his laptop. Even though the divine bone ancient god is gone, it warned that 35 other ancient gods are already beginning to wake up across the world. Sharing the latest intelligence from the far north border, Du Jing revealed that the dreaded fallen corpse ancient god was already showing signs of awakening. A massive earthquake had triggered severe avalanches across the far north overnight, and Du Jing looked highly serious as he shared this dark news. On the other side of the mountain, where the blood moon loomed, a second blood moon has suddenly appeared. Stunned by the news, Lu Fan asked if the massive beast buried beneath the frozen northern mountains had actually opened its second eye. Sighing helplessly as he grabbed his flask, Du Jing explained that the entire mountain range was shaking so violently it could be felt inside the military camps. He described the rhythmic tremors as sounding exactly like the slow, heavy heartbeat of that colossal beast. Taking a long swig of wine, Du Jing added that the beast's mere breathing had unleashed endless blizzards, forcing them to suspend all active scouting missions and withdraw their entire military camp 50 kilometers away. Lu Fan rested his chin, beginning to reflect. He recalled that back when he scouted with Squad 78, they discovered the Blood Moon Beast was not actually an ancient god. It was likely just a minion. While the real fallen corpse ancient god remained asleep inside that massive black coffin deep within the ruins. Du Jing nodded, confirming that even with a premature awakening, the divine bone, ancient god's power was already around level 110 to 120. He suddenly slammed his flask onto the wooden table, spilling wine everywhere, frustrated that just the Blood Moon minion alone was already causing widespread dread and terror. With wine dripping from his hand, Du Jing's expression turned grim. If the real fallen corpse ancient god inside those ancient coffins ever wakes up, it will seal the doom of the entire Dragon Realm. Suddenly turning to Lu Fan, he declared that because the Dragon Realm has the powerful dragon Tamer, who slew the divine bone ancient god, they still have a genuine fighting chance to protect their nation. Lu Fan modestly shook his head, telling Senior Du that he was overestimating him. Leaning over his desk to search for something, Du Jing explained that these weren't his words, but rather the official statement from Elder Han of the Three Elders. He explained that Elder Han held him in exceptionally high regard, and had already convinced the other two elders before abruptly slamming a heavy black briefcase onto the table to cut off Lu Fan's question. Following the joint decision of Elder Shu, of the combat class, Elder Lu of the enhancement class, and Elder Han of the lifestyle class, the three elders had officially entrusted him with the operation to destroy the fallen corpse ancient god. Unlocking the briefcase and sliding it over, Du Jing declared that since Lu Fan was the only person to ever slay an ancient god, the entire nation would fully back him. They would funnel every last resource to raise him up, turning Lu Fan into their ultimate living weapon against the sleeping gods. Lu Fan looked down at the item inside the suitcase as Du Jing extended the invitation. "This is the Spark Project, Lu Fan. Are you willing to join us?" The system screen popped up showing the Dragon Country's Spark Medal, a legendary plus accessory that boosts all attributes of the wearer by 25%. Du Jing's voice echoed through the Jianghai City Guard meeting room, asking again, "This is the Spark Project. Lu Fan, are you willing to join us? Looking at the young man, he said, you are our key, but this is an immense burden. Think it over carefully before giving your answer. Lu Fan remained silent, keeping his head down, as his bangs cast a shadow over his eyes. After a long pause, Lu Fan finally looked up and smiled. A mission to protect the Dragon Country. How could I possibly refuse? Seeing him accept the medal, Tu Jing smiled and patted Lu Fan's shoulder, praising him. Excellent. I knew you had what it takes. He confessed his thoughts, admitting, I honestly thought you wouldn't accept such a heavy responsibility so easily. After all, this isn't something you are forced to carry. Lu Fan grinned, admitting frankly, honestly, if the three elders had other options, I would probably only focus on saving the people closest to me. Looking down at the medal, he continued, but out of everyone in the Dragon Country, the three elders believe only I have a shot at stopping the ancient god. Shaking the medal lightly, Lu Fan concluded, so I will accept the role of protector and save everyone. Tu Jing threw his head back and laughed with satisfaction. Haha, we certainly didn't misjudge you. You deserve the nation's full support. Next, he pressed a button to open another box. Then it is only fair to hand over your reward for becoming the protector. Tu Jing pointed to a golden jade tablet as a screen popped up. Vault of Heaven Thunderstorm Legendary Plus Territory item. Once deployed, monitoring thunderclouds will form, completely covering the sky above the entire territory. In automatic mode, it scans the entire area, immediately detecting any attempts by intruders to hide, stealth, or disguise themselves. When switched to manual mode, it unleashes devastating lightning strikes the moment an intruder is detected. Lu Fan grabbed it with pure excitement, turning to ask Senior 2, are you really giving me this? Taking a sip of wine, his face slightly flushed, Tu Jing laughed. Of course, Elder Lu custom made this specifically for the Spark project. Lu Fan stared at the jade, doing the math. With the magic crystal cannons and Morozo's defensive fortifications, Tianfu Island could already hold off 4th advancement enemies. Now, with Elder Lu's Vault of Heaven Thunderstorm, even level 125th advancement, enemies wouldn't pose a threat. Tu Jing's voice broke his thoughts. The success rate for crafting this is only 0.1%, and the materials needed are incredibly rare. Elder Lu only crafted this for himself, Elder Han, and Elder Shu. Setting his flask down, he added, you are the 4th person to get one. Lu Fan clenched his fist. This meant his territory's defense system was now on par with the 3 elders of the Dragon Country. Tu Jing pointed a finger, warning him, absolutely. But you must keep it a secret. Only Elder Lu has the blueprints, and it is a top national secret. Lu Fan kept his eyes glued to the golden jade and replied, understood. Don't worry, Senior 2. The system screen confirmed he received 1 Vault of Heaven Thunderstorm. Interlocking his fingers, he spoke solemnly. Also, before you head out, let me remind you of your privileges as Dragon Country's protector. Tu Jing began listing them off. You can use any of Dragon Country's resources to boost your strength. Your authority is second only to the 3 elders. When the war with the ancient god begins, every legion must obey your command, including my own Griffin Legion. He extended his hand, adding, it is too late to back out now. Everything we do is to defeat the ancient god. Lu Fan reached out and met his grip, nodding. As their hands locked, Tu Jing declared, then the Spark project officially begins. The next morning, outside the ruined palace on Tianfu Island, Lu Fan stood amidst the buzzing construction site holding the golden jade. He clenched his hand and crushed it with brute force. Instantly, 2 blinding beams of light shot skyward from the ground, intertwining in midair to form a massive glowing vortex. A worker pointed toward the light, shouting, what's that noise? Are we under attack? Morozo adjusted his dark glasses, looking around as the system announced the activation. Gazing up at the massive lightning pillar, Lu Fan exclaimed, incredible, so this is the elite territory defense reserved for the 3 elders of the Dragon Country. The system screen updated, displaying the territory name as Tianfu Island Level 2, with a total area of 43,800 square kilometers, located in Sector 3 of the Outer Seas, featuring Storm and Thundercloud, Defense Mode, Mist Expansion, and Automatic Vault of Heaven, Thunderstorm. Walking up from behind, Morozo asked curiously, Lu Fan, what kind of defense system is this? Turning to him, Lu Fan apologized, sorry Morozo, this is highly classified, so I must keep it secret. Morozo didn't pry further, only lowering his dark glasses to take a closer look. Morozo gets it. He can feel the sheer power radiating from this legendary item, way stronger than any magic crystal cannon. With his expert eye, Morozo knows, only national-level grandmasters could forge this. It makes total sense why Lu Fan keeps it secret. Right then, a massive explosion rocks the mountain base. Morozo looks over wondering why there is construction out there, or if the defense system just completely glitched. Lu Fan looks over and instantly recognizes it as the exact spot of the fallen corpse sacred dragon cocoon. He bolts through the crowd like lightning, shouting a warning for everyone to stay back and let him handle it. A panicked worker asks what is going on, and another answers that a massive energy wave is pulsing from the grounds. Reaching out to touch the pillar, Morozo calls out to ask if he can study it, but Lu Fan is already sprinting away and quickly yells back, "Absolutely not." Morozo sighs and accepts it, figuring he will just have to let it go. Still, he guesses that whoever forged this terrifying item must be a legendary grandmaster from the enhancement class. By the time Lu Fan arrives, wild blue energy is erupting from the dragon cocoon. Something is violently bursting inside, unleashing massive waves of power by the second. Lu Fan suddenly freezes. In the blink of an eye, he has been teleported to another dimension. The screen displays the ruined palace grounds. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of energy hits him, forcing him to block his face and shout. The final evolution of the dragon is finally happening. The system screen counts down, showing only 9 seconds left on the timer. Lu Fan waves his hand, calling out to Xiao Fei to activate her dragon domain immediately if the dragon gets possessed. 2 screens flash in rapid succession. The countdown hits 5 seconds, then drops straight down to 1 single second. Xiao Fei stands ready, eyes glowing emerald green as a colossal tide of energy bursts from the dragon cocoon. She raises her hand to activate her Jade Light skill, stacking 3 to 6 protective barriers, purging all negative status effects and boosting all their stats by 30 to 60%. Each stack of this blessing can block a single incoming attack. Her Jade Dragon bloodline doubles all skill effects for dragons and those sharing a bloodline bond. A glowing barrier envelops both Xiao Fei and Lu Fan, keeping them safe from getting engulfed by the wild energy. As the dust clears, Xiao Fei lowers the barrier. Lu Fan coughs, waving away the smoke, his eyes widening in complete shock at the majestic creature standing right before them. Lu Fan gasps it succeeded. The stat screen pops up. Divine Bone Dragon King Fallen Mountain Armor. Level converted to rank. All base stats like strength, agility, spirit, and stamina are at +0. Skill Divine Bone Dragon Breath. Unleashes massive magic damage in a targeted area. Divine Bone Assault. Charging forward, while encased in sacred bone armor, dealing heavy physical damage to all enemies caught in its path. Absolute Bone Cage. Centered on the user, it traps all surrounding enemies in a divine bone prison. Range expands by 100 yards every second it charges, though the user cannot move. Divine Bone Armorization reduces incoming damage by 75%, grants total negative status immunity, and boosts recovery by 500%. Rank Dragon King. Once reaching Dragon King tier, traditional levels convert to star ranks. And get this, every single star doubles all of its existing stats. Lu Fan reads the name aloud. Divine Bone Dragon King, Fallen Mountain Armor, as Xiao Fei nods in agreement. Analyzing the fusion of the zombie corpse and the puppet, Lu Fan narrows his eyes, combining 2 into 1, breaking through to Dragon King. He grins as he calculates. With base stats already in the hundreds of thousands, Xiao Fei's buffs will push them over millions. This evolution was absolutely worth it. Lu Fan smiles, staring at the screen. The sheer scale of these attribute points is honestly beyond his wildest dreams. This is the true power of a Dragon King. Right on cue, the colossal beast lets out an earth-shaking roar. He realizes that with levels converted to star ranks, every star they gain is going to double those massive stats. Standing amidst the settling white dust, Lu Fan notes that its dragon breath has successfully upgraded to the Dragon King version. Even dragon language magic is unlocked from the start. Just thinking about its raw destructive power sends chills down his spine. Nearby, Xiao Fei closes her eyes and hums a sweet tune, gently reaching out to stroke the massive, terrifying claws. Feeling her gentle touch, the dragon lowers its massive head, glowing eyes softening as it behaves like a giant, obedient puppy. She giggles in pure delight. Scrolling through his screen, Lu Fan realizes that while his zombie puppet was sacrificed for raw stats and cannot be summoned, he got an entirely new skill set. Pointing forward, Lu Fan commands his new ally to show off its incredible skills. Hearing the order, the beast roars as its physical form dissolves into a thick mist, swirling directly toward Lu Fan. Instantly, razor-sharp dragon armor wraps around both of his arms. The notification flashes on screen. Divine Bone Armorization active. The Divine Bone Dragon King transforms into a set of protective arm guards. They fit right onto his forearms, granting the wearer all of the dragon's attributes along with the Divine Bone Descent skill. Lu Fan raises his hands to admire them, realizing that not only is he wearing armor forged from the Dragon King itself, but he has also inherited its massive attributes. Xiao Fei's eyes sparkle with excitement as she stares at his arms. Meanwhile, the status window displays his class as a Tier 2 Dragon Knight level 59. Strength +0, Agility +0, Spirit +0, and Endurance +0. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing skyward, Lu Fan confidently declares that his stats have soared into the hundreds of thousands, with endurance clearing 1 million. He can't wait to find some monsters to test out this insane power. Xiao Fei jumps up and down with absolute excitement. Right then a notification pops up, confirming he has unlocked a brand new skill, Divine Bone Descent. This skill can only be triggered while wearing the arm guards. Once activated, it summons full body armor without consuming any gear slots, boosting all his stats by 300%. During the day, the sky is perfectly clear as white clouds drift lazily by. An informational panel appears, showing Tianfu Island, a level 2 territory spanning over 43,800 square kilometers. Located in Sea Sector 3, it features automated defenses like toxic mist, lightning storms, and devastating sky-rupturing thunderbolts. Lu Fan taps a button with 2 red and blue arrows. Instantly, the bright, sunny sky above them plunges into complete darkness. A nearby worker looks up confused by the sudden gloom, while Morozov raises his head in utter bewilderment as well. The system announces that Tianfu Island has switched to Shadow Island, fully activating the Thundercloud Storm Toxic Mist and automatic lightning defenses. Lu Fan looks around completely satisfied. As everything is ready, a confused Xiao Man asks what is going on. Did he seriously call them all the way out here just to watch him play around with the weather? Beside her, Qin Qiu marvels at the sight, admitting it is his first time witnessing the Shadow Island form. Just then, 2 giant black dragons appear roaring fiercely. The panel displays their name level 95 Shadow Dragon Generals. Their Night Form skill allows these generals to fight in human shape, dealing physical and shadow damage with every attack, while boosting their spirit attributes by 25%. In their wyvern form, they fight as massive dragons, inflicting physical and magical damage with every single strike they land, which boosts their strength attribute by 25%. Furthermore, their Shadow Miasma activates when health drops below 25%, creating a deadly fog that drains life from all nearby targets. Lu Fan turns to warn the 2 behind him, urging them to be patient and to stay back exactly where they are. Xiao Man frowns with annoyance, demanding to know what exactly he brought them all this way to watch. Qin Qiu smiles reassuringly, telling her to just have a little more patience, and she will see. Meanwhile, Lu Fan spreads his wings and takes off into the sky. He suddenly realizes that since taming the twin flying dragon kings, he has not given them names and decides it is finally time. He ponders for a moment, a smirk playing on his lips. Got it. The screen announces he has acquired the Divine Bone Descent skill quickly, followed by another notification for Divine Bone Armoring. The Divine Bone Dragon King transforms into the Divine Bone Arm Guards, which fit onto his forearms to grant the wearer all of the dragon's attributes, along with the Divine Bone Descent skill. The sleek protective armor now covers both of Lu Fan's forearms. He yells out, commanding Xiao Zuo and Xiao Yu to activate Divine Bone Armoring, as the system displays his Tier 2 Dragon Knight level 59 stats. Strength ++ Agility +0, Spirit +0, and Endurance +0. Lu Fan charges directly at the 2 dragons, channeling all of his power to deliver a devastating punch straight to the Shadow Dragon General's head. Qin Qiu gapes in total shock, wondering if Lu Fan has just obtained some new gear. Standing nearby, Xiao Man notes that it resembles the style of the ancient abyss god. Jin Ying, who has been quietly observing with crossed arms and closed eyes, finally speaks up to disagree. No, judging by how Lu Fan is issuing commands, it seems to be a dragon-type skill instead. Qin Qiu looks over to ask if it is the new dragon Lu Fan summoned earlier during the bone fight. Xiao Man turns back in sheer disbelief, pointing over. She always thought dragons only transformed or possessed people, so how can a dragon actually shapeshift directly into wearable equipment like that? Jianying looks at her and gently reminds her that Taozi clearly skipped class again. Their combat theory instructor mentioned that certain special summoned beasts possess such unique skills. Feeling guilty, a flustered Xiao Man can only offer a quick apology. Back in the battle, Lu Fan pulls his fist back, leaving a massive gaping hole right in the chest of the Shadow Dragon General. Jianying explains that this allows the summoner to equip their beast directly, without using up any of their active equipment slots. Qin Qiu suddenly remembers and gasps, agreeing that it makes perfect sense for a legendary dragon to possess such an extraordinary ability. Xiaoman concludes that Lu Fan is essentially a humanoid dragon now. Jian Ying agrees, noting he is basically using his human body to unleash the raw power of a giant dragon. Meanwhile, Lu Fan touches down on the ground, standing face to face with the two shadow dragon generals. Lu Fan clenches his fist, ready to test their brand new skill with his buddy Xiao Zuo. The status screen pops up. Divine Bone Descent can only be used with the Divine Bone Vambrace equipped. Once activated, it grants the Divine Bone Armor without taking up an equipment slot, boosting all attributes by 300%. Raising his fist, he roars, Divine Bone Descent. The status screen displays his level 59 Dragon Riding Knight, Tier 2 stats. Strength ranges from 452,929 to 1,358,787. With agility from 394,978 to 1,184,961. Spirit from 383,789 to 1,151,367. And endurance from 1,003,343 to 3,010,029. Suddenly, the ground beneath the girl's feet shakes violently. A shout rings out, telling everyone to stand firm as Xiao Man trembles, wondering what on earth is happening. Jian Ying tilts her head amazed. With such world-shaking force, his stats must be in the hundreds of thousands. Looking at the guy who just landed from above, she asks point-blank if his Vambrace fused all his dragons. A system notification pops up. Lu Fan has reached level 60. Lu Fan quickly clarifies that this armor actually transformed from the Divine Bone Dragon King after absorbing an ancient god's power so he can still summon other dragons normally. Smiling, he casually mentions that with just the Divine Bone Dragon King's skill effects alone, all of his core attributes have already broken into the millions. Qin Qiu's eyes go wide as she stammers, "Say what?" Even level 100 experts only have around 10,000 stat points, meaning he's already 100 times stronger than them. Xiao Man tilts her head, unable to resist blurting out a curse about him being a literal human-shaped dragon. Lu Fan then shares the most critical news: he's hit level 60, meaning his third-class advancement is finally unlocked. Under a mysterious blue-purple sky, the wind sways the trees, as Lu Fan leads his friends straight into the palace grounds that very afternoon. Luckily, Morozo built a teleportation portal on Shadow Island, leading straight to Longdu Academy, saving them a massive amount of time. Spotting him, Morozo waves over and mentions that there was a massive explosion right outside the city walls just moments ago. Lu Fan walks past, instructing him that everything is fine, but Morozo must keep the workers inside since the outside world is too dangerous. He then places a sleek black card onto the scanner for verification. According to the hall's rules, the key difference with this third-class advancement is that there are no branching choices, meaning his second-stage class simply gets a direct, powerful upgrade. A system screen flashes Longdu Academy ID verified for Lu Fan, confirming that all level 60 class advancement requirements are fully met. Transitioning to the third stage, a warning pops up: no previous records exist for this class. Now first in queue, inside the Longdu Academy advancement room, Lu Fan takes a deep breath and steps onto the platform. He wonders what his third stage class will be, seeing his current status listed as Dragon Riding Knight Tier 2 with the next phase completely blank. Lu Fan suddenly remembers that the Academy's database has absolutely no historical data on the legendary Dragon Tamer class. Even if he uses the system, there is only one straight path forward without any choices to make. Pressing start, he decides to just upgrade first and worry about the details later. Suddenly, the system announces the ceremony's commencement. Wishing him a successful path, the platform beneath his feet glows brilliantly, lifting him high into the air. After what feels like forever, his lips curl into a smirk as he whispers that he can feel it just as a figure appears right behind him. With a slight flush on her face, the devouring demon Dragon King presses close from behind, teasingly asking if he felt her. Startled, Lu Fan pushes her away, asking why she is showing up at a time like this. He tells her to stop messing around, but she just looks up, admitting she wanted to take advantage of his helpless state. Deciding to stop teasing him, she explains that since he has initiated his third-class advancement, she is willing to reveal the location of the legendary Renjia Dragon Egg. Lu Fan silently repeats the words he just heard: the Renjia Dragon Egg. Leaning in close to whisper in his ear, she mentions the Shenluo Wilderness near the borders of Sakura Nation, leaving Lu Fan to quietly repeat the name. Before he can even finish his thought, a system alert chimes, announcing that the ceremony is complete. With the Academy congratulating him on his success, the status panel updates confirming his transition to the third stage class. Lu Fan smiles with satisfaction. With his third-class advancement done and a clear new goal in mind, it is time to set off. The status panel displays his upgraded class, promoting him from a Tier 2 Dragon Rider to a Level 60 Sacred Demon Dragon Knight. Strength 4,257 to 5,068. Agility 3,505 to 4,213. Spirit 4,063 to 4,825. And Endurance 4,191 to 4,917. His dragon taming skill allows him to tame any dragon-type creatures, while Dragon's Inspiration buffs himself and his dragons, boosting all stats and attack power by 30%. Dragon Annihilation transforms his arm into fierce dragon claws, unleashing 6 rapid consecutive strikes that can be executed from a distance in perfect harmony with his dragons. Void Break channels dragon energy into 2 rapid slashes in tandem with his dragons, while Weakling's Disperse unleashes a blast that deals massive damage, completely ignoring the defense of all nearby enemies. Damage scales directly based on the difference between his own total attributes and the enemy's. The Dragon Tamer aura provides various support buffs, depending on mobilizing the bloodlines of 5 to 6 active dragons currently residing within his contract slots. Inside his room, Lu Fan leans forward slightly, keeping his eyes glued to the blinking red beacon on his 3-dimensional map. Suddenly, his phone screen lights up with a ringing tone, displaying the caller's name as Hazy. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, the caller on the other end brings the phone to his ear and says, "Brother Lu, all the documents and evidence have been handled. If you need any backup once you arrive over there, just give me a call anytime. I actually have some connections there too." Hearing this, Lu Fan replies on his end, "Thanks, I have already sent the payment to your account." As he hangs up, the corners of Lu Fan's mouth curl into a determined smile. With everything set, he is determined to obtain that Rengia dragon egg. 3 days later, bright sunlight floods the city as he arrives at the airport. Inside the airport terminal, an announcement echoes that the flight to Dayu City in Sakura Nation is preparing to depart, calling all remaining passengers to complete check-in. Meanwhile, at the boarding counter in the lobby, an attendant hands Lu Fan his ticket. As he checks in, he silently notes that the coordinates given by the demon-devouring Dragon King lie deep inside Sakura Nation's Shenluo wilderness. Once on board, Lu Fan leans against the window, recalling how he successfully obtained the detailed map files with Heizi's help. Outside the window, an island slowly comes into view. On board the flight, he begins to review the information he memorized earlier. The reports indicate that the Shenluo wilderness is absolutely crawling with elite beasts and fiercely aggressive boss monsters. After what feels like hours, the flight finally touches down safely in Dayu City of Sakura Nation. Carrying a massive backpack and keeping one hand in his pocket, Lu Fan exits the terminal quietly, scanning the crowds around him as he walks. The outer region holds hundreds of reclaimed resource zones established specifically for professional class holders to grind levels and gather essential materials. Still, Lu Fan knows the true danger lurks deeper inside. He tilts his head toward a green transit bus parked just a short distance away. According to Heizi's intelligence, this bus is the only route to the Shenluo wilderness. As the doors glide open, Lu Fan steps aboard quietly, saying thank you. He confirms in his mind this is definitely the one. Almost all the seats on the left side are completely full. Up in the very first row, Xiao Mei sits next to the window, while beside her Lu Zhu has his eyes closed, muttering, "It is such a tragedy that our senior Wu Zhangtian went abroad to compete, only to lose his life in a foreign country." Sitting directly behind them is Da Mao, wearing a conical hat, followed by Jin Yang further back, holding a massive broadsword. Meanwhile, only 3 people occupy the right row. Scanning his options, Lu Fan picks an empty seat on the left side and sits down. Lu Zhu's voice echoes through the cabin. "If we can successfully bring back some rare resources this time, our master will definitely be proud of us." Hearing this, the female tour guide casts a strange look at them. Perhaps she is tired of hearing constant praise for the Dragon Country's Dragon Tamer, wanting to show that their own Sakura Nation geniuses are just as exceptional. Completely tuning out the chatter, Lu Fan remains indifferent to his surroundings, casually resting his chin on his hand and leaning his head against the glass to doze off. When he finally blinks his eyes open, he watches the lush green fields outside fly past the window at an incredibly rapid pace. The long journey drags on for hours, starting from midday all the way until dusk with no end in sight. The sky fades into a beautiful orange and pink sunset, and streetlights start flickering to life, yet the yellow bus keeps driving along the empty road ahead. After driving for what feels like eternity, the bus finally comes to a halt as the driver shouts out, "Stop 137." The elderly lady sitting in the same row as Lu Fan gets off at this stop. Inside, the driver calls out, "The next stop is the final terminal. Are you sure none of you are getting off?" Hearing this, Jin Yang looks up with an excited grin and replies, "We want to go all the way to stop 138. Xiao Mei confidently adds that the resource drops there are multiple times richer. "Don't worry, we are all level 60 tier 3 class holders, and together, we can easily handle whatever comes our way." Lu Zhu crosses his arms dismissively and says, "Driver, you just focus on driving and nothing else." The driver glances up his cold and unfriendly expression, clearly reflecting in the rearview mirror. "Level 60 tier 3 is it very well, let's head out then." The heavy tires spin violently at a dizzying speed, kicking up loose dirt and gravel behind them. Before long, pitch-black darkness completely envelopes the area as the yellow bus veers off onto a rugged mountain path. Staring out the window, Xiao Mei suddenly tenses up, sensing that something is seriously wrong. "Wait a second, isn't this terrain outside totally wrong?" Lu Zhu panic shouts toward the front. "Driver, are you sure you didn't take a wrong turn?" Da Mao presses his face flat against the glass, realizing this path is completely different from the route they spent so much time studying. Watching silently from across the aisle, Lu Fan looks out the window, agreeing that something is definitely off. Lu Fan closed his eyes, mentally mapping out their route based on Hazy's map. It seemed this bus was heading straight for the Divine Fall Wilderness, and the driver was acting incredibly shady. Lu Zhu immediately rushed forward, grabbing the driver's shoulder, as he shouted that they were off course, and demanded that the man turn the vehicle back immediately. Xiao Mai also ran up, screaming for him to stop so they could check the route again. Instead of stopping, the driver slammed his black leather boot onto the gas pedal, accelerating instantly. The bus violently swerved out of control, throwing everyone off balance as a terrified Xiao Mai screamed reflexively, grabbing onto the person right next to her for safety. Realizing things were going south, Lu Zhu drew his dagger, pressing it right against the driver's throat, while demanding that he pull over this instant. The driver suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to screech violently and kick up a massive cloud of thick white smoke. The yellow bus finally ground to a halt in a desolate clearing halfway up the mountain. Lu Zhu kept his blade locked on the driver's neck, coldly repeating his command to turn the bus around immediately. The silent driver simply took off his white glove, slowly turning his hand toward Lu Zhu as a glowing, intricate magic circle materialized right in front of the startled boy. Lu Zhu stared in complete shock, barely whispering the words, "Teleportation array." Meanwhile, sitting calmly in the back, Lu Fan suddenly felt the space around them begin to warp and shift. He frowned as a blinding flash of light engulfed them, rapidly dissolving their surroundings into something completely new. In the blink of an eye, the group found themselves stranded in a dark, ominous forest. Da Mao collapsed to the ground, panting as his stamina drained rapidly, while Xiao Mai panicked frantically, asking where they were. Suddenly, footsteps approached out of the shadows as a cold voice mocked their terrible lack of vigilance. Xiao Mai shouted into the gloom, demanding to know who this shadow was, while Lu Fan quietly observed, realizing exactly what kind of trap they had walked into. His expression turned serious as he realized the driver's actual class was far more dangerous than it appeared. The mysterious masked figure stepped forward, his eyes flashing a sinister red light, as he welcomed the terrified group to his personal hunting grounds. A screen appeared, revealing Hirata Jime, a level 71 space mage. Hirata Jime held his staff in one hand while conjuring a dark swirling energy orb in the other. Looking down on them, he mocked that he loved hunting clueless rookies in the Divine Fall Wilderness because they were so easy to kill without wasting any of his time. Lu Fan immediately recognized them as material hunters, a pack of wild dogs that preyed on weak newcomers. It brought back memories of how he had almost been cleaned out by a similar trap when he first started. Xiao Mai drew her weapon, horrified to run into these ruthless scavengers on her very first day here. Jin Yang stepped forward, raising his broadsword to reassure the group, claiming the enemy was just wearing fancy gear to look tough and put on a show. Hirata Jime waved his hand, letting the dark energy hum with pure disdain. He sneered at how tough these kids acted in a trap, releasing a massive wave of dark energy from his orb, while mocking their cute efforts. The system screen flashed, revealing his skill, Halo of Destruction, which summons an unstable black orb that generates a devastating field around it. The field traps all targets inside, rapidly draining their energy and life force to feed the growing orb. Jin Yang leaned heavily on his sword just to stay upright, groaning that his body was completely freezing up on him. Da Mao cried out in panic that his spiritual energy was draining away at a terrifying speed. With their power siphoned, Lu Zhu and Xiao Mai collapsed to the ground, trembling and completely paralyzed by the overwhelming drain. Yet standing just a few paces away, Lu Fan remained completely unaffected. He stood tall, hands in his pockets like a casual bystander, while a desperate Lu Zhu tried to threaten the mage by warning him that they were elite Kyoto Academy students. He warned him that killing them would bring down an absolute storm of trouble. He then desperately offered to hand over all their most valuable items instead. If they were allowed to go, they promised to keep their mouths shut about the entire encounter. Hirata Jime pointed a finger at them, laughing as he asked who could possibly guarantee they wouldn't sell him out the moment they got free. He flicked his finger, dragging the four together like magnets, muttering that he had worked way too hard to secure his disguise as a bus driver. As Xiao Mai and Da Mao shrieked in panic, a sweating Lu Zhu struggled against the crushing pressure and urged the others to make a final stand. He screamed that if they fought together, they might actually stand a chance against him. Enraged Jin Yang shattered the energy binding him and roared in agreement, while Xiao Mai desperately reached out to Lu Fan, pleading for him to join their attack. But before the words could fully leave her mouth, a sudden, horrific sight froze her in place. Right behind her, a stray throwing axe zipped through the air and slammed directly into Jin Yang's forehead, sending blood spraying everywhere. Jin Yang collapses to the ground. High in the trees, glowing red eyes gleam in the dark. Hirataji looks down at the fallen warrior and demands, "Who told you?" "I will only ask," once growls a man in a wolf head cloak with a wicked smirk. "Hirataji, what is taking so long with these level 60 scrubs?" He swings his massive axe, roaring at the top of his lungs. "Today, you guys are dead meat." Without warning, the wolf-cloaked beast hurls his massive axe straight at Lu Fan, shouting, "No one leaves here alive." Terrified by the attack, Lu Zhu screams out a warning, while Xiao Mai squeezes her eyes shut in sheer panic and lets out a desperate shriek. The razor-sharp blade flashes in the light, stopping just inches from Lu Fan's face, yet he remains completely unfazed, standing his ground without flinching. Seeing him cornered, both Hirataji and the wolf-cloaked attacker wear sadistic, excited grins as they lock their eyes on him. Finally, Lu Fan makes his move, his arms suddenly transforming into a terrifying gauntlet of draconic bone armor. With a casual flick of his wrist, he swathes the heavy axe away like a fly. Instantly, his system skill notification screen pops up. Divine Bone Armoring. This skill transforms his forearms into Holy Dragon Bone Gauntlets, boosting his base stats and unlocking the legendary active skills and attributes of the Ancient Dragon King. Every single person watching is left completely speechless by this unbelievable display of raw power. The wolf-cloaked assassin can only stare in utter disbelief, his jaw dropping to the floor. That axe is solid titanium backed by my insane strength. Even a 4th advancement master would struggle to block that. Down below, Hirataji watches with wide, panicked eyes. Lu Zhu grits her teeth in shock, wondering. He blocked that bare-handed. Beside her, Xiao Mai whimpers. That's just terrifying. An oppressive aura of pure power erupts from Lu Fan, his eyes burning with absolute bloodlust. "Who dares attack me? You must have a death wish." Another massive system notification screen flashes before his eyes. Repel the weak. This skill unleashes a dragon's ultimate aura, dealing devastating true damage and a massive knockback to all nearby targets, while completely ignoring their physical defense. The damage scales based on the stat difference between the caster and the attacker. The wider the gap, the more devastating the hit. A violent shockwave of pure energy blasts toward Hirataji, instantly ripping the hat right off his head. The wolf-head-cloaked warrior desperately tries to raise his arms to block, but it is completely useless. The shockwave blasts both of them away, even snapping a massive nearby tree right in half. As the dust slowly settles, the grim scene is revealed. The lifeless body of the wolf-cloaked attacker lies crushed beneath the tree with Hirataji dead nearby. Lu Zhu and Da Mao stand there absolutely frozen in fear. Xiao Mai gasps, covering her mouth in horror. They're dead. All three slowly turn around, their terrified eyes locked onto the mysterious hero standing right behind them. Without saying a word, Lu Fan leaps into the air and flies away, leaving the stunned trio behind on the forest floor. Watching him disappear, Xiao Mai cannot help but think how he effortlessly wiped out 2 level 70 experts in a split second, without even breaking a sweat. Da Mao places his hands on his hips, muttering, "That strength is seriously terrifying." Lu Zhu wonders who he could possibly be. Shaking off her shock, she quickly urges, "We're lucky to be alive. We need to get out of here right now." Xiao Mai nods in frantic agreement, crying, "I just want to go home. I can't stay in this creepy place for another second. I completely regret coming to this forest." Damao grumbles, swinging his sword to slash through the thick vines blocking their escape path. The darkness is getting way too creepy, Xiao Mai says, trembling. There was sunlight just 10 minutes ago. Lu Zhu tries to reassure her, saying, stop scaring yourself. Let me turn on my searchlight. He taps his wrist, and a glowing magic circle instantly appears, casting a bright white beam of light to guide them through the dark woods. Taking the lead, Lu Zhu gestures to the other two, urging, all right, let's keep moving. But high up in the canopy, completely out of their sight, dozens of slithering snakeheads begin to emerge from the darkness. Hearing a faint rustling, Xiao Mai backs up, whispering, did you hear that? I think something's crawling around us. Lu Zhu's face goes completely pale. He whispers back, on my count of 3, we split up and run. 1. Da Mao grips his weapon tightly, preparing for the worst. 2. Xiao Mai tenses her legs, ready to bolt. Lu Zhu gathers all the air in his lungs to yell the final number. 3. But they barely take a few steps before a massive, monstrous serpent lunges out to block their path, opening its terrifying jaws to unleash a barrage of deadly fireballs. A violent explosion rips through the quiet woods, painting the night sky in brilliant shades of orange and red. Watching from a distance, a mysterious figure in a dark cloak sits calmly atop another massive, towering serpent. With their face completely hidden in the shadows, only a pair of glowing eyes stare intently at the raging inferno below. Meanwhile, Lu Fan beats his massive wings, soaring through the night sky at lightning speed toward his destination. By the next morning, he finally reaches the base of a towering rocky mountain, but as he tries to fly inside, an invisible barrier abruptly stops him. The force of the barrier violently hurls him backward, sending his body spinning into a headfirst freefall. However, he quickly regains his composure, pulling off a clean mid-air flip to regain his balance and face upright once again. Lu Fan lands safely on the green grass, bracing himself with his legs back and one hand slammed down. Standing back up, he stares at the strange barrier, shimmering right in front of him. The demon-devouring Dragon King sneaks up behind him and whispers that they cannot fly over because of an ancient barrier left by the gods. Startled, he covers his ear and quickly backs away, asking why she suddenly decided to show up. Flipping her hair, she confidently replies that she comes and goes as she pleases, since their contract does not limit her freedom. Lu Fan watches the leaves drifting through the wind and sighs, repeating her warning about the divine seal that completely prevents them from flying over. He reaches out to catch a floating leaf, etched with glowing magical runes, asking her who these so-called gods actually are. Are they anything like the ancient gods? She holds nothing back, explaining that those so-called gods are just a bunch of powerful beings who stole the laws of the universe. Closing her eyes, she admits that even she has no idea where the ancient gods truly originated from. Curious, Lu Fan asks another question, wondering how her power compares to the awakened tiers of human warriors. Smirking, she boasts that at her peak she surpassed the 6th class tier and slaying gods took nothing more than a simple snap. She proudly adds that if not for her unhealed injuries, a weak kid like him would not even deserve to look at her for another 100 years. Hearing this, Lu Fan feels incredibly relieved that she did not even use 1% of her true power when they first fought. Out of curiosity, he asks if all giant dragons can eventually reach such an insane level of power. Secretly, he thinks that if that is true, he can pretty much rule this world. Instantly, the demon-devouring Dragon King steps forward and flicks Lu Fan hard on the forehead. Telling him to stop daydreaming, she reminds him that dragons grow slowly, making him groan in pure pain. She seriously explains that for his dragon pet to actually mature into a legendary Dragon King, it has to wait until it reaches a stage equivalent to the human 6th class tier, and only then will they even have a chance of slaying a god. Closing his eyes, Lu Fan lets out a heavy sigh and admits that the road ahead is still extremely long. She advises him that instead of wasting time daydreaming, he should focus on the path right beneath his feet. Floating ahead into the deep forest, she tilts her head back to warn him that this mountain trail eats people alive. She then begins to nag, saying she really does not understand him since she already told him that gear with divine bone armor integration could be brought directly into the divine ruins. She asks in confusion why he did not just stay inside the dungeon realm to level up first, before coming out to search for the armored Dragon King egg. Lu Fan closes his eyes and explains that he wants the newborn armored dragon to absorb all the spiritual energy in the ruins to level up instantly. Flying in circles around him, she chuckles and calls him a cunning little schemer, but right at that moment, 3 deadly arrows come flying at them from behind. Instantly sensing the incoming danger, both Lu Fan and the Dragon King spin around. Leaping back to dodge the attack, they watch as a pair of crystalline feet slam heavily onto a massive rock, followed by a booming voice. Anyone who trespasses into the forbidden zone must die, and no one is allowed to defile this sacred ground. A status window pops up revealing a Crystal Clan cultist level 95, the Fanged Spear Vanguard. The Crystal Cultist channels immense energy into its stone spear, unleashing a powerful charge that ignores any obstacles in its path. This attack deals piercing physical damage to all enemies in its path, inflicting a heavy knockback and breaking their armor. Up next, its ultimate skill, Earth-Shattering Strike. The cultist will slam its long spear violently into the ground, triggering a massive shockwave in a fan-shaped area right ahead of it. Dealing physical damage and briefly stunning anyone caught inside the impact also kicks up a wave of sharp debris that creates a persistent zone to slow down targets. The demon-devouring Dragon King glances at Lu Fan, asking if he wants her to handle this. She suggests they can count this as their second official transaction. With a smirk, Lu Fan tells her there is no need to use a legendary blade to kill a mere chicken, advising her to save her strength for the armored Dragon King. Laughing with her eyes closed, she tells him she gets it, leaning back casually as she tells the Dragon Slayer to begin his big show. Dragon Slayer. Lu Fan smiles, thinking this is a perfect chance to test his brand new skill. Crouching low, he shouts out Shadow Dragon King Aura. The system screen displays his dragon control skill, channeling the massive ancient bloodline of the legendary Shadow Dragon King. Activating this Shadow Aura boosts his movement speed by 300% and grants him the ultimate Shadow Stealth effect. Plus, every single attack now bypasses 55% of the target's physical defense. Lu Fan charges forward with explosive force, eager to see what his newly unlocked third-class skill can really do. The Crystal Clan zealots raise their weapons and brace for battle. In an instant, they rain down a barrage of arrows right at Lu Fan. But Lu Fan moves through the air, with insane speed, dodging every single arrow like it is nothing. Lu Fan charges straight at one of the Crystal Clan zealots. With a loud shout, he slashes twice with his blade. The system screen flashes Void Slash. Infused with dragon energy, it delivers 2 rapid strikes, boosting his dragon pet. Taking both hits, the Crystal Clan zealot is sliced clean in half. Its shattered remains tumble straight down to the ground. Looking down at himself, Lu Fan grins. That Dragon Tamer halo is proving to be incredibly useful. He looks up only to find himself completely surrounded by crystal zealots. Lu Fan stays silent, his eyes glowing with a sharp white light. Dozens of clones suddenly manifest from his body. Lu Fan just stands there, watching his duplicates fan out to clean house. Before long, every single clone flies back, merging seamlessly back into Lu Fan. He closes his eyes and clenches his fist as the shattered remains of the crystal zealots rain down from the sky. Once again, the system notification pops up. Void Slash, carrying dragon energy, delivers 2 consecutive slashes to support his dragon pet. The demon-devouring Dragon King approaches with crossed arms, impressed that he can use the signature skill of the Shadow Dragon Clan. She calls him a clever little dragon tamer, who always keeps things interesting. Looking at his hand, Lu Fan replies that the more he taps into their dragon power, the more he realizes its scale is truly beyond human understanding. He quietly notes that being able to summon the Dragon King's power at will makes this third-class advancement totally worth it. Draping her arm over his shoulder, the Dragon King tells Lu Fan that clearing out these zealots on the road is officially his job now. Addressing her, Lu Fan slips his hands into his pockets, lets out a long sigh, and asks a question. She never actually planned on helping him from the very start, did she? Deep inside the lush green forest, warm beams of golden sunlight filter through the canopy to light up the forest floor. Squinting, Lu Fan exhales a puff of white vapor and points out they were just in a warm forest. Shivering, he wraps his arms around himself, wondering how the entire place instantly turned into a freezing snowscape. Lu Fan figures a powerful barrier must be playing tricks on them. Staring ahead, the demon-devouring Dragon King remarks that things are about to get wild just as a violent blizzard suddenly erupts. Lu Fan shields his eyes from the biting cold, shouting out, wondering why the wind suddenly got so intense. As the freezing blizzard finally settles, he slowly opens his eyes to see a vicious beast charging straight toward him, raising a massive club to strike. Staying completely calm, he draws his sword and grips it tight. Suddenly, 2 massive forces, one white and one black, clash head-on. Backing away, Lu Fan mutters to himself that he really thought it was just a simple weather change. Looking at the ferocious beasts blocking his path, he realizes they walked straight into a trap. The system window pops up. Its status screen reads Glacial Giant Ape level 95. Its skill, Glacial Iceberg, summons massive blocks of ice to crush the target area, creating a freezing domain that inflicts continuous frost damage and freezes everyone. Next skill is Wrathful Smash. It leaps aggressively toward the target area. Upon landing, it unleashes a fierce frost explosion, dealing area damage, while leaving a lasting wrath mark that radiates intense cold. The demon-devouring Dragon King glances over and analyzes that the ice barrier here has given all the monsters a super tough armor coating. She warns him that his ordinary sword probably won't cut through them. Clenching his fist, Lu Fan confidently talks back. A normal sword definitely wouldn't work, he agrees as a bright orange-gold aura suddenly wraps around his entire body. Looking up, he adds that, if he coats his blade with raging lava fire, things might turn out a bit differently. The system screen flashes Dragon Tamer Halo, Black Dragon. It channels the bloodline power of the Black Dragon to activate the Black Dragon aura. Every attack now deals bonus fire damage and inflicts a debuffing weaken effect. Lu Fan swings his sword and charges ahead, declaring that he is absolutely certain of victory now. His slash releases a massive roaring wave of fire. The system interface displays Void Slash. Enhanced by Dragon Aura, it slashes twice, in rapid succession, boosting his dragon pet. The raging fire swallows the monsters as they scream in agony, and just like that, the frozen world melts back into the original lush green forest. Lu Fan explains that using the matching Dragon Tamer Halo to counter monsters of opposite elements works perfectly. Turning around with a smirk, he claims the actual results are totally beyond anyone's imagination. Watching him, the Dragon King silently admits that this kid's understanding of dragon magic runs much deeper than she initially expected. Lu Fan gestures toward the Dragon King, noting that the path ahead has cleared up and it is time to keep moving. As they venture deeper, Lu Fan and the Dragon King run into more bizarre mountain god zealots like the deadly Crimson Wasps. Elite zealots of level 95. Magma Beehive. It summons a massive magma beehive to crash into the target zone, creating a burning pool of lava that inflicts continuous damage and heavily slows down any enemies trapped inside. Solar Ray summons a blazing ring of fire directly in the target area. After a short delay, it inflicts massive damage while leaving behind a burning solar core. With the Dragon Lord aura active, there is absolutely no need to summon any dragon pets. Lu Fan easily counters their traits, casually wiping out the beasts constantly spawning along the path, though he still has not run into any notable boss-level monsters. The status panel flashes showing the Dragon Lord aura shifting to Blue Dragon, harnessing the power of the Blue Dragon lineage. Gaining the Blue Dragon aura, all extra attacks now deal lightning element damage and inflict a paralyzing effect on targets. The devouring Dragon King tells him that most gods here fear their followers becoming too strong and rebelling, so they secretly limited the growth of all living beings. Lu Fan continues his battle against another mountain god follower, as notification screens continuously pop up showing level 95 nomad followers. Magic Immunity. Element Vortex. Summoning a vortex of elemental energy to dragon nearby enemies and inflict heavy light damage. Phantom Arrow Rain fires, piercing rays of illusionary light all around, dealing massive damage and inflicting a state of confusion on anyone hit. The Dragon Lord aura shifts to Blue Dragon, once more tapping into the power of the Blue Dragon bloodline. By acquiring the Starry Sky Dragon aura, he gains a 100% boost to his elemental attributes every 10 seconds, but any unused speed boosts will not carry over. Throughout this journey, Lu Fan has come to realize a harsh truth. It turns out those so-called gods are fundamentally no different from humans, completely filled with vanity, selfishness, and sheer stupidity. 3 days later, at the summit of Heavenly God Peak, the devouring Dragon King flies ahead, spots something at the top, and exclaims, "We are finally here." Staring at the massive palace before him, Lu Fan asks in utter shock, "Is this really what the mountain peak looks like?" With a doubtful expression, he asks if this temple was left behind by the god of Heavenly God Peak, but the devouring Dragon King simply closes her eyes and shakes her head in denial. She then opens her eyes and introduces the legendary Blade Armor Dragon King he has been searching for, leaving Lu Fan absolutely stunned as he gasps, "What did you just say?" His jaw drops as he tries to confirm if this is really the Blade Armor Dragon King, asking her if she is joking. The devouring Dragon King sighs with an air of pure disdain, explaining there are over 30 dragon races, and not all of them rely on physical brawling, telling him not to act so clueless. Lu Fan recalls a form he saw before realizing it makes sense, considering even Lil Chit's massive dragon form is completely made of liquid. If this blade mountain in front of him is actually a Dragon King, it seems he can wrap his head around it. Drawing a sword, he asks, "But what kind of state is it in right now? Is it awake or fast asleep?" Closing her eyes, the devouring Dragon King replies that it is impossible to tell, as it is currently in its defensive state, meaning even higher-level entities cannot probe its true condition. Lu Fan repeats the keywords defensive state, as the devouring Dragon King explains that this mode accelerates its healing speed, while completely blocking out all external attacks. Helplessly scratching his head, Lu Fan sighs. If that is the case, does that mean we are completely out of options? Resting her chin in her hand, the devouring Dragon King flashes a sly smile and asks who said we are stuck. She explains she originally allied with the Poison Dragon King of the Underworld because it naturally counters this kind of rock-solid defense. Instantly, the somewhat goofy face of Lil Chit pops into Lu Fan's mind. Asking if she means Lil Chit can actually handle this, the devouring Dragon King places her hands on her hips and continues. Even though he is currently past his infancy and lacks full power, she reminds him that the target inside is also heavily injured. Flying closer to Lu Fan, she adds that her own recovery speed inside his pet space has been incredibly fast. Leaning in to whisper in his ear, she says that not only can they secure the dragon egg today, but she might even get a chance to devour it whole. Suddenly, a magic circle glows brightly beneath their feet as the ground violently trembles, forcing Lu Fan to grit his teeth and ask if the Blade Armor Dragon King is waking up. The devouring Dragon King denies it, stating this is definitely not the magic of the Blade Armor Dragon King. On the other side of the palace, a massive mound of snow slowly rises, revealing a pair of menacing, glowing red eyes. In the next instant, a giant, 8-headed serpent bursts forth from the snow. Its head's gap open to reveal sharp, deadly fangs as a mysterious figure cloaked in black commands at Yamata no Orochi go, appraise it. One of the serpent heads reaches forward, its eyes flashing as it stares intently at the massive palace. The status window displays the appraisal results of the deicide sniffer as question marks. Standing atop the serpent's head, the mysterious figure pulls down his hood, revealing his face. Since even the great serpent cannot appraise it, the origin of this massive beast is definitely out of the ordinary. Thank you, Dragon Tamer of the Dragon Kingdom, for leading me to find such a rare deicide beast. Overhearing this, the demon-devouring Dragon King pokes her head out from behind, highly intrigued. Calling it a Shikigami is certainly a fresh way to put it. Lu Fan looks up and asks aloud, "You know me. Who on earth are you?" Spreading his arms, the mysterious man replies, "My deepest apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. Even back in the Sakura Nation, only the high nobility would recognize me. This is my Shikigami Yamata no Orochi, which is quite similar to your dragon pet." The stat screen displays Yamata no Orochi at level 119 Shikigami 4. He then introduces himself, boasting, "And as for me, I am its master, Yin Mazi." The system screen displays Yin Mazi at level 119 A rank B on Myoji. He stands tall looking down on Lu Fan, who is trapped inside the magic circle. "Truth be told, I actually witnessed your incredible performance during the national trials. Compared to Wu Zhangtian, you are vastly superior, making your first-place ranking absolutely well-deserved." Lu Fan frowns and questions him. "You followed me all the way up the mountain just to steal the Blade Armor Dragon King. Aren't you afraid your identity will be exposed?" He shakes his head, claiming, "There were only some weaklings along the way. Even if they were level 100 experts, I leave absolutely no loose ends behind." Yin Mazi reaches his hand toward the massive palace, marveling, "So this is what they call the Blade Armor Dragon King. Lu Fan following you was definitely worth this entire trip." Lu Fan calmly closes his eyes and warns him, "If you casually wake it up, you are simply looking for a quick way to die." Yin Mazi's hand just inches away from touching the palace suddenly freezes midair. He lets out a strained laugh. "Haha, you make a very fair point. You easily cleared your path up this mountain with such a gorgeous and powerful dragon pet by your side, yet you still tread so carefully. I truly was a bit too reckless." Hearing his words, the demon-devouring Dragon King covers her mouth and giggles with amusement. "Haha, you could definitely go into more detail about the gorgeous part." Yin Mazi pulls his hand back and suggests, "Though now is not the time to praise Lu Fan, let's make a deal instead." Smiling warmly, he begins his enticing offer. "From watching you battle up the mountain, I know I'm no match for you. But if you align with me, you will instantly become an honored guest of the Sakura Nation's high nobility. Fame, vast resources, and wealth will be yours for the taking. Just hand over the Blade Armor Dragon King to me and we're friends. How about it?" The demon-devouring Dragon King stands beside them with folded arms, while Lu Fan merely looks down in silence. After a long pause, he smirks, exposing the guy's scheme. "Making friends sounds nice, but you just want a loyal lackey, don't you?" Yin Mazi is caught off guard, and his fake smile instantly vanishes. What did you say? Lu Fan's eyes are filled with mockery as he stares straight at him. Who do you think you are expecting me to hand my dragon over so easily? Yin Mazi glares back at him. He spits out an angry curse. You arrogant brat. Lifting his chin, he threatens, do not forget that you are still completely under my confinement. From inside the magic circle, Lu Fan's armored hand casually slips right through the barrier, effortlessly shattering its shell. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, you mean this barrier right here? I almost forgot you actually meant to trap me with this. Beside him, the demon-devouring Dragon King tilts her head and chimes in, such a pity. If your words were sweeter, I might have actually played along and let myself be bound. Witnessing this, Yin Mazi recoils in absolute terror. Do not assume I will not fight just because you are stronger. I have full confidence I can escape safely with the blade armor Dragon King. So soaring into the air, Lu Fan instructs, just stay back and watch. I do not want to waste my contract counts on this guy. Stretching and letting out a lazy yawn, the demon-devouring Dragon King murmurs, there is nothing exciting to watch anyway, so I will go rest. Yin Mazi presses his hands together, secretly thrilled. With that monstrous dragon pet out of the way, this is his golden opportunity to strike. As purple smoke billows from his serpent's massive maw, he sneers at Lu Fan. I tried my best to avoid resorting to this, but you simply refuse to listen. Xiao Fei instantly materializes to fly beside Lu Fan, who asks his opponent with cutting sarcasm. You look half dead already, yet you still want to keep going. Yin Mazi freezes his mind, racing in shock over the serpent flame immunity effect. Raising his fist toward the sky, Lu Fan commands Xiao Fei, support me. Xiao, you Xiao Zuo, switch the Stardust Halo. The system status screen pops up. Jade Light applies 3 to 6 stacks to the target, completely cleansing all debuffs and boosting all attributes from 30% to 60%. Each stack of Blessing can block 1 to 2 instances of incoming damage. More system alerts flash in rapid succession. The allied target's Soul Shield is enhanced with Soul Light, raising all attributes from 100% to 200%. Each hit taken absorbs damage and generates 1 to 2 stacks of Imperial Chi. Upon reaching 10 stacks, a devastating Imperial Chi shockwave is unleashed. This counterattack deals 10 times the total damage he just absorbed. Next up, the Starry Sky Dragon Halo activates, tapping directly into its legendary bloodline power. With the Starry Sky Dragon Halo active, he gains a 100% boost to his stats every 10 seconds. Just remember, any unused power-ups will not stack for the next turn. Lu Fan's eyes turn stark white. Raising his fist, he snaps, let's see how you plan on getting out of here in one piece. His status screen now displays his class as Tier 3 Dragon Rider. Level 61 Black Dragon Pact 2 strength increases from 453,756 to 145,209, while agility surges from 345,200, 95,797 to 1,266,550. Spirit jumps from 384,623 to 1,230,793, and endurance spikes from 1,004,075 to 3,213,040. Yin Mazi screams in pure panic, begging Yamada no Orochi to quickly dodge and do anything to save them. A lightning-fast slash rains down on Yamata no Orochi, slicing its massive body into several clean pieces. Countless notification screens pop up, stating that the Divine Bone Descent skill requires equipping the Divine Bone Gauntlets. Once unleashed, the Divine Bone Gauntlets are obtained without taking up equipment slots, boosting all stats by 300%. The Dragon Rider Halo has now evolved into the Starry Sky Dragon. Class Dragon Rider rank 3 level 61, with Black Dragon Pact rank 2. Strength skyrockets from 145,200. 9 to 8,712,114, and agility leaps from 1,266,550 to 3,799,650. Spirit rises from 1,230,793 to 3,692,379, while endurance reaches 9,639,120 from 3,213,040. Yin Mazi falls to the ground, screaming in utter disbelief. No, this cannot be. My guardian beast was actually defeated. He grits his teeth, scheming. This is bad. I need to retreat immediately. Lu Fan dashes like lightning right through the shredded remains of Yamata no Orochi, cornering him. You are not taking this dragon. Yin Mazi clasps his hands together once more, declaring, if it is in the Sakura nation, then it belongs to us. You are the thief here. His eyes gleam as he mutters under his breath, Yamata no Orochi aid, your master one last time. He chants his spell swift as the law sea god's cleansing. Instantly the scattered remains of Yamata no Orochi floating around. Lu Fan unleash massive energy and surge in one direction. The pieces slowly merge together, forming a colossal phantom body. A system screen pops up announcing Sea God's Cleansing summoning complete in 4 seconds. Sea God's Cleansing sacrifices the current guardian beast to summon the Phantom of Susanoo, wielding the Totsuka sword inheriting 350% of the sacrificed beast stats as its own. The Phantom lasts for 30 seconds. Sea God's Cleansing. Because Yamata no Orochi is the sacrifice, the Totsuka sword is replaced by the Kusanagi sword, doubling all stats of the Susanoo Phantom. Lu Fan smirks and says, a phantom huh? It seems you do not have any other guardian beasts besides that serpent. Yin Mazi raises 2 fingers, screaming in rage, how dare you look down on me, I will make you regret this. Fueled by Yamata no Orochi's lingering resentment, a hidden fragment of its flesh flies straight toward Lu Fan's blind spot from behind. As the notification screen counts down, the remaining 1 second for Sea God's Cleansing, that flesh fragment latches onto Lu Fan's back. Yin Mazi's eyes narrow as he gloats. Yes, it worked. Meanwhile, Lu Fan raises his fist, shouting, level 100 gods will just have to wait. The system screen flashes Dragon Rider Halo Starry Sky Dragon cooldown is complete. He charges forward at breakneck speed, gritting his teeth as he spits out useless. Lu Fan delivers an incredibly devastating blow straight to the phantom body of Sea God's Cleansing. Cracks shatter across its face before a massive explosion obliterates the entire entity. As the dark gray smoke clears, revealing Lu Fan's face, he snorts, looking around and muttering, you ran away pretty fast. High up in the sky, the clouds are painted with the warm orange-gold glow of the sunset. In a hidden location, a dark red stream of blood spills from the corner of Yin Mazi's mouth. Coughing up blood, he gasps, Master, I am sorry. Clenching his fist, he thinks Lu Fan, just you wait. Deep within the thick, suffocating black smoke, a pair of sinister eyes gleams with dark suspicion. A furious voice demands, absurd, how could a level 61 brat from a foreign nation possibly destroy Yamata no Orochi? Susanoo had absolutely no defense, and was torn apart like a thin piece of paper. The voice in the black smoke suddenly turns dead serious, issuing a stern warning. I have no time to waste on your foolishness. Yin Mazi, prostrate on the ground, desperately reassures him. Master, every single word I say is the absolute truth. Looking up in a panic, he begs, please, you must avenge me and Yamata no Orochi. Yin Mazi's face twists with pure hatred as he snarls. That guy is the one taking a slot in the national trial, Lu Fan. Hearing this, the black smoke questions, is this the same Lu Fan who killed Wu Zhangqian? The eyes inside the smoke flash brightly, commanding him, tell me everything that happened just now in full detail. Yin Mazi bows his head in desperation once again. Please, Master, you are a rank 5 expert. You can surely tear him to pieces. Master Yin Tianzi. Yin Tianzi replies, if what you say is true, Lu Fan's power might actually rival my own. Your defeat was inevitable. A status screen appears showing Yin Tianzi's name, alongside 3 huge question marks. Yin Tianzi analyzes a level 61 sacred dragon rider. He must own quite a few dragon pets for the national trial. If we capture him, we can uncover how he obtains those dragons. Kog'Maco looked up and replied that it was correct excitedly, adding that by then his master would be able to trample all other 5th profession experts under his feet. Changing the subject, Kage Tenshi asked his disciple if he had left any kind of tracking mark behind. Smirking confidently, Kog'Maco assured his master that the death of Yamata no Orochi would leave a lingering grudge attached to the opponent. As long as he attempted to summon the Great Serpent, he could easily pinpoint the enemy's exact location. Kage Tenshi warned him to remain cautious, advising a careful long-term plan instead of rushing in. Hearing this, Kog'Maco bowed respectfully, deeply thanking his master for the guidance. Raising his head, he nervously pointed out that since he no longer had Yamata no Orochi or any strong Shikigami, he wondered if his master could provide another one. Infuriated by the request, Kage Tenshi immediately lashed out, calling him pathetic, disgraceful, and a wasteful prodigal. Terrified by his master's intense aura, Kog'Maco let out a whimper as Kage Tenshi glared down sharply at the kneeling figure. The master scolded that giving away Yamata no Orochi was a foolish mistake, as he did not possess a second top-tier Shikigami like that. He demanded to know how the disciple dared ask for more, prompting a terrified Kog'Maco to bow flat and quickly apologize. As the white smoke slowly drifted away, Keiga Tenshi left a final warning, telling him to stop bringing shame upon his name. Before the dark smoke vanished completely, the master's final command echoed through the chamber, ordering him to return to Tianyin Palace immediately. Kage Mako quickly complied. Grabbing the black stone, he muttered under his breath, swearing that Lu Fan would pay for what he did. Veins bulged on Kage Mako's face as he gritted his teeth, reminding himself that a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Meanwhile, at the Golden Sand summit of Heavenly Divine Peak, Lu Fan asked Waima Dragon King if they were ready to begin. Waima Dragon King looked down to see Xiao Fei standing summoned by his side, while the young Tamer raised his fists in a battle-ready stance. She offered a playful smile, asking him if he was truly that impatient. Glancing ahead, she reminded him that without her keeping the beast occupied, he would stand no chance of retrieving the dragon egg. The status panel immediately displayed the 1-star Divine Bone Dragon King Fallen Mountain armor. Lu Fan curiously asked if boosting his stats to over 1 million with the Divine Bone Dragon King armor was still not enough to defeat the Blade Armor Dragon King. Placing a hand on her hip, Waima Dragon King laughed heartily, teasing her cute little dragon Tamer that it was far from enough. Holding up 2 fingers, she pointed out that his Divine Bone Dragon King was currently only at 1 star. During their past war, the Blade Armor Dragon King was already close to 4 star, so he should stay back if he valued his life. Waima Dragon King explained the plan, noting that once awakened, the beast would immediately drop its defensive stance. She promised to use all her strength to restrain it, advising him to summon all his dragon pets for cover, retrieve the egg, and retreat immediately. Lu Fan tightly clenched both of his fists and agreed. He noted that it seemed even she lacked absolute confidence in defeating the beast. Taking a step forward, Waima Dragon King admitted it was true, explaining that both of them had exhausted their full strength during their legendary clash back at Fallen Dragon Valley. Even now, she had yet to fully recover to her absolute peak state. She solemnly warned that if the enemy recovered faster, they would have no chance of winning, prompting Lu Fan to close his eyes and nod in understanding. Immediately after, 4 massive spatial portals materialized right behind the young Tamer. As his dragon pets soared out, Lu Fan shoved his hands in his pockets to lay out the strategy, advising her to distract the beast while he retrieved the egg and opened a retreat portal. Staring intently at the target ahead, he confidently declared that everything was fully prepared. Lu Fan approached the sharp-wired black stone, resolved to finally awaken the sleeping beast. Remaining completely silent, he raised a hand that was glowing with raw power, while Xiao Ye and Xing Chen watched their master's every move with intense focus. While the Azure Dragon waited quietly nearby, Xiao Fei clutched baby Chit tightly in her arms, her face filled with anxiety and tension. As Lu Fan steadily closed the distance to the Blackstone, Waima Dragon King closely monitored his every step from above. Moments later, Lu Fan's hand finally made direct contact with the cold surface of the stone. Instantly, the massive stone began to shift, causing the entire surrounding area to tremble with violent tremors. His eyes widened in shock, wondering what was going on since the reaction was totally different, leaving Waima Dragon King completely stunned. She gasped, wondering how such power was possible as a pair of glowing green dragon eyes slowly revealed themselves on the stone. Her voice echoed in disbelief that the Blade Armor Dragon King had actually awakened, followed by the beast's earth-shattering roar. Roaring fiercely, Waima Dragon King gasped that it had fully recovered to its peak as the panel displayed the 3-star Blade Armor Dragon King, Lord of the Dark Abyss. Frowning, Lu Fan quickly calculated that their plan had changed, deciding that if things got worse, he would have Xing Chen use Starry Sky Penetration. They needed to retreat first, but suddenly Waima Dragon King behind him let out an excited laugh and flapped her wings, soaring into the sky. Laughing maniacally, she charges straight ahead and yells out, "Fantastic, this really takes me back to the glorious days of our legendary war." Vima locks eyes with Lu Fan and gives him a sharp nod. "Little dragon Tamer, let us risk it all." High on the golden sand summit of Deva Peak, Lu Fan narrows his eyes. He knows that if they retreat now, they will just leave the armored Dragon King to Yin Mazi. A smirk plays on his lips. Gritting his teeth, he spits out a single word. "All right." Lu Fan raises his arms, now fully encased in heavy dragon armor. Since it involves the Dragon King, he decides to trust her and bet everything on this one shot. On his side, Chen raises one hand. The status screen flashes with warnings. Star Shatter is charging and Ye unleashes his ultimate power as Wrath of Heaven powers up. Vema gets into a combat stance as her screen shows Lava Annihilation is charging. She signals her other dragon pets, ordering Ye Bao and Chen to stand by for the ultimate strike. Vema swings her arm down and screams, "Take this chance, strike now." Instantly, Lu Fan and all his dragon pets launch a coordinated assault. He whispers to himself that this is their only shot at success. Waves of devastating attacks rush forward, yet the armored Dragon King just stands there completely motionless, without making a single move. Its massive eyes stare blankly at one spot. Vema flies in, aiming a vicious claw slash, only to pass right through its body like mist. Lu Fan freezes, his eyes widening in absolute disbelief. How is this possible? This is not his real body. Vema turns her head, a deep frown forming on her face. Just a bluff armored Dragon King, don't tell me you are already dead. In midair, the image of the armored Dragon King begins to fade. Lu Fan flies up next to Vema, asking, what's going on? Is his real body not here? She looks at him and replies, indeed. The armored Dragon King is dead. Lu Fan can only repeat the shocking words. Dead. Vema glances at him and begins to analyze. This defensive stance we saw. It seems it was nothing but an illusion. He must have given up on healing to burn away his very soul. He probably died a long time ago. She looks up at the floating debris. These steel shards are all that remain of the armored Dragon King's body. Lu Fan asks again. So after the Great War, he fled Dragonfall Valley and sacrificed himself here just to protect his dragon egg. Vema also looks quite puzzled. Maybe, but with the immense strength of the armored Dragon King, he should have easily recovered. He did not need to resort to this. Lu Fan steps inside the stone cave and says, either way, the dragon egg is inside, right? I will go take a look. Vema stands outside with her arms crossed. After a long silence, his voice echoes from within. I found it. Deep inside the cave, Faye and Chi stand closely beside Lu Fan. The light from his armor illuminates a black egg resting on the ground, flanked by two black and white cores. He cheers. It really is the armored dragon egg. Two system screens pop up in quick succession, displaying the armored dragon egg stats and depleted divine cores. A legendary item. These are cores from actual gods, but even with the residual power of their former masters, they have been completely drained. Lu Fan picks up the two depleted cores, only to notice two strange jade blocks he has never seen before. The status screen indicates it has absorbed toxins from glowing mushrooms to naturally illuminate itself. He quietly whispers the description, divine cores. Suddenly, before he even realizes it, Vema has already materialized right behind his back. Her eyes lock onto the two jade stones as she speaks. Divine cores. So that is what they are. It all makes sense now. These are cores that can only be formed by those at the divine rank, a level that humans must reach 7th transition at level 180 just to touch. Only by defeating actual gods can one obtain these. The residual power of a god ascender trapped within even a tiny speck of it is beyond anything warriors below the 6th transition can comprehend. Slowly, she begins to connect the pieces. It turns out the armored Dragon King had to face two god ascenders here. Fighting them while heavily injured must have been an absolute nightmare. Yet, he managed to slay them, taking their cores, and used his final breath to weave an illusion to safeguard his precious dragon egg. He easily could have consumed those two cores to heal his wounds, but instead he chose to leave them for his offspring. Lu Fan looks down at the two cores in his hands, reflecting on the story. After clashing with two Dragon Kings and fighting two God Ascenders, he left his remaining cores behind for his egg to absorb. The armored Dragon King sacrificed absolutely everything for his offspring. Vema suddenly breaks the silence. Hey little dragon tamer, what are you thinking? Lu Fan glances at her. Oh, nothing. Lowering his head slightly, he continues, I just realized how great he was. Honestly, I have nothing but respect for him. Her high heels click against the floor as she steps closer. Vema warns. Do not let human sentimentality soften you. You came here to claim this egg. Staring down at the egg, she adds, and do not view me as cold-hearted. In this world, we do not choose whether we live or die. Vema delivers her final cold truth. I only know how to keep fighting and consuming. In this dog-eat-dog world, you and I can see why Lu Fan is keeping his guard up around her. Mentioning that dragon egg, the guardian demon Dragon King smirks mockingly, asking if Lu Fan is afraid she will break their pact and devour it. Closing her eyes, she notes that staying alert is smart, but since they have an agreement, she will be completely honest with him. She openly admits that she originally intended to swallow that egg. However, the armored Dragon King foresaw this, letting the egg absorb divine cores so it would smell like something else entirely. Her projection vanishes, leaving only her echoing voice stating she only wants pure dragon blood, making this egg a massive steal for Lu Fan. Lu Fan sighs in relief, realizing her plan was always to use him to steal and devour the egg. Smiling, he deduces that the armored Dragon King knew the Demon Queen would try this, which is why she left those cores behind. Lu Fan then gently lifts the heavy dragon egg with both hands. "All right, no time to waste," he says, telling Faye to gather everyone so they can welcome a new sibling. Faye raises her hand in excitement while holding baby Chi nodding eagerly in response. Inside the cave, Lu Fan double-checks, making sure everyone except Star has gathered around. Outside the cave, Star stands with folded arms, acting totally uninterested, while everyone else crowds around to stare intensely at the egg in Lu Fan's hands. Declaring that it is time, Lu Fan closes his eyes and begins chanting his dragon-taming skill to bond with the beast. Suddenly, the egg bursts with blinding light, leaving both Ye and the blue dragon jaw-dropped in complete awe. Even Star, waiting outside the cave, cannot help but glance back at the sudden commotion. Faye and baby Chi are completely mesmerized as the intense glow fades and the tough eggshell begins to crack open. Lu Fan cheers in excitement as a tiny baby dragon emerges, proudly introducing the newborn to his eagerly waiting companions. He tells them to welcome the newborn baby of the armored Dragon King as Faye stares with wide eyes. While Chi examines it, Yi giggles with excitement and the blue dragon watches curiously, but the little creature completely ignores them all and just flutters its wings, taking off. Lu Fan chuckles, keeping a close eye on the newborn. It seems a bit cold, but at least it is calm, unlike the furious blue dragon who stomps around yelling at the baby for its bad attitude. Giggling happily, the tiny armored dragon simply flies straight out of the dark cave. Outside, Star spots the flying baby. When Lu Fan and the rest follow it out, they are left stunned by what they see. The little armored dragon is curled up right next to a broken projection, sleeping soundly without a care. Seeing the fading image of the mother dragon holding the baby, Lu Fan realizes it already misses her. Looking at Ye and the blue dragon, Lu Fan reflects that since his other dragons came from the system, they never got to know their parents. Glancing back at Faye holding Ji, he whispers that this newborn is different. Its mother sacrificed everything to save it. While Star silently watches from the side, Lu Fan remains deeply lost in his own thoughts. Even before hatching, the baby must have felt its mother's love while still resting inside the shell. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Lu Fan decides to let the little guy rest since they are in no rush to leave anyway. He then remembers to check the system, opening up the panel to finally inspect the newborn's hidden stats. But as the system window opens, Lu Fan freezes in sheer disbelief. Cold sweat drips down his forehead as his eyes widen. How on earth is any of this even possible? The interface shows a level 1 genderless iron dragon, with its strength, agility, mind, and endurance stats all sitting at 3,000. Its skills include armored blade launching sharp spikes for piercing damage that ignores 45% defense, while reflecting 99% of damage taken, alongside armored scythe, which fires deadly high-speed scythes at enemies, dealing pierce damage and pulling targets right toward it. Then there is armored possession, which transforms the dragon into heavy chest armor, granting its master all stats, alongside Breath of God, which utilizes 2 divine cores to shift between radiant and shadow forms. Finally, its Iron Dragon bloodline cuts incoming damage by 50% and reflects 50% right back at the attacker, granting immunity to all debuffs, though it can only regenerate health when completely out of active combat. Lu Fan is stunned, unable to believe a level 1 creature possesses 3,000 points in every stat. He pulls out the 2 cores found inside the cave, holding them tight. He realizes the mother's legacy didn't just hide the baby from the Demon King, but also blessed it with legendary birth stats. And it even comes with the broken Breath of God skill. The system screen pops up. The divine core is depleted. Legends say these cores come from gods holding their original power, but this one is almost entirely drained. Lu Fan looks at the sleeping Ring Armor Dragon King and starts analyzing. Its primary skill, Ring Armor Possession, is similar to the Divine Bone Dragon King's, turning itself into gear and passing all stats and skills to him. A smirk plays on his lips as he reflects. The Divine Bone Gauntlets and the Ring Armor Breastplate. Lu Fan swipes the screen away, confident he can now easily crush Ning Chang in the Divine Void Secret Realm. Nearby, Xiao Ye and the Green Dragon are bickering endlessly, so he turns to give them an order. "All right, stop teasing each other and get some rest," Lu Fan commands, turning around. "Let us wait for the Ring Armor Dragon King to wake up," he says, looking back to let it spend a little more time with its mother. In its dreams, the little Ring Armor Dragon King plays happily with its mother. Suddenly, Lu Fan realizes something unexpected. Wait, the Ring Armor Dragon King actually has no gender. The next morning, still half asleep, Lu Fan stretches and steps out of his tent. After a night of waiting, he opens his eyes to find the Ring Armor Dragon King has finally decided to follow him. Though he witnessed its incredible raw strength yesterday, Lu Fan kneels beside it wondering with concern if getting around might be a bit of a challenge. He gently pats its head and suggests, "Hey, how about you activate ring armor possession so I can wear you and carry you along?" The ring armor Dragon King nods in agreement. Standing tall, it focuses its mind to activate the skill. Instantly, the ring armor Dragon King dissolves into white smoke, wrapping around Lu Fan's chest. The notification screen appears. Ring armor possession transforms the user into armor specifically serving as a breastplate. The user gains all attributes and skills of the steel dragon. As the smoke clears, a gleaming set of chest armor appears on his body. The system screen displays his newly upgraded stats. Dragon Rider Paladin Class 3 Level 61. Strength 5084 plus 3000. Agility 4315 plus 3000. Spirit 4897 plus 3000. Endurance 4923 plus 3000. Lu Fan raises his hands in awe, marveling at the incredible ring armor chest piece. He can feel every single stat and skill of the ring armor dragon. A series of system notifications flash before his eyes. He has successfully acquired the ring armor blade, the ring armor scythe, and the epic breath of the god skill. Next, he forcefully spreads the powerful wings on his back. "If you have accepted me, ring armor, let's see what you can do." Lu Fan soars high into the sky and shouts, casting his first spell, Scythe of the Ring Armor. Sharp scythe-tipped chains shoot out instantly from the chest piece as the information panel explains. The Ring Armor Scythe launches a high-speed projectile, delivering devastating piercing damage and pulling the target directly to the user. The chains slam violently into a massive boulder, triggering a colossal explosion. Nearby, Xiao Fei tightly hugs Xiao Ji and screams in absolute terror. The rock shatters into countless razor-sharp fragments flying straight at Lu Fan. Remaining completely calm, he stands his ground and triggers the ring armor blade. Lethal attacks erupt from the chest piece, completely pulverizing the incoming debris. A new screen flashes describing the ring armor blade skill. Triggers rapid razor-sharp armor strikes. Deals heavy piercing damage to all targets within melee range, ignoring 45% of their defense, while reflecting 99% of any received damage back to the attacker. Impressed by this incredible form, Lu Fan smiles. Perfect defense and defense, plus control and damage reflection. Amazing. Now for the final active skill. The screen displays the Breath of the God skill. He clenches his fists, looks up at the sky, and roars Divine Breath Holy Ring Armor. A notification pops up, confirming Breath of the God has successfully transformed into the Holy Ring Armor form. Feeling his entire body glow with sacred energy, Lu Fan whispers to himself that he is overflowing with power. Now even his basic attacks carry the same holy attribute as Qin Chiu's. The system interface explains the mechanics. Holy Ring Armor regenerates 1% of health per second and adds holy damage to basic attacks based on his spirit attribute. He clenches his fist even tighter. Moreover, this active status provides continuous healing, perfectly compensating for the Ring Armor Dragon King's weakness of only being able to recover while out of combat. Lu Fan narrows his eyes and commands switch to Dark Ring Armor. A new prompt appears, showing the Breath of the God has successfully converted into Dark Ring Armor. Lu Fan analyzes the skill, noting that darkness energy accumulates every second perfectly, synergizing with the Divine Bone Dragon King's summon attribute. This means every single basic attack will now unleash a massive burst of extra damage. The screen displays that Dark Ring Armor stores 1% dark damage every second, fully releasing all accumulated dark energy into his very next basic attack. Afterward, it begins stacking again with the bonus scaling with his spirit attribute. He gently lands back on the ground as the chest plate retracts. The plan is set, and once he levels up his dragon, we are finally heading to the Divine Void Secret Realm. Lu Fan turns back to his dragon pets and says, "Get ready, everyone. I am opening the teleportation portal. We are going home." Xiao Ye cheered with excitement and Xiao Fei happily replied back. By using the Morozo teleportation portal on Paradise Island, Lu Fan quickly returned to Shanghai. Back home, Han Ke saw him return and called out with a smile, "Xiao Fan, you're back." She rushed over to hug Lu Fan tightly. His young aunt had grown used to his constant traveling and no longer cried or worried like before. Han Ke smiled and suggested, "I bought a lot of food, so let's invite the young lady over to eat with us." Standing nearby, Jian Ying added, "Today is Taozi's free meal day, so she'll definitely show up. Sister Han only needs to call Qin Chiu." Lu Fan replied, "That's great. I actually have something important to share with everyone as well." That afternoon at Jiangshan Garden, Xiao Man's shocked voice echoed from inside the house. Traveling to the west on foot. At the dinner table, Xiao Man sat on the left, questioning why he'd bring such unnecessary hardship upon himself. Han Ke, sitting on the right, agreed. "Exactly, Xiao Fan. A journey like that is far too dangerous. You could just use those teleportation scrolls Miss Yi gave you," Qin Chu advised anxiously, "or simply fly or ride your divine bone clone." Jian Ying chimed in. "Traveling on foot isn't just risky, it will take at least several months just to reach the western border." Lu Fan looked at everyone to reassure them. "Right now, I can't summon my corrupted corpse puppets anymore. But don't worry, because the fallen corpse sacred dragon has already absorbed all those puppets, transforming into Dragon King divine bones with incredibly high attributes." He seriously assured them, "On this trip, not only will I acquire the new Dragon King armor ring, but they can also boost my attribute points into the millions, so there is absolutely no need to worry about my safety." Xiao Man couldn't believe her ears and asked, "Attributes in the millions?" Lu Fan answered, "Yeah, I originally planned to upgrade the Dragon King armor ring inside the Mystic Realm, but the Shengshu Mystic Realm won't open for another month anyway." Laying out his plan, he said, "I have decided to use this spare time to journey all the way to the west. This will boost my experience, upgrade the Dragon King armor ring along the way, and align perfectly with the realm's opening." Both Jian Ying and Qin Chu listened in silence. Hanke asked further, "So you plan to leave immediately?" Lu Fan replied, "Yes, I will set off early tomorrow morning." The next morning, Lu Fan bid everyone farewell and set off alone toward the west, crossing through 14 different regions. Along the way, he battled fierce monsters like the level 95 Lion Roar Beast, which unleashes a shocking furious roar sound wave and a devastating physical scorched earth claw strike. He also took down numerous bosses and rare elite monsters, including a level 95 giant light bird. This creature wields a deadly dive kill that inflicts critical damage and paralysis alongside a wide-range hurricane feather storm attack. Lu Fan even cleared a nightmare-level opportunity Mystic Realm completely on his own. In this realm, he faced a deadly level 92 demon-devouring mushroom, equipped with a paralyzing spore cloud to drain mana, plus a fungal blast breeding skill that causes massive splitting explosions. During his journey, Lu Fan also easily dealt with greedy material hunters who crossed his path. After these intense battles, his dragon pets leveled up one by one. His star dragon reached level 64, the steel dragon rose to 57, while the black dragon hit 65. Meanwhile, the poison dragon reached 63, the emerald dragon 65, and the blue dragon hit 63. Lu Fan himself reached level 65. A month later, at the western border, he finally arrived at his destination. Halting his steps, he shielded his eyes from the blazing sun and let out a long, exhausted sigh. Only a few days remained until the Shengshu Mystic Realm opened, with his status screen showing a countdown of exactly 7 days. Lu Fan spread his wings, thinking it was time to head back. Right then, a massive dark shadow suddenly swept across the sky. Lu Fan looked up to inspect it and recognized a level 94, golden feathered rock, an extremely rare beast unique to the western border that makes a top-tier mount. His info screen popped up revealing its skills, including the terrifying dive deterrence, which deals heavy damage and knocks enemies back, alongside Gale Force Shadow, which summons wind clones for rapid armor-breaking strikes. Lu Fan got excited because its body materials were incredibly rare. He activated his armor ring fusion, transforming it into chest plate armor to absorb its full power. Next, he unleashed his armor ring scythe, launching crescent chain blades with the perfect idea of capturing it as a gift for his senior. The crescent blades locked onto the golden feathered rock, two sharp edges sinking deep into its massive talons. Using the chain's momentum, Lu Fan shot up into the sky. The golden feathered rock kept flying forward, dragging Lu Fan right behind it. After flying a short distance, he released the scythe, leaped even higher into the air, and shot out 2 more chains. This time, the chains wrapped around the rock's neck, making it shriek in pain. Clinging to the chains, Lu Fan jumped onto its back and yanked hard, forcing its head up. Lu Fan's face darkened with a menacing glare as he warned, "If you want to live, you better start behaving." The golden feathered rock finally stopped struggling, its eyes flashing as it quietly flew forward through the sky. Smirking with satisfaction, Lu Fan let out a soft snort. As the giant beast soared gracefully, his voice echoed out, "Now this is what I call a top-tier mount." Controlling the chains, Lu Fan thought that at this speed arriving late wouldn't be an issue. But suddenly countless arrows shot up from the ground. Lu Fan glanced around, wondering if there was an ambush. Suddenly voices erupted from below, yelling, Direct hit. Throw the net, hurry up. Right after a red net shot upward, glowing with energy, as it tightly bound the golden feathered peng. The mob below cheered, shouting, "We got it, do not let it tear the net, freeze it, stop it from thrashing." Mid-air, Lu Fan summoned his gauntlets, tearing the net with one swipe. He and the golden feathered peng crashed down, prompting the waiting hunters to rush forward in excitement. However, they barely made it a few steps before a massive explosion erupted, blasting them backward. Reacting quickly, the leader slammed one hand down for balance, while drawing his battle axe, growling, "What on earth is this?" As the dust cleared, Lu Fan stood protectively in front of the golden feathered peng. The remaining thugs stared up at him in sheer panic. He fell right out of the sky with the golden feathered peng. Judging by his gear, he looks like a solo material hunter. Gripping his axe tightly, the leader rushed in, muttering that if the kid was not from a noble family, they would just end him. "Blame your bad luck, kid," the leader roared. Lu Fan sneered inwardly, realizing how out of touch these backwater western mountain dwellers really were. These fools claimed to be nobles, yet they failed to recognize the Yi family representative. In the western borderlands, this tense confrontation was about to boil over. Instantly activating his bone dragon gauntlet, Lu Fan unleashed a lightning-fast strike that sent the arrogant axeman flying. The full might of the divine bone armor dragon surged, causing the skeletal arm to explode with power, multiplying its destructive force tenfold. To the absolute horror of the onlookers, their massive leader was turned into a human cannonball blasted straight through the mountains and out of sight. Giving them no time to breathe, Lu Fan swung the armored scythes of his sword armor dragon gear. These razor-sharp steel hooks inflicted devastating piercing damage while dragging targets right back into his range. They sliced effortlessly through solid stone cliffs as if cutting through butter. This terrifying display of overwhelming power forced the survivors to collapse in absolute dread, begging desperately for their lives. Just as the tension peaked, a familiar voice suddenly called out Lu Fan's name. Before he could react, Senior Ye Wuxian dove down from the sky to embrace him. Recognizing his ally, Lu Fan immediately deactivated his bone dragon and sword armor gear to prevent any accidental injury. Senior Ye fell right into his arms, her face flushing with sudden embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lu Fan maintained a perfectly calm expression, asking what brought her to this area. Leaning close, Ye Wuxian playfully teased him, complaining that after just 1 month apart, he had already become quite the rugged wild man. Instead of giving him a kiss, she playfully pinched Lu Fan's cheek. When asked if she came all this way just for him, Ye Wuxian turned away, admitting that she had been counting down the days and waiting at the border this whole time. Noticing the chaotic mess around them, Ye Wuxian questioned what had happened to the landscape. Slightly annoyed, Lu Fan pointed toward the motionless golden feathered peng and the cowering group of hunters in the distance. He explained that he originally planned to capture the beast as a gift for her, but those fools ruined everything, shooting down his present and even attacking him. Hearing this, Ye Wuxian flew into a rage, instantly entering her Valkyrie state as her spear ignited with fierce battle intent. The group finally realized they had messed with the Yi family, the legendary clan that brought down both the Long family and the Empire. The Jia family members fell to their knees in terror, desperately pleading that this was all a misunderstanding while promising full compensation. However, Ye Wuxian had no intention of making peace, declaring she did not care who they were. Anyone who dared attack must pay the price. Just as Senior Ye was about to deliver the killing blow, Lu Fan gently grabbed her slender arm to stop her. He insisted these